30 Years Among the Dead. By Carl Wickland. Chapter 1. Interrelationship of the Two Worlds. The reality of an invisible world surrounding the physical world is for many difficult to comprehend, since the mind sphere is often limited to the visible and tangible. However, it requires but little thought to realize the constant change of matter as it occurs in three forms, solid, liquid and gaseous, in its range back and forth between the visible and invisible. Visible nature is but the invisible, the real, made manifest through a combination of its elements. Science informs us that fully 95% of vegetation is derived out of the air, or atmosphere. Is not mankind living at the bottom of an invisible ocean, the atmosphere, which is even more important to physical existence than any of the visible physical substances, since life can continue but a few moments out of it? Nitrogen gas, constituting the greater bulk of the atmosphere, enters vitally into vegetable and animal growth and existence. Hydrogen and oxygen gases are constantly changing from a state of invisible vapor to visible and solid form. Carbon offers another example of similar transformation. Sounds, odors, the thermic law of heat and cold, and multitudes of other phenomena, ranging from the infinitesimal electron to the energy which moves the planets and suns, are all intangible, invisible factors. All activities, whether chemical, vital or mental, operate invisibly, as observed in chemical affinity, in energy, in plant life, in animal life, in intelligence and mentalization. So in every department of our manifest physical nature it is evident that all elements have their root and permanence in the invisible. The invisible is the source of the visible. Thus when we realize that the objective is only a combination of invisible substances and forces, the existence of an unseen world is readily comprehensible. Considering the wonderful advancement of science into the field of nature's finer forces, it is inconceivable that any thinking mind can fail to recognize the rationale of the independent existence of the human spirit apart from the physical body. No subject has been better authenticated through the ages and in all literature than that of spirit existence and a future life. Fiske, the historian, says, among all races of men, as far as can now be determined, ancestor worship, contact with the spirits of the departed, was the earliest form of worship. Prevailing in Africa, Asia, China, Japan, among the Aryans of Europe and the American Indian tribes. Allen, in his History of Civilization, writes, rude tribes the world over are found to have ideas of a human soul, a spirit world, and generally a belief in immortality. Savages consider the next life simply a continuation of this. They also recognize an other self which has mysterious powers. Death is the abandoning of the body by this mysterious other self, which is conceived of as still existing in the near neighborhood. The loves and hates of this world are transferred to the spirit world. Confucius said, bemoan not the departed with excessive grief. The dead are devoted and faithful friends, they are ever associated with us. The writers of classic time Socrates, Herodotus, Sophocles, Euripides, Plato, Aristotle, Horace, Virgil, Plutarch, Josephus, Maximus of Tyre repeatedly refer to spirit existence as a well-known fact. Cicero wrote, is not almost all heaven filled with the human? Those very gods themselves had their original here below, and ascended from hence into heaven. That early Christianity recognized spirits is too well authenticated in the writings of Saint Anthony, Tertullian, Origen and their contemporaries to require emphasis. The Bible is replete with references to spirit existence. We also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses. Hebrews 12 verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God. 1 John 4 verse 1. The spirits of just men made perfect. Hebrews 12 verse 23. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. First that which is natural, and afterward that which is spiritual. 1 Corinthians 15 verses 44 and 46. Many other similar biblical citations might be given. Swedenborg contributed volumes on this subject. Dr. Samuel Johnson said, I do not believe in spirits, I have seen too many of them. John Wesley wrote in The Invisible World, "It is true that the English in general, indeed most of the men of learning in Europe, have given up all accounts of witches and apparitions as mere old wives' fables. I am sorry for it, and I willingly take this opportunity to offer my solemn protest against this violent compliment which so many that believe in the Bible pay to those who do not believe it. Such belief is in direct opposition, not only to the Bible, but to the suffrage of the wisest and best of men in all ages and nations. They well know that the giving up of witchcraft is in effect giving up the Bible. That psychic phenomena occurred at the house of Mr. Samuel Wesley, father of Reverend John Wesley, at Epworth, and continued with noises and disturbances of various kinds for many months, is well known. Shakespeare, Milton, Wordsworth, Tennyson, Longfellow, and many other poets wrote with profound understanding of the continued existence of man. We are all familiar with the convincing results of the psychical research work of modern scientists, philosophers, ministers, physicians, psychologists and other investigators, Prof. Crookes, Alfred Wallace, Sir Oliver Lodge, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Reverend R. J. Campbell, Archdeacon Colley, Reverend Newton, Reverend Savage, W. T. Stead, Camille Flammarion, Dr. Baraduc, Dr. Janet, Professor Richer, Cesare Lombroso, Dr. Hodgson, Dr. I. K. Funk, Professor James, Professor Hislop, Dr. Carrington and many others. Dr. Thomas J. Hudson, author of The Law of Psychic Phenomena, wrote, "The man who denies the phenomena of spiritualism today is not entitled to be called a skeptic, he is simply ignorant." The Reverend Dr. George M. Searle, rector of the Catholic Church of St. Paul the Apostle, New York City, said, "The reality of the existence of spirits in modern spiritism is no longer an open question, even among scientific men who have examined the subject. Anyone who considers the manifestation of them as mere humbug, trickery or delusion, is simply not up to date. In our times no one denies the real existence of spiritualistic facts, except a few who live with their feet on the earth and their brains in the moon," wrote G. G. Franco, S.J., in Civiltà Cattolica. Spiritistic phenomena are external facts which fall within the range of the senses and can easily be observed by all, and when such facts are attested by so many well-informed and credible witnesses, it is useless, as well as foolish and ridiculous, to fight against proved evidence. The facts remain assured, even for reasonable men. The spiritual world and the physical world are constantly intermingling. The spiritual plane is not a vague intangibility but is real and natural, a vast zone of refined substance, of activity and progress, and life. There is a continuation of life in the physical world. On the physical plane of expression the soul obtains knowledge through experience and contact with objective things, and intelligence finds itself by manifesting through physical organs. In the spiritual plane progression of the individual continues, the mind unfolding along lines of reason, through spontaneity of service, the attainment and appreciation of high ideals and an ever-broadening conception of life's purpose. The change called death, the word is a misnomer, universally regarded with gloomy fear, occurs so naturally and simply that the greater number, after passing out of the physical, are not aware that the transition has been made. And having no knowledge of a spiritual life, they are totally unconscious of having passed into another state of being. Deprived of their physical sense organs, they are shut out from the physical light, and lacking a mental perception of the high purpose of existence. These individuals are spiritually blind and find themselves in a twilight condition, the outer darkness, mentioned in the Bible, and linger in the realm known as the earth sphere. Death does not make a saint of a sinner, nor a sage of a fool. The mentality is the same as before, and individuals carry with them their old desires, habits, dogmas, faulty teachings, indifference or disbelief in a future life. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23 verse 7. Assuming spirit forms which are the result of their thought life on earth, millions remain for a time in the earth sphere, and often in the environment of their earth lives, still held by their habits or interests. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Matt 6:21. Those who have progressed to the higher spirit world ever endeavor to enlighten these earthbound spirits, but the latter, due to preconceptions concerning the hereafter, labor under the delusion that the departed are dead, or are ghosts, and often refuse to recognize their friends or to realize their own condition. Many are in a state of heavy sleep, others are lost or confused. Troubled minds may be haunted by fear of the strange darkness, those conscience-stricken suffer in anguish or remorse for their earth conduct. Some, impelled by selfish or evil inclinations, seek an outlet for their tendencies, remaining in this condition until these destructive desires are outgrown, when the soul cries out for understanding and light. And progressed spirits are able to reach them and aid them. Lacking physical bodies through which to carry out earthly propensities, many discarnated intelligences are attracted to the magnetic light which emanates from mortals, and, consciously or unconsciously, attach themselves to these magnetic auras, finding an avenue of expression through influencing, obsessing or possessing human beings. Such obtruding spirits influence susceptible sensitives with their thoughts, impart their own emotions to them, weaken their willpower and often control their actions, producing great distress, mental confusion and suffering. These earthbound spirits are the supposed devils of all ages, devils of human origin, byproducts of human selfishness, false teachings and ignorance, thrust blindly into a spirit existence and held there in a bondage of ignorance. The influence of these discarnated entities is the cause of many of the inexplicable and obscure events of earth life and of a large part of the world's misery. Purity of life and motive, or high intellectuality, do not necessarily offer protection from obsession. Recognition and knowledge of these problems are the only safeguards. The physical conditions permitting this impingement are varied. Such encroachment is often due to a natural and predisposed susceptibility, a depleted nervous system, or sudden shock. Physical derangements are conducive to obsession, for when the vital forces are lowered, less resistance is offered and intruding spirits are allowed easy access, although often neither mortal nor spirit is conscious of the presence of the other. This encroachment alters the characteristics of the sensitive, resulting in a seemingly changed personality, sometimes simulating multiple or dissociated personalities, and frequently causes apparent insanity. Varying in degree from a simple mental aberration to, and including, all types of dementia, hysteria, epilepsy, melancholia, shell shock, kleptomania, idiocy, religious and suicidal mania, as well as amnesia, psychic invalidism, dipsomania, immorality, functional bestiality, atrocities, and other forms of criminality. Humanity is surrounded by the thought influence of millions of discarnate beings, who have not yet arrived at a full realization of life's higher purposes. A recognition of this fact accounts for a great portion of unbidden thoughts, emotions, strange forebodings, gloomy moods, irritabilities, unreasonable impulses, irrational outbursts of temper, uncontrollable infatuations and countless other mental vagaries. The records of spirit obsession and possession extend from remotest antiquity to modern times. Dr. Tyler, the noted English anthropologist, in his Primitive Culture, says, "It is not too much to assert that the doctrine of demoniacal possession is kept up, substantially the same theory to account for substantially the same facts, by half the human race, who thus stand as consistent representatives of their forefathers back in the primitive antiquity." In Muller's Religionen we find, the general belief of the barbaric world today is that such attacks as epilepsy, hysteria, delirium, idiocy and madness are caused by some demon gaining control of the body. Homer referred repeatedly to demons and said, "A sick man pining away is one upon whom an evil spirit has gazed." Plato held that demons obsessed mortals. Socrates speaks directly of demons influencing the possessed, insane. Plutarch wrote, "Certain tyrannical demons require for their enjoyment some soul still incarnate, being unable to satisfy their passions in any other way, incite to sedition, lust, wars of conquest, and thus get what they lust for." Josephus says, "Demons are the spirits of wicked men." Obsessing or possessing spirits are frequently mentioned both in the Old and New Testaments. In 1 Samuel 16 verse 23, we read, "David took an harp, and played with his hand, so Saul was refreshed, and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him." So common was the belief in spirits and spirit obsession in the time of the apostles that the ability to cast out evil spirits was considered one of the most important signs of genuine discipleship. And it must be admitted that a considerable portion of the work accredited to Jesus was the casting out of demons. A few quotations from the New Testament will suffice. Jesus gave his 12 disciples power against unclean spirits, to cast them out. Matt 10:1. Jesus preached and cast out devils. Mark 1 verse 39. A certain mad which had devils long time. Jesus had commanded the unclean spirit to come out of the man. He that was possessed of the devils was healed. Luke 8 verses 27 and 29, 36. Vexed with unclean spirits. Luke 6 verse 18. The evil spirits went out of them. Acts 19 verse 12. Master, I have brought unto thee my son, which hath a dumb spirit. And he asked his father, How long is it ago since this came unto him? And he said, Of a child. Jesus rebuked the foul spirit, saying unto him, Thou deaf and dumb spirit, I charge thee, come out of him, and enter no more into him. And the spirit cried, and rent him sore, and came out of him, and he was as one dead. Insomuch that many said, He is dead. But Jesus took him by the hand, and lifted him up, and he arose. Mark 9 verses 17 and 21, 25-27. Similar occurrences are not at all uncommon in psychopathological research. Among the writers of early Christianity we find that Saint Anthony says, We walk in the midst of demons, who give us evil thoughts, and also in the midst of good angels. When these latter are especially present, there is no disturbance, no contention, no clamor, but something so calm and gentle it fills the soul with gladness. The Lord is my witness that after many tears and fastings I have been surrounded by a band of angels, and joyfully joined in singing with them. Tertullian with authority challenged the Hethery to a trial of superiority in the matter of casting out demons. Minucius Felix, a Roman advocate and apologist, wrote in Octavius, There are some insincere and vagrant spirits, degraded from their heavenly vigor, who cease not, now that they are ruined themselves, to ruin others. Dar. Godfrey Ropert, of London, who several years ago was especially delegated by Pope Pius X to lecture to Catholic audiences in America on spiritualism, said in substance, It is no longer possible to put the subject of psychic phenomena aside. The scientific men all over the world have recognized spiritism as a definite and real power, and to shelve it is a dangerous policy. Consequently the Pope has asked me to tell Catholics the attitude to take toward the subject. The Church admits the reality of these spiritistic phenomena and their external intelligences, in fact, it has always admitted their reality. The problem at present is to discover the nature of the intelligence. We are now on the borderland of new discoveries which may revolutionize the world. It is not the time yet for an explanation of all the phenomena. We must suspend our judgment until the subject is better known. The study of spiritism is a new one and therefore dangerous. A partial knowledge of the subject may cause grave dangers, resulting in obsession or possession. There is no doubt about the fact of diabolical obsessions in the olden time. That the Church, Catholic, recognizes the possibilities is evidenced by the rules prepared for exorcising, is the quoted statement of Monsignor Lavelle, rector of St. Patrick's Cathedral, New York. Julian Hawthorne wrote, in one of the leading newspapers, Thousands of evil-minded and evil-acting men and women die every day. What becomes of their souls, or spirits? They want to get back here. The increasing boldness and frequency with which they take advantage of their opportunities is illustrated in many ways. Two acts of defense are open to us. We may stop the source of supply of these undesirable visitors and we may close the doors. Dar. Axel Gustafsson, who publicly acclaimed his views regarding the fact of spirit obsession, in quoting cases which had come to his attention, said, The spirits of the revengeful have power after death to enter into and possess the living under certain conditions. Professor Herbert L. Stetson, of Kalamazoo College, Michigan, stated, in a lecture at the University of Chicago, demon obsession is no myth, illness is often due to demoniacal possession. Belief in demons is widespread. I often see the spirits who cause insanity, is the statement of Drive E. N. Webster, of the mental section of the American Medical Association. At times I even hear their voices. Insane persons who are spoken of as hopelessly insane are frequently lost under the overwhelming control of a spirit or crowd of spirits. We frequently find by post-mortem examination that no physical disorder exists in the brain or nervous system of such persons. Professor William James wrote in Proceedings S.P.R. that the demon theory will have its innings again is to my mind absolutely certain. One has to be scientific, indeed, to be blind and ignorant enough to suspect no such possibility. Professor James H. Hislop, while editor of the Journal of the American Society for Psychical Research, wrote, "There is growing evidence of the fact of obsession which lies at the basis of much insanity and can be cured. The medical world will have to wake up and give attention to this problem or materia medica will lose control of the subject." In one of Prof. Hislop's latest books, Contact with the Other World, we find the following: the existence of evil spirits affecting the living is as clearly taught in the New Testament, and implied in the Old Testament, as any doctrine there expounded. The term obsession is employed by psychic researchers to denote the abnormal influence of spirits on the living. The cures effected have required much time and patience, the use of psychotherapeutics of an unusual kind, and the employment of psychics to get into contact with the obsessing agents and thus to release the hold which such agents have, or to educate them to voluntary abandonment of their persecutions. Every single case of dissociation and paranoia to which I have applied cross-reference has yielded to the method and proved the existence of foreign agencies complicated with the symptoms of mental or physical deterioration. It is high time to prosecute experiments on a large scale in a field that promises to have as much practical value as any application of the scalpel and the microscope. In Modern Psychical Phenomena, Dr. Hereward Carrington states, "It is evident that spiritual obsession is at least a possibility which modern science can no longer disregard, while there are many striking facts in its support. This being so, its study becomes imperative, not only from the academic viewpoint but also because of the fact that hundreds and perhaps thousands of individuals are at the present moment suffering in this manner. And their relief demands some immediate investigation and cure. Once grant the theoretical possibility of actual obsession, and a whole vast field of research and investigations is opened up before us which demands all the care, skill and patience which modern enlightenment and psychological understanding can furnish. Never before in the history of medical science has there been such widespread interest, by the public at large, as well as by medical men and public officials, in the subject of the cause, treatment and cure of nervous and mental diseases. Statistics show that insanity is increasing with alarming rapidity everywhere, yet medical experts differ widely as to the causes of mental deterioration. And science is not yet in possession of knowledge of the exact etiology of functional insanity. "The whole world will go mad before long," declared Dr. Winslow of England. The greater number of neurologists and alienists entertain the belief that the active and underlying cause of insanity has its origin within the deranged nervous system, but very little as yet is actually known of the true cause. Drive W. M. L. Coplin, director of the Bureau of Health and Charities, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, said, "Insanity, in most cases, is unaccompanied by any perceptible change in the brain structure. The brain of the patient, when examined under a microscope, shows absolutely nothing which differs in any way from the appearance of the brain of the perfectly sane person. It is therefore evident that the insanity might be due to toxemia, the effect of some subtle organism in the nature of bacilla. Something causes insanity, but what it is, we do not yet know." Dr. Britton D. Evans, superintendent of the Morris Plains, New Jersey, Insane Asylum, stated, "Brain tumor or brain fever may not affect the mind. A man may have trouble of the brain and still have a normal mind." Dr. Th. Ziehen, a noted German alienist, and an authority on hysteria, wrote, for many functional neuroses there is as yet no accurate limitation and definition. As pathological anatomy does not aid us, no uniform and exclusive cause for hysteria can be demonstrated. Dr. William Hanna Thompson, physician to the Roosevelt Hospital and professor of the practice of medicine and diseases of the nervous system, New York University Medical College, in referring to Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, asserted that, the contributors to this great encyclopedia are from the most eminent professors, experts, and superintendents of insane asylums in Great Britain, the United States, France, Germany, Hungary, Belgium, Denmark, Switzerland and Russia. In the articles by the writers on kleptomania, dipsomania, chronic mania, etc., there is not a word about the pathological anatomy, because none can be found. Just so it is in the article on melancholia, puerperal insanity, catatonia, circular insanity, homicidal insanity, or epileptic insanity. In none of these is there a word about pathological anatomy. For the sufficient reason that not one of these forms of insanity shows any pathological or diseased condition in the brain different from the sound brain of a healthy man killed in an accident. He also said, "It is high time that we now look in the direction of toxemia, or blood poisoning, for the explanation of the insanities which produce no changes whatever in the brain." Recent announcement was made that a large percentage of cures reported by the New Jersey State Hospital for the Insane at Trenton were effected by the removal of diseased teeth, tonsils, or affected organs. In a resume of the Trenton method, Dr. R. S. Copeland wrote, "The hypothesis upon which this treatment is founded is that insanity is a toxemia or poisoning due to germ infection in some part of the body. If this is true, it follows that removal of the infected tissue, when the case has not gone too far, will be followed by disappearance of the mental disturbance. When statistics compiled by the United States government, as well as by others, show that the increase in the number of the insane is proportionately greater than the increase of the general population, it seems incongruous to credit decayed teeth and diseased tonsils as being primary causes of mental unbalance at this time when dental and surgical attention is so general, whereas, the facts are that when dentistry was little known and practiced, and people went about with all conditions of decayed teeth, insanity was less prevalent than now." Without attempting to discredit the Trenton reports, it may be stated that our experience has shown that in many cases of mental derangement, although the patient badly decayed teeth, mental balance was fully restored by dislodging the obsessing spirit before any attention was given to the teeth. 1. Since it has been found that obsessing spirits are sensitive to pain, I am constrained to suggest that such cures as announced by the Trenton Hospital may, at least in part, be due to the fact that intruding spirits were dislodged by dental or surgical interference. To the investigator in abnormal psychology on the spiritistic hypothesis, much of the symptomatology of the war neurosis or shell shock, except in cases of malingering, as recorded by Dr. F. E. Williams, Acting Medical Director, National Committee for Mental Hygiene, New York City, suggests obsession or possession by spirits of dead soldiers, unconscious of their transition, as the exciting cause. This is indicated by delirium, hallucinations, anxiety states, functional heart disorders, paralysis, tremors, gait disturbances, convulsive movements, pain, anesthesia, hyperesthesia, blindness, disorders of speech, etc. The spirit hypothesis regarding war neurosis is further evidenced by the rapid recovery of patients under severe electrical treatment, driving out obsessing entities. As instituted by Dr. Vincent who, Dr. Williams stated, would cure in a few hours patients that had been in the care of other psychiatrists for months, and would have them walking about and climbing ladders. The above theory is also favored by Dr. Williams' further statements that, this neurosis is rare among prisoners who have been exposed to mechanical shock, as well as among wounded exposed to mechanical shock. Severe injury to the central nervous system and brain is not accompanied by symptoms found in shell shock. Success attends the therapeutic measures employed for the psychological rather than the mechanical side. Diagnosis should be made and treatment begun at once before the shell shock, obsession, becomes a fixed psychoneurosis. Newspapers recently reported the case of a young man, Frank James, a boy thug of New York City, who, after a fall from a motorcycle when 10 years old, changed from a cheerful, affectionate and obedient child into a surly, insolent boy, developing into a confirmed robber and criminal. After several terms in the reformatory and 5 years in Sing Sing prison, he was declared hopelessly insane, and sent to the state insane asylum. Frank James, however, escaped, and when pursuers attempted his capture, was hit on the head with a club, and falling unconscious, was taken to a hospital. The next morning the boy awoke, extraordinarily changed. He was gentle and deferential, showing no further indications of an unbalanced mind, and from that time exhibited not the slightest impulse to commit crime of any kind. The article concludes, just what happened to the mechanism of the boy's brain is not entirely understood by medical men. How explain such a case on the toxemia theory? Could a blow on the head eradicate the supposed toxemia and restore mental balance? The simple explanation from our viewpoint would be that, following the shock of the boy's fall, an obsessing spirit criminal had taken control of the boy, and that the blow from the club on the man's head, with its accompanying pain, caused the obsessing entity to become dislodged. The success credited to hydrotherapy as practiced in institutions for the insane, especially when a strong stream of water, or a continuous bath, is used, can also be accounted for by the dislodgement of obsessing entities. Who object to the discomforts incident to such treatment? Dr. Prince, in the Journal of Abnormal Psychology, wrote, "If we are to establish sound principles underlying the mechanism of the mind, we must correlate the findings of all methods of research, experimental as well as clinical, and give due consideration to the results obtained by all competent investigators. After careful elimination of all superstitious notions and absurdities adherent to the subject of normal and abnormal psychology, excluding also febrile and idiopathic psychoses or idiosyncrasies, as well as all neuropathogenic psychoses, there still remains a residuum of abnormality in a majority of cases of mental aberrations. That alienists of renown and the foremost authorities widely disagree as to the cause of insanity is sufficient reason for thinking men to investigate any theory which promises to lead to results, regardless of personal or popular prejudice. The situation which confronts us is a serious one, and nothing but the broadest toleration and liberality can cope with it. Since insanity is chiefly a manifestation of mental or psychological disturbance, a psychic neurosis, the symptomatology therefore should offer a guidance in ascertaining the etiology, and assist as well in arriving at a solution of the mental pathology. This proposition, however, necessitates not only research and study of normal and abnormal psychology but, in order to have a complete premise, also implies the recognition of the duality of man-matter and spirit, physical and spiritual. Insanity is not a stigma. The public attitude toward this affliction should be one, not of aversion but of understanding, and a realization of the close interrelationship of the visible and invisible worlds. Spirit obsession is a fact, a perversion of a natural law, and is amply demonstrable. This has been proven hundreds of times by causing the supposed insanity or aberration to be temporarily transferred from the victim to a psychic sensitive who is trained for the purpose, and by this method ascertain the cause of the psychosis to be an ignorant or mischievous spirit, whose identity may frequently be verified. By this method, and without detriment to the psychic, it has also proven possible to relieve the victim, as well as release the entity from its condition of spiritual darkness through an explanation of the laws governing the spirit world, which the experiences to follow will demonstrate. Intercommunication between the visible and invisible worlds is a natural privilege and is established through a person of a certain psychic constitution, capable of acting as an intermediary, through whom discarnate intelligences can readily come in rapport with the physical plane. Of the various phases of contact, the most valuable for research purposes is that of unconscious trance, whereby direct communication may be established with the invisible world and the mental condition of discarnate intelligences, either advanced or ignorant, may be ascertained. Ignorant psychic experimentation may prove injurious when dabbled in by those who neglect the necessary precautions and lack understanding of the laws which govern the subject. just as ignorance and disregard of the laws governing everyday life may prove dangerous. The misuse of a thing is no argument against its use. Psychical research belongs especially to the domain of science. Common sense and discrimination are essentials in all such experimental work, as well as a thorough mastery of the laws involved. Under these conditions, scientific research becomes an invaluable factor in the investigation of spiritual science. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 2. Psychical Research. Psychical research contains elements of the greatest importance to humanity, and has already become a vital factor in the social life of the world at large. It is undoubtedly true, however, that the various branches of research are endeavoring to classify their findings on purely psychophysiological bases. The psychoanalyst advances the theory that many of the psychoses have their seat or origin in some psychic lesion, or trauma, either concealed or forgotten. The analytical psychologist, by mental measurements and intelligence tests, is making the segregation and classification of mental defectives possible. So also the neurologist and psychiatrist are diligently seeking to isolate the etiological factors in the various neuroses, mental aberrations and insanities, and to ascertain the best methods of prevention and treatment. While these branches of research are loath to accept the hypothesis of discarnate intelligences as contributing, exciting factors in many of the psychoses and aberrations, they are nevertheless rendering important service in uncovering and bringing to light the unstable qualities in the neurotic, the susceptible and those predisposed to mental unbalance. Psychical research presents two general phases for investigation, the normal and the abnormal. The normal phase, from the standpoint of the physician, as well as the minister, deals, among other issues, with the question, what becomes of the dead? This problem is of vital interest to the patient who lingers on the borderland of transition, doubtful of the future, or perhaps trembling in fear of his probable condition after the tomorrow of death. Should it not be the noblest part of the physician's calling, in such situations, to be in a position to assure his patient from actual knowledge, that there is no death, but a birth into new fields of activity and opportunities in the higher mental spheres? In the abnormal phase of psychical research there is demand for broadest possible knowledge on the part of the physician pertaining to the mysterious functioning of minds, discarnated as well as incarnated. Research in abnormal, as well as normal psychology, indubitably indicates, not only the existence of spirits, but also unquestionably demonstrates that such entities play an important role in the various psychoneuroses and insanities. The physician, undoubtedly, comes in more intimate touch with the consequences of promiscuous dabbling in psychical research, so frequently resulting in mental aberrations, than any other person. For he is usually the first one to be called into consultation, and upon his decision depends largely the disposal of such an unfortunate victim. For this reason, if no other, it should surely be not only the privilege, but also the urgent duty of the physician to become thoroughly acquainted with the various phases of psychical research, particularly its dangers in the hands of thoughtless investigators, especially the predisposed psychoneurotic. The alarming results often occurring in connection with psychical research prompted me to follow up a line of investigation to ascertain the underlying causes thereof, for these also concern the physician. The serious problem of alienation and mental derangement attending ignorant psychic experiments was first brought to my attention by the cases of several persons whose seemingly harmless experiences with automatic writing and the Ouija board resulted in such wild insanity that commitment to asylums was necessitated. The first of these cases was that of Mrs. B.L., whose attempts at automatic writing led to mental derangement and altered personality. Normally she was amiable, pious, quiet and refined, but became boisterous and noisy, romped about and danced, used vile language, and, claiming she was an actress, insisted upon dressing for the stage, saying that she had to be at the theater at a certain time or lose her position. Finally she became so irresponsible that she was placed in an asylum. Another case was Mrs. B.N., who, through the practice of automatic writing, changed from an artist and a lady of refinement to an altogether different and violent personality. Screaming at the top of her voice, she continually rubbed her temples and exclaimed, "God save me! God save me!" Rushing into the street, she knelt in the mud, praying, and refused food, declaring that if she should eat before 6 p.m., she would go to hell. Mrs. Senior, who bad followed the same practices, also became mentally deranged and violent, necessitating police interference. Rising in the night, she posed in the window of her millinery shop as Napoleon, whom she presumed herself to be, and after committing many other irresponsible acts, requiring restraint, was sent to the detention hospital. In like manner, Mrs. W.R. became obsessed with hallucinations that God was constantly talking to her and condemning her for wrong acts of which he accused her. After attempting suicide at the request of this so-called God, she was taken to the asylum. Many other disastrous results which followed the use of the supposedly innocent Ouija board came to my notice, and my observations led me into research in psychic phenomena for a possible explanation of these strange occurrences. My wife proved to be an excellent psychic intermediary and was easily controlled by discarnate intelligences. In answer to her doubts concerning the right of disturbing the dead, these intelligences asserted that a grievously wrong conception existed among mortals regarding the conditions prevailing after death. They stated that there is in reality no death, but a natural transition from the visible to the invisible world. And that advanced spirits are ever striving to communicate with mortals to enlighten them concerning the higher possibilities which await the progressive spirit. But death, the freeing of the spirit from the body, is so simple and natural that a great majority do not, for a longer or shorter period, realize the change, and owing to a lack of education concerning the spiritual side of their natures, they continue to remain in their earthly haunts. They maintained that many such spirits were attracted to the magnetic aura of mortals, although the spirit, as well as the mortal, might be unconscious of the intrusion, and thus, by obsessing or possessing their victims, they ignorantly or maliciously became the cause of untold mischief, often producing invalidism, immorality, crime and seeming insanity. The risk of interference from this source constituted, they said, the gravest danger to the unwary novice in psychic research, but to be in ignorance of these facts was an even greater risk, especially in the case of the susceptible neurotic. These intelligences also stated that by a system of transfer, that is, by attracting such obsessing entities from the victim to a psychic intermediary, the correctness of the hypothesis could be demonstrated and conditions could be shown as they actually exist. After this transference of psychoses, the victims would be relieved, and the obsessing spirits could then be reached by the advanced spirits, who would care for them and instruct them regarding the higher laws of life. They claimed they had found my wife to be a suitable instrument for such experimentation and proposed that, if I would cooperate with them by caring for and instructing these ignorant spirits, as they allowed them to take temporary but complete possession of my wife's body, without any injury to her, they would prove their assertions were correct. Desirous of learning the truth or falsity of such important claims, which, if true, would have a great bearing on the cause of much that is otherwise baffling in criminology, as well as in psychopathology, we accepted what seemed a hazardous undertaking. In order to carry out their purpose, the guiding intelligences allowed many manifestations to take place, often very unexpectedly, and some of these occurred while I was pursuing my early medical studies. One day I left home without any intention of immediately beginning my first dissecting work, therefore my wife's subconscious mind could not possibly have taken any part in what transpired later. The students were required to dissect the lateral half of a body. The first subject was a man about 60 years of age, and that afternoon I began dissecting on a lower limb. I returned home at about 5 o'clock and had scarcely entered the door when my wife was apparently taken with a sudden illness, and complaining of feeling strange, staggered as though about to fall. As I placed my hand on her shoulder, she drew herself up and became entranced by a foreign intelligence who said, with threatening gesture, "What do you mean by cutting me?" I answered that I was not aware of cutting anyone, but the spirit angrily replied, "Of course you are. You are cutting on my leg." Realizing that the spirit owner of the body on which I had been operating had followed me home, I began to parley with him, first placing my wife in a chair. To this the spirit vigorously objected, saying that I had no business to touch him. To my answer that I had a right to touch my own wife, the entity retorted. Your wife? What are you talking about? I am no woman, I'm a man. I explained that he had passed out of his physical body and was controlling the body of my wife, and that his spirit was here and his body at the college. When he finally seemed to realize this, I said, suppose I were now cutting on your body at the college, that could not kill you, since you yourself are here. The spirit admitted that this seemed reasonable, and said, I guess I must be what they call dead, so I won't have any more use for my old body. If you can learn anything by cutting on it, go ahead and cut away. Then he added suddenly, say, mister, give me a chew of tobacco. I told him that I had none, and then he begged for a pipe, saying, I'm dying for a smoke. This request was, of course, also refused. The fact that Mrs. Wickland has always abhorred the sight of anyone chewing tobacco precludes the possibility of her subconscious mind playing any role in this episode. After a more detailed explanation of the fact that he was actually so-called dead, the spirit realized his true condition and left. Subsequent examination of the teeth of the cadaver indicated that the man had been an inveterate tobacco user in life. Upon another occasion, when I had been appointed assistant demonstrator for a class of students in dissecting, the body of a colored man had been selected as a subject, but the body had not yet been disturbed when, one evening, Mrs. Wickland became entranced, and a strange spirit, speaking through her, exclaimed, You ain't goin' to cut on dis colored man, boss. I told him that the world called him dead, that he was not in his old body, but was now controlling a woman's body. He would not believe this, and when I showed him my wife's hands, saying they were not colored but white, he replied, ISE got whitewash on dem, whitewashin' is my business. This spirit proved to be very obstinate, offering a variety of excuses and explanations rather than accept the truth, but he was finally convinced and departed. Another incident will still further demonstrate to what a seemingly unbelievable degree spirits may cling to their earthly bodies through ignorance of their transition, or so-called death. In the dissecting room was the body of a woman, about 40 years of age, who had died at the Cook County Hospital, Chicago, the previous June. In January, 7 months after her death, a number of students, myself included, were assigned this subject for dissection. I could not be present the first evening, but the others began their work. Nothing was ever said to me of what occurred during those few hours, but for some reason, unknown to me, the other students never touched that subject again. The next day there was no school in the afternoon, so I began to dissect alone, working on the arm and neck. The dissecting room was in the rear of a long basement and very quiet, but once I distinctly heard a voice say, Don't murder me. The voice sounded faintly, as from a distance, but since I am not in the least superstitious and not at all inclined to credit small incidents to the actions of spirits, I concluded that it probably came from children in the street. Although I had not heard any playing nearby. The following afternoon I was again working alone when I was rather startled by a rustling sound coming from a crumpled newspaper lying on the floor, a sound something like that produced when a newspaper is crushed. But I paid no particular attention to it and did not mention these occurrences to my wife. The episodes had quite passed out of my mind until a few days later. We were holding a psychic circle in our home and our invisible co-workers had already departed when I noticed that my wife still remained in a semi-comatose condition. I stepped up to her to ascertain the reason when the controlling spirit rose suddenly, struck at me angrily and said, I have some bones to pick with you. After a period of struggle with the stranger, I asked what the trouble was. Why do you want to kill me? The entity demanded. I am not killing anyone, I answered. Yes, you are cutting on my arm and neck. I shouted at you not to murder me, and I struck that paper on the floor to frighten you, but you wouldn't pay any attention. Then, laughing boisterously, the spirit added with great hilarity. But I seared the other fellows. It was necessary to explain at great length the actual situation of the spirit, who said her name was Minnie Morgan, but finally she understood and left, promising to seek a higher life. The ease with which spirits assume control of the psychic intermediary, Mrs. Wickland, is so perfect that the majority of them at first fail to comprehend the fact that they are so-called dead and are temporarily occupying the body of another. Those intelligences whose reasoning faculties too are alert can generally be made to realize that their situation is unusual when attention is called to the dissimilarity between their own former bodily features, hands and feet, as well as clothes, and those of the psychic. This is especially so when the spirit is a man, for the difference will then be more readily noticed. Following the statement that the body which is being controlled belongs to my wife, spirits usually retort, "I am not your wife." And a great deal of explanation is required before they can be brought to a recognition of the fact that they are in temporary possession of another's body. On the other hand, there are spirits, fixed and rooted in obstinate skepticism, who stubbornly refuse to understand that they have made the transition out of the physical. These will not listen to reason and fail to be convinced of their changed condition, even when a mirror is held before them, declaring that they have been hypnotized, and prove so obdurate that they must be forced to leave, and are taken in charge by the invisible co-workers. The transference of the mental aberration or psychosis from a patient to the psychic intermediary, Mrs. Wickland, is facilitated by the use of static electricity, which is applied to the patient, frequently in the presence of the psychic. Although this electricity is harmless to the patient, it is exceedingly effective, for the obsessing spirit cannot long resist such electrical treatment and is dislodged. Induced by our invisible helpers, the spirit may then entrance the psychic, when it becomes possible to come into direct contact with the entity. And an endeavor is made to bring him to a realization of his true condition and of his higher possibilities. He is then removed and cared for by the advanced spirits, and Mrs. Wickland again returns to her normal self. In many cases, remarkable evidence that discarnated entities were the offending cause of aberration has been obtained by a system of experimental concentration in a psychic circle. Obsessing spirits have been dislodged from victims frequently residing at a distance, conveyed to the circle by the cooperating intelligences and allowed to control the psychic. Such spirits often complain of having been driven away, yet are ignorant of being spirits, or of having controlled or influenced anyone. But the similarity between the actions of the controlling spirit and the symptoms of the patient, as well as the relief obtained by the latter through this removal, indubitably prove the spirit to have been the cause of the disturbance. In many cases the identity of the spirit has been unquestionably authenticated. After this transfer and permanent dislodgement of the obsessing spirit, the patient gradually recovers, although there may be a number of spirits requiring removal from the same patient. It may be asked why advanced intelligences do not take charge of earthbound spirits and convert them without having them first control a psychic intermediary. Many of these ignorant spirits cannot be reached by the intelligent spirits until they come in contact with physical conditions, when they are compelled to realize their own situation and are then started on the road to progression. While the control of the psychic by an ignorant spirit in a circle generally brings the spirit to an understanding and is of interest to the investigator. At the same time, groups of other spirits in darkness are brought to profit by the lesson conveyed through the actions of the controlling spirit. Many controlling spirits act as if demented and are difficult to reason with, this condition being due to false doctrines, fixed ideas and various notions imbibed in physical life. They are often unruly and boisterous, when it is necessary to control them by holding the hands of the psychic to keep them in restraint. Upon realizing their true condition, many spirits experience a sensation of dying, which signifies that they are losing control of the psychic. Other spirits, again, are in a sleepy stupor, wishing to be left alone, and severe language is at times required to arouse them, as will be observed in the records following. In these records reference is often made to a dungeon, in which refractory spirits may be placed, and controlling spirits sometimes complain of having been kept in a dungeon. Due to a certain psychic law, intelligent spirits have the faculty of placing about an ignorant spirit a condition simulating a prison, an impenetrable, cell-like room from which there is no escape. Herein stubborn spirits must stay, seeing nothing but the reflection of their own personalities. Their past actions appearing before the mind's eye until they become repentant and show a willingness to adapt themselves to the new condition and to conform to the spiritual laws of progression. The nature of Mrs. Wickland's psychism is that of unconscious trance. Her eyes are closed and her own mentality is held in abeyance in a sleep state for the time being. She herself has no recollection of anything that transpires during this period. Mrs. Wickland is not subject to any negativism between these experiences. She is at all times her rational self, clear-minded and positive, and after 35 years of psychic work has not suffered impairment or detriment of any kind. She is constantly protected from the invisible side by the supervision of a group of strong intelligences known as the Mercy Band, which is guiding this work. Endeavoring to bring humanity to a realization of the simplicity of the transition called death, and the importance of a rational understanding of what becomes of the spirits. The purpose of our work has been to obtain reliable and incontestable evidence at first hand regarding after-death conditions. And detailed reports of hundreds of experiences have been stenographically made in order to record the exact situation of the communicating intelligences. Chapter 3. Subconscious Mind and Autosuggestion Hypotheses Untenable. During 30 years of indefatigable research among the dead, such startling conditions have been revealed that it seems incredible intelligent reasoners along other lines of thought could have so long ignored the simple facts, which can so readily be verified. There is utter impossibility of fraud in these experiences. Foreign languages, totally unknown to Mrs. Wickland, are spoken, expressions never heard by her are used, while the identity of the controlling spirits has again and again been verified and corroborations innumerable have been made. On one occasion I conversed with 21 different spirits, who spoke through my wife, the majority giving me satisfactory evidence of being certain friends and relatives known to me while they were incarnated. In all, they spoke 6 different languages, while my wife speaks only Swedish and English. From one patient, Mrs. A., who was brought to us from Chicago, 13 different spirits were dislodged and allowed to control Mrs. Wickland. 3 and of these, 7 were recognized by the patient's mother, Mrs. H. W., as relatives or friends well known to her during their earth lives. One was a minister, formerly pastor of the Methodist Church of which Mrs. H. W. was a member, who had been killed in a railroad accident 9 years previous, but was still unconscious of the fact. Another was her sister-in-law. There were also 3 elderly women, family friends for years, a neighbor boy and the mother-in-law of the patient, all entirely unknown to Mrs. Wickland. Mrs. H. W. conversed at length with each one, as they spoke through Mrs. Wickland, verifying innumerable statements made by the spirits and assisted in bringing them to a realization of their changed condition, and of the fact that they had been obsessing her daughter. This patient is today entirely well and actively occupied with social, musical, and family affairs. Another case will show clearly the transfer of psychosis from patient to intermediary, and the impossibility of either subconscious mind or multiple personalities playing any role as far as the psychic is concerned. One summer evening we were called to the home of Mrs. M., a lady of culture and refinement. She was a musician of high rank, and when the social demands made upon her proved too great she suffered a nervous breakdown. She had become intractable and for 6 weeks had been in such a raving condition that her physicians had been unable to relieve her, and day and night nurses were in constant attendance. We found the patient sitting up in her bed, crying 1 minute like a forlorn child, and again screaming in fear, "Matilla! Matilla!" Then suddenly fighting and struggling, she would talk a wild gibberish of English and Spanish, the latter a language of which she had no knowledge. Mrs. Wickland immediately gave her psychic diagnosis, saying the case was unquestionably one of obsession, and this was unexpectedly confirmed when Mrs. Wickland, who was standing at the foot of the bed, with wraps on ready to leave, was found to be suddenly entranced. We placed her on a davenport in the music room, where for 2 hours I talked in turn with several spirits who had just been attracted from the patient. There were 3 spirits, a girl named Mary, her suitor, an American, and his Mexican rival, Matilla. Both of the men had vehemently loved the girl and as fiercely hated each other. In a jealous rage one had killed the girl, and then in a desperate fight the two rivals had killed each other. All were unaware of being dead, although Mary said, weeping wretchedly, "I thought they were going to kill each other, but here they are, still fighting." This tragedy of love, hatred and jealousy had not ended with physical death. The group had unconsciously been drawn into the psychic atmosphere of the patient, and the violent fighting had continued within her aura. Since her nervous resistance was exceedingly low at this time, one after the other had usurped her physical body, with a resulting disturbance that was unexplainable by her attendants. With great difficulty the three spirits were convinced that they had lost their physical bodies, but at last they recognized the truth and were taken away by our invisible co-workers. Meanwhile the patient had arisen, and speaking rationally to the astonished nurse, walked quietly about her room. Presently she said, "I am going to sleep well tonight," and returning to bed, fell asleep without the usual sedatives, and rested quietly throughout the night. The following day, attended by a nurse, she was brought to our home. We dismissed the nurse, discarded her medicines, and after an electrical treatment, the patient had her dinner in the general dining room with the other patients, and that evening attended a function given in our social hall. Another spirit was removed from her the next day. This was a little girl who had been killed in the San Francisco earthquake, and who cried constantly, saying she was lost in the dark. It is needless to add that she was comforted and promptly cared for by spirit friends, who had been unable to reach her while she was enmeshed in the aura of a psychic sensitive. After some months of treatment, rest and recuperation, the patient returned to her home and resumed her normal life again. One of our early experiences in Chicago occurred on the 15th of November, 1906. During one of our psychic circles, Mrs. Wickland, entranced by a strange entity, fell prostrate to the floor, and remained in a comatose condition for some time. The spirit was at last brought to the front, and acted as though in great pain, repeatedly saying, "Why didn't I take more carbolic acid? I want to die, I'm so tired of living." In a weak voice the spirit complained of the dense darkness all about, and was unable to see an electric light shining directly into her face. She whispered faintly, "My poor son." And when pressed for information said that her name was Mary Rose, and that she lived at 202 South Green Street, a street entirely unknown to us at that time. At first she could not remember any date, but when asked, "Is it November 15th, 1906? She replied, "No, that is next week." Life had been a bitter disappointment to her. She had suffered constantly from chronic abdominal ailments, and finally, resolving to end her miserable existence, she had taken poison. She could not at first realize that she had succeeded in destroying her physical body, for, like most suicides, she was in total ignorance of the indestructibility of life and the reality of the hereafter. When the real purpose of life, experience and suffering had been made clearer to her, she was overcome with repentance and offered a sincere prayer for forgiveness. Then her spiritual sight opened slightly and she saw dimly the spirit figure of her grandmother, who had come to take her to the spirit world. Subsequent inquiry at the address given by the spirit proved her statements to be true. A woman by the name given had lived at this house. She still had a son living there, and we were told that Mrs. Rose had been taken to the Cook County Hospital and had died there the week before. Upon investigation at the hospital we found further verification of the facts and were given a copy of the record of the case. Cook County Hospital, Chicago, Ills. Mary Rose. Admitted November 7, 1906. Died November 8, 1906. Carbolic acid poisoning. Number 341106. Another case will show that identification of a spirit is often possible. Mrs. F.L. A patient who had been declared incurably insane by several physicians, was a refined lady of gentle disposition, who had become very wild and unmanageable, swearing constantly, and fighting with such violence that several persons were required to restrain her. She was also subject to coma states, again to fainting spells, would refuse food, announced that she had been married above by celestial powers, and used extraordinarily vile language. These various phases alternated constantly, but no full proof of obsession was evidenced until one day when Mrs. FL lost all power of speech, and, mumbling idiotically, simulated perfectly a deaf and dumb person. At this time a gentleman from an adjoining state came to the house to visit a patient and, shortly after his arrival, the nurse who attended Mrs. FL reported that the patient had again changed and was talking like a little child. So striking was this alteration that the gentleman was asked to step into the room to observe the patient. He was a total stranger to her, but as he entered the room she pointed to him and said, in a high childish voice, "I know that man. He used to put bows on my shoulders. Arid he pulled my tuffies. He took me to a gypsy camp too. He lived right across the street from me, and he used to call me Rosebud. I'm 4 years old." The astonished gentleman corroborated every statement, saying that he had known such a child in his hometown in Iowa, but that she had died the year before. He explained that he was very fond of children and had on several occasions taken the child to a gypsy camp, and that whenever he bought taffy on a stick for the little girl, he would tug at the stick while she was eating the candy and playfully threaten to pull her teeth. It was evident that affection had attracted the spirit child to her friend, and that she found in Mrs. FL a vehicle through which she could make her presence known to the gentleman. The patient was relieved of this spirit and gradually of other obsessing influences, and several months later was pronounced entirely competent to sign legal papers, being declared normal and sane by a judge and jury. Another case in point was that of Mrs. Zero, who was a cook in a restaurant. She had observed a waitress acting queerly, laboring under delusions and hallucinations, and brought her to my office. After an electrical treatment the patient declared she felt greatly relieved and returned to her home. But that night Mrs. Zero herself became disturbed by an unaccountable condition which prevented her from sleeping, and her restlessness continued until 10 o'clock the following morning, when, in the midst of her preparations for dinner, she suddenly became wild, tore her hair, and threatened to harm herself. I was sent for and arriving, found Mrs. Zero raving in a demented condition, complaining of being chased here and there and being unable to find a resting place. Suspecting the presence of an invisible entity, I placed Mrs. Zero in a chair, pinioned her arms to prevent a struggle, and after several remarks the entity declared it was a man, but denied being dead, or obsessing a woman. The spirit said his name was Jack, that he was an uncle of the troubled waitress, and that he had been a vagabond in life. After reasoning with the intelligence he began to realize his situation, and, promising to cause no further annoyance, left. Mrs. Zero then immediately became her normal self and returned to her work without any further disturbance. It was later ascertained from the waitress that she had bad an uncle named Jack, who had been a vagabond, and that he was dead. In this experience Mrs. Zero had acted as the psychic intermediary to whom the spirit obsessing the waitress had been transferred. A number of years ago Dr. Lydston wrote in the Chicago papers of a patient who, although having no knowledge of French or music sang well the Marseillaise in French when placed under the influence of an anesthetic. Dr. Lydston, denying the continued existence of the ego, explained this phenomenon as one of subliminal consciousness, or unconscious memory, comparing it with the case of the uneducated domestic, who, in delirium, recited classic Latin as perfectly as her former employer, a professor of Latin, had done during his life. I replied, in a newspaper article, that such phenomena were frequently met with in psychic research, and stated that, despite the classification of materialistic scientists, these cases clearly prove the posthumous existence of spirits and their ability to communicate through mortals. I added that if the truth were known about these two cases, we would find that the man who sang French was a psychic sensitive and had at the time been controlled by some outside intelligence, while in all probability the domestic who recited Latin was obsessed by the spirit of the former professor. Shortly after this the gentleman alluded to by Dr. Lydston called on me, having read my article, and said, "I don't know anything about French, but I do know that I am bothered to death by spirits." In the study of cases of multiple personalities, dissociated personalities, or disintegrated states of consciousness, Modern psychologists disclaim the possibility of foreign intelligences on the ground that these personalities give neither evidence of supernormal knowledge, nor of being of spiritistic origin. Our experience, to the contrary, has proven that the majority of these intelligences are oblivious of their transition, and hence it does not enter their minds that they are spirits, and they are loath to recognize the fact. In the case of Miss Beauchamp, as recorded by Dr. Morton Prince, in The Dissociation of a Personality, reporting 4 alternating personalities, no claim was made that any outside intelligences were responsible for the various personalities. And yet, Sally, Personality 3, insisted that she herself was not the same as Miss Beauchamp, Christine, that her own consciousness was distinct from that of Miss Beauchamp, and told of Miss Beauchamp's learning to walk and talk. When she was a very little girl just learning to walk. I remember her thoughts distinctly as separate from mine. Similarly, in the case of Bernice Reddick of Ohio, the young schoolgirl who constantly changed from her normal self to the personality of Polly, an unruly child, every indication is given of the influence of a discarnate spirit. Probably ignorant of being dead, controlling Miss Reddick. That such personalities are independent entities could easily be proven, under proper conditions, by transference of the same to a psychic intermediary, as similar experiments have so abundantly demonstrated. Any attempt to explain our experiences on the theory of the subconscious mind and autosuggestion, or multiple personalities, would be untenable, since it is manifestly impossible that Mrs. Wickland should have 1,000 personalities, and since it is so readily possible to cause transference of psychosis from a supposedly insane person to Mrs. Wickland, relieving the victim, and in this way discovering that the disturbance was due to a discarnate entity, whose identity can often be verified. Individuals who are clairaudient suffer greatly from the constant annoyance of hearing the voices of obsessing entities, the auditory hallucinations frequently observed by alienists. And when such a person is present in a psychic circle where the spirits are dislodged and transferred to the psychic intermediary, interesting developments occur. An illustration is the case of Mrs. Burton, a clairaudient patient who was constantly combating obsessing spirits, and who, while attending our circle, was relieved of her unwelcome companions. In the following records the conversation of the spirits through the psychic, Mrs. Wickland, will elucidate the characteristics of the several entities. Spirit, Carrie Huntington. Patient, Miss Burton. Doctor, tell us who you are. Spirit, I do not wish you to hold my hands. Doctor, you must sit still. SP. Why do you treat me like this? Doctor, who are you? SP. Why do you want to know? Doctor, you have come here as a stranger, and we would like to know who you are. SP. What are you so interested for? Doctor, we should like to know with whom we are associating. If a stranger came to your home, would you not like to know his name? SP. I do not want to be here and I do not know any of you. Somebody pushed me in here, and I do not think it is right to force me in like that. And when I came in and sat down on the chair you grabbed my hands as if I were a prisoner. Why was I pushed in here? Brought in control of psychic by guiding intelligences. Doctor, you were probably in the dark. SP. It seems somebody took me by force. Doctor, was there any reason for it? SP. I do not know of any reason, and I do not see why I should be bothered like that. Doctor, was no reason given for handling you in this manner? SP. It has been a terrible time for me for quite a while. I have been tormented to death. I have been driven here, there and everywhere. I am getting so provoked about it that I feel like giving everything a good shaking. Doctor, what have they done to you? SP. It seems so terrible. If I walk around I am so very miserable. I do not know what it is. Sometimes it seems as if my senses were being knocked out of me. Something comes on me like thunder and lightning. Static treatment of patient. It makes such a noise. This terrible noise, it is awful. I cannot stand it any more, and I will not either. Doctor, we shall be glad if you will not stand it any more. SP. Am I not welcome? And if I am not, I do not care. Doctor, you are not very particular. SP. I have had so much hardship. Dr. How long have you been dead? SP. Why do you speak that way? I am not dead. I am as alive as I can be, and I feel as if I were young again. Doctor, have you not felt, at times, as if you were somebody else? SP. At times I feel very strange, especially when it knocks me senseless. I feel very bad. I do not feel that I should have this suffering. I do not know why I should have such things. Doctor, probably it is necessary. SP. I feel I should be free to go where I please, but it seems I have no will of my own anymore. I try, but it seems somebody else takes possession of me and gets me into some place where they knock me nearly senseless. If I knew it, I never would go there, but there is a person who seems to have the right to take me everywhere, but I feel I should have the right to take her. Referring to patient. Doctor, what business have you with her? Can't you live your own life? SP. I live my own life, but she interferes with me. I talk to her. She wants to chase me out. I feel like chasing her out, and that is a real struggle. I cannot see why I should not have the right just as well as she has. Doctor, probably you are interfering with her. SP. She wants to get rid of me. I am not bothering her. I only talk to her sometimes. Doctor, does she know you talk to her? SP. Sometimes she does, and then she chases me right out. She acts all right, but she gets so provoked. Then, when she gets into that place, I am knocked senseless and I feel terrible. I have no power to take her away. She makes me get out. Dr. You should not stay around her. SP. It is my body, it is not hers. She has no right there. I do not see why she interferes with me. Doctor, she interferes with your selfishness. SP. I feel I have some right in life, I think so. Dr. You passed out of your body without understanding the fact, and have been bothering a lady. You should go to the spirit world and not hover around here. SP. You say I am hovering around. I am not hovering around, and I am not one to interfere, but I want a little to say about things. Doctor, that was why you had the thunder and the knocks. SP. That was all right for a while, but lately it is terrible. I must have understanding. Doctor, you will have it now. SP. I will do anything to stop that terrible knocking. Mrs. B, recognizing the spirit as one who had been troubling her. I am mighty tired of you. Who are you, anyway? SP. I am a stranger. Mrs. B. What is your name? SP. My name. Mrs. B. Have you one? SP. My name is Carrie. Mrs. B. Carrie what? SP. Carrie Huntington. Mrs. B. Where do you live? SP. San Antonio, Texas. Mrs. B. You have been with me a long time, haven't you? It had been a number of years since Mrs. B. had been in San Antonio. SP. You have been with me a long time. I should like to find out why you interfere with me. I recognize you now. Mrs. B. What street did you live on? SP. I lived in many different places there. Doctor, do you realize the fact that you have lost your own mortal body? Can you remember having been sick? SP. The last I remember I was in El Paso. I do not remember anything after that. I went there and I do not seem to remember when I left. It seems that I should be there now. I got very sick one day there. Doctor, probably you lost your body then. SP. After El Paso I do not know where I went. I went some distance. I traveled on the railroad and it was just like I was nobody. Nobody asked me anything and I had to follow that lady, Mrs. B, as if I were her servant, and I feel very annoyed about it. Mrs. B. You worried me to death because you sang all the time. SP. I had to do something to attract your attention, because you would not listen to me any other way. You traveled on the train and it took me away from my home and folks, and I feel very much hurt about it. Do you understand? Mrs. B. I understand you far better than you do me. Doctor, can't you realize what has been the matter with you? SP. I want to tell you that I do not want those knockings any more. I will stay away. Doctor, understand your condition. Understand that you are an ignorant, obsessing spirit, and that you have no physical body. You died, probably at the time you were sick. SP. Could you talk to a ghost? Doctor, such things certainly do happen. SP. I am not a ghost, because ghosts cannot talk. When you are dead, you lie there. Doctor, when the body dies, it lies there. But the spirit does not. SP. That goes to God who gave it. Doctor, where is he? Where is that God? SP. In heaven. Dar. Where is that? SP. It is where you go to find Jesus. Doctor, the Bible says, God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God. Where will you find that God? SP. I suppose in heaven. I cannot tell you anything about it. But I know I have been in the worst hell you could give me with those knockings. I do not see that they have done me any good. I do not like them at all. Doctor, then you must stay away from that lady. SP. I see her well now, and I can have a real conversation with her. Doctor, yes, but this will be the last time. SP. How do you know it will? Doctor, when you leave here you will understand that you have been talking through another person's body. That person is my wife. SP. What nonsense. I thought you looked wiser than to talk such nonsense. Doctor, it may seem foolish, but look at your hands. Do you recognize them? SP. They do not look like mine, but so much has taken place lately, that I do not know what I shall do. That lady over there, Mrs. B, has been acting like a madman, and I have taken it as it came, so I shall have to find out what she thinks of doing, and why she does those things to me. Doctor, she will be very happy to be rid of you. Mrs. B. Carrie, how old are you? SP. You know that a lady never wants to tell her age. Doctor, especially if she happens to be a spinster. SP. Please excuse me, you will have to take it as it is. I will not tell my age to anyone. Doctor, have you ever been married? SP. Yes, I was married to a fellow, but I did not care for him. Doctor, what was his name? SP. That is a secret with me. I would not have his name mentioned for anything, and I do not want to carry his name either. My name is Carrie Huntington, because it was my name, and I do not want to carry his name. Doctor, do you want to go to the spirit world? SP. What foolish questions you put to me. Dar. It may seem foolish to you, but, nevertheless, there is a spirit world. Spiritual things often seem foolish to the mortal mind. You have lost your body. SP. I have not lost my body. I have been with this lady, but she does one thing I do not like very well. She eats too much. She eats too much and gets too strong, then I have no power over her body, not as much as I want to. To Mrs. B. I want you to eat less. I try very much to dictate to you not to eat that and that, but you have no sense. You do not even listen to me. Mrs. B. This is the place I told you to go to, but you would not go by yourself. SP. I know it. But you have no business to take me where I get those knockings. I do not want to stay with you if you take those awful knockings. Doctor, they are in the next room. Do you want some? SP. No, thank you. Not for me any more. Dar. Listen to what is told you, then you will not need any more. You are an ignorant spirit. I mean you are ignorant of your condition. You lost your body, evidently without knowing it. SP. How do you know? Doctor, you are now controlling my wife's body. SP. I never saw you before, so how in the world can you think I should be called your wife? No, never. Doctor, I do not want you to be. SP. I don't want you either. Doctor, I don't want you to control my wife's body much longer. You must realize that you have lost your physical body. Do you recognize these hands? Mrs. Wickland's hands. SP. I have changed so much lately that all those changes make me crazy. It makes me tired. Doctor, now, Carrie, be sensible. SP. I am sensible, and don't you tell me differently, else you will have someone to tell you something you never heard before. Doctor, now Carrie. SP. I am Mrs. Carrie Huntington. Mrs. B. You listen to what the doctor has to say to you. SP. I will not listen to anyone, I tell you once for all. I have been from one to another and I do not care what becomes of me. Doctor, do you know you are talking through my wife's body? SP. Such nonsense. I think that's the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. Doctor, now you will have to be sensible. SP. Sensible. I am sensible. Are you a perfect man? Doctor, no, I am not, but I tell you that you are an ignorant, selfish spirit. You have been bothering that lady for some time, and we have chased you out by the use of those knocks. Whether you understand it or not, you are an ignorant spirit. You will have to behave yourself, or else I will take you into the office and give you some more of those knocks. SP. I don't want those knocks. Doctor, then change your disposition. Realize that there is no death. When people lose their bodies they merely become invisible to mortals. You are invisible to us. SP. I will have nothing to do with you. Doctor, we want to help you and make you understand your condition. SP. I don't need help. Dar. If you don't behave you will be taken away by intelligent spirits and placed in a dungeon. SP. You think you can scare me? You will find out what will happen to you. Doctor, you must overcome your selfish disposition. Look around. You may see someone who will make you care. You may see someone who will make you cry. SP. I don't want to cry. I like to sing, instead of cry. Doctor, where is your mother? SP. I haven't seen her for a long time. My mother? My mother. She is in heaven. She was a good woman, and is with God and the Holy Ghost, and all of them. Doctor, look around and see if your mother is not here. SP. This place is not heaven, far from it. If this is heaven then it is worse than hell. Dar. Look for your mother, she will put you to shame. SP. I have done nothing to be ashamed of. What business have you to give me those knocks and have me put in a dungeon? That lady and I made a bargain. Dar. She made a bargain to come here and get rid of you. You have been fired out by electricity. You have lost your company. SP. Yes, for a while they all left me. I can't find them. Other obsessing spirits. Why did you chase that tall fellow away? Doctor, this lady wants her body herself, she does not want to be tormented by earthbound spirits. Would you like them around you? SP. I don't know what you mean. Doctor, can't you realize that you bothered that lady and made her life a perfect hell? SP. To Mrs. B. I have not bothered you. Mrs. B. You woke me up at 3 o'clock this morning. SP. Well, you have no business to sleep. Doctor, you must live your own life. SP. I will. Dar. That will be in a dark dungeon if you do not behave yourself. SP. How do you know? Doctor, you cannot stay here. You had better be humble and ask for help, that is what you need. My wife and I have been following this work for many years, and she allows all sorts of spirits to use her body, so they may be helped. SP, sarcastically, she is very good. Doctor, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Do you see your mother? SP. I don't want to see her. I don't want to call her away from heaven. Doctor, since heaven is a condition of happiness, she could not be in any heaven. With a daughter like you, she could not be happy. Suppose you were in heaven, and had a daughter, would you like her to act as you do? SP. I do not act contrary. What is the situation? Tell me that. Doctor, I have already told you the situation. You are controlling my wife's body. SP. How do I do that? Doctor, because of higher laws, and because you are a spirit. Spirit and mind are invisible. You are so selfish that you do not care to understand. SP. This is not heaven. Doctor, this is Los Angeles, California. SP. For God's sake, no, an expression never used by Mrs. Wickland. How did I come here? Doctor, by staying around that lady. That is how. She had to take those knocks to get you out. SP. She's a fool to do it. Dar. She wants to get rid of you, and she will get rid of you. SP. I will not have those knocks anymore. Doctor, higher spirits will show you something you do not like, if you do not behave yourself. SP, shrinking from some vision. I don't want that. Doctor, it is not what you want, it is what you get. SP. Is that so? As nothing could be done to bring the spirit to an understanding, she was taken away by intelligent spirits. Upon a later occasion, when the patient, Mrs. Burton, was in the circle, another spirit was removed from her and, controlling Mrs. Wickland, spoke in a very individualistic manner. Spirit, Jimmy Huntington. Patient, Mrs. Burton. The spirit kicked off both shoes, and seemed greatly disturbed. Doctor, what seems to be the trouble? Have you been in an accident of some kind? Holding psychic's hands firmly. You have no shoes on. SP. I took them off. Doctor, tell us who you are. SP. I don't know whether I want to. Dar. Tell us where you came from. SP. I don't know that I have to do that. Doctor, we would like to know who you are. What seems to be the trouble? You don't seem to be comfortable. SP. I am not. Doctor, what have you been doing lately? SP. I haven't been doing anything. I have just been walking around. Doctor, and what else? SP. Why, nothing in particular. It seems that I have been shut up somewhere. In patient's aura. Doctor, in what way? SP. I don't know how it is, but I couldn't get out. Doctor, how would you explain that? SP. I can't explain it in any way. Doctor, did you hear any talking? SP. Yes, many people talked. Doctor, what did they say? SP. One said one thing, one another. They all think they are so smart. Doctor, did you ever have any chance to say anything? SP. Yes, but I got so mad, because there was always a woman there, she knew all I wanted to say. I felt that some times I should have a chance. Whenever they talked, that woman talked. A man has no chance to say anything when a woman begins to talk. Doctor, you must have been a married man. SP. Why, yes, I am married. Doctor, was it a success, or a failure? SP. I don't know what it was, an excuse anyway. I was not so very happy. Women always talk too much. They can't leave a fellow alone a minute at a time. Doctor, what did they talk about? SP. It's that woman, she talks and talks and talks. Patient, Mrs. Burton, who talked constantly. She never can keep still very long at a time. I felt sometimes like shaking her good. We just had some new company come in. They talk and talk. It makes me sick, they make me get out. They are the worst I ever saw. Doctor, did anything happen at all? SP lightning played around my head, until I didn't know where I was. Electrical treatment given patient. I thought it was far distant, but, my God and stars in heaven, how it hit me. Doctor. What did you want to do at such times? SP. I wanted to get hold of that lightning and try to stop it hitting my head, but the lightning strikes every time, it never misses. Lightning used to be different. It didn't always strike, but now it never misses. I never saw anything like it. There are stars before your eyes, and it feels terrible, but even while the lightning strikes, that woman keeps right on talking. Patient talked throughout treatment. Doctor, what does she talk about? SP, nothing. She wants to be boss, and I want to be boss, so there we are. Doctor, what does she say? SP. You know how it is with women, they talk and talk, but there is never anything to it. Dar. Does the lady address you? SP. She torments me all the time. I feel like shaking her, but I don't seem to have any power anymore. Then there is another woman, and she goes right at it too. It makes me sick. What can you do with a woman to make her stop talking? If you can get any woman to stop talking, you'll have a pretty hard time to do it. Doctor, what is your name? SP. It's a long time since I heard it. Doctor, where did you come from? Are you in California? SP. No, I'm in Texas. Doctor, what did your mother call you when you were a boy? SP. James was my name, but they always called me Jimmy. Gosh. I don't know what is the matter with me. That lightning gets on my knees and feet, then from my head to my feet, but what I can't understand is, it never misses its aim. Doctor, how old are you? SP. I will say that I am a man about 50 years of age, but I want to say that during all my life, I never saw such lightning before, and what I can't understand is that nothing ever catches fire from it. Gosh. Yesterday I got into a regular nest. It was the worst I ever saw in my whole life. I think everyone was a devil. Obsessing spirits. There's another one standing over there, and that came yesterday. Doctor, how long have you been dead, Jimmy? SP. What do you mean? Dar. I mean, how long is it since you lost your body? SP. I haven't lost it yet. Doctor, don't you realize that you are in a strange condition? SP. I have been that for a long time. Doctor, did you ever work in the oil business in Texas? SP. I don't know where I have been working, things are very queer. Doctor, where did you work? SP. In a blacksmith shop. Doctor, do you know what year it is? SP. No, I don't. Doctor, how are you going to vote this fall? For whom will you vote for president? SP. I don't know yet. Doctor, how do you like the present president? SP. I like him, he is pretty good. Doctor, do you know anything in particular about him? SP. He's all right, there's no flies on Roosevelt. Doctor, is he president? SP. Of course he is. He just got in. McKinley was also a good man, but you know, Mark Hanna had an awful influence over him. It is a long time since I bothered with politics. I have been shut up a long time, but, my God and stars in heaven, I'm nearly crazy from that woman talking all the time. Doctor, what woman is it that talks so much? SP. Can't you see her? Doctor, she might not be here. SP. Oh, yes, she is, it's that woman. Indicating patient. Doctor, what does she talk about? SP. Nothing but nonsense. She makes me sick. Doctor, what does she say in particular? SP. Nothing, she has not sense enough. She mocks me every once in a while. I'm going to get her some day. Stars in heaven, she's terrible. Doctor, now, friend, I want you to understand your condition. You have lost your physical body, and are now a spirit. SP. I have a body. If only that woman would keep still. Dar. This is not your body. SP. Stars in heaven, whose body is it? Doctor, my wife's. SP. Stars in heaven and the heat from the sun. I'm not your wife. How could I be your wife when I'm a man? That's funny. Doctor, you are an invisible spirit. SP. Spirit. Do you mean a ghost? For heaven's sake, talk United States. Doctor, ghosts and spirits are the same thing. SP. I know ghosts and I know spirits. Doctor, they both mean the same thing. Taking hand of psychic. SP. Say, it's not nice for a man to hold another man's hand. If you want to hold hands, get hold of some lady's hand and hold that. Men don't hold each other's hands, that's cold joy. Doctor, tell us what that woman says. SP. She just talks and says nothing. Doctor, is she young or old? SP. She's not so very young. I get so mad at her. Doctor, I am telling you the fact when I say you are a spirit. SP. When did I die then? Doctor, it must have been some time ago. Roosevelt has not been president for many years. He is a spirit like yourself. SP. Just like I am. Why, he's dead then. Doctor, so are you. SP. When I am here and listening to you, I can't be dead. Doctor, you have lost your body. SP. Say, don't hold my hand. It's such cold joy. Doctor, I am holding my wife's hand. SP. Well, you can hold her hand, but let mine alone. Doctor, do you recognize this hand as yours? SP. That isn't my hand. Doctor, it is the hand of my wife. SP. But I'm not your wife. Doctor, you are using my wife's body only temporarily. You lost your own body a long time ago. SP. How did that happen? Doctor, I don't know. Do you know you are in Los Angeles, California? SP. God, and stars in heaven, how did I come to California? I had no money. You know, there are two women here. One doesn't talk so much. She looks to me like she was sick. Another spirit obsessing patient. She doesn't say much, but I suppose she is so annoyed because that other woman talks so awful. Please don't hold my hand, I like to feel free. If I were alone with a lady, and I could hold her hand, that would be a different story. Aren't you satisfied to hold just one hand? Doctor, I have to hold both because you will not be quiet. Now, let us not lose any more time. SP. I wish sometimes I didn't have so much time on my hands. Doctor, we will give you something to do. SP. You will. That's good. If you can give me some work of some kind, I shall be very glad. Do you want me to fix horses' shoes? I used to shoe horses. Doctor, in what state? SP. Texas. That's a big state. Doctor, did you roam around a good deal? SP. Yes, quite a little. I was in Galveston, Dallas, San Antonio, and many other places. I traveled everywhere I wanted to go. I went to Houston and other cities. Doctor, you are a spirit and have been allowed to control my wife's body for a short time. We do not see you. SP. Say, just look at those devils there, limping around like a bunch of little imps. Obsessing spirits. They are all around that woman. Mrs. B. Doctor, you take them all with you when you leave. SP. Not much, I won't. Touching necklace. What in the world is this? Doctor, that is my wife's neck ornament. SP. Your wife. Doctor, you have been brought here for enlightenment. You were fired out from that other lady. SP. Yes, with lightning. For the life of me, I never saw anything like it. There used to be thunder and lightning storms in Texas, and in Arkansas, but lightning did not strike every time as it did on me. Doctor, you will not have that thunder and lightning anymore. SP. I will not. That's good. Doctor, was your mother living in Texas? SP. Certainly, but she is dead. I should know, because I was at her funeral. Doctor, you were at the funeral of her body, not her spirit, soul, or mind. SP. I suppose she went to heaven. Dar. Look around and see if you can see her. SP. Where? Doctor, she might be here. SP. What place is this anyhow? If I am your wife, I have never seen you before. Doctor, you are not my wife. SP. You called me your wife. Dar. I did not say you are my wife. You are temporarily using her body. SP. For God's sake, in heaven and hell, how can I get out of your wife? Doctor, be sensible. What do those imps say? SP. They say they are going to stay, but I say, and say it strong, that they are all going to go. Doctor, do you want them to go with you? SP. I should say I do. Dar. You can help them a great deal by reforming them and making them understand their condition. They need help. You are all ignorant spirits and have been bothering that lady. I am the one who gave you lightning and chased you out. You can all go to the spirit world and learn how to progress. SP. Is that woman going too? There is a whole lot, a gang, but I haven't seen any of them until lately. Doctor, can you see anybody you know? Just sit quietly for a moment and look around. SP, excitedly, why, here comes Nora. A spirit. Doctor, who is Nora? SP, Nora Huntington, she's my sister. Doctor, ask her if your name is Jimmy Huntington. SP. She says it is, and that she hasn't seen me for such a long time. Suddenly puzzled. But she's dead. Doctor, let her explain the situation. SP. She says, Jimmy, you come home with me. Where shall I come? Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says, to the spirit world, but I don't believe her. Dar. Was your sister in the habit of lying to you? SP. No. Doctor, if she were honest before, would she lie now? SP. She says she has been hunting for me for years and she didn't know where I was. Doctor, where has she been? SP. Why, she's dead. I was at her funeral, and I know well that she was not buried alive. Doctor, you went to the funeral of her body, not her spirit. SP. This is her ghost then. Doctor, she is probably an intelligent spirit. We do not need to argue about that anymore. Let her explain. SP. She says, let us go, Jimmy, and take the gang with us. She says she is a missionary and helps everybody she can. She says she helps unfortunates. I have been unfortunate too. Dar. Tell this lady, this other spirit you have been talking about, to go with you. SP. She says if she leaves she has no body. Doctor, tell her she has a spirit body. She doesn't need a physical body. Tell her that they will teach her how to progress. You take the imps along too. SP. I can't carry them all with me. How do you know they all want to go with us? Doctor, they will go if you can show them anything better than they have now. Probably they never had any chance in life. SP. I never thought of that. Doctor, we cannot blame them altogether. Show them the better way and they will follow. SP. Where am I now? Doctor, in California. SP. Where in California? Doctor, Los Angeles. SP. If you are in California, it doesn't mean that I am there too. Doctor, how could you be anywhere else, since you are here? SP. Of course, that is reasonable. The last I remember, I was in Dallas, Texas, and the first thing I knew I was struck on the back of my head. I was shoeing a horse when I was struck. Did he kill me? Doctor, he evidently chased you out of your body. Nobody ever dies. If you don't go soon, your sister will become tired of waiting for you. SP. I'll go with her, if you'll let me, but I'll have to walk. Doctor, how are you going to walk? With my wife's body? You will have to learn a new lesson. Just think yourself with your sister and you will be there instantly. You will have to travel by thought. SP stars in heaven, that's a new wrinkle. Doctor, now, friend, you can't stay any longer. SP. That's a nice way to talk to me. Dar. I don't want you to use my wife's body any longer. SP. What body will I get hold of when I get out from here? Doctor, when you leave this body you will have your spirit body. That is invisible to us. SP. Can I jump from this body into a spirit body? Doctor, your sister will explain. Just think yourself with your sister. You do not need any physical body for that purpose. SP. I am commencing to get sleepy. Doctor, go with your sister and follow her instructions. You will learn many new lessons in the spirit life. Take all the gang and the little imps with you. SP, to spirits, now you come along with me, all of you, the whole lot of you. Doctor, will they all go with you? SP. Now we are going. Come on, the whole gang of you. Goodbye. On a subsequent date a spirit, Harry, was brought to the circle for enlightenment, and, controlling Mrs. Wickland, maintained an interesting conversation regarding another spirit that had been troubling Mrs. Burton. Spirit, Harry. Doctor, where have you come from? SP. I don't know where I am, and I don't know what is the matter with me. Dar. Would you care to know what is the matter? SP. I don't know what is the matter. Doctor, did something happen to you? SP. That is what I should like to find out. Doctor, what have you been doing lately? SP. I don't know. Doctor, tell us who you are. Do you know? SP. Well, I should say well, I think I do. Doctor, where do you think you are? SP. I don't know. Doctor, yes, you do. SP. No, I don't know. Everything is so queer, and it just seems to me I don't know what's the matter. Dar. Can't you look back and see whether something happened to you? SP. I can't look back, I have no eyes in my back. Doctor, I mean, think back. SP. Think of my back. Doctor, no, think of your past. Just use your thinking faculties. SP. I don't know anything. Doctor, you must not be so mentally lazy. SP. What can a man do? Doctor, this is a woman sitting here. Are you a man or a woman? SP. I am a man, that fellow is a man, and the others are women. I have always been a man. I was never a woman, and never will be. You know I am a man. Doctor, look at your hands, where did you get them? SP. Those are not my hands. Doctor, look at your feet. SP. They are not mine, either. I never was a woman, and I don't want women's hands and feet, and I don't want to borrow anyone's body now. Doctor, are you old? SP. Well, I'm not a young kid. Doctor, you are probably old in years but not in knowledge. SP. No, I don't know that I have so much knowledge. Doctor, if you had knowledge you would not be in your present position. SP. That has nothing to do with knowledge. Doctor, knowledge is just what you lack. Tell us what your name is. Is it Mary? SP. Have you ever heard of a man being named Mary? That's ridiculous. Doctor, then tell us what your name is. I can only guess. SP. For goodness sake alive, man, it is a man's name, not a woman's. Doctor, introduce yourself. SP. What in the devil do you need my name for? Doctor, you are well versed in English. Did you have white hair as you have now? Referring to hair of psychic. SP. I had gray hair. Doctor, did you wear curls as you are doing now? SP. No, I don't like them. Doctor, did you wear a comb? SP. Did you ever know of a man wearing a comb? Doctor, where did you get that wedding ring? SP. I didn't steal anything. I don't want a woman's hand. Dr. John, where did you come from? SP. I'm not named John. Dar. What did your wife call you? What did your mother call you? SP. She called me Harry. I was not married. Doctor, what is your other name? SP. I do not need to tell my name to a lot of women. Doctor, there are some gentlemen present. SP. How in the world did I get into this crowd of women? I hate women. Doctor, you must have been disappointed in love. What was the trouble? SP. I'd be a big fool to tell my secrets to a lot of women. Doctor, why did she marry the other man? SP. Who? Dar. The girl who jilted you. SP. She never in my life, no. Doctor, weren't you disappointed in love? SP. No. Doctor, then why do you hate women? SP. I must not tell you any of my secrets before this bunch of women, so they can sit here and laugh at me. I should like to know why all these women are staring at me. What's the matter with that man over there? Spirit. I mean the one behind that lady, Mrs. Burton, seated in circle. Mrs. B. I'm a man-hater, he can keep away from me. SP. Why is that man around her? Is he her husband? Lady, what does he hang around you for? What's the matter with you? Do you like him so well that you want him to stick to you like glue? Doctor, ask him how long he has been dead. SP. He sure is an ugly thing. I'm afraid of him. He looks like he wants to fight. Doctor, ask him how long he has been dead. SP. Dead. He sticks so she can't move without him. Whenever she moves, he moves. He seems to me like a monkey. Mrs. B. Say, take him away with you, will you? SP. Why should I take him for? For God's sake, I don't know the fellow. Do you like him, lady? Mrs. B. No, I don't. I'm tired of him. SP. What's the matter with him? Is he your husband? Mrs. B. No, he is not, and I don't understand it myself. SP. Do you like him? Mrs. B. No, I want him to get away from me. SP. Where am I, anyhow? Doctor, you are in Los Angeles, California. SP. There's also a woman around her, and she sticks like glue. Mrs. B. Are you here to help us? Can't you take those things away from me? SP. Do you like that man who is with you? Mrs. B. No, I am wild to get rid of him. The door is wide open, he can surely go. SP. For God's sake, shut the door. I don't want such a man following me. Why don't you tell the police? Can't the police take him away from you, if you don't want him? Doctor, they are all spirits. SP. Spirits. Doctor, yes, like yourself. SP. Oh, you tell me that man is a ghost, the one standing behind that woman there? Doctor, can you see him? SP. He's no spirit, he's a man. He stands there. He's afraid she will get away from him and he can't follow. He says he is sick of her. Dar. He is a spirit but does not understand it. She does not see him and neither do we. He is invisible to us. SP. What kind of a place is this I came to? Doctor, we cannot see you either. SP. You can't. Don't you hear me? Dar. We hear you, but we can't see you. SP. Is this a crowd of blind people? I can see them all and lots more. The whole room is full of people. Doctor, we can hear you, but we can only hear you talk through a woman's body. SP. Now, you're kidding me. You think that I would ever talk through a woman? Not much. I would not go across the street to talk through a woman. You know, I can't understand what this thing is. I don't know why I should be here. I don't know what's the matter. All of you are sitting around looking at me. Why are there people standing around each one here? There are others, standing around looking at me too. Could they have conversation with a fellow? Doctor, if I explain to you, will you try to understand? In the first place, you are dead, as people would say. SP. If I'm a dead one, that's a good thing. Doctor, you yourself are not dead. SP. But you said I was dead. Doctor, you are dead to your own people and friends. We know you are not dead in reality. You only lost your physical body. But you also have a spirit body when you pass out of your mortal body. You find yourself alive, and you have a spirit body, but you cannot explain it. SP. I know I have been walking a very great deal, and it seems to me I never get anywhere. I saw a lot of people here. I came here with the crowd, and before I knew it, everything was light, and I saw you all sitting around in a circle, singing. I thought it was a prayer meeting, so I stopped, and before I knew anything, I could talk. Before then I thought I must be deaf and dumb and blind, because I could not see anything, and I am so tired. Dar. Most of those you see here are spirits like yourself. SP. Why are we here? Doctor, many have been brought to obtain understanding. You yourself are controlling my wife's body. You are not my wife, but you are using my wife's body. It does not make any difference how strange it seems to you, it is a fact. You are invisible to us, and you are speaking through my wife's organism. That man you speak of is a spirit too. Take him with you when you go. He is invisible to us. SP. I should like to fight him. Doctor, did you ever read the Bible? SP. Yes, a long time ago. I have not seen one for a long time. Doctor, you remember reading in the Bible about obsessing spirits that Jesus cast out? He is one of that kind. SP. They are all around that woman, Mrs. B. Mrs. B. I have the door closed now. SP. If you keep the door closed, I'll take them along with me. I want to fight with that fellow anyhow. What's your name? Doctor, what does he say? SP. He says his name is Jim McDonald. Don't you know him, lady? If he is a spirit, for goodness sake, why does he hang on to that woman when she doesn't want him? Doctor, perhaps he found himself there, as you find yourself here. You say you saw a crowd, a light, and here you are. SP. That man says he was walking in the dark and saw that lady. Say, will I always have to stay here too? Ks. What are the names of those around me? This was asked by another patient. SP. There are two. They fight once, in a while. I see them fighting. Ks. I fight them too. Doctor, do not fight them physically, that gives them strength and magnetism. When you fight them in that way, you give them much more strength. You hold them by fighting them as you do. Fight them mentally. Why don't you try to close up? SP. I will take them along too, if I can. Don't fist fight them any more. I don't know what's the matter with me. I feel strange. Dar. Where was your home? SP. It was in Detroit, Michigan. Doctor, what year can you recall? SP. I can't recall any. Doctor, who is president? SP. I don't know for sure, but I think Cleveland. Doctor, he was president a long time ago. SP. I have been walking so long that I feel tired. Is there any rest for a weary person? Have you a bed so that I can lie down and rest? Doctor, if you look around you will see intelligent spirits. SP. Why, I see some beautiful girls. No, girls, I will not come with you. Don't try to fool me. I'm not going with you, not much. Doctor, they are different from the girls you have known. They are not mortal girls, they are spirits. SP. They have a smile like others to give to a man. Doctor, they are different altogether. They help spirits who need help. SP. Those girls seem to be honest, but you know, I hate women. Doctor, you should not condemn them all because one was false. SP. You see, I want to take all those folks with me. If I can, I will take them with me. I think I will follow those girls, anyhow. Surprised. Why, there's my mother. She's been dead and gone a long time. Doctor, she's not dead. SP, don't you think she's in heaven? Doctor, ask her. She can speak for herself. SP. She says she is in a beautiful place called the spirit world. Doctor, the spirit world surrounds the physical. Heaven is a condition within you. When you have found that, you will be contented and happy. That is what Jesus taught also. SP. I should like to go with my mother. She's a good old lady. I want to take MacDonald along too. Come here, MacDonald. I don't want to stay around here any longer, and I want you to come along. He acts as if he is trying hard to wake up. Say, come on, MacDonald, let us be good fellows and go with those girls, for they might be honest and sincere. Mother, you come along too. I will go now. Goodbye. Come on, you fellows. Say, what do you stick to that woman for, anyhow? I should be ashamed of myself, hanging around her. I'm going. Goodbye. Mrs. B. Be sure and take them along with you. Doctor, what is your name? SP Harry. That is all I can remember. I have not heard my name for many years. Doctor, make the others understand the folly of staying. SP. I'm going to take those fellows along. Now, you look here. You're going to come along with me. I'll fight every damned one of you that won't come. You ought to be ashamed to stick around a woman like you do. Now, come along with me. You see, they come. I'll look after them all right. Goodbye. During another circle, Frank, one of the spirits interfering with Mrs. Burton, left her, and controlled the intermediary, exhibiting little trace of memory in any form. Spirit, Frank. Patient, Miss Burton. Doctor, where did you come from? SP. I don't know. Doctor, do you know anyone here? SP. I don't see anybody I know. Doctor, don't you know where you came from? SP. I don't know myself. How can I answer questions when I don't know? Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. Dead. The idea. Say, what's the matter with me? I think it looks very funny to see you all sitting around here. Are you having a meeting, or what is it called anyhow? Doctor, yes, it's a meeting. Try to tell us who you are. SP. I don't know why I should tell you that. Doctor, you are a stranger to us. SP. I don't know whether I shall stay here or not. I am always peculiar among strangers, you know. Doctor, tell us where you came from. SP. For my dear life, I don't know myself, so how can I tell you? Say, why do you hold my arm? I'm a strong man, and can sit still by myself. Doctor, I thought you were a woman. SP. God above. Why do you think I'm a woman? You'll have to look again, because I am a man, sure enough, and I've always been a man. But things are funny, and I don't know, it has been so peculiar with me for some time. You know, I was walking along and then I heard some singing, so I thought I would peek in, and before I knew it I was feeling fine. You know, I have not been feeling well for some time, everything has seemed unusual. After becoming enmeshed in aura of sensitive. I don't know what is the matter with me anyhow. Somebody said to me that if I came in where the singing was, I would find out what is the matter with me. I have asked everybody I saw, but everybody passed by, they were so stuck up they wouldn't talk to a fellow anymore. The people all looked like wax to me. Dear life. I've been talking and talking, and walking, and, for dear life, I could never get anyone to answer me, or take any notice of me before. As a spirit he was invisible to mortals and therefore unnoticed by them. You are the first one to answer any question. I have some little peculiar kind of thing in my throat once in a while, and I can't talk, and then I seem to get well again. But I feel queer, so queer. Doctor, can you remember anything happening to you at some time? SP, something happens every day. One time I remember one thing and another time something else, but I don't remember anything clearly. I cannot, for dear life, know where I am at. It is the most peculiar thing I ever saw. Doctor, how old are you? SP. I cannot tell you that. I haven't known my age for some time. Nobody ever asks me about that, and the natural circumstance is that I forgot. Hearing a passing train. Why, there's a train coming. It's a long time since I heard that. It seems I live again for a short time. I don't know what it is. Dar. Where did you live formerly? Where do you think you are now? SP. I don't know where I lived before, but right now I am in this room with a lot of people. Doctor, do you know you are in Los Angeles, California? SP. For dear life, no. Dar. Where do you think you ought to be? SP. I cannot seem to recall things. There are times that I can tell you that I am a woman, and then I get some kind of funny thing I do not like. Static treatment of patient. Doctor, what do you get? SP. When I am a woman, I have long hair, and when the hair is hanging down this funny thing begins. Mrs. Burton was in the habit of taking her hair down during a treatment. Doctor, what do you mean? SP. It seems like a million needles strike me, and, for God's sake, it is the worst thing I ever had in my whole life. I don't want to be a woman. I only get that funny thing when I am a woman. Seeing Mrs. B in circle. She's the one with the long hair. To Mrs. B. I'm going to get you. Doctor, do you know that lady? SP. Yes, she gets so mad at me at times and wants to chase me away. Doctor, she probably doesn't want you around. Possibly you bother her. SP. She bothers me too. Doctor, try to understand your condition. Cannot you realize that you are so-called dead? At this time you are a woman. Look at your clothes. You say you are a man and yet you are wearing the clothes of a woman. SP. For God's sake, I don't want to be a woman anymore. I'm a man and I want to be a man. I used to be a man all the time, but I cannot, for dear life, know how I can get out of this condition. That woman says to go, and I try to get out, but I cannot. Suddenly recognizing Drive W. You are the one that gave me that fire. Praise the Lord. I want to get rid of you. I don't like you with all those fires you give me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Mrs. B. How long have you been with me? SP. With you? You always chase me out. What did you do with that woman that was with me? Another spirit for obsessing the patient, dislodged previously. She sang for me. We have lost her. I have been hunting and hunting for her. Can you tell me where she is? Doctor, she left that lady and controlled this same body as you are doing now. After that she went to the spirit world. That is where you are going when you leave here. SP. That woman, Mrs. B, has no business to scold me like she does. I haven't done her any harm. Doctor, suppose you were a lady and some spirit bothered you, would you like it? SP. Certainly I would not like it very well. Doctor, you bothered her. You are a spirit and she is a mortal. She wants to get rid of you. SP. She bothers me with all those needles. They hit her on the head and it seems like the needles are hitting my head. Dar. She is in her mortal body, but you are a spirit, invisible to us. SP. What do you mean? Doctor, just exactly what I say. Your mind is invisible to us. You are temporarily controlling my wife's body. SP. Why, I never saw your wife, and I do not want to. I will tell you one thing, I am a man, and will never be anything else, and I don't want to be married to you. Dar. You may be a man, as you claim, but I want you to recognize the fact that you are invisible to us. This is my wife's body. SP. For God's sake, sure I am a woman. Noticing clothes of psychic. For the land's sake alive, when did these clothes come on me? Doctor, they have been on you quite a while. How did you get here? SP. Somebody said, you go in there and you will get understanding, because you do not need to wander as you are doing. And now I am a woman. Doctor, only temporarily. Try to understand what I am telling you. You lost your body, perhaps a long time ago. SP. That woman, Mrs. B, is the fault of it. Dar. You have been bothering that lady, probably for many years, and you may have been troubling others. What is your name? SP. I can't think. Dar. You lost your own body and have been wandering around in that outer darkness which is described in the Bible. Were you a religious man? SP. I don't want to have anything to do with the churches. I am sick and tired of them all. They all say, if you do not do so and so you will go straight to hell, where you will bum forever. They teach and preach damnation, you know. I was quite a young man when a minister told me I would go to that terrible hell, and they did not want me in the church any more because I did not do as they said I should. I did not believe any of it. I was not such a very bad man. After I left that church I thought I would try another. For dear life, I got into the same hell and damnation, and I was tired of it all. They talked of God and holy things. They said I should give my money to God. They said I should give my tobacco to God. I could not see why God should need my tobacco, and what little money I had. I could not see things that way, so I left that church. I went to another church, and they talked and talked to me. After a while they said that the devil was after me, because I would not give my money to the church. One time I had been out with the boys for a while. I never drank too much, but I drank enough that time to be lively. I thought, now I will go right straight up to the front and sit down, so I did. They tried to save my soul for God, so they told me. The minister said that the devil was right after me, and I got pretty seared. He said, and he is going to get you. I thought I would look behind and probably I might see him, but I didn't. He said, come up, and we will save your soul from hell, come and be saved. Come to the front and be converted. You will be born again. I was a little contrary for a while, and then I got up, and went right up to the front, as I wanted to see what they would do. The minister said, now you kneel down there. So I knelt down. He put his hands on my head and they all sang, and they prayed and prayed for me. They said, be converted now. I thought it was grand, all the girls putting their hands on me and singing and praying for me. Then the minister came again, and he said, you will have to pray, or the devil will get after you. I could not be a hypocrite, so I told him, if I was a sinner I would have to stay one. I don't believe the devil is a person, anyhow, so I told him, and he was angry. He thought I was a bad pill. They tried all they could to convert me, but it was no good, so I finally went away. After I left there, some men came after me, so I ran as hard as I could, then somebody struck me on the head and I had great pain. I fell down, but I got up again. I wanted to give that man a push down the hill, but he pushed me and I rolled and rolled down that hill. There were lots of people around me after I stopped rolling, and all at once I felt all right again. Dar. That was probably the time you lost your physical body. You died. SP. I did not die. Doctor, what place was it, where you rolled down the hill? SP. It was down in Texas. I walked and ran and tried to talk to people, but they would not answer me. They seemed like sticks. I felt so queer in my head. I asked them if they could tell me where my home was. I felt that pain. Once in a while I could get away. I then came to a lady, and she said, "Come along," and before I knew it we had a crowd around us, and she used to sing. Evidently, the spirit, Carrie Huntington. The patient, Mrs. B, had often been annoyed by the singing of spirits. I talked to her once in a while, and then, all at once, she disappeared, and after that I got the needles. Came more fully into control of patient, and felt electrical treatments more keen. I felt them pretty bad. Dar. You are a spirit and are now using my wife's body. SP. How in the world did I get into your wife's body? Do you like your wife to be all kinds of tramps? Doctor, yes, long enough to give the spirits an understanding regarding the invisible side. SP. Are these your wife's clothes? Did I borrow them for a while? Did your wife dress me? I am sorry to show myself like a woman and not like a man. What will these people think, that I'm crazy? Laughter. It isn't funny. Dar. You are an ignorant spirit, in outer darkness. Intelligent spirits have brought you here to control this body temporarily, so that you can understand your condition. Also, they took you away from that lady. Mrs. B. SP. Will she get those awful needles again? Doctor, are there any more persons where you came from? Or are you the last one? SP. The woman and the other man went, then you gave me the needles. I kicked like a steer to get out, but I could not. How could you expect me to do any better? I thought of the minister that talked about hell. Doctor, that hell was not like this. There are spirits here who will teach you how to progress in the spirit world. They will help you. Is your father living? SP. I don't know. I haven't seen my father for about 25 or 30 years. Mother is dead, but I don't know whether father is or not. I don't know any of my relatives. Mrs. B. Did I meet you last November? SP. Yes, I have been ill ever since that time. I was not the one that was with you close, that was the young lady. My head is hurting me terribly. Doctor, what year do you think it should be? SP. I should think about 1888 or 1891. Doctor, it is 1920 now. SP. I think there must be something the matter with me. Doctor, you have been in outer darkness for some time. SP. I have been walking and walking, and I got with that lady over there. Mrs. B. I wanted to go. I kicked and she kicked, and we had regular kickings. Oh, look there. See. My mother. Oh, mother. Can you forgive me? I was not as you wanted me to be. Mother, will you take me? I am so tired, I need your care and help. Will you take me? Oh, my mother. Doctor, what does she say? SP. She calls me. She says, yes, Frank, you will come with me. I have been looking for you a long time. I am getting weak, I feel so tired. Mother says, Frank, we had not the understanding of the real life, because we were not taught what we should have been taught, so that we did not learn to know God's wonderful universe. Religion is a long way from the real life. The ministers all teach that we should just believe and then we are saved. No, no, belief is only a setback. Get knowledge of God. We do not do that. Frank, We will help you to learn what a beautiful world there is on the other side when we have understanding. You have to make your own efforts to learn to understand the golden rule of God's beautiful teaching of life, and be of help and service to your fellow man. Now, Frank, she says, you have been very mischievous in your life. I know you were a good boy, but you always were too lively. You were ignorant of the real life and went away from home when I died. The home was broken up, you went one way and the rest went another. I did not know, Frank, what things were, but I wish the truth could be taught. She says, now come with me to the spirit world, where we have understanding. There we have love, harmony, peace and bliss, but we have to live for one another. You have to go to school and learn. You must not bother anyone anymore, as you have done. Come, Frank, and we will go to a beautiful home in the spirit world. Thank you, and goodbye. Several weeks later the last intruder left Mrs. Burton, and, through Mrs. Wickland, inquired for the companions who had preceded her, resenting having been held captive. Spirit, Maggie Wilkinson. Patient, Miss Burton. Dar. Good evening, friend, who are you? Taking Psychic's hand. SP. Don't hold my hand. Don't touch me. Doctor. What is your name? SP. My name is Maggie. Dr. Maggie what? SP. Maggie Wilkinson. Doctor. Do you know that you are in Los Angeles? Where did you come from? SP. I came from Dallas, Texas. Doctor. How did you reach Los Angeles? SP. I am not in Los Angeles, I am in Texas. I have been kicking and kicking all the time. Doctor. Why did you do that? SP. I have been kicking because I have been in a prison. Victim Zora. There were several of us, but they have all disappeared. Other obsessing spirits, previously dislodged from patient. They have all gone but me, and I don't like it. Dar. Would you like to go where your friends have gone? SP. I don't care. I really don't care for the others, anyway. They always wanted to have everything, and I was always behind. Doctor. Don't you realize that you are in a strange condition? Tell us how long you have been dead. SP. Dead. Why is that woman with me all the time? Patient. She always gets fire. She gets the worst kind of things. She gets up on something, puts something over her head, and then fire comes. When Mrs. Burton seated herself upon a platform beside the static machine, she covered her head with a woolen blanket to make the electricity more effective. Doctor. Do you feel that you are in the right place? SP. Where shall I go? Doctor. To the spirit world. SP. What is that? Doctor. That is where people go, after passing out of their bodies, when they have understanding. Don't you realize that something strange has happened to you? SP. If you could get that blanket from being put on my head, and that fire, I should be all right. It seems that I was knocked to pieces. How in the world can anyone stand being shot at like that? Doctor. That was done to chase you out. Do you not feel free now? What have you been doing since you last had those shots? SP. I am glad I was chased out, for I feel better now than I have for some time. Doctor. Do you realize that you are controlling my wife's body? SP. Thank God, I am not. Doctor. This body, which you are using, belongs to my wife. SP. Your wife, nothing. Doctor. Do you recognize the clothes you are wearing? SP. That's nothing to me. Doctor. Where did you get them? SP. I'm no thief. I am going to have you arrested for calling me a thief. The first police station I find, I shall swear out a warrant against you. Dr. Maggie, what is the color of your hair? SP. Brown, dark brown. Doctor, touching Psychic's hair. This hair is not brown. These clothes belong to my wife. SP. I don't care whether they are my clothes or not, I never asked for them. Doctor. Tell us how long you have been dead. SP. I'm not dead. One time you say one thing, and another time you say another. Doctor, I mean, when did you lose your body? SP. I haven't lost my body, it's not in the grave. Doctor, were you ever sick, and did you suddenly become better? SP. I was very sick, and when I got better, I was in a prison. I was moving around and some woman bothered me. There were lots of us, but they all got so seared of the fire that they left. Doctor, when did you come to Los Angeles? SP. I'm not in Los Angeles, I'm in Dallas, Texas. If I am in Los Angeles, how did I get here? Doctor, you must have come with a lady who has red hair. Mrs. B, seated nearby. SP. She had no right to bring me here. Doctor, she also came from Texas. SP. What became of the others? Doctor, they were brought to an understanding and went to the spirit world. That is where you should be. Why should you hover around that woman? SP. Hover around nothing. I have been in a prison, but I could not help it. I did what I could to get out. Those people I saw said they would help me out, but they didn't. I made quite a disturbance, and they went away from me. Doctor, probably they brought you here. SP. All I see is people sitting around. Mrs. B. Did you come out here with me? What do you want to bother me for? SP. I have nothing to do with you. Oh. You're the one that kept me in the prison. Mrs. B. What was the name of that girlfriend of yours you used to be with? Referring to another spirit that had been troubling Mrs. B. SP. Where? In Texas? Mrs. B. Yes. SP. Her name was Mary, and there was another one, Carrie. Mrs. B. Did Carrie come with you? SP. Yes, of course. Say, what did you keep me closed up for? Why didn't you let me out? Mrs. B. I kept telling you to get out. SP. I know you did, but you didn't open the door so I could go. Doctor, all you had to do was to think yourself free from that lady. SP. I can't think myself free. Doctor, intelligent spirits can think themselves anywhere, it is only ignorant spirits who cannot. SP. To Mrs. B. Say, what did you keep me around you for? Doctor, you were an uninvited guest. Mrs. B. I'm glad to get rid of you. SP. I'm glad too. I'm mighty glad to get out of that prison. Why didn't you let me out? I knocked and knocked, but you kept me there. To drive W. You gave me those fire things, then I got out, and I'm glad of it. Dar. Did you get out after the last treatment? SP. You call that a treatment? Doctor, if you got out of that lady, I should call it a good treatment. SP. You don't know how I suffered from that fire, especially the shooting. You are the one that gave me that fire, and I don't like you. Doctor, I had to give the lady those treatments to get you out. SP. You think that devil machine is a little god. You want me to go, where? Doctor, to the spirit world. SP. Where is that? Dar. A place where the discarnated spirits go to get understanding. You have lost your physical body but do not understand it, and you have been bothering that lady. Mrs. B. Mrs. B. When once I get you and the others out, I shall keep the door closed, and closed so tight that none of you can get in. Doctor, think yourself free and you will not be in a prison. Mortals cannot travel by thought, but spirits can. You are invisible to us. You are temporarily using the body of another, this body belongs to my wife. SP. You have told me that before. Doctor, can't you see you are in a strange condition? Mrs. B. Do you know Maggie Mackin? Another spirit whose presence Mrs. B had clairaudiently been aware of. SP. Yes, and I know Mary too. Doctor, how old were you when you passed out of your body? Can you recall something of your past? SP. I remember being out riding and the horses ran away, then everything became dark, and since then I do not seem to remember much. Doctor, do you know what year it is? SP. I don't have to answer you. Are you a lawyer or a judge? Who are you? Dar. I'm a fireman. Can you realize that it is 1920? SP. It doesn't bother me that much. Snapping fingers. I don't care. Doctor, I thought you were anxious to get out of your trouble. SP. I wanted to get out of that prison, and now I feel better than I have for years. Mrs. B. You ought to thank Doctor for getting you out. SP. That man ought to be arrested for giving those shots. It made you feel like your head was going to the dickens. Doctor, can you see any of your friends here? SP. There are 2 Indians, one is a big fellow, and one is a girl, and there is a lady with curly hair and light blue eyes. Spirits. Dar. Does the Indian girl answer to the name of Silver Star? One of Mrs. Wickland's guides. SP. Yes. Doctor, these spirits will help you to progress in the spirit life. SP. There's one thing sure, I'm going to heaven, and not to the other place. I went to church and was a good woman. Doctor, those persons whom you see are spirits like yourself. We do not see them. SP. They are there, just the same. They say if I will go along with them, they will show me a nice home. That would be nice, for I haven't had a home for a long time. Am I going to have that fire any more? I won't go to that woman with the red hair any more either, and I thank God for that. Doctor, now think yourself free and go with these friends. SP. All right, I will go. Goodbye. When Mrs. Burton first came to us she could not follow any occupation, but after the obsessing spirits were removed she was able to take a clerical position in a large commercial house. Chapter 4. Earth Sphere Conditions and the Magnetic Aura. Unenlightened spirits often wander aimlessly for many years in the Earth sphere, their lack of knowledge of a higher spirit world, which is attained only through understanding, keeping them in a dreary condition of confusion, monotony, and suffering. Many remain in the scenes of their earth lives, continuing their former activities, while others fall into a state of heavy sleep from which they are with difficulty aroused. A spirit who was still following his old occupation without any knowledge of his transition controlled Mrs. Wickland at one of our circles in Chicago. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" he asked. We were at that time experimenting with dark circles. "I am Hesselroth, from the drug store," he said. Mr. Hesselroth, the Swedish proprietor of a Chicago drug store, had died the year before in a hospital, but we knew nothing of this man, his death, or his circumstances. However, on this evening one of his friends, Mr. Ekholm, was in our circle. The spirit was not aware of his death, claiming that he was still attending to his drug store. His friend in the circle said he had been informed that the drug store had been sold to the clerk, and so stated to the spirit, but this the latter emphatically denied, saying, "Abrahamson only manages it for me." The spirit told of a robbery which had occurred in his house recently, and described the 3 burglars. He said he had been frightened when they entered, but gaining courage, had gone for his revolver only to find that he was not able to pick it up. He had then struck at one of the burglars, but his hand had gone right through the fellow, and he could not understand why he could do nothing at all. After his condition was explained to him he saw many spirit friends appear, who welcomed him to his new home in the spirit world. Later investigation verified the statement made by the spirit that the drug store had not been sold and also the fact that the house had been burglarized. It could not be held that the subconscious mind of the psychic played any part in this case, nor could the theory of autosuggestion be maintained, for Mr. Hesselroth was entirely unknown to everyone in the room with the exception of his friend, Mr. Ekholm, and this friend held the opposite idea regarding the sale of the store. Many years later this spirit returned to us in California, speaking again through Mrs. Wickland. Experience, September 29, 1920. Spirit, Amar. Hesselroth. Spirit, I have come in to say just a few words, for I have been helped out of darkness, and have become a helper in the band of mercy. Doctor, who are you, friend? SP. I am one of the helpers here. I come around sometimes, and I came tonight to say a few words to you. I was once in a very dark condition, but now I am one of your band. I thought you might like to know. If it had not been for you, I would probably still be in the dark. Many years have passed. I have quite an understanding of life now, through you, and through this little circle of the band of mercy. It was not here, it was in Chicago that I was helped. I am very much pleased to be here with you tonight. I should like to give you my name, but I seem to have forgotten it, because I have not heard it for so long. It will come to me, and then I will give it. Do you remember an old gentleman you used to know, Mr. Ekholm? He was not so very old either. He was a very dear friend of mine, and through him I came to see you. Doctor, at some meeting in Chicago? SP. Yes. I had a drug store in Chicago. My name is Hesselroth. I could not think of my name for a moment. I am one of your helpers here. Mr. Ekholm is with me, and he also does all he can. He is very happy to help with your work here. He was heart and soul with it during his earth life. I also feel that I have to do all I can to help, because if you had not helped me, I should have been in that drugstore yet, selling medicine. For a whole year after I passed out, I attended to the business as I did when on earth, only I did not feel that I was sick anymore. I took sick in the store, and was sent to the hospital, and I passed out in the hospital. They took my body to the undertaker's, not to my home. You know, it says in the Bible, where your treasure is there will your heart be also. When I woke up from the sleep of death, I thought of my store, and there I found myself. I saw that everything was going on all right, but it seemed so strange that I could not talk to any of my customers. I thought that during my sickness I had lost my faculty of speech, so I did not think much about it. I attended to business, and I impressed my clerk to do things I wanted done. I was running the store and the clerk was managing it for me. I did not realize that I was dead until I came to this gentleman, Drive W, in his little circle. When burglars got into my home I thought of the revolver that I always kept in a drawer. I went there, and tried to get it, but my hand went me. I commenced to see things. I saw my spirit father and mother. Then I thought I must be a little out of my head. So I thought I had better go up to see my friend, Ekholm. I always thought he was just a little off, because he believed in spiritualism. I wanted to see Ekholm to ask him if ghosts could come back, and there I was a ghost myself. Then I came to this circle and I found I could talk, and after a while the door opened to that beautiful land beyond. I wish you could see the reception I had. My relatives and friends all opened their arms to me, and said, "Welcome to our home in spirit. Welcome to that everlasting life. Welcome to an understanding of God." Such a reception cannot be described until you see it for yourselves and are with us. That is happiness, it is heaven. I will not take any more of your time, but I am glad that I could come and talk tonight. It was about 15 years ago that I first came here. Ekholm says he feels proud of this work, and he sends love to all of you here. Now, good night. Pathos and tragedy are often the grim accompaniment of the sufferings of earthbound spirits. The spirit of the following narrative was taken from a patient who was subject to doleful spells of crying and afflicted with intense head pains, all of which ceased after the spirit was removed. Experience, January 15, 1918. Spirit, Minnie Day. Patient, L. W. Psychic, Wickland. Spirit, crying piteously, "Oh, my head hurts so badly. I don't like those needles, electrical treatments given patient, they hurt me so. My head hurts. I am lost, I don't know where I am at. There were thousands and thousands of needles, I had to cry. Doctor, where do you live? SP. I don't know. Doctor, where did your parents live? SP. I don't know. Doctor, aren't you a little child? SP. I am only little, I am Minnie Day. Dar. Where did you live? How old are you? SP. I don't know. Ask Ma. Doctor, don't you know what city you lived in? SP. In St. Louis. Oh. My father is coming. He hit me on the head. And there's Willie. Doctor, who is Willie? SP. He's my brother. Here's my father, and I'm afraid. He says to come with him. Oh, Ma, my head hurts. My ma says for me to go with her, 'cause she has a new home for me and Willie. Doctor, you will go to her home in the spirit world. SP. What is the spirit world? What does that mean? Doctor, that is the invisible world around the earth. Do you know that you are dead? SP. What do you mean? Doctor, I mean that you have lost your physical body. What have you been doing recently? SP. I have been running all over trying to find somebody. Mama died a long time ago when I was a little girl. After Ma died, Papa was so mean to me and Willie, and he hit me so many times. I feel so bad, and my head hurts. I have been to so many places and my ma is dead, and I don't know where to go. Doctor, you were in such mental distress that you did not realize your condition. You have lost your physical body and your friends would call you dead. SP. Did I die? Sometimes I feel as if I were in a box. We were a big crowd, spirits obsessing the patient, and they pushed, and there was one big man and he was so mean to us. He chased us one way, then another, but one day we lost him. This tormenting spirit had been attracted from the patient 2 days before. 5. I felt so glad he was lost and I thought I could be quiet, but I got all those needles. Doctor, you were influencing a lady and making her cry. SP. What do you mean? Dar. You are a spirit, and were in the aura of that lady. When she had an electrical treatment you felt it and left her. You are using my wife's body now. Look at your hands, do they belong to you? SP. Oh, look. I have a ring. But that is not mine, and I have not stolen it. Excitedly, take it away. I didn't steal that ring. Doctor, this is not your body, and that is not your ring. It is very likely that you died when your head was hurt. The spirit lives after the body dies. SP. But I have been alive. Doctor, you were living, but without a physical body, and came in touch with a sensitive, a lady, who is now in the other house. She acts just as you do, and complains of her head hurting in the same place yours hurts you. She has been acting like an insane person, but it is all due to spirit influence. SP. The man was so mean that we had with us, but now he is lost, and we are so glad. We were all scared of him, but we could not run away from him. He was awful mean. He bit and scratched and would fight. Doctor, he was very obstinate. He was controlling this body a short time ago, just as you are now. We have circles like this where spirits may come for help. SP. Spirits. I don't know anything about them. My head hurts me. Doctor, the body you are using belongs to my wife, and she has no pain in her head. SP. Those needles hurt me so much. Dar. When the lady had a treatment today, you evidently were able to get away and are now allowed to control this body so that we can help you. A short time ago you said that your father and mother were here, are they here now? SP. Don't you see Mama? She's standing right there. Doctor, wouldn't you like to go with your mother? SP. But she's dead. Doctor, you are dead also. There is no death, really. We only lose our physical bodies. Spirit is invisible. SP. Oh, take me away. Take me away. My father is coming, and I'm afraid. He'll strike me again. Take me away. Doctor, your father probably comes for forgiveness. You understand, He cannot progress in the spirit world until you forgive him. Ask him what he has to say to you. SP. He doesn't say anything, he's crying. He comes up to Mama now. Doctor, doesn't he look sorry? SP. He says he is so sorry for what he did. The child's spirit was removed and the distressed father took control of the psychic. Crying in anguish, he fell on his knees, with his arms outstretched. Spirit, William Day. Spirit, forgive me. Forgive me. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't mean to kill you, Minnie. I was very nervous and the children made such a noise. I was so sad because my wife had died. Give me a chance. Just give me one more chance. I, too, have suffered. If I had only lived. I have been in the dark so long and cannot be helped, and I cannot come near my child, she is so afraid of me. I have tried to reach her to ask for forgiveness, but she is so seared when I come near her that I cannot reach her. Don't any of you ever strike a child, else you will suffer for years and years. I did not mean to hurt her. I loved her, but I killed her. If there is a God, lift this trouble and sorrow away from me. Give me some light and comfort, in my suffering. I cannot restate it, have no peace. I can only see my work that I did in anger. Try to control yourself if you get angry, else you will suffer as I have. God help me. Oh, God. Give me one more chance, just one. Doctor, do you realize that you are dead? SP. No, I ran away when I killed my child. Somebody got after me and ran very hard, then something hit me in the neck, and I fell down. Evidently killed. I got right up and ran, and I have been running so long it seems years. Many times I have seen my wife, accusing me for killing my child. I did kill her, God help me. I have tried to find just a little comfort and light. Doctor, you cannot find light until you have understanding. SP, God, give me light and understanding. All I see is that poor child's head, split open where I struck her. I tried to ask Minnie for forgiveness, but she shrank from me and I could not get near her, and there was my wife, always accusing me for what I had done. Dar. She will not accuse you any more. SP. Will she forgive me? Doctor, yes. What is your name? SP, William Day. Doctor, can you recall what year it is? SP. My brain is in such a turmoil. I have been running and running for so long, trying to get away from that crowd of people that were after me. Everybody I saw, I ran from, knowing that they too would accuse me for killing Minnie. At nights my wife has stood by me accusing me, and then there was the child, with her head all split open, and the blood pouring out. I have had hell. It could not be worse. Is there no help for me? I prayed and prayed, but it did no good. Dar. Do you know that you are in California? SP, California. When did I get here? Did I run all the way from St. Louis to California? Doctor, do you understand that you are a spirit controlling the body of a mortal? SP. Do you mean that I am dead? Dar. You have lost your physical body. SP, won't I have to stay in the grave until the dead rise? Doctor, you are here now, how did you get out of the grave? SP. I have had no rest for I don't know how long. Doctor, there is no such thing as death. When you pass out of your physical body you lose your 5 physical sense organs, and unless you have understanding of the spirit life, you are in the dark, and can only see when coming in touch with some mortal. SP. The people are hounding me until I am tired out. Doctor, now you must try to become reconciled with your wife and child. SP. Do you think they will ever forgive me? Please, forgive me, wife. I was not worthy of you. You were an angel and I was such a brute. Will you please forgive me? If you will only give me just one chance, I will try so hard. I have suffered so much. Carrie. Is it really true that you will forgive me? Is it true? You were such a patient woman and tried so hard to help me, but I was no good. I loved my children, but I had such a bad temper. I really killed my wife by letting her so just to keep the family together. I made good money, but there were always men around, telling me to come with them, and I did not know anything until my wages were all gone, and I went home feeling like a devil. Dar. Perhaps the trouble was not all yours, for you might have been obsessed. When you leave here with your wife, you will find a wonderful spirit world. SP. I am not worthy to go with my wife, but I will try to do good. I don't want you to go away from me any more, Carrie. Crying, Minnie, can you forgive your papa? My dear child, I killed you, but I did not mean to. Forgive your papa. Will I wake up after a while and find myself in darkness again? Am I asleep or dreaming? Minnie, don't go away from papa. Please, forgive me. Doctor, you are neither asleep nor dreaming, but are beginning to realize your condition. SP. Did they kill me when they hit me in my neck and head? They shot me. Dar. We can't say certainly, but they probably did. SP. If I can just have one more chance, I will do my level best to keep my family together. Dar. There is something else you can do, also, after you acquire understanding. It will be your duty to help poor, unfortunate spirits who are obsessing mortals, making devils of some of them. When you had your own body, you may have been obsessed by some spirits. SP. I did not care for drink, I hated the very sight of it. But when once I got just a smell of it, something took hold of me and made me feel like a devil, and I could not resist it. I could not do anything with myself. God help me and give me just a little comfort. Dar. When you leave here, you will be reunited with your family. SP. Are you sure about that? Doctor, positive, but you must do as the advanced spirits instruct you. SP. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do it, because you have reunited me with my family. I came home drunk, and you don't know how I felt when I realized that my wife was dying. I was so drunk that I did not fully realize things until the next morning when I woke up, and there was my wife, dead. I could not understand it. What was I to do? What could I do with the children? My wife dead. My wife and Minnie say they will both forgive me, and now I have my wife and 2 children, and I am going to start all over again. God bless you all for what you have done for me and my family. The confusion and mental suffering existing on the earth plane is vividly portrayed by the spirits who are brought to our circle for help. Experience, March 9, 1921. Spirit, Amarth Mallory. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. The controlling spirit came in while we were singing That Beautiful Shore and laughed uproariously. Doctor, have you found the beautiful shore? Tell us what you know about it. Spirit, it's all humbug. Doctor, is that so? SP, yes. Laughing hilariously. It's silly to believe in such a thing. Doctor, you are on the other side of life, tell us something about it. Have you found nothing? If you do not believe in a hereafter, tell us why. Explain yourself. If you are a skeptic, tell us your belief. SP, belief. Gosh. Laughing. Doctor, tell us what you are laughing about. SP. You might just as well laugh as cry, one is just the same as the other. You were singing That Beautiful Shore, and while you are singing that, you know you are lying. Doctor, do you imply that life does not mean anything at all? SP. It most certainly does not. There is nothing in it. It is just a lie. The whole thing is nothing but a pack of lies, both life and religion, the whole humbug, life, religion and everything connected with it. Doctor, have you tried to understand your own life, the mystery of it? SP. My own life? Humbug, nothing but humbug. Laughing. Doctor, how do you know it is humbug? You are laughing at your own ignorance. SP. I might just as well laugh as cry, one is no worse or better than the other. It is all lies, damned lies. I had my troubles. Doctor, where? Over there, or here? SP everywhere. Laughing. Doctor, are you happy? SP happy. Such nonsense. There is no such thing, there never was, and there never will be. Doctor, do you really know anything about it? Did you seek for truth when you had your own body? SP. I prayed to God and all that nonsense. Gosh. Doctor, and you found it all a humbug. What has that to do with the actual facts of life? SP. Once I tried to be someone. Then the thought came to me that everything was humbug, humbug, nothing but humbug. As a man, you know what I mean. You are talking to a man and you know all about it. Doctor, you are invisible to us. Have you ever seen intelligence? SP. What kind of talk is that? I don't believe in nonsense anymore. You can have faith, and believe that you can walk on water, but you fall through, just the same. I said, I have faith that I can walk on water, but I fell through. Doctor, because you left reason out. SP reason. You can't walk on water with reason. Doctor, it was not intended that we should walk on water. Water is for drinking and bathing. SP. Why are you holding my hands? Doctor, I am holding my wife's hands. SP. You don't know what you are talking about. Do you believe that? Dar. I know that I am holding my wife's hands. SP. I used to have faith like that. Doctor, how did you happen to lose faith? SP. It is all humbug. Doctor, life is the beginning of knowledge. SP. I haven't had any knowledge yet. Dar. You will have before you leave here. SP. I had faith, and I believed, and then what? Doctor, what next? SP. Yes, what next? I worked like a slave for a minister of God. I do not work for him now, that was some time ago. I went away from there. He cursed me, and I had my cares and troubles. I swore to God that there is no such thing as God if he could be so mean as to call such a man his minister. And I lost faith. Doctor, what has that to do with the facts of life and the hereafter? SP. When you die you are dead. Doctor, then why didn't you stay dead when you died? SP. Stay dead. I haven't died yet. Doctor, you died as far as your body is concerned. SP. I have been running away from those hypocrites. In the first place, they took all the money I made. If there is a God, then, for God's sake, why does he always want money? They always say you must have faith and pay your money to the church, and you should work for God. My work was hard. I worked from 6 o'clock every morning until late every night, all for God. I worked for God, and often I did not get enough so that I could get along. Doctor, tell us where you came from. SP. All I want is my freedom. Dar. Won't you tell us where you came from? SP. Look at all those devils down there. Invisibles. Hear how they curse and laugh. They say, I know you. I know you. Look at that one sitting over there. Look at them all. Hear them laugh. They say I should tell you that they want you to pray for them, for they are in darkness. Doctor, we want to help them to a better understanding. SP. Oh, listen to them cursing. Doctor, you must show them charity. You do not seem to know what charity is. SP. God. Look at that man. They say when you give charity they don't like it. Doctor, I do not mean money. Give them a chance to help themselves. Do you know what year it is now? SP. I don't care. I don't care if it is 100 years from now. I've lost faith in God, humanity, and everything and everybody. I used to have faith. Then a servant of God took my wife and children away from me, and yet I worked for God from 6 in the morning to 12 at night. Dar. But you did not add understanding to your faith. SP. I had faith in the Holy Ghost and the Spirit. Doctor, why did you not add understanding to your faith? SP. I had faith enough to move mountains. We were taught to just have faith in the Holy Spirit. Just look at them all, spirits, sitting there. Look at that one. Hear you, Kalango. He and I have fights, once in a while, but I always get the best of him. I can talk better now than I have done for a long time. Here, you, Kalango, sitting there like a fool. They told me to go in there, so I came in. I think you were afraid of me at first, but I came in just the same. Doctor, how did you come in? SP. In here. How did I come in? I don't know. Doctor, where did you get that hand? Touching Mrs. Wickland's hand. SP. That hand? I suppose it is mine. It doesn't belong to anybody else. Here, Kalango, you sit here. Now I can talk to you fellows. Dar. Now stop talking. SP. Do you think you are the boss here? Doctor, yes. SP. I have no faith in you, nor anyone else. Doctor, I want you to understand that you have lost your physical body. You are controlling my wife's body, yet you are invisible to us. You talk about those men sitting there, we cannot see them. We are in mortal bodies, but you have lost your physical body. SP. Can't you see me? Doctor, we cannot see spirits. You are controlling my wife's body. Intelligent spirits have brought you here. SP. You asked me to come. All those in darkness came in too. You invited us. During a concentration for all, earthbound spirits. Dar. I said you should listen to intelligent spirits around you who would help you. You are all in darkness. SP. Yes, but you invited us in and here we are. I want to tell you, if you don't want us, I won't talk. Dar. You were invited by intelligent spirits to come here and allowed to control my wife's body, so that we could help you understand that you no longer have a mortal body. The church has not the right understanding of God. You found humbug in the church, so you think everything is humbug. You lost your body probably a long time ago. My wife is a psychic sensitive and you are temporarily controlling her body. Look about, perhaps you can see someone you know. SP. I can see Kalango. Doctor, you must realize that life means something. SP. I have had faith, and enough of it too. I sacrificed my money and my wife, and you see where I am. Doctor, what has that to do with the facts of life? Did you ever study the wonders of nature? SP. I do not believe in God, there is no such thing. Doctor, God has nothing to do with humbug. Did you understand the Bible at all? The Bible says, God is love. Humbuggery has nothing to do with universal life. We want to help you understand better things. SP. No one ever helps me. Doctor, do you know you are in Los Angeles, California? SP. No. Doctor, try to understand what the real life means. It means something you do not know of. Did you ever make a flower? Can you make grass grow, or suspend life? Did you ever study vegetation? SP. That's God's nature. Doctor, can ignorance produce intelligence? Did you ever study the marvelous things of God? Break an egg, and you do not find life in it. Take another egg, keep it warm for 21 days and a chicken comes out of it. SP. That's natural. Doctor, what produces the chicken? We must add knowledge to our faith. The Bible says, God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. You do not find that in the churches. They only have blind faith. SP. I sure had faith. Dar. The Bible says, know the truth and the truth shall make you free. Although the Bible is not a holy book, it contains some wonderful truths. SP. I don't believe it. Laughing. Doctor, you're laughing at your own ignorance. My wife allows ignorant spirits to control her body so that we can bring them to an understanding of their condition. She wants you to know that life exists on the other side. We do not know where you came from, but we allow you to control my wife's body. Where was your home? SP. My home? That was in Canada, near Montreal. Doctor, I was there in 1881. Are you a French Canadian? SP. My great-grandfather was. Dar. Do you remember your name? SP. I can't remember things. Doctor, now we want you to understand things. SP. I was a slave. Doctor, that is all in the past. SP. I only see the past and it makes me crazy. Instead of crying as many do, I thought I would laugh at everything. Whenever I got so mad I did not know what to do with myself, I started to laugh. I guess I felt a little better for laughing instead of crying. I had my heart sorrows. They took my wife, my home went, my children went. My wife was a very pretty girl. One day I came home from my work, and I had worked very hard. My wife and children were gone. But after a while that minister of God did not want my wife any more. Then she commenced to go back on him, but by that time I had gone down. I said, no church for mine, that if one of God's ministers can break up my home and take my wife and children, then there is no God. I went clear down to hell for that fellow. I went down and down, but even down there in the gutter you find friendship and love for each other. If you are down, they, too, are down with you. All the other people look down on you, but, believe me, these others are true friends. They will help you and divide whatever they have with you. No matter how down you are, if you haven't a cent, you will find they will help you. One day I will never forget what I saw, never forget. God. If there is a God, why in the name of the devil does he allow such things? One day I met my wife. Where was she? She had gone down to the gutter. I found her in one of those fine houses you hear about, where that filthy devil had put her when he was through with her. I looked at her, and she looked at me. You here? I said. And she said, you here? Why are you here? I asked. What are you here for? She asked. I said, I came here, probably of my own free will. She said she had been put there by that glorious minister of God to hide his own shame. To hide his own dirty work and not have people ask her questions, he put her in a fast house and let her stay there, and she did not care for anything. We were both down, all because of that devil. I have never gone to church since. I cursed that man and all religious cranks. My wife wouldn't have anything to do with me, and I wouldn't have her. She was lying there, full of disease. There is not an animal living that goes so low as a woman when she goes to the dogs. Can anyone believe in a God that would let a woman like my wife suffer as she did through no fault of her own? Why should such things exist? Doctor, why didn't you use the reason God gave you? SP. There are hundreds of people living low down, and they don't care where they go. Doctor, now you are going to care. Let me talk now. You went to church and adopted a blind faith, that you admit. SP. I wanted to be a good man. Dar. Didn't you feel a desire for something higher? You merely had faith and did not add understanding. God gave you sense, he gave you intelligent reasoning faculties, but you adopted a blind faith and clung to it. That was not God's fault. To our faith we must add knowledge and that will make us free. God did not write the Bible. SP. It is a holy book. That is what they say. Doctor, it was written by man. Did you ever analyze the marvels of the human mind? I am talking of facts now. Did you ever realize how wonderful the human body is, or how the invisible mind is able to control the material body. Did you ever see the wonders of nature? SP. All that has nothing to do with my misery. Dar. If you had used your own faculties you would understand that love and mind are invisible. SP. Didn't that devil love my wife? Doctor, that was not love. You did not use your faculties. You joined the church in blind faith, without using your reason. We do not see you, you are invisible to us and are using my wife's body temporarily. We are interested in the condition of the so-called dead, and many of them are brought here to be enlightened. You have been brought here by intelligent spirits so that you can learn to understand your true condition. You have an opportunity to progress in the spirit world, but you must forget your hatred. You lost your physical body. Do you know what year it is? It is 1921, and you are in California. SP. How did I get here? I never was in California. Doctor, how does spirit travel? You spoke of other people here, we do not see them. We do not see you. You are using my wife's organism. Can't you see how wonderful life is? SP. Why aren't we taught those things? Doctor, because the truth is not in the people. You will have to judge for yourself between the facts of life and the creed of the church. Churches are man-made things, God is spirit, and you must worship him in spirit and in truth, in spirit and in truth. We have aspirations for a higher life, but that does not give us knowledge. God is spirit, invisible intelligence. He manifests himself in all the wonders of the universe. SP. All these people here, invisibles, have had disappointments as I have, but all have different stories. We sit and talk to each other from time to time, all telling of the past. All have their troubles. Dr. God has nothing whatever to do with that. The universe is God's temple and our souls are his manifestations. Think of the marvelous things in the universe. You speak of your friends being here, yet we cannot see them. SP. They want to know if you can help them all from their troubles. Doctor, yes, we can. Tell them that life means something. Look around and you may see intelligent spirits who will help you. SP. There are 6 of us and we have all had the same trouble and disappointment, but each has a different story. Doctor, tell them that none of you need be in the condition you are in. SP. There's one group called the Laughing Fools. There's another called the Cursing Fools, there's another called the Swearing Fools, there's another called the Singing Fools. They sing and pray from morning until night. You get sick and tired of hearing them. Dar. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Religious fanatics are the worst. They have not added understanding to their blind faith. We all have faculties but do not use them. Is that God's fault? SP. I have not worked for a long time. Sometimes none of us have any food. We have done without it so long that now we do not seem to need it. Doctor, the spirit does not need food. SP. We are starving, starving. Doctor, spiritually starving. SP. We are all starving for something, but we don't know what it is. We are all anxious to know. We all say that our souls cry out for something, but we don't know what it is. None of us want to pray. For my part, one cannot. I had faith and prayed, but here I am, in all this trouble. Dr. God has given each one of you reasoning faculties. SP. Would you help us all? They all say they are hungry for happiness. All we can see is our past, and we all want something higher. All I can see is my wife as I saw her last down. Doctor, so far as your wife is concerned, it was only her body that was diseased, not her spirit. SP. When we saw each other we both cried. Dar. After you have understanding, you can all do a great work in helping others. Listen to the invisible friends who are around you. All be quiet a moment, and your eyes will open to undreamed of things. SP. Do you think my wife can get help? She was as pure as a lily. I loved her. Doctor, you can love her still. We must all try to find ourselves. As we grow out of our ignorance, we see the higher things of existence, both here and in the spirit life. If we were born into a perfect condition, we would not appreciate it. You have seen hell, and when you progress you will see heaven. You will find a beautiful condition and you will appreciate it. You will then be enthusiastic helpers, eager to serve others. You must all open your hearts for higher things. SP. I love my wife. To the Invisibles. No, boys, don't go yet, wait a little while longer. Dar. The Bible says, ask, and it shall be given you, seek, and ye shall find, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. SP, with heartfelt solemnity. If there is a God, help me. Help my poor wife. We loved each other. Oh, God. Help us all. We are starving for something. Doctor, his messengers will help you. You will see many who will gladly help you all. SP, God help us all. Doctor, if you will look around, you will see spirits who will help you. SP. There's my boy, my own little boy, Charlie. You are my boy. You died many years ago, but you are my boy Charlie. Have you come to help your old dad, my boy? Your poor dad has suffered hell, my boy. Help your mother, boy, help your mother, poor mother. Suddenly amazed. Why, that's my little boy, Charlie, but he's a man now. Charlie, my little boy, can you forgive your old dad? I tried so hard to have faith and I tried to be good. If there is a God, open my eyes to see. God help me. Gazing at some vision, then speaking in a hushed voice. Now we can all see the glory of God, and we will all go with Charlie. Astonished. You. Are you here also? Clara. Come to me, oh, Clara. I forgive you. I forgive you, Clara. I know it was not your fault. It was that devil, he took you away from me. I love you and always have loved you. Come, Clara, come with us, and let us go with Charlie. He will probably forgive you. Dar. What does he say? SP. He says, come with me to my spirit home, where all is lovely, where you will be happy. It was because of sorrow and suffering that you looked at life as you did. Dar. Don't you realize there is something beautiful ahead of you? SP. Is it heaven? Why, look there. There's my mother and sister Emma. Are you both here too? Can you forgive Clara and me? I thought you were in heaven, Mother, you were so good. You always loved me. Doctor, do you realize now that there is something higher than your past? SP. Yes. Now I know there is a God. I do believe in God now, for I know His glory. I see and feel His glory. Dar. After you have understanding you must help the others you were talking about. SP. They are all coming with me. I want them all to come, for I cannot leave them. You have helped all of us. Now, we will go, come on, boys. We had names for each other, but they were not our own. In our hatred, and because we laughed, we were called the laughing fools. Most of our time was spent in talking over our past. Now we have all found God. We have found Him in His glory, in His happiness, in the spirit world. We do not need to believe, for we know. He will help us all. Mother, father and sister, all are here. Come on now, boys. We all listened to what this man said, and you see where it brought us. Today I call you our Savior, because you have saved us from darkness, and brought us to glory. You saved us all. Not only myself, but the others have opened their eyes to see the glory of God, and not a God of hatred and envy. Doctor, you can thank my wife, who allows her body to be used so that spirits may be helped. SP. I will never forget you. You have given me happiness that I have not known for years and years. You say it is 1921. Is that true? I thought it was 1882. Doctor, can you tell us your name, friend? SP. My name? Yes, it's Mallory. They called me a laughing fool. We thank you all for your patience. I was full of hatred when I came, but that has all gone now. God bless you all. I have to call you my savior, because you have saved us from that dark condition and brought us to a beautiful place. Clara, you come too, for I love you dearly. You are well now. Doctor, you will now become useful spirits. Find God and forget the past. SP. The last time I saw Clara, she was very sick and was taking morphine all the time. Come to me, Clara, I forgive you. See, Charlie is with us. Can't we help Clara? She seems dazed. Doctor, she is probably still under the effects of the opiate. Your love will bring her to you. SP. I never could hate her, she was so pure. Clara, wake up. You are not dead. Forget the past, and live in the new life. Thank you all for bringing me happiness, and also for bringing God to me in my heart. I never properly understood him before. I found him in the glory of nature too. Look at all those beautiful flowers. Is this heaven? Doctor, it is the spirit world. SP. Now I'm always going to be with my loved ones in the spirit world. We will go. Goodbye. A communication of a different type was received from the spirit of a young man, son of one of the members of our circle. The young man had passed over 2 months before, but having been unbiased and open-minded was readily enlightened by his spirit friends. In his short visit to our circle, he gave an interesting description of conditions as he observed them in both the earth sphere and the spirit world. Experience, April 14, 1920. Spirit, W.Y., Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Spirit, well Dad, I'm here again. The spirit friends gave me the privilege of coming and talking first. Dad, it's queer that I should go so quickly, but my time had come. I am glad the door is not shut for me. I have seen many heartbroken spirits who go to their relatives and friends, and the door is closed in their faces. Through skepticism and unconsciousness of the presence of spirits. I have much to be thankful for, because it's hard for them. Grandpa B and Uncle C stood right beside me when I woke up from the sleep of death. It was queer. It was like an electric shock going through my body. Life is queer. If each one of you could see the experiences gone through by those who go into the sleep of death. Dad, I had a little knowledge of the next life, not much, but a little, and it helped. I could realize that the change of death had taken place. I recognized my relatives and friends. Uncle F.6 says I should tell you that I was much better off than he was when he passed to the other side, and that now his work is to help the unfortunate ones who do not understand the real life. Dad, wasn't it queer that I should wake up to the new birth of life on my earthly birthday? Now I have my spiritual birthday on the same day as my earthly birthday. Dad, it's glorious. Tell E so, and B and Mother. Tell all of them that I am happy in the thought that I can come to them and that the door is not closed to me. Tell my little son that I am not dead. That I am not in the grave but am with him, and I will learn the laws governing so that I can guide him through life. Let him have an understanding that I am there with him and that I have more strength and power to help him than before. Thank God that I also had understanding so that I did not come too close to my dear wife, otherwise, I would have gotten into her magnetic aura and might have caused trouble. My dear little wife, I am glad that I did not make trouble for us both. I have seen much of the work done among those who have passed out and do not realize it. They go home to their relatives and friends, and want to stay there rather than go on. Dad, I'm so glad you could come here again, and I'm glad, so glad, that there is no wall between us. Mr. Y, Father of Spirit. I am glad too, that I had an opportunity of being here again. SP. I feel now that there is no parting. It is only that I have gone to another country, but I am with you all. I am with you when you are all together and talk about me. I do not feel that I have gone. Tell mother and my dear little wife not to mourn for me, but to feel glad that I can be with them. It was very hard that we should have to part, and everything looked so bright for us in our little home, but it was my time to go, and when our time comes to go from this earth life, we have to go. We do not go away, as people think we do. We are here with our loved ones, only our bodies are not visible. I wish you could see how Uncle F. works in the dark earth sphere to help and to serve the unfortunate ones there, to prevent them from obsessing anyone. He is so anxious to have everybody know the real truth on the other side, and it is a pity that so much dogma and creed are the stumbling blocks. The little time I have been gone I have learned so much. I thank you, Dad, that you and Mother did not force any strong dogma, or religion, or creed, upon my mind. I was free. Thank you for it. Mr. Y. It's pretty hard, sometimes, to know exactly what to do regarding religion in bringing up children. SP. I wish all could have been as free as I was, then there would not be so much sorrow and doubt. Dad, I'm so glad I can come to you again. The other day, Uncle F, Uncle C. and I went to the Earth sphere, not to our home, but to the condition that exists on the lower plane. That is more of a hell than anybody can describe. It's worse than an insane asylum, where one is crazy in one way, and another in another way. You can't imagine what a hell it is. One has one creed, one another, and they are all in the dark. They are all hypnotized in their creeds and beliefs, and you can not get any sense whatever into them. You have to put some object lesson before them to attract their attention. At times music will make them realize their condition. If you can attract their attention, you can sometimes reach the real spirit, but dogmas and creeds are so planted in their minds that they cannot see anything. If you want to realize in part what the condition of the Earth sphere is, go to the worst ward in an insane asylum, and you can then have some realization of the condition on the invisible side when they have no knowledge of the next life. Imagine a spirit of that character coming in contact with a person's magnetic aura and acting through him, as is often the case. They call that person insane and send him to the insane asylum where there are a lot of other lunatics, both of earth and the spirit side of life. It is terrible to know that such a condition exists and that selfish creeds and dogmas are the cause of it all. I have to thank you and Mother again for not forcing any dogma on me. What little knowledge I had was the real truth of life. Uncle C. took me, at another time, to different conditions. He said, "Come, we will go," and we went to some place in spirit life. We came to a place which I cannot describe. I can't describe my feelings, I can't describe the conditions, because the music was so sublime, so different from anything I have ever heard. I felt so light, I felt I was lifted up. Such people as were there. I cannot describe them. Imagine, if you can, a place where there is the most beautiful music, where there is a grand orchestra of masters, all playing in one grand unit of music. Can you imagine what it would be? I enjoyed it, but oh, I could not realize its full import, because I wanted you and my dear little wife to hear it. I could not enjoy it alone. I wanted to open the door to you all at home, so that you could all listen to it, then I should have felt satisfied. I thought, and an old gentleman came up to me and patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, I receive your thought. Do not worry. Soon the time will come for which we are all working, when an instrument will be invented on earth, through which all who wish can hear the grand masters in the spirit world. Not yet, but in time. Dad, my work is to learn to help others less fortunate than myself, and also to learn to be a help and not a detriment to my dear wife and little boy and to you all. I am learning my lessons, and after knowing them I will come to you. Don't think I am not with you all, but think I am there, for I am, and in that way I can be much closer, especially when you have music, because music brings us much closer to those we love. Goodbye, and tell my dear wife I send her best love. With exquisite grace and courteous inquiry came the spirit of one, formerly a famous actress, whose friends had tried in vain to waken her from the sleep of death. Experience, July 7, 1922. Spirit, Lillian R. Psychic, MS. Wickland. Doctor, good evening, friend. Where have you come from? Spirit, somebody told me to come here, but I do not know what I should do. My condition is so strange that I cannot understand it. I do not realize where I am. Dar. You are in Los Angeles, California. SP. No. There are many here who wanted me to come, but I cannot understand why. I do not know any of you here. Doctor, you were brought here to be helped. SP. I do not know that I need any help. Things look so confusing to me. Doctor, that is because you do not understand your condition. Where do you think you should be? SP. Where my home is. Doctor, what state did you live in? SP. Of course, most of the time I was in New York, but at times I was in London and other places. Doctor, cannot you see anyone you know, or the one who brought you here? SP. Oh. Disturbed greatly by pain in limb. Doctor, were you in some accident? Were you traveling? What is the last thing you remember? SP. I was very sick, I had such pain. Doctor, probably that was your last illness. Did you become well suddenly? SP. No, it seems to me that I have been sleeping, and in some way or another, I am just waking up. Everything looks so queer. Doctor, you do not understand your condition. You do not need to have that pain. If you say, I will not have that pain, it will disappear. Will you do that? SP. Yes, but it seems very hard to say. You are a Christian Scientist, are you not? I looked into Christian Science, but I certainly could not say my pains were imagination. Doctor, you are in a different condition now. Do you ever see any of your friends around you? SP. Yes, I sometimes see many of my particular friends that have gone before, and then I think to myself that I have gone crazy. My friends are around me, and someone says, wake up. But I cannot see. I do not want to see them. Dar. That is because you do not want to understand. Were you afraid of them when they were living? SP. No, I was not. Doctor, then why should you be afraid of them when they have lost their mortal bodies? SP. I am afraid and very nervous, and I do not want them to come near me. Why don't my lovely friends come? Doctor, to your earthly friends you are dead, but to your spirit friends you are not dead. SP. I was sick, but I cannot remember that I died. I went to sleep, but I cannot remember that I failed to wake up. Several of my friends just came and called me to go with them. Doctor, do you know why they told you to wake up? To your spirit friends you are only sleeping. SP. Why do they call me? Doctor, to help you and make you understand. SP. I do not know you. Doctor, I am Dr. Wickland. Who brought you here? SP. Anna H., an actress well known to the spirit during Earth life, told me to come. Doctor, she spoke to us once as you are doing now. 7. SP. She came to me, but I knew she was dead and gone. Doctor, she is not dead. We do not see you, we only hear you talk. You do not see me, you only see my body. Mind is invisible, there is no death. SP. So many people have come to me and want me to wake up, and start in my work again. Doctor, if you do not mind telling us, we should like to know who you are. SP. Don't you know me? I was an actress. I was known as Lillian R. I am not dead. William Stead came to me, and also the late King Edward. I was his favorite actress. I cannot understand why I came here. They say I was brought here for you to awaken me. Dar. We are interested in life's problems and in the question, what becomes of the dead? SP. I studied some, but only understood slightly the phenomena. I studied, but at the same time my life was so busy, so much taken up with others, and I was also trying to live the best I knew how. I am very tired and sleepy. Doctor, what was the nature of your sickness? SP. They told me so many different things until at last I do not know what it was. I had such dreadful pains down this way, from the knee down. I was unconscious for a time. I cannot remember things very clearly. In some way I seem to have lost my memory. I cannot recollect anything of the past. I feel different, as if I had nothing to look forward to in the future. I am not unhappy, but at the same time I am not happy. Doctor, we will explain matters to you. You do not need to worry. SP. My friends came and I would not have anything to do with them. They said, come along, but I said, no, no, no. I am not ready yet. I do not want to go. Doctor, you had already gone, but did not understand it. Your friends came to help you, but you did not understand it. Do you know where you are now? This is my wife's body you are using. She is sleeping. You are not talking through your own body. SP, noticing another invisible, formerly a friend. John J. A.8 is here. Doctor, this lady is a psychic. She is my wife and allows spirits to control her so that we can make them understand their condition. Mr. John J. A., Mr. Stead and Anna H. could not make you understand. SP. I was afraid of them. Doctor, this is a clearing house for just such conditions as yours. You are a spirit and are controlling a mortal body. We on the mortal side can talk to you because we are in our mortal bodies. You have lost your physical body, but have a spiritual body. When you passed away you only went to sleep, and you are just now waking up. You awaken and find yourself in this twilight. SP. Someone seemed to give me an electric shock and I seemed to come to life, but still I am dazed. There is a room full of faces, people whom I have known in life, but who have passed on. They have been around me trying to talk to me, but I would not listen. Doctor, that was your mistake. SP. Does the spirit still live? Doctor, certainly it does. We are mortals, but these others whom you see are spirits. SP. They are just as real as you are. Doctor, they are more real than we are, because they are free, and we are in a dream state. SP. I feel that my being well is just a dream and that I will wake up in pain. Dar. When you leave here you will go with the others. SP. Do you mean I can go with them? Doctor, as soon as you cease to resist them. SP. Here comes one, then another, and they say they want me. Doctor, don't you remember that Longfellow said, life is real. Life is earnest. And the grave is not its goal, dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. SP. What beautiful things I see. Are they not beautiful? This is not a dream. Dar. They are showing you some of the things on the spirit side of life. SP. Just look at those beautiful homes on that hillside. Look at those lovely walks, beautiful lakes and hills, lovely flowers that bloom everywhere. Isn't it beautiful? Can I go there? Doctor, there is nothing to hinder you except your own unwillingness and resistance. SP. I was an actress in life, still in my heart I believed in a God. You know the church always looks down on actresses. I always liked to give the world the best there was in me. I wanted to show what we can do to help amuse people. Doctor, you can do the same thing now in your new life. SP. In a way, many would say that I was not a Christian. In my own way I believed in being good and doing good for others, that was my belief. At times I went to church, but at times I did not feel at home in that atmosphere. I always tried to do my best. Dar. The reason you did not feel at home in church was because the spirit of truth was not there. SP. Look at the lights. Are they not beautiful? They are singing and vibrating into different shades and tunes. The colorings are wonderful. I will try to do there what I could not do here. I should, many times, have liked to give the world more than good and happy thoughts. I knew at times that life must have a greater purpose than is generally realized. I was true to myself, in my own heart. Such beautiful things I can see. Is that heaven? Doctor, yes, but not the Christian heaven. Not the heaven of salvation, but the spirit world surrounding the earth world. Jesus taught the existence of spirits and a spirit world, and Paul says, there is a natural body and there is a spiritual body, first that which is natural and afterward that which is spiritual. S.P. Anna H. says she is different now from what she was when I knew her. She says I do not know her now. She is serving and helping the unfortunate ones. She says she wanted to do what she could to wake me up. May I ask what you are doing here? Dar. This is an institution for research and the obtaining of knowledge concerning what becomes of the dead. This is also a spiritual clearinghouse. This lady you are controlling is my wife. She is a psychic intermediary and you are allowed to use her body and brain to convince you of your present condition. You are using a body not your own. Raising Mrs. Wickland's hand. This is not your hand. S.P. No, it is not. It is queer. Dar. The queer part is the human ignorance on these points. S.P. The Church does not teach these things. Dar. The Church limits itself to faith alone, and does not desire to add the required knowledge regarding the natural continuation of the spirit after death. The Bible says that to our faith we must add knowledge, and Jesus taught, know the truth and the truth shall make you free. If you had understood these truths you would have accepted the spirit friends who came to you when you awakened. S.P. It is all so beautiful that I should like to go with them. They say that when I am stronger I shall finish my work over there. How will they take care of me? I am very weak. Doctor, you will not be so weak when you leave this body. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. You will be received with love and taken to a beautiful home. You will be so overjoyed with your new condition that you will not have time to be weak. S.P. Will I not go into a sleep again? Dar. When you were sick and in great pain you were probably given opiates and they may have had a stupefying effect. S.P. Thank you. Now they are calling me and I feel that I want to go. I feel such gratitude to you for helping me, and for being the means of my understanding, and also for helping me to reach my friends so that I may know how to go to them, instead of shutting the door against them and leaving myself in the dark. I thank you all that I had the opportunity of being awakened to such a beautiful condition as I now see. I was only in the darkness of my own consciousness. They call me, and keep on calling me, and they all say they are glad to invite me to their home in the spirit world. There is one thing they want me to say, but I do not know whether I am strong enough. One gentleman says, I was King Edward in life, but I am an ordinary person now. I wanted to wake you up, because I have been awakened from the life I led. My mother was a queen, but she is a queen no longer. She has to serve others more than she did when she was on earth. My mother knew of spirit phenomena and she also knew of spirit return, but she did not know what her duty was, and she was waited on all her life. She was never allowed to do anything or have any real responsibility. She serves here and there. Now I have to serve and help until I understand the real life. This gentleman says that is the message he wished to send. He came to say this because you probably thought he was still a king. He is here only as a man. He wants to help you as the others are doing. He is not of noble or royal blood anymore. All my friends have come to shake hands and they all seem to be one family. I want to say good night, but how will I go? Doctor, thought is the solver of nature's problems. Think of your friends over there and you will be with them. You will have to fix your mind from here to there. Think, I am actually there. S.P. I certainly want to thank you for the opportunity of coming here and for awakening me so that I can be with my friends over there. The organism of every human being generates a nervous force and magnetism which surrounds him with an atmosphere of vital emanations and psychic light known as the magnetic aura. This aura is visible as a light to earthbound spirits in their condition of darkness, and they may become attracted to persons peculiarly susceptible to their encroachment. Such spirits are often unable to leave this psychic atmosphere and in the resulting state of confusion, confusional psychosis. Although struggling for freedom, they find themselves living the life of the psychic with him, resenting his presence and bewildered by a sense of dual personality. After a number of spirits had been taken from a patient who was very unmanageable at first, we had the following experience, which clearly shows the suffering that spirits may endure when enmeshed in the aura of a mortal. Experience, January 23, 1918. Spirit, Emily Julia Steve. Patient, L. W. Psychic, Wickland. Doctor, tell us who you are. We are interested in all spirits who are in darkness. Tell us how long you have been dead. Spirit, I guess something happened to me. Dar. Do you realize that you have passed out of your own body? SP. I don't want my hands held. I am a lady of means, an expression often used by the patient, and want to be shown the courtesies and respect due a lady. Doctor, did they call you Mrs. or Miss? SP. I am a lady of means, and I am not used to this kind of questioning. I just feel like giving you a piece of my mind. Doctor, what seems to be your trouble? SP. You, it seems, have such a way of giving me all kinds of strange things in my back, static treatment of patient, and cannot see why you should do so. You have also kept me in prison. It must have been you that put me in prison. Who are you, anyway? Doctor, I am a friend, and I want to talk to you. SP. In the first place, I don't know you, and in the second place I have nothing to talk to you about. Who are you? Tell me your name. Doctor, I am Dr. Wickland. SP. I really didn't mean to ask your name, for I'm not at all interested to know it. Doctor, wouldn't you like to go to the spirit side of life? SP. I do not like to hear about such things. I am no spirit. Doctor, look at your hands, do they belong to you? SP. You are the means of my having been kept in prison so long, and now you are trying to show me things that are not true, and so I will not listen to you. Dar. How did you happen to come here? SP. I do not know myself. It is very curious. I seem to be in prison, and before I knew anything, I was here. I do not see how I came. There were a whole lot of us, and somehow I have been left alone. I have been in prison, but I do not know what I have done. Doctor, where were you, when you had those others with you? Where were you staying? Referring to obsessing spirits in patient's aura. SP. I was staying where I belonged. There were a lot of us, all bunched together, men and women. We had a home, but we could not get out of it. Sometimes we were in warm quarters. For a time I have been by myself, and I have been in a dark place. Before I was in prison we could talk one at a time, control the patient, but now I am all alone. You have no right to put all those burning things on me. Doctor, that kind of electrical treatment is very good for earthbound spirits, ignorant ones. SP. Ignorant. How dare you talk like that to me? How dare you? Doctor, don't you know that you have passed out of your mortal body? You have lost your physical body. SP. How do you know I have? Dar. Because the body you are talking through is not your own. It is my wife's body. SP. I never saw you before you put those sharp things in me. Doctor, you were not using this body at that time. SP. What does it all mean? Dar. It means that you have been using another person's body. SP. Well, that explains many things, in a way. Sometimes I felt that I did not belong where I was, then once in a while I felt I was myself again. There was one big old man, a big fool, but we had to do just as he said. Another spirit obsessing patient, previously removed. I did not feel like doing as he said, because I had all the money I wanted, so why should I bother with such a rascal? I felt I had to do what he said, and yet I could not see why I should. I was not in my own home, and yet I had to be there, and I never could understand why I could not get away. He kept several of us with him. Dar. Did the electricity help you to get away? SP. Yes, it did, but it hurt like fury. It seems as if it tore the life out of me. Doctor, the electricity liberated you, just the same. SP. We could not get away from that man. We had to do as he said. He ran and ran all the time, the patient often ran away, and we had to do the same. There was a little girl, and she cried all the time. Obsessing spirit, previously dislodged from same patient. At times I was free, and at times I was in such misery. Sometimes I felt I could float from one place to another. Doctor, at such times you were a free spirit. SP, don't say that word. How I do hate it. I do not have any use for anything of that kind. Doctor, you do not recognize the fact that when you pass out of the mortal body, you do not die, but that you live, you then become a spirit. SP. You know I am not dead. Cannot you understand that I am talking to you, and that I can move my hands and arms? Doctor, my friend, while you are talking, we cannot see you. We can only see my wife. You are talking through my wife's body. This is Mrs. Wickland sitting here. What is your name? SP. I am Mrs. Emily Julia Steve. I was married, but my husband died some years ago. Doctor, do you know that you are in California? SP. I have never been there. I went first to Chicago, and from there to St. Louis. The patient had also lived in St. Louis and had there first developed her aberration. Doctor, where did you live in St. Louis? See Chapter 5, page 96, Spirit, John Sullivan, Patient, Mrs. L. W. See Chapter 4. Page 65. Spirit, Minnie Day, Patient, Mrs. L. W. SP. I was traveling, I did not live there. I did once live on LaSalle Avenue, Chicago, but I was there for a little while only. It was near LaSalle and Division. From there I went to St. Louis, and from there, well, I really don't know where I went. I do know that my head was bothering me a great deal. Patient complained similarly. Doctor, do you remember being sick? SP. I cannot recall much of anything. Suddenly greatly excited. No. No. I think there is something the matter with me. Do you think I am going crazy? Look. Look. There is my husband. No, no. He is a ghost. Just look at him. Doctor, we are talking to a ghost when we talk to you, and we are not afraid. SP. There is my child, too. There is my little baby. I am losing my mind. My Lily, my little Lily. Oh, my Lily. Hugo, my husband. I know I am losing my mind. Why, there's my mother. I know my mind is giving way. I am afraid, they are all coming toward me. Hugo, my husband, is it really you? My little Lily, how I do love you. I am so afraid. Doctor, understand that you have lost your physical body and are now a spirit. Try to realize this. SP. Please explain why Hugo, my mother and Lily are around me. Are they not happy in heaven? Why don't they stay there? Doctor, do you know anything about heaven? SP. Heaven is above, where Christ and God are. Dar. Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. The Bible says, ye are the temple of God and the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. Again, God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God. God is above, God is below, God is everywhere. SP. Don't you believe in a personal God? Dr. God is spirit. God could not be only in one place. SP. I am getting so tired that it is hard for me to understand what you say. If there were only a place where I could rest, I would gladly go. I cannot describe to you what misery I have been in. I have no home anywhere that I can go to, no place to rest my weary head. I went from one place to another, and I could not find home or peace. I have prayed that I might find rest for just a little while, but somebody always comes and disturbs me. There were so many around, each crowding the other, and I probably was mean myself, but I could not help it. I felt as if a wild beast had gotten hold of me, and I fought everybody like a tiger, and when I was through I was weak for days and days. I suffered terribly. That horrible man was always after us, and that poor little child was crying all the time, she was so crowded. I wish I had a little home of my own where I could go, and not have that man around me again. He was terrible, you have no idea. He was such a rascal, but he went away and we have not seen him for quite a while. The little girl who cried so much has also gone. She always had trouble with her head. I did not mean to be a bad woman, but that man tormented us all so much that we did not know what to do. Doctor, wouldn't you like to go with your husband and mother and little girl, and have them all take care of you, so that you can rest? Try to realize that you have lost your physical body. SP. When did I lose my body? Doctor, we cannot tell you that. SP. Sometimes I have felt I was a big woman, and I could fight everybody, and then I would seem smaller, and it was very confusing. Doctor, that may have been caused by your influencing different people. You can be free from that condition. SP. Then will I have a rest? Will I wake up and find that I have only had a dream, and then have that horrible man and that crying child around me? I do not want to ever see that man again. He used to fight those women as if he were a demon, and he was so angry, and he treated the little girl very badly. She was afraid of him. Doctor, now try to forget what has happened, and live for the future. Go with your husband and he will explain the beauties of the spirit world to you. SP. My husband, Hugo. I love him so dearly, and after he died life was not worth living to me. My dear child went to him just a month afterward. She was a child 3 years of age. Hugo, my husband, was my life. I did not care what became of me after he left. When my husband lived, we traveled a great deal. We went everywhere. We went to Alaska and there he took cold and had pneumonia, and my little child got very sick. It is hard to live all that over again. Doctor, why go all over that again, when your people are here to take you away with them? SP. I want to go with them but I am afraid, because they are dead. Hugo says he has been looking for me for years and years, but he could not find me, and I cannot tell him where I have been. When Hugo and Lily died, I took very sick, and the doctor said I was a nervous wreck. I grew very much worse, and I remember them taking me to a place called Elgin, probably an asylum. I have just a faint recollection of that. When I grew better, evidently died, I went to St. Louis, because I had a sister there. Since I began to talk I feel different, and now I want to go with all my people. Just look at that beautiful bed. Now I can rest, and with Hugo I shall not have worries any more. God bless you all and help you. Hugo says to tell you he is so pleased he found me at last and to say we shall be reunited and never part again. God bless you, each and all. Chapter 5. Tormenting Spirits. Marriage Disturbances. Obsessing spirits may purposely torment helpless sensitives, sometimes for revenge, but more often with a desire to punish the latter who, they declare, are interfering with them. These tormenting spirits frequently cause their victims to commit deeds of violence upon themselves and do not seem to suffer from pain which they inflict upon the physical body of the sensitive, yet, contradictory as it may seem. Many labor under the delusion that the body of the mortal is their own. After the death of her husband Mrs. L., W. Developed a melancholia which was followed by hallucinations of hearing, and, constantly tormented by hearing the voices of spirits, she often dashed madly out of the house, screaming and pulling out her hair. At such times her daughter, who was clairvoyant, saw spirits about her mother, particularly the spirit of a jeering man, and the patient herself often saw this man saying, "There comes that terrible man again." The patient was brought from St. Louis to Los Angeles in the belief that a change of scene and climate would be beneficial, but the violent attacks increased. In these seizures she bit her hands and arms, beat her face with a slipper and tore off her clothes. She finally became uncontrollable and was taken to the psychopathic ward, declared insane and committed to a sanitarium, where she remained for a year without any improvement. After escaping 3 times she was placed in our care, and within a few months the tormenting spirits 9 were taken away. The lady became entirely normal, has since remained well, and is assisting her daughter with her household occupations. A few days after her arrival at our institute the spirit of the jeering man, so often seen by the patient's daughter, was removed and allowed to control Mrs. Wickland. Experience, January 13, 1918. Spirit, John Sullivan. Patient, Ms. L. W. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The spirit struggled furiously for a time and restraint was required. Spirit, what in the world are you holding me for? I have nothing whatever to do with you folks. I don't like any of you. I don't see what right you have to hold me. I never did you any harm, and I'll make it pretty hot for you before I get through. Doctor, you came to us as a stranger and at once started fighting. What else could I do but hold you in restraint? SP. I don't want to be held down like this. Doctor, who are you? SP. Why should I tell you who I am? I don't know any of you, and I don't care who you are. Just leave me alone so that can go. Doctor, tell us who you are, friend. You seem to be a pretty strong girl. SP. If you take me for a girl you had better look again. Doctor, tell us where you came from and what you want. SP. What do you want to know for? Doctor, perhaps we can help you out of your present condition. SP. Don't hold me so tight, then I will talk. Doctor, tell us all about yourself. SP. In the first place, I don't want those needles, referring to electrical treatment given patient, put on me. Then, I have been kept a prisoner for a while. Now I'm out, I feel just like fighting. Freed from aura of patient and the restraint placed upon him by intelligent spirits. What in the world did you put all those needles on me for? If I can go away from here, I will go back home. Dar. Where is your home? SP. My home is where I came from. Doctor, I am curious to know how you got those needles on your back. SP. It was just like I was on fire every time I had them. I don't want to sit here and be held down, and I'm going. Dar. How did you happen to have the benefit of such needles? I am very curious to know. SP. I don't know myself, but I got them. Doctor, how did you happen to come here? SP. I don't know. Doctor, did you come here with somebody you were attached to? SP. I was only attached to myself. Doctor, where have you been recently? SP. I have been in darkness. I got away from my home, then I could not see anything. It seemed as if I was blind. Dar. Were you not in a strange condition when you were in that place you call home? SP. It wasn't my real home, but it was just like it. Doctor, did you become disgusted sometimes and then act queerly? SP. Sometimes I did not know where I was and then I acted up all the time. Once in a while we had a big fight. There were several people around, but I will get them someday. Doctor, who were they? SP. Why, I don't know, all kinds of people. Dar. Were there any women? SP. There were so many you could not rest. Women. Someday I am going to get hold of the rest of them and shake them up. Doctor, I don't see why you should want to harm others. SP. One woman would come at me one way, and one another, and it made me mad, but what can a fellow do when he has a whole lot of women around? Other obsessing spirits in patient's aura. Doctor, where do you think you are now? SP. Where? I don't care where I am. Doctor, where have you been living? SP. We have been living at different places. We have been from one place to another, until I am plumb disgusted with everything. I feel like running away so nobody can find me. Dar. You could not get away from yourself. SP. I have had nothing but women around me, women, until I am sick and tired of women. I got one woman down and I bit and kicked, and still she clung to me. The patient, Mrs. L. W. She has no business to hang around me like she does. Some day I shall kill her. Doctor, do you know what you have been doing? SP. I don't care what I have been doing. I took a chunk out of her wrist one day, but she clung to me just the same. Then I pulled her hair out as much as I could, but still she clung. I couldn't get rid of her. Doctor friend, wouldn't you like to know what you have been doing? SP. I don't care to know, but it makes me so mad, because since I got those needles in me I don't seem to have any power. Doctor, where is the woman now? SP. I haven't seen her for a while. Doctor, what harm did she ever do you? SP. She has no business to hang on to me like she does. Doctor, suppose we reverse matters, and say that it is you who have been hanging on to her. SP. She has no business to dress me up in woman's clothes and put woman's hair on my head. Dar. How long have you been dead? SP. Dead. I'll show you that I'm not dead, and I will also show you that you are not strong enough to hold me either. Talk about me being dead. Laughing harshly. Dar. Do you not realize that you have been in a strange condition for some time? SP. It's the worst I have ever been in. Keep your hands off me, for they are like fire, they are so hot. Dar. Has it ever occurred to you to ask how that woman could dress you up? Don't you think you have been very selfish? SP. Selfish? Selfish? She's the selfish one. Doctor, suppose you were an ignorant spirit hovering around a woman. SP. Me, hang around a woman? Not me, no sir. Doctor, such things happen, just the same. Did you ever read your Bible? Do you remember how they cast out spirits in olden times? You are also a spirit, such as they had to deal with. SP. There were devils, and I'll show you I'm no devil. Doctor, you have been tormenting a woman and I chased you out with electricity. SP. Well, now I've caught you. Attempting to fight. I'll bet you are the one who put me in the dungeon. Now I will get that woman and bite her to pieces. That woman hung on me all the time and I want to get rid of her. Doctor, you were hanging on to her. She is rid of you now. Try to understand that you are a spirit and come to your senses. I am telling you the absolute truth. SP. I wish I could get hold of that woman. I will smash her up good, and I will smash her face again. Doctor, why should you want to do harm to the woman? She is not bothering you. SP. I would like to get after you too. Doctor, if you don't behave yourself you will get more of the electricity. SP. I would rather stay here, but you hold me too tight. Doctor, you tell us you are a man, but we can't see you. We can only see a woman. SP. Haven't you got any eyes? Don't you know I am a man? Doctor, you have woman's clothes on. SP. I tore them off, but she put them on, and I tore them off. Dar. You have lost the woman that you say has been bothering you and are now controlling another woman. SP. What do you mean by that? Doctor, you are an ignorant, earthbound spirit, hovering around the earth plane bothering a woman. You are now using my wife's body. SP. I'm not using anybody's body but my own. Why did that woman hang on to me? Doctor, you were doing that hanging on. Since you have been taken away from her, the woman is getting along nicely. SP. Did you put me in that dungeon? Doctor, no, intelligent spirits put you there. You are very selfish to the last degree. Don't you think you should try to realize your condition? If your record were written, would you care to have everybody read it? SP. I don't care. I get so mad to think I should have a woman hanging on to me, and then have her dress me in woman's clothes. I hate women. Dar. That lady has been brought here because she has been bothered by foolish spirits. We realized that it was obsession, and we drove you away with electrical treatments. We are now trying to bring you to your senses. SP. If I could just get hold of that woman, I would bite her to pieces. I will bite her arms too. Doctor, try to be sensible, then you will have understanding and be able to progress and be happy. SP. There is no happiness. Dar. Have you ever tried to understand God, or the real question of life? SP. There is no God, or there would be no misery. Doctor, if there is no supreme being, how do you happen to be? How do you exist? Can you explain how it is possible for you to talk to us through my wife's body? SP. Is it your wife that is hanging on to me all the time? Doctor, you were bothering a lady who came here for help. I chased you away from her, then intelligent spirits put you in a dungeon. Now you are using my wife's body for a time. SP. Why in the world should I be bothering women when I hate them? I will smash everyone I can. Dar. Friend, if you ever expect to be happy, you will have to change your attitude. You have lost your own body and are hovering around the earth plane obsessing people. Selfish spirits always do that. The insane asylums are full of obsessed people. You have tormented this woman for 3 or 4 years. SP. How in the devil could I get hold of that woman? I hate women, and why in the world should I have a woman hanging on to me all the time? I wouldn't hang on to a woman for love or money, for I hate women. I would like to crush every woman, they are all deceitful creatures. God never made such a thing as a woman. They are the most selfish creatures in the world. If you treat them to all kinds of nice things, they are all right, but when you turn your back, they stab you. They get all the money they can out of you. I swore revenge on all women, and I will have that revenge. I could have had a good home once if it hadn't been for a woman. Revenge is sweet and I will have it. Doctor, now the time has come when you must stop and consider the question of life more seriously. Don't you think you have made many mistakes yourself? Examine your past life and see whether you have been perfect. SP. No one is perfect. Doctor, don't you think that perhaps you had many faults? SP. No man is perfect, but I am as good as the average man. Doctor, try to understand the mystery of life. You have probably been dead many years. Intelligent spirits are here now to help you and they will teach you many wonderful things. You have been allowed to come here and use my wife's brain and body that we might try to help you. SP. She's a fool to allow it. Doctor, she allows it because she has charity for such as you. All women are not false. SP. My mother was a very good woman. If it was not for her, I would kill every woman I come in contact with. But she has been dead 40 or 50 years. Doctor, you are dead, too, as far as the body is concerned. You are a spirit now. Look around and tell us what you see, be honest now. SP. I see my mother, but I'm afraid of her. Doctor, we are not afraid of you. SP. Well, my mother's a ghost. Doctor, she's a spirit like yourself. What does your mother say to you? SP. She says, John, I have been hunting for you for years. But I am afraid of her. Doctor, does she appear ghostly? SP. No, but I am afraid. Why, here's my father, too. And there's Lizzie. Don't you come near me, I don't want you either. Don't you come near me. I don't want you, Lizzie, you snake. Doctor, probably she has come to ask you to forgive her for something she did. SP. I will never, never forgive her. Doctor, sometimes mistakes happen. There may have been a misunderstanding. You may have taken for granted things that were not true. SP. I hate her, and I don't want her near me. Doctor, try to put hatred out of your heart and be sensible. SP. Lizzie, you go away, or I will kill you. You acted like a snake. I don't want to listen to you. You are as false as they make them. I don't believe what you say. Don't you come here with all kinds of excuses, for I don't believe you. I am mad at you and I will stay mad. You are a big liar. Dar. What does the spirit say to you? Who is she? SP. That's Lizzie, who made all my trouble, and she says all the trouble was caused by jealousy. But I was not jealous. Doctor, listen to what she has to say. SP. Listening. That's a fine story. We were going to be married and she was a nice girl. She says I looked at everything the wrong way, and that I was jealous. Doctor, you were probably stubborn and hot-headed. SP. To Lizzie. You're a liar. You went with that other fellow, you know you did. She says that when she went home that evening she happened to meet that fellow on the streetcar. He only walked a block with her, and I happened to see them walking together. I went home and stabbed myself. Doctor, that was certainly a brave act. I suppose you committed suicide. SP. I wish I could have died, but I could not. I would have been far better off, but I'm going to have revenge on women. Dar. Why don't you try to be sensible and forgive the girl? SP. Say, do you believe her story? I suffered a great deal from that stab I gave myself, and I did wish I could die. There's Lizzie walking around and she's crying. Dar. Listen to your own conscience. SP. I loved that girl, and what did I get from her? Doctor, I think your mother spoiled you when you were a boy. SP. My mother thought the world of me and gave me everything I wanted, so that I could have a good time. No, mother, don't come near me. There is no help for me. Doctor, the first lesson you must learn is to crucify self. Jesus said, except ye become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. I don't think you understand what that means. All you cared for was self, and your mother spoiled you. SP. Mother says she is very sorry now. Here's Lizzie again. I don't believe her, because she did go with that fellow. Doctor, suppose she did. What of it? You must have had a very jealous disposition. SP. She says she did not go with him, and that she has told me what she did. Doctor, do you know that she is dead? SP. She is not. If she is she a ghost? Doctor, you say she stands there. Does she look like a ghost? SP. No, she doesn't. My mother says, John, be reasonable and sensible. Your own conscience accuses you. It is hard, when you love a girl, to see her with another fellow. What I suffered on account of Lizzie. After seeing her with the other fellow, I went home and stabbed myself, just a little bit, to try and scare her. I thought if I did that she would come to me. Dar. You committed suicide, but you do not realize that you are a spirit and have been troubling a lady, and obsessing her. She is a patient of ours. SP. What do I care for her? I hate women and she won't leave me alone. All I wanted was revenge, and I got it. Doctor, that lady has done all kinds of wild things because you were obsessing her. SP. Mother and Lizzie both stand there crying, but nobody cares for me, so what's the use? Dar. What name did you have beside John? SP. John Sullivan. Doctor, I should think you would feel ashamed to have bothered that lady. SP. I'm not any more ashamed of myself than you are. Doctor, do you think you loved this girl? Or was it only selfishness on your part? You simply wanted her, that's all. SP. She could have been mine, but I made her suffer. My love turned to hate. No, Lizzie, you don't need to cry. I shall never forgive you, if you ask me 100 times. Doctor, if your mother had given you a few thrashings you would not be in the condition you are now. Try to forgive Lizzie, and by doing so you will be helped yourself. SP. I shall never forgive her. The women were all crazy after me. I was considered a good-looking man. Doctor, that was your trouble. If you had been homely you would have had some sense. You must try to be sensible now, because you are using my wife's body. SP. Well, take your wife. I don't want her. Say, Mother, it's no use you and Lizzie standing there and crying, for I shall never forgive her. Dar. If you don't forgive when you have this opportunity you will find yourself in a dark dungeon when you leave here, and there you will stay until you repent. Try to understand that the wrong is within yourself. SP. I'll not forgive. I loved my mother and I always had plenty of money. Doctor, what city did you live in? SP. St. Louis. Doctor, do you know you are in California? SP. I know where I am. I am in St. Louis, and it's winter. It's about 19 degrees below zero. Dar. What year do you think it is? SP. 1910. Doctor, it is the 13th of January, 1918. SP. I do hate to see women cry. Mother, stop crying. To see a woman cry always distresses me. Doctor, doesn't your conscience trouble you at all? SP. What's the use of worrying about things? Doctor, listen to what your mother says, then she can help you. SP. Mother, I'll tell you, if you had spanked me more when I was a little boy and not given in to me so much, I might have been a different fellow from what I am now. It is too late in life to change, and what's more, one never gets anywhere by changing. Doctor, you still have more misery ahead of you unless you are willing to forgive. SP. I don't care to be in that dungeon you speak of. Why do parents give their children all they want? You see, Mother, what nice work you have done. Aren't you proud of your son? You brought me to this. This is your work. Dar. You pretend to love your mother, but you have no charity or sympathy for anybody. SP. I hate the word sympathy. My father says I shall have to change. I am too old to change now. Frightened and shrinking from something. Take that away. Take me away. I'm sick. Doctor, you must be serious and honest. SP. My mother says she knows that she raised me wrong. Don't let me go in that dungeon. I'll forgive Lizzie, I'll do anything. I am tired of life, and tired of everything. Dar. When you reach the spirit side of life you must try to be of service to others, instead of a detriment. Try to undo the wrong you have done by obsessing this lady. SP. She tormented me and I hate women. I got revenge. I took a slipper and pounded her face. I did it for revenge on women, for I hate them all. The spirit could not be brought to realize his situation and he was taken away to be placed in a dungeon until he could overcome self and his hatred toward humanity. Several years ago, a friend of ours complained of the peculiar and erratic actions of a business associate, Mr. P, who had suddenly become extremely irritable and despotic to those in his employ, highly unreasonable, impossible to please, and subject to violent attacks of swearing. As obsession seemed indicated we concentrated for the gentleman in question, and after several weeks an irate spirit spoke through Mrs. Wickland and frankly admitted having tormented this man, wanting revenge for attentions which he claimed the latter had been paying to his wife. The situation had existed during his life but he did not discover this until after his death. The spirit gave the name of a man prominent in local business circles. He had passed out some time before but was not aware of the fact. He said that he had been sick for a long time, but could now go where he pleased without any trouble, for he had become well. He could not understand why his wife would no longer speak to him, or why his child, who had always been so affectionate, was now so cold toward him. He declared that some of his friends were false to him and had for some time been paying attention to his wife, sending her gifts and flowers, but that he would have revenge on them as soon as he was through with his present victim. The spirit said that he could not think very clearly, but supposed that was because he had recently taken an anesthetic, which he thought also accounted for the peculiar lightness of his body, and a feeling of having no weight. He was puzzled by the fact that whenever he thought about any persons he immediately found himself with them and involved in their affairs. Recently he had been around Mr. P but could not get away from him. This had exasperated him exceedingly. He had done a lot of swearing, kept the man awake, made him go to work early, and had annoyed him in every way possible. After many explanations the spirit finally realized that he had died, although this was at first difficult for him to comprehend, for he had always thought death ended all, and that was all there was to it. Being assured that activity and progression awaited him in the spirit world, and that matters would there be explained to him to his entire satisfaction, he left. The following day there was such a remarkable improvement in the conduct of Mr. P. And his behavior was so wholly normal that the entire office force noticed the change, although Mr. P. himself never knew of the experimental effort which had been made in his behalf. A patient, Miss R.F., was intermittently seized by impulses to run away, and at such times became greatly agitated, but shortly after entering our institute she was relieved of the instigator of these wanderings. Experience September 15, 1920. Spirit, Edward Sterling. Patient, Miss R.F. Psychic, Miss Wickland. An intelligence took control of the psychic, and, rising, attempted to run away, becoming very indignant when restrained. Doctor, won't you sit down? Spirit, no. Doctor, where are you going? SP, home. Dar. Home. Where is your home? SP. I want to go to find it. Struggling for freedom. Doctor, what a nice lady you are, to act like this. SP, lady. Lady? I'm no lady, I'm a man. Doctor, where did you come from? SP. That doesn't make any difference. I'm going home. Doctor, where is your home? SP, wherever I can find it. I know I am not going to sit here any longer. I'm going, I'll tell you that. Doctor, recognizing the phraseology of the patient. Why did you cut off your hair? The patient, under an irrational impulse, had cut her hair short. SP. Do you think I want to wear long hair like a woman? No, sir, I don't. I'm going, yes, sir. I'm going, I tell you. Doctor, where will you go? You have no home. SP. I won't stay here, I'm going. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. I'm not dead. I'm going. I don't want those awful things put into me, all over my body. Referring to static electrical treatment applied to patient. It's just like sticking sharp things into me, real sharp things. Doctor, you felt the electricity I gave to a patient. SP. I tried twice to run away, but I was brought back. Doctor, why did you make that lady cut off her hair? SP. I didn't make anybody cut their hair off. It's my body, and I can cut my hair off if I want to. I went to sleep and when I woke up my hair had grown so long that I did not know what to do. I went to sleep and I slept a long time, and after waking up, I found I had long hair, and I wasn't going to have that so I would look like a woman. I could not go to a barber shop, 'cause I was too ashamed to be seen on the street, so I cut it off myself. Doctor, you did not cut your own hair, you cut off the hair of the lady you were controlling. SP. It was my own hair I cut. Why do you keep me here like this? I haven't done anything to you or anybody else. Doctor, you have been disturbing a lady and doing her a great wrong. You say you are a man, and yet you are wearing ladies' clothes. How do you account for that? SP. I couldn't get any man's clothes. Doctor, shouldn't that fact open your eyes and show you that there is something the matter with you? SP. Can't I sit down? Doctor, yes. If you will sit quietly. Should you not try to find out what is the matter with you? SP. I don't want to stay here, I'm going home. Doctor, if you will sit still and listen, I will explain your situation. You are so-called dead. SP. I am not dead, I'll have you know. Stop holding me. Doctor, I am not holding you, I am holding my wife. You must realize that you are in a strange position. You passed out of your mortal body but do not understand your situation. SP. Let me go, I want to get out of here. What are you holding my hands for? Doctor, I am not holding your hands, I am holding my wife's hands. SP. Your wife's hands. I never saw you before, and I'm not your wife. Do you think a man marries another man? I never heard such talk. Dar. What I tell you is true, just the same. You are an ignorant spirit and do not understand your condition. SP. You let me alone. I want to go home. Doctor, did you ever stop to think what happens to a person when he dies? SP. I am not dead. I just went to sleep. Doctor, that was the sleep of death. SP. I slept so long that when I woke up my hair had grown long. Doctor, not only had your hair grown, but you also had on woman's clothes. How did you get them? SP. I'm not dead, just the same. Doctor, you have lost your physical body. When you lose that, you are supposed to be dead. SP. If I was dead I would go to the grave and stay there until the last day. You stay there until Gabriel blows his horn. Doctor, that is only ignorant belief. You were too lazy to understand life's mysteries. SP. I was taught that when I died, if I believed in God and Christ, and that Christ died for our sins, I would go to heaven. Doctor, why did you not go to heaven when you died? You have died so far as the world is concerned. You are here, and yet we cannot see you. I see only my wife's body. SP. I have never seen your wife and I don't know her. Doctor, have you ever heard about mediums? SP. Yes, but I don't believe in them. Doctor, you are speaking through a medium now. You claim to be a man and yet you are using a woman's body to speak through. SP. Lies, nothing but lies. Doctor, it is true, nevertheless. You have woman's clothes on. You know there is something strange about your condition. You probably do not know that you are in Los Angeles, California. SP. No, I am not. Doctor, where should you be? SP. I have been on the go for some time, traveling. Doctor, look at your hands. They are not yours. SP. I never saw you before you put all that electricity into me, and I feel like giving you a good licking. What do you think of any man doing such a thing to another man? It goes right through you. You don't know how it hurts. I'm not going to stand for any more such nonsense. I stood it for a long time, then I went. When I left, a great big Indian spirit got hold of me and put me in prison. I got loose after a while and came here. Dar. You have been bothering a woman who was a patient of ours, and electrical treatments given to her dislodged you. SP. What is the matter with me? I have felt so crowded. Doctor, can't you understand that you are in a strange situation? You were probably a big man and you felt crowded because you were occupying a body smaller than your own physical body. Why don't you open your mind and learn the facts? SP. There's nothing to learn. Dar. It has probably been a long time since you lost your body. What year is it? SP. I had a good long sleep and I don't know. Doctor, shouldn't your present strange condition cause you to ask questions? We cannot see you, we can only hear you talk. SP. What sense is there in talking to a person when you don't see him? Doctor, this lady is a psychic, and you are a spirit talking through her body. SP. I don't believe you. Doctor, this is my wife's body. Are you my wife talking to me? SP. I'm not your wife. I'm a man. Doctor, I drove you away from the woman you were controlling. You made her act like an insane person. How did you come here? SP. You tell me how. Doctor, you are an invisible spirit, you do not understand your situation. The lady you have been bothering happened to be in a nervous condition and susceptible to spirit obsession, and you obsessed her. You made that lady do many insane things. What do you think of such actions? SP. I wouldn't say it was anything very grand, but I don't even know any woman. Doctor, you influenced her to cut off her hair and to run away. SP. What did I want with long hair? I went to sleep and when I woke up my hair had grown too long, so I cut it off, that's all. Doctor, that was the woman's hair you cut. SP. It was too long. Doctor, that is her business. Just reverse things. Suppose you had your own body and somebody cut your hair off, would you like it? SP. No, I wouldn't, but she couldn't help herself. Doctor, don't you think that you were very selfish? SP. I don't know. Say, if, as you say, I'm dead, why is it that I'm not in heaven or hell? Doctor, there are no such places. SP. I haven't seen God or Christ or the devil, yet you tell me I am dead. Doctor, you are not dead. SP. Why, just a little while ago you said I was. Doctor, you are dead to the world. SP. You said I was dead. Doctor, I said you were so-called dead, you lost your physical body. SP. You said I was dead. Dar. Now listen to reason, or I will have to take you into the office and give you more electricity. SP. I don't want that, it makes you feel like you were burning up. Doctor, we wanted to get you out, and we succeeded. SP. What business is it of yours if I stayed there? Doctor, we wanted that lady to be rid of you. SP. You had no right to get me away from her. Doctor, do you think it was right of you to control her and disturb her life? SP. A fellow has got to have some place to live. Doctor, suppose it had been your mother and a selfish spirit were controlling her and making her act as if insane, do you think that would be right? SP. I was not insane, and I did not make her insane either. Doctor, it was an insane act for her to cut off her hair and run away. SP. How would you like to have your hair long, if you were a man? Dar. It was the lady's body in the lady's hair, not yours. Now you have been driven from the lady's body, and you must change your conduct. If you are not careful you will be put into a dungeon. You said a short time ago that an Indian got hold of you, you had better be careful or another Indian will get hold of you. SP. I will fight him if he does. Doctor, listen to me. My wife is a psychic and she allows such spirits as you to control her body to bring them to a realization of their condition. You should appreciate the privilege. There are thousands of spirits who would be glad to be in your place at this moment. You know that you are in a strange condition. Perhaps some of your kindred are here. They will take you with them to the spirit world. You must behave yourself and understand and be sensible. SP. What shall I do? Dar. Understand that there is a spirit world, and that you should strive to reach it. SP. You mean heaven? Doctor, the kingdom of heaven is within one. SP. Don't you believe that Christ died for your sins? Doctor, he did not die for mine. Don't you understand that something is lacking in such a belief? Jesus taught us how to understand life, he did not die for the sins of anyone. Those who believe that Christ died for their sins lack the right understanding of his teachings. It is a sin against God to teach such a doctrine. If it were true, it would mean that God had made a mistake and was forced to provide an intercessor as an offering of atonement for his own mistake. Now friend, you must leave my wife, and you must also leave the other lady alone. SP. What are you talking about? I never saw your wife. Doctor, you are temporarily controlling my wife's body. We cannot see you. If you do not come to your senses pretty soon, we shall have to force you out, and then you will be in the outer darkness, which the Bible speaks about. SP. It is not right that God should treat me as he has. I prayed and prayed and prayed. I went to church and paid a whole lot of money to the church, because they said if I did not give money I would go straight to hell when I died. And I thought when I paid my money I should get my money's worth. Doctor, what did Jesus say? God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. God is spirit, not a spirit. The Bible says, God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God. Where will you look to find such a God except within your own self? Ye are the temple of God, and the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. What is heaven? It is a condition of your own mind, attained when you understand life's purpose. SP. Isn't heaven a place? It says so in the Bible. It says heaven is paved with golden streets. Isn't that so? Doctor, that, like many other statements in the Bible, is symbolical of great truths of life. SP. You said a short time ago that Jesus did not die for your sins. What do you believe? Doctor, I recognize that we are all spiritual beings in mortal bodies while on earth. When we pass out of our mortal bodies with understanding, we will not waken in darkness, but our spiritual eyes will be open, and advanced spirits will help us to progress in the spirit world. Some kind spirit friends of yours may be here now. Do you not realize that some change has taken place with you? SP. I can talk more than I could. You said I was talking through your wife. How can I talk through her? Dar. My wife is a psychic who is so developed that spirits can talk through her, and intelligent spirits have allowed you to control her. However, you will not be able to stay long. SP. I think I will stay here. I feel better. I feel pretty good now. Doctor, you will feel still better after you realize the beautiful condition in the spirit world. You will have to become as a little child, then you can enter the kingdom of heaven. Do not merely believe, but try to understand. What is your name? SP. Edward. Doctor, and your other name? SP. I don't know. Doctor, where did you live? Do you know that you are in Los Angeles, California? Do you know what year it is? SP. No, I don't know. Doctor, why don't you know? SP. I have no memory. I can't think. I don't know anything anymore. Such a state of bewilderment suggests that the cause of amnesia conditions found in certain patients is probably possession by confused spirit intelligences. Dar. That is because you have been in the outer darkness, and, being a wandering spirit, you drifted into that lady's aura, controlled her and made her act as if insane. SP. I wanted to have a good, quiet home. Dar. Is it right to do the things you have done? SP. When you have been walking in darkness for a long time, and you see a light, don't you want to stay? Doctor, that is not the right kind of light. You need the spiritual light of understanding. SP. Then do you think I ought to go to church and sing, and pray to God, and read the Bible? Doctor, did you ever make a thorough study of the history of the Bible to learn who wrote it? SP. It was God's inspired book. Doctor, God did not write the Bible. The book is man-made. Could one credit God with having written certain things in the Bible, many of which are unfit to be read in respectable society? SP. Who wrote the book? Dar. It was compiled from many sources, during different periods, mainly for the purpose of keeping people in subjection through fear of an imaginary devil and hell. The Bible is a collection of poetry, history, allegories and philosophy, of contradictions and truths. But humanity believes that every word of the Bible is inspired, and insists upon interpreting it literally, instead of accepting what is reasonable. The Bible states that, the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life, and spiritual things. are spiritually discerned. Hence, religion is a process of mental discernment. The teachings of Christ contain wonderful truths, but the allegories have been taught as historical facts by the Church, and dogma, doctrine and creed have obscured their underlying spiritual significance. SP. Don't you believe that God made the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh? Dr. No, that is only an allegorical statement. The 7 days are symbolical of the 7 principles in nature. God is at once the creator and the creation. If God should rest, all would be at an end. We should understand life as it is, not merely believe what is told us. Now it is getting late and you cannot stay any longer. See whether someone is here whom you know. SP. Oh. There's my mother. It's a long time since I saw her. But she died when I was a kid. Doctor, listen to her, she can help you. SP. Oh, mother, will you take me? I take me, mother, I'm so tired. Oh, mother, take me with you. Dar. Of course she will take you with her, but you will have to rid yourself of all your foolish beliefs and acquire understanding. SP. Let me go. Rising to walk away. Doctor, you will have to think yourself with your mother. You can't take this body with you because it belongs to my wife. Just think yourself with your mother, and you will be there instantly. SP. I'm so tired and weary, so tired. Let me go with my mother. I see her coming, she went away for a while. Dar. Now go with your mother. God gave you intelligence to think, and you must be reasonable and let your mother and others teach you. SP. Mother says I must ask you to forgive me for being so rude, and she also says I must ask that lady to please forgive me for bothering her. Doctor, can you tell us where you came from? SP. I can't remember. Doctor, what year do you think it is? SP. It should be 1901. Doctor, that was 19 years ago. Who is the president? SP. McKinley. Doctor, he was shot on the 6th of September, 1901, and died on the 14th. This is 1920 now. SP. Where have I been all that time? Sleeping. The winter of 1901 was awfully sick, and it seems hard to remember anything else after that. It was around Christmas and I caught cold, and I was very sick. Doctor, where were you when you were taken sick? SP. I was working in the woods. I worked in a lumber town at lumbering. I remember something hitting me on the head, and that's all I remember. My mother says my name is Sterling. Yes, that's it. Doctor, can your mother tell what place you came from before you took up lumbering? SP. I was born in Iowa, mother says, but when I got hurt, I was working in the woods in northern Wisconsin. I used to live in Iowa. Doctor, can you remember the name of the town? SP. No, I can't. Dar. Well, friend, try to obtain an understanding of life, and be of service to humanity, instead of a detriment. You have been bothering a lady and she is not yet entirely free. SP. I was not the only one bothering her. There are 2 more just as bad as I am. Dar. When you have understanding you must help this lady to get well, and take the other spirits away from her. SP. I will try. Thank you. Goodbye. I. Haunted houses are often frequented by spirits who seek revenge for wrongs suffered by them during life. While Mrs. Wickland and I were in Wisconsin, we held a circle in the home of friends and Mrs. Wickland was controlled by the spirit of a man who said he had been murdered by the owner of a nearby stone quarry, but that he was still alive in his house at the side of the quarry. He laughed spitefully and said, "He killed me, but I am having my revenge. I haunt him." Although we explained to the spirit the existence of a higher life, he stated that he was not yet ready to leave his old haunts and refusing to progress, departed. Our friends then told us that they had known this man in life. That 10 years before, the quarry had been owned by 3 men, one of whom, desiring to own the quarry himself, had bought the holdings of the second man, but the third man, who lived in the house by the quarry, had refused to sell. A few days later the third man was found dead, and, although there was no proof as to the identity of the murderer, there was a strong suspicion in the neighborhood that the first partner was the perpetrator of the crime. As time went on, the owner of the stone quarry developed a strange reluctance to work the quarry, and rumor said that he was haunted by his dead partner. It became common report that the house nearby was haunted, and when our friends had driven there a year before to pick berries they had had an unusual experience. After placing the horse in the empty barn, they noticed some berries in the yard and returned to the barn for a basket, when the horse began to rear wildly and neighed in terror. Stopping in amazement, our friends heard a coarse laugh and looking about saw a grinning man standing in the doorway of the deserted house. It was the man who had died several years before. They had known him in life and recognized him now. The man laughed and vanished, and our friends rushed to the barn, took the horse out and drove away in great haste. We had a series of letters from Mrs. G., who resided in a village in New York. She was a psychic and clairvoyant whose house was haunted by a band of evil spirits. She wrote that she had been in the best of health when she had moved into this house, but had soon become afflicted with a strange ailment of the arms and legs which no doctors could relieve. Spirits who claimed to be her guides advised her to have a psychic circle every evening and sit for half an hour, saying they could help her in this way. They explained that she was being injured by the spirit of the woman who had built the house and that she could free herself by having a certain friend of hers attend the next circle. This friend came and the spirit said she would leave with this woman. When the latter reached her home she was taken with the same sickness with which Mrs. G. had been troubled, while Mrs. G. recovered. But disturbances of various kinds continued in the house, even the orchard was haunted, and spirits were heard to say that Mrs. G. could not live if she remained there, for they would kill anyone who came into that house. The G.'s sold the house and moved away without telling the purchasers anything of their mysterious experiences. The new owners took possession of the house and the mother, an elderly lady, went to bed the first night apparently well, but in a short time screamed that two men had come into her room threatening to kill her, and before morning she was dead. Mrs. G., however, continued her circles, but was unable to rid herself of spirit influences and finally wrote to us for aid. There is no one I can go to or depend upon. I joined the New Thought Society to be helped. They claimed to send out vibrations but I failed to get in on the wave. No one prays more earnestly for help than one, or tries harder to do right. Tell me, if you can, how to get relief. We concentrated for the lady, as well as the house, and a number of spirits were brought from both. One of the first declared that he did not know he was obsessing Mrs. G. Another spirit was Harry Harris, who had so brutally mistreated his wife that she had shot herself. How his life had ended we did not learn. He insisted that he was not dead, but was living in an old house with a band of outlaws, spirits, and that they would kill anyone who dared to move into their house. Another evening 4 spirits were brought from the haunted house. First 2 women, then Pete, who had been a dexterous pickpocket in life, and a woman named Kate, who had been killed by Pete and had hounded him ever since. To conceal himself Pete was hiding with others in a house that belonged to them, and to no one else. We kill anyone who comes in, he said, speaking through Mrs. Wickland. He admitted having troubled Mrs. G. I stayed with her to get my grub, he said. While Pete was speaking, Kate took control of another medium who was in the circle, and Pete was terror-stricken, while Kate attempted to escape from him. Each thought the other was a ghost, and neither was aware of controlling a psychic. It was some time before they realized that both had died. Finally Pete sank on his knees and begged Kate to forgive him. A reconciliation followed and both left, promising to reform. Later, Mrs. G. wrote that she had greatly improved. In answer to an urgent appeal for help, Mrs. Wickland and I called at the home of Mr. and Mrs. C. in Pasadena, where nightly rappings and noises were keeping the family awake for hours. Mr. C. had purchased this house from the children of an elderly lady who had died some time before. A fact not known to us until later. The house had been moved to Mr. C.'s lot, remodeled there, and the C.S. had then moved into it, only to be disturbed by noises of all kinds. Every night, between 12 and 4, the door of a closet between 2 bedrooms was shaken and rattled loudly, and rappings and crackings kept the family awake. While we were seated in one of the rooms of the C. home, discussing the situation, Mrs. Wickland became unexpectedly entranced by a spirit who complained of intense rheumatism, and stormed at the C.S. for living in her house. "This is my house," she declared peremptorily, "and these people have no business in it. I will chase them out." The controlling spirit proved to be the former owner of the house, and later inquiry bore out the statement that she had suffered severely from rheumatism. She could not realize that she was dead but insisted that she was still living in her own house, although troubled by intruders. "If I am dead, why am I not in heaven?" she asked. Many explanations at last resulted in understanding and a penitent departure, and in a letter written several months later Mr. C. stated that all noises had entirely ceased in the house. That spirits often play a serious part in domestic disturbances and break up many homes we have had ample evidence. A patient, Mrs. S.I., who was brought to us from a northern state, was the second wife of a Dakota farmer. After the birth of her first child she developed a tendency to wander away at random, and when brought back and questioned she could only give vague answers, but always insisted that her husband, a steady, reliable farmer, was faithless to her. When the obsessing spirit was transferred to Mrs. Wickland we found that it was none other than the first wife, who indignantly accused her husband of being faithless to her, and said that she was determined to get rid of her rival. After passing out of the physical body she had remained on the farm, but she was unaware of her death, and did not realize that her rival was her husband's second wife. The spirit, after due explanation and enlightenment, left, and Mrs. S.I., restored to herself, returned to her Dakota home. We had a similar experience with an acquaintance of ours, a gentleman whose first wife had died, leaving him to care for their small son. Later he married again, but before long we noticed that the family life was becoming unhappy, and the culmination came one Sunday morning when the second wife angrily left the house. The husband desolately came to our home, followed presently by the little boy, and although they had never visited us before, they remained for some hours. In the evening the boy returned, and while Mrs. Wickland was conversing with him and a group of friends, she became controlled by the spirit of a woman who said she was the boy's mother. She had no knowledge of her death and craved longingly to caress her small son, saying, "I want my boy. I want my boy." Then she burst forth into a jealous denunciation of her successor and declared she would drive her out of the house. "I chased her away this morning," she exulted. She, too, was finally made to understand the true situation, and, regretting the suffering she had caused, promised to do everything possible to make amends. The second wife returned home again, and, during the 10 years which have elapsed since this episode, no further disturbances have occurred in the family. Miss L. was the young fiancée of a widower who had formerly, with his wife, occupied a flat in the same building in which the young lady lived, and the two women had been intimate friends. The wife died very suddenly, and some time after her death the gentleman became engaged to the young lady. Soon after this the latter began to show mental abnormalities which continually grew worse. In her normal condition she esteemed the man highly, but when she came to us she had a violent dislike for him, and asserted that she would rather die, or go to an insane asylum, than marry him. She had made several attempts to end her life but had each time seemed to come to herself at the last moment and called for help. At the time the patient entered the institute Mrs. Wickland clairvoyantly saw the spirit of a woman of the brunette type possessing the patient, who was a decided blonde. This spirit was so interblended with the patient that it was difficult for Mrs. Wickland to determine, from the transfiguration, whether the patient was light or dark. When Mrs. Wickland described this spirit the patient's mother and fiancé both recognized her as the man's former wife. The patient proved very obdurate. Screaming spells alternated with obstinate, stubborn moods, and she could not be left alone at any time. She declared herself insane and scoffed at being cured, and insisted that she wanted to die, for if she lived she would have to marry that man. One day, during a treatment, she entered a semi-trance condition and a spirit intelligence expressed itself forcefully. He shall never marry her. He shall never have her. I will drive her to an insane asylum, or I will kill her, but he shall never have her. Immediately following this, the spirit of a child spoke defensively as if protecting a mother. The patient's sister, who was present, recognized in the latter intelligence the deceased 13-year-old son of the dead wife. The climax came a few days later. The patient had been unusually obstinate and unruly, and very contemptuous to her fiancé when he called. After a strong treatment was administered, the patient became quiet and slept well that night. However, during the night Mrs. Wickland was greatly troubled by the presence of a spirit who annoyed her until 4 o'clock in the morning, when she became completely entranced by the spirit of the man's former wife. After considerable effort I induced the spirit to talk, but she was with difficulty convinced of her real situation, that she was a spirit and controlling Mrs. Wickland's body. She strongly censured both her former husband and our patient for their treachery to her, and repeated her threats against the girl. I will send her to the asylum. I will kill her, she declared. A great deal of argument and persuasion were needed to bring the spirit to repentance, but this was at last accomplished. Upon being asked if her son was with her she said that she had seen him at times, but that he was dead and she did not want to have anything to do with him. The spirit was urged to leave the young woman whom she was tormenting and go with other spirit intelligences to a higher life, of which she showed herself entirely ignorant. Although repentant, she still longed to remain on the earth plane, but finally consented to leave and to cease troubling the patient. Then she suddenly became weak and declared she was dying. This sensation often occurs when spirits realize their actual situation. Sometimes they again experienced the physical conditions under which they passed out of their earth bodies. Chills and violent attacks of coughing added to the spirit's distress, and after a painful pseudo-death struggle she left. These symptoms were recognized by her husband and the patient's mother as corresponding exactly with those manifested by the man's wife at the time of her death from pneumonia. After this the patient recovered rapidly. She was soon able to leave the institute, is now well and happily married. A peculiar case was that of Mr. Me, a well-known man in Chicago, whose family name is one of highest social prominence. This man suddenly began to act strangely. He shunned the members of his family, and told his wife and relatives that he wished to live on a higher plane and wanted nothing more to do with them. Then one day he packed his trunk and left home, going to live in a small room which he had rented in the lowest section of the city. We had never seen this gentleman, but a relative of his, who knew of our work, asked us to concentrate for him at our next psychic circle. We did so and a spirit was brought who controlled Mrs. Wickland. After some solicitation she gave her full name, confessing that she had been the first wife of Mr. Me, and she then told her story. She had met Mr. Me in Chicago during the World's Fair and, for a time, they had lived together without the formality of marriage until his relatives discovered the situation and compelled them to marry. The girl was accepted in society but rebelled at the restraints of conventional life, and, being of a vain and restless disposition, could not live happily with her husband. She finally left him and went to the West Side, where she entered a house of ill repute. Although at times she regretted the folly of her conduct, she continued her mode of living, became a morphine addict and finally committed suicide. After her death she had returned to her husband, and when he married again she felt angrily aggrieved, and at last influenced him to leave his wife and child, to go to quarters where she herself felt more at home. We convinced her of the great wrong she was doing in controlling her former husband in this manner, and after she had obtained an understanding of the progress awaiting her in the spirit world, she promised to leave, wishing to attain a higher condition. When next we saw the relative of Mr. Me, who had asked us to concentrate for him, we told her of the story related by the spirit, and in amazement she admitted it was true in every detail, that the name given was correct and that Mr. Me had been married before, but that the unfortunate episode had been regarded by the family as a skeleton in the closet and was never mentioned. She later reported that Mr. Me had returned to his home, normal and sane, and was again living happily with his wife and child. Chapter 6. Spirits and Crime. Habits, desires and inclinations are rooted in the mind and remain with the individual after he is freed from his physical body, until they are eliminated by the will. The spirits of many criminals, murderers, those who were executed or are seeking for revenge, remain indefinitely in the earth sphere and often endeavor to continue their former activities and to carry out their evil designs through controlling the bodies of mortals who are sensitive to their influence. In many cases of revolting murder, investigations will show that the crimes were committed by innocent persons under the control of disembodied spirits who had taken complete possession of the murderer. There is little doubt that the murder of Stanford White by Harry K. Thaw in 1906, at Madison Square Roof Garden, New York, was due to spirit influence. Harry Thaw was a psychic sensitive and had shown evidence of this fact all his life, and whatever personal grievances he may have had when he killed Stanford White. He was unquestionably obsessed by avenging spirits who desired retribution for real or fancied injustice done to themselves or kindred. Harry Thaw was largely only the psychic subject and the physical instrument through which was enacted a terrible drama by the invisible world, the actors being ignorant, revengeful spirits. On July 15, 1906, several weeks after the tragedy occurred, a strange spirit controlled Mrs. Wickland during a psychic circle and fell prostrate to the floor. Placing the form of my wife in a chair, I began questioning the controlling intelligence. The stranger strenuously objected to being touched, brusquely demanded to be left alone, and called out, "Hey there, waiter. Bring me a drink." "What kind of drink do you want?" "Bring me a whiskey and soda, and be quick about it." "Who are you?" "None of your business who I am." "Where do you think you are?" "In Madison Square Roof Garden, of course." "What is your name?" "Stanford White." Holding one hand on the back of his head, on the right side, and clutching at his chest and abdomen as if in great pain, he cried, "Have a waiter bring me that whiskey and soda." I was about to ask further questions when the spirit's attention was attracted to some invisible, and he began to tremble with fear. "Are you seeing dead people?" I asked. He nodded his head violently, then shouted, "They are after me." And, jumping from the chair, ran to a corner of the room in an effort to escape. His agitation was so great that he lost control of the psychic and was gone. Immediately another spirit took possession of the psychic and in great excitement began to walk back and forth, exclaiming exultantly, "I killed the dog! I killed the dog! There he lies!" Pointing at the floor toward the spot where White had lost control. "The dog! I have been looking for a chance to kill him for several years, and I got him at last. The dog!" I forced the spirit to sit down and learned that his name was Johnson. "I killed Stanford White," he boasted. "He deserved death. He had trifled too long with our daughters. He was very pronounced in his denunciation of society men. They steal our children from us and put fine clothes on them, and the parents do not know what becomes of them." I asked the spirit whether he was aware of being dead, but he laughed at the idea and said, "How could a dead person talk? The doctor said I had consumption and would die soon, but I didn't die. I never felt better in my life." When asked to carefully examine his hands, feet and dress, he demanded to know how he, a man, became possessed of a woman's body. Lengthy argument finally convinced the perplexed spirit of the fact of his transition, and he departed, thoroughly penitent. He was followed by a third entity, but this intelligence was aware of being a spirit, temporarily controlling a borrowed body. "I am Harry Thaw's father. Save my boy. Save my boy. He is not guilty. Harry will not be electrocuted." Later events proved this to be true. He is sensitive to spirit influence and has been all his life. He was always erratic and so excitable that we were afraid to correct him for fear he would become insane. But I see our mistake now. I did not understand the cause of Harry's queer actions while I was in the physical, but now, from the spirit side of life, I can see that Harry has been a tool in the hands of selfish, earthbound spirits most of his life. He was obsessed by revengeful spirits when he killed Stanford White. I have tried to reach the external world by every possible avenue, to tell the people that Harry is not insane, but that he is a psychic sensitive. Save my boy. Save my boy. He begged repeatedly. What would you have us do? Please write to my wife, and to my attorney, Mr. Alcott. We did not then know that Mr. Alcott had been Mr. Thaw's attorney, but verified the fact afterward. Tell them your experience and what I have said to you, and urge them to recognize and understand Harry's condition. We promised to comply with the wish of the spirit, and he then departed. The following evening, July 16, another spirit came. He seemed at first to be looking for someone, then asked, "Where did the other fellows go?" This spirit also condemned high society in general, and denounced young girls in particular for their foolishness. The rich take our girls to their dens, they put them on the stage and the girls disown their parents. They deserve licking, he declared, and emphasized his words with suitable gestures. This spirit was laboring under such great mental excitement that he suddenly lost control before I could ascertain any particulars. On February 10, 1907 the spirit of Mr. Thaw returned, and reiterated his statement that Harry was a psychic sensitive who was frequently subject to the influence of mischievous spirits. He also urged upon humanity the great need for inquiry into the subject of spirit influence, saying that a proper understanding would prevent untold misery to both spirits and their unfortunate mortal victims. That Richard Ivans, hung for the murder of Mrs. Bessie Hollister in Chicago, 1906, was a victim of foreign influences was so evident that alienists, criminologists and psychologists alike declared their belief that Ivans was innocent, and that he had confessed the crime under the hypnotic suggestion of some unknown person. Ivans would alternately confess his guilt, saying, with a strange, trance-like stare, that a big man had compelled him to commit the deed, and then again wildly deny it. Hugo Munsterberg, M.D., professor of psychology, Harvard University, wrote in June, 1906. It is an interesting and yet rather clear case of dissociation and autosuggestion. The witches of the 17th century were burned on account of similar confessions, and the popular understanding of mental aberrations has not made much progress since that time. Professor William James of Harvard wrote, whether guilty or not, Ivans must have been in a state of dissociated personality. He was not his natural self during those fateful first days, but the victim of one of those rare alterations of personality either suggested or spontaneous, which are now well known to occur in predisposed subjects. We present a sequel to this tragic story. Experience, March 7, 1907 Spirit, Richard Ivans. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. When the spirit assumed control, the psychic fell to the floor apparently lifeless, and only after half an hour of strenuous effort was the intelligence brought to consciousness. "Leave me alone," he moaned, "do you want to hang me again?" He complained of having great pain in the neck and begged to be left undisturbed, saying he wanted only to sleep. "What is the trouble with your neck?" "It is broken. They hanged me and I am dead. I want to remain dead. If you bring me to life they will hang me again." "What is your name?" "Richard Ivans." "Were you guilty of the murder of Mrs. Hollister?" "I do not know. Others said I was. If I did it I do not know it." "Why did you plead guilty at times and then again deny your confession?" "I pleaded guilty because those three fellows, spirits, made me. The big man stood over me with a knife and threatened to kill me if I would not plead guilty. When the big man was not there I told them that I did not know whether I killed the lady or not. I told it to the police, I told it to the jailer and to everybody that questioned me, but they would not believe me when I told them the truth. 0h, I have suffered so much. Why did you call me back when I was dead? Why didn't you let me sleep? They will arrest me and hang me again." Suddenly the spirit shouted with fright, "Don't you see? There is that big man again. He has his knife and the two short fellows are with him. Oh! Clutching his knee he cried, my knee. He has driven the knife through my knee and through the other leg. My leg. My leg. He is the devil. He has stabbed me. The terrified spirit was gradually made to understand that his tormentors were spirits, that he was free from his physical body and beyond the power of bodily harm. You are using a body not your own and need now to free yourself from all mental delusions. Do you not see other spirits beside your enemies? Why, yes, there are others now, they seem to be friendly, and there's Mrs. Hollister. Ask the man with the knife why he hounds you, I suggested. He only grins. Ask him why he wanted to kill the lady. He says, because he hates women. He stopped abruptly, and, breathless, seemed to be watching a scene of great disturbance. They have taken those devils away. It was a lively fight, but they got them. Calming himself he said, I feel better now. I am so glad that terrible man is gone. Asked to recall what he could of the Hollister tragedy, he said, when I saw the woman that night I also saw the big man. My head began to feel very strange, I was grabbed by the throat and lost consciousness. When I came to myself again the big man said that I had killed the woman. I had known the man for about a month, but I did not know he was a spirit. He has been hounding me ever since. Why didn't they give me a chance to live, even if I would have been in prison? Oh, the shame I have brought upon my family. I feel so sorry for my poor mother, if she could only know the truth. If I could only speak to her and tell her that I could not help it, that I did not do it. Nobody had any sympathy for me, and nobody would believe me when I told them about the big fellow standing over me with the knife. He made me plead guilty. If I committed the crime I am sorry for it, but I don't know that I have done it. Why did they kill me? After I had explained the continuity of life and progression into higher spiritual realms, he eagerly asked. If they did not kill me, is the lady still alive also? Certainly, doubtless she has come here to forgive you. Although you destroyed her physical body you were not responsible for the act, you were merely used by wicked spirits who hypnotized you. With this new understanding the weary spirit was taken in charge by invisible helpers. Who told us that the big man and his accomplices had in earth life belonged to a band of white caps, which had operated extensively for some years in England and America, mutilating and killing many women in their criminal mania. Several months later the spirit of the big man himself was brought to our circle. Experience, June 6, 1907. Spirit, Charles, the fighter. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. The spirit seemed stupefied by drink, and when finally aroused was so pugnacious that the aid of several persons was required to quiet him. I'm Charles the fighter, and I'll have you all shot, he shouted. Turning to some other invisibles he cursed them for having lured him to this place and commanded them to help him, instead of standing idly by. Subdued at last, Charles the fighter was compelled to listen to an elucidation of his real situation. In an endeavor to convince him that he was controlling the body of another he was asked to examine the hands of the psychic. Seeing the hand of a woman he shrank back, terror-stricken, and cried, "Take that hand away. Take it away. I don't want to see it any more." Questioned regarding the story of the hand he declared, "I shall never tell. I would rather die. Oh. There is her face too. And the hand that I cut off to get the diamond ring. They haunted me all this time." Looking about in horror he seemed to see a vast gathering of specters. "See all those faces. Have I killed all those people? Have they come to accuse me? There. There is that boy. He was hung once, but he seems to be after me too. Ivans. I killed the woman, but I made him confess to save my own neck. But just wait, you devil, you. I will fix you when I get out of this. I will cut you all to pieces." But at last Charles the fighter realized that further resistance was useless and that his days of robbery and murder were over. He told of his hideous career of crime and said that he murdered for revenge, stole to buy whiskey, and drank to drown his conscience and to escape the specters which constantly haunted him. In early childhood he had been happy under the care of his own mother, but after her death his stepmother had abused him so mercilessly that he often rushed sobbing to his room and, on his knees, prayed to his dead mother for help. This roused the stepmother to a jealous fury and, regardless of the protests of a weak father, she had beaten him angrily, forbidding him to ever mention the name of his mother again. Her abuse grew into such a cruel tyranny that the boy had developed an overpowering hatred for her and revengefully vowed that when he was grown he would kill every woman possible. Consistently he had carried out his ghastly purpose and had given his entire life to plotting and perpetrating atrocities and crimes, generally victimizing women. Al had died in 1870, during a wild fight with his companions, but he had not been aware of the loss of his physical body. He boasted that for many years he had continued his crimes, always eluding the police. Once, in Boston, I wanted to kill a policeman, but when I sneaked up behind him and hit him on the head with a club, the club went right through him and never hurt him. He didn't even turn around. The spirit thought himself now in the hands of authorities but declared that he was willing to give himself up to escape the haunting faces of his many victims. I would be glad to go to Bell to get away from this torment. While listening to an explanation of the law of cause and effect and the conditions prevailing in the spirit world, Charles saw his own mother standing before him. The sight of her had an overwhelming effect. The hardened criminal cowered in his seat and wept piteously while his mother pleaded with him to come with her and learn to expiate his crimes. Crushed by guilt and remorse he cried abjectly, "I cannot go with you. Dear mother, don't ask me to go with you. You must go back to heaven and I must go to hell, where I belong. I must be cut to pieces and burned in the fires of hell." But maternal love prevailed and the spirit, humble and penitent, followed his mother. In 1894 Harry Hayward, a handsome reprobate with a weakness for beautiful women and a life of gaiety, hired a villain to murder his sweetheart in Minnesota and was hanged. While he was in prison awaiting execution he maintained his debonair attitude to the last, played cards with his jailer with the utmost nonchalance, and ordered ice cream, his favorite dish, whenever possible. "When you come to hell, where I am going," he told the jailer, "I am going to treat you to ice cream. During this time I anonymously sent him a book and several papers relating to the spirit world, but otherwise had no connection with him." On February 27, 1908, a nurse asked us to concentrate for Mrs. MCA, 10, a patient whom she was attending, whose case strongly suggested psychic invalidism, chronic illness and lassitude due to spirit obsession. The nurse was a psychic sensitive herself and surmised that many of the uncontrollable notions of her beautiful patient were caused by spirit obsession, and had several times endeavored to order any intruder away. One day Mrs. MCA developed an intense desire for homemade ice cream, although ordinarily she did not care in the least for it. But she insisted that her whim be satisfied at once, putting her maids to a great deal of inconvenience. When the nurse entered the room with the ice cream she had a sudden feeling that someone had rushed upon her and the next instant was seized by so strong a feeling of choking that she was forced to leave the room. Upon recovery she returned and, convinced of the presence of a spirit, flung a window open and silently ordered any foreign entity present to leave the house. This nurse and Mrs. MCA's maid attended our circle that evening, and the controlling spirit at once complained of pain in the neck, readily explaining that his neck had been broken when Al was hung, and said his name was Harry Hayward. "Can't you give me some ice cream? I have tried and tried to get some and today I could almost taste it, but I couldn't quite get it. I was chased away by a woman, she threw me out of the window. I don't like to be thrown out of a window by a woman." Hayward realized that he was hovering around the earth as a spirit, and when we inquired how he had learned about spirit life he replied that while he was in jail he had read of it in some literature which had been sent him by an unknown person. He complained that no matter where he went no one would take any notice of him. When he took a seat in a train someone would come along and sit down on his lap, and he would be powerless to move. He was very pleased to be able to converse with people again and asked many questions about the various persons concerned with his trial and execution. Inquiring particularly about the guard with whom he had spent a great deal of time playing cards. I was under the impression that this guard had died some time before and informed the spirit so, suggesting that possibly he might be able to see him in the spirit world. He was silent a moment, endeavoring to trace his former friend, then said emphatically, "No, that man is not dead. I see him playing cards at his son's home in Minneapolis." Hayward was readily enlightened concerning the higher life and left, expressing a willingness to progress in the spirit world. The psychic invalid showed marked changes for the better after this, and subsequent correspondence proved Hayward's statement about the old guard to be true. The latter was living, and on the evening of our experience with Hayward had been playing cards in his son's home. 10 years later, after the spirit of another murderer, who was hung, had been in our circle, Hayward returned and told something of his earth life. Experience, September 21, 1918. Spirit, Harry Hayward. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. I think I should like to come in and say something, for I feel I have been in the same boat as the fellow who preceded me, I mean, on the same platform. I feel but little better than he. I had a little more understanding than he had, and therefore my punishment was a little harder. I had education and all the money I needed, but I wanted more. I also want to tell you that since I have come to the spirit side of life I have wished I could go on every street corner and shout a message to mothers not to raise their children in the wrong way. Mothers say they love their children. They worship them, and they let them go astray because they cannot say no to them. Do not raise children without discipline. Train children as you train animals, as you train flowers. If you plant a flower in your garden you don't want it to grow up wild, but you train it so that it will grow successfully, and have graceful flowers. But how little does humanity think of the children's growth and training. Children are not trained to become blossoms for humanity. I tell you, if my mother, I do not condemn her by any means, had trained me properly, so that she could have said no to me, instead of worshipping me and letting me have all the money I wanted, and if she had punished me when I did wrong, I would have been different. No, I would not have been hung if my mother had taught me the beautiful lesson of living for others, and of loving my fellow man as myself. If mothers would think of their children's welfare and raise them in the beautiful thought of living for others, they would all be better. I lived a very sporty life. Nobody taught me any other. I had a very good time and I liked the girls pretty well, but there came a time when I spent more money than my father allowed me to have. I was only a young man and I should have been made to work. My misfortune was that my mother and father were rich. Work was a disgrace for me, they thought. It would have been far better if they had put me to work instead of giving me money each time I asked for it. I commenced to gamble. You know, when you get into that game it is hard to quit. Money came too easy for me. I met a young lady whom I liked. Young girls always were sweet to me and I was able to have whoever I wanted. The young lady liked me, and I liked her for what I got from her, so we decided that she would insure herself for $10,000 in my name. I had a scheme. If somebody killed her, I would not get the blame, but I would get the money. I laid a bold scheme. I hired a man to kill her. At the time the deed was to be committed I took another girl to the theater, because I thought that, whatever happened, blame could not then be attached to me. I hired a man to take her for a buggy ride out to Lake Calhoun and he was to kill her. When they got to the woods, the man killed her, and came home. Being in the theater, the girl I was with could testify I was not at the scene of the killing, but, you know, I was so crazy to get hold of the insurance money that I never thought how it looked to go to the insurance office so soon after the death. And they became suspicious, and finally caught me. If I had only waited a week or two they would never have surmised anything about me. I was arrested. My mother loved me so much that she tried to put the blame on my other brother. He was married and had 2 children. The trial cost my parents a whole lot of money, and lasted months and months before they could make any headway. They could not decide whether it was Eddie or I that should be hung for the deed. One day, while I was in jail, there came a little pamphlet for me, and some papers, all about the spirit world. I knew I had to go, for finally I had been sentenced to be hung. I realized my trouble. The papers interested me very much, and I thought I should like to know what the spirit world was. I believed in it in a way, and in another way, I didn't. The doctrine was better than the church had taught, but for a while I treated it more as a joke. I talked about it quite a little to the watchman, but when the time came for me to be hung, I shrank from it. It is a very strange sensation when you think you are going to the gallows and your life will be snapped out. You cannot imagine how it feels. You cannot imagine the sensation you have when you realize that you have only a few hours to live. Still, the little message which had been sent to me gave me a little courage, and I thought probably only my body would be destroyed and not my spirit. So at the last moment I kept up my courage and felt that I wanted to see what the hereafter was. I have to thank the one who sent me that pamphlet, because it was a bright, cheerful spot to me at the last of my days. When I realized that I had passed out of my body, my first thought was, I am not dead. I went to my mother, and I spoke to her, and she felt my presence. I still clung to my body, however, and I felt I could not leave it. I got out of it quickly, but I went back to it again. When my body was cremated I stood by and saw it burned. After that I walked around, but I could not find the spirit world. I walked and walked, from one place to another. I still had my feeling for nice pretty women, so I traveled. In a way, I realized that I was dead, yet I did not fully realize it. One time I felt I would like to take a journey and I wanted to travel by train. I went to the ticket office to get a ticket, but I had no money. I thought I would talk to the agent nicely and he would give me a ticket, but he paid no attention to me. So I thought, all right, I'm going on the train anyway, so on I got. I sat down on one of the seats, and, before I knew it, a great, big, fat man sat right down on my lap. I got real mad. I tried to push him off, but I could not, and I could not get up either. I had to let that man sit on me until he was ready to get off the train. I had not learned the power of thought, to think myself away, I had only learned to walk. I had not yet learned the little thought lesson to think myself in a place in order to be there. Before long I came to a beautiful lady, Mrs. MCA, and I commenced to like her. Before I knew it, I was in her magnetic aura and I could not get away. She wanted to be in bed all the time, and there I was. Once I heard someone say, "You must leave this lady and go away, if there is any spirit around her, it must leave and go away." I was there, however. I was very fond of ice cream, and I wanted some, so I impressed the lady to ask for it. When it was brought in, I wanted it. I seemed to come in contact with the lady who was carrying it, and I felt that if I could only get a good hold of her I would get the cream. All at once I was a lady myself, and when I tried to get that ice cream I had the same sensation that one had when I was hung. But the lady, who was carrying the ice cream had such power that, before I knew it, she had thrown me out of the window, bodily, mind you. I have to thank you for delivering me from all that trouble and also want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the sermon you gave me at that time, which helped me to an understanding of the beautiful world beyond. I wish again that I could stand on every street corner and tell the mothers to raise their children to be good men and women, and when necessary, punish them while they are little, and not spare the rod and spoil the child. If mothers raised their children properly, there would not be the selfishness there is in the world. I have a nice little home in the spirit world now, and I have much to do, for my work is not yet done. I am trying to extend help to all those who wish help. I thank you for enlightening me in the first place. Good night. The car barn murderer, of Chicago, was a criminal of a different type, a victim of his environment, and was brought to our circle some time after his execution, when he followed a girl, formerly a family neighbor, who came to visit Mrs. Wickland. He returned several times after that, to tell his story and to bring earthbound spirits of similar experiences to an understanding. Experience, September 21, 1918. Spirit, Pete Neidmeyer. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. I want to come here tonight to tell you that I also am one who is very thankful to you, although you probably do not care whether I come again or not. But I do know you helped me to something like happiness which I thought never could be mine. I was nothing but a wild beast in earth life, but still, when you do not give children proper training, how can you expect to have good men? I had no training at all. My mother was very wild and did not care what became of her children. She thought, let them take care of themselves. So you go out in company with others and get into first one game then another. Sometimes you go to church. I didn't believe in that old story about Christ. I could not believe it, and I thought there was no such thing as what they taught about Christ, and if there was, what did I care? I walked in the path of evil from the time I was a little boy until I got where I could not live any longer, whether I wanted to or not. I will tell you, if you have children, please give them an understanding when they are little. If they take anything from a person, make them take it back where they got it. Don't let them get the idea that you will take it from them and think it is all right. If they steal once, they will again, if not properly taught. When I stole, my mother thought I was a smart boy. I kept on going from bad to worse. I belonged to a gang of about a dozen boys. We got so bold and desperate that we did not care what became of us. We got into all kinds of hold-ups, and the more we got into, the better we liked it. At last we held up and killed people. The result was, that we were caught and hung. I am Niedmeyer, and here I am. Years ago I was brought to this circle through our neighbor girl. I liked that girl very much. One day she went away from home and I thought I would go with her. I did not realize that I had been hung. I did not realize that I was dead. I had gone home and had stayed there for a long time, but I did not know that I was dead. My mother was a strange woman, but from what I have seen since I came to the spirit side of life, I realized that she was obsessed. Nobody could do anything with my mother. My father and my brother were very good people, but my mother and I were the black ones. This neighbor girl was good, and she always tried to do the best for me that she could. The day I followed her, she went to this man's house, Drive W, and she went into a little room and spoke with the psychic through whom I am talking now, and I saw things that day that I had never seen before. I did not know what they meant. Somebody seemed to keep me there, and I could not get away. Before I knew much I was sitting in a little meeting, I heard singing, and before I realized it I was full of life again. I could talk and my throat did not hurt me any more. I began to wonder what had happened to me. You talked to me so kindly that it helped me. You talked to me about the real life on the other side. You helped me to an understanding of life, not what the church and ministers taught, that we should pray to God and believe in the blood of Christ, and that Christ died for our sins, and that if we believe that we will go to heaven. I was not the kind that could go on that straight road, because I felt that was too easy, and I couldn't believe that we could get to heaven without any effort on our part. I knew I was bad, yet I felt in my heart that I should do something to try and be good, and do good for what I had done bad. The thought of that seemed to be more reasonable than that of jumping from my bad condition right into heaven. I thought I would not be a very good example either. You commenced to talk to me about the philosophy of God in a way I had never heard before, and it appealed to my sense. I hope somebody will talk in that way to my fellow men who are in the condition I was. It would touch their hearts. There are many of them who are not bad, but nobody cares for them. The majority of them do not believe in the Jesus Christ story. As they are now, they are going to the dogs. Since I came to this little circle the first time and received help, I have had my struggles. It is years since I made my first appearance here. I want to tell you what I have to do since my mother passed out. I have tried and tried to bring her to an understanding of the truth, but she will not listen. I hope someday to be able to awaken her to a higher condition. As we progress we go from circle to circle. If I believed that Christ died for my sins, that belief and creed would keep me out of the higher spirit world. When I had passed out of my body, you told me that I should look for spirit friends who would help me, and that my first lesson would be to serve others. I have had a very hard time. The first thing I had to do was to conquer self, and it is very hard to conquer selfishness when you have never thought of anything else but selfishness. We must conquer that before we can do any work at all in the spirit world. The best way is to be put in a dark room, we sometimes call it a dungeon, where we see nothing but ourselves and our acts of the past. One after another these acts come crowding in. The good ones are so few that they hardly count for anything. When we do see a good act, it seems as if it belongs to someone else. We have to stay there until our hearts and eyes are opened. When we seek to overcome our bad habits and to live for others, then we get out of the selfish state. My heart was very hardened, but finally I cried out, "Not my will any longer, but thine." The first thing to be done is to help serve the very lowest we come in contact with. I felt that I did not want to assist with this or that, but I had to. I had to learn patience. When we can serve without grumbling and do it for the love of our fellow man, it does not seem so hard. So I have gone on and on, from one thing to another, always learning, and through learning I have stepped into a more beautiful condition. In the invisible world we advance by stages, but only through learning. I want to thank you tonight for the help you have given me. I have a beautiful little home in the spirit world by this time, and I am happy, but my work is not done yet. My work is to keep on helping those who need help, and to try to influence the boys on earth not to do the mischief they are planning, but to try to be good, and do the very best they know how for their fellow men. Goodbye. Experience, August 30th, 1922. Spirit, Pete Neidmeyer. Psyche, Ms. Wickland. I should like to come here tonight to say a few words. I want to thank you for helping me to the higher life. I had gone down, and had only hatred and selfish thoughts. I was down as far as I could go. My mother was obsessed. She had a great deal of influence over me. She was down on the world and made me do things to the neighbors that I should never have done. My father and brother were good people and were looked up to. I am Pete Neidmeyer. I want to thank you for having helped me, and now I want to ask you to send good thoughts to my mother. She has passed out but I cannot reach her. She was obsessed by a very evil spirit. She sent evil thoughts to me, and I was very sensitive to them. You did a Christian act for me which no one else had ever done. I was shunned by all. When you are in a large city, with all its temptations, and have not learned anything about the higher things, you get in bad company. You get so wrapped up with things that are bad that you think everything belongs to you just as much as it does to the other fellow. Jealousy, selfishness and ignorance are three things that we should all try to conquer. When they get hold of you, they are the devil in you. You feel jealous of everybody that has more than you. You are selfish. You don't want to give anything away, you just want to keep it all for yourself. You want everything that belongs to others. You feel that if there is a God he should have given you a chance as well as the rest of them. In that atmosphere I was brought up. Mother was selfish and jealous. Nobody in the neighborhood liked her, she did not have one friend. I was her pet and I could have anything. Father told me not to do bad things, but mother said not to mind what he told me, but to go ahead and do as I pleased. I went out and stayed out nights in bad company. We got a gang together. I did not mean to get into the gang as I did, but I was forced into it by the club. You understand, they have clubs, secret clubs, those fellows, and when you join you have to do just what they say, because you are in their power. If you try to withdraw you cannot because they will squeal on you. They watch you and somebody follows you all the time. The new beginners are the ones who do the dirty work. The leaders very seldom get caught. There is a school and the new beginners learn to do bad things. Some of the leaders are in the finest society in big cities, and they get to know where we can find people to rob. You may sometimes wonder how we know where to go to find jewelry and money. Our leaders know all about it. They are in fine society all the time. They have money so it wouldn't do any good to squeal on them. If I should tell you the names of some of our leaders who are in society in Chicago, you would not believe me. You would say that it is not so. If you would tell on them they would at once squeal on you and say you robbed such a house. What could you do? You just have to keep still. That is what the underworld is doing. The upper world uses the underworld when it suits its purpose. What we steal in one city, they send off to another city. Always you will find our leaders in the finest society, but we do not dare say anything. When you once join their club, what I would call the Devil's Club, you can't say anything. You are in their claws, and our leaders are worse than devils, they are so mean. If we should kill, we are the ones who suffer, but they get the money. I came here tonight to thank you for having helped me. Nobody ever gave me a helping hand before. In that car barn murder I did not kill anyone. I was with the gang, but the one who did the work did not get hung, he got away. We four were hung, because we were there. I was innocent. My work was to watch, which I did, but I did not murder. I was hung for it. If you have any influence at all, do not hang people. Let them have another chance, because sometimes you will find they are innocent. Keep them in the pen. Give them another chance. If they are hung, then where are they? All they have in their hearts is hatred. They go back to earth life and do more mischief. They control people and obsession steps in. I had hatred when I was hung and said if there is life again I will get even and fight for revenge. You remember Tilly, who lived next door to me. I told you about her before. She used to come to your circles. I followed her once and through her influence I came into your circle and was converted to the higher life. Tilly always had a good influence over me and sometimes she wanted to talk to me, but Mother was always jealous and didn't want her to talk. Mother was very mean to Tilly's people. She got so mad at the time I was hung that she tormented all her neighbors. She tore up all the fences and closed up all the stable windows on their side. She tried to shoot everybody she could. If my father bad had the gun loaded, Mother would have been in great trouble. Tilly was my guardian angel, and through your circle I got over my hatred. Now I try to help others with the light you gave me. My mission is to help the unfortunate ones, like this fellow who came before me. I try to influence people to be more just. If you have a chance to hang anyone, don't do it, but give him another chance. You have no right to kill. Nobody should kill another person. We are all God's children. We all make mistakes, and the strong should help the weak. When one person murders another, no justice is shown, no mercy. The judge and the jury, what mercy do they show a fellow when he has murdered? Why should they kill him instead of giving him another chance? Why don't they give a good word to the poor ones? Why don't they go to the prisoners and teach them of the higher life, and also have psychic circles and try to help them? As soon as you stop capital punishment you will not have so much killing. When persons are hanged, they have revenge and hatred in their hearts, and all they want to do is kill, kill, kill. So they influence sensitive mortals and make them commit all kinds of crime. I want to say again, if you have any influence, stop capital punishment. This is a Christian country and nobody has a right to kill another. As they killed Christ, so they kill boys who have been murderers, instead of teaching them while they are young. Isn't it right that they should be taught to do better, and to live better lives? The time will come when the world will have to understand that it must overcome selfishness. There will be lots of trouble before that time comes. There will be much destruction, but after that, things will be better. I am now doing my work in the spirit world, and I thank you for bringing me to a realization and waking me up. I have little meetings here and there. I give little thoughts of cheer to those in darkness. I am up against a very hard condition, and that is, to get my mother to understand. I wish you would all send good, kind thoughts to her, because she only had hatred and selfishness and jealousy in her heart. She was so wrapped up in herself that now she will not listen to anyone. Help me to wake her up and realize the true condition of life. Oh, how I thank you for helping me. At heart I was not a murderer, yet I was hung for murder. I was not with the gang that was doing the work, all I did was to watch. I was there with them and that was enough for the jury, I had the name. Now I am trying to do my part, but I have much to learn. I was very ignorant of the real life. My father wanted me to go to Sunday school. Mother told me I didn't need to go, but I went, and I didn't find anything there that appealed to me, so I quit going. I know now that God is everywhere and that I am a part of God. I had a hard time getting rid of selfishness, jealousy and ignorance. They are the root of all evil. When they are gone, love, kindness and sympathy take their place. Get an understanding of the higher life and you will be happy. All should be brothers and sisters on earth, as we are in the higher life. In the spirit world our real eyes are opened. You cannot progress until you have learned the lessons of life. You know, a schoolboy cannot go to university until after he gets through his school books. He must go to kindergarten before he can enter the university, and he has to get there step by step. So it is in the spirit world. It is the world of happiness. We cannot appreciate it until we have it before us. Everybody should know these things before they step over the borderland. We cannot go to the spirit world until we have an understanding of it. When we are one with God, then we have happiness. I do not know much, and I cannot say much, because I have seen so little of it. I have much work to do before I go on. The spirit world is like going into a garden and seeing one beautiful flower here and another there. The flowers all stand up so straight and look at you and seem to say, "Please take me." This one has a certain odor, and that one another, but all are beautiful and fragrant. The spirit world is like a flower bed, all is beauty and harmony, I mean there is no selfishness. One shines more than another because he has more understanding. We will all get there, but we have to gain advancement for ourselves. No one needs to get discouraged, all will get there, but it takes time. Thank you for having helped me to an understanding and a home, but for that, I should have been an earthbound spirit, doing more harm than good, for I had hatred in my heart. I am very happy, but I want you all to send a good thought to my mother, so that I can wake her up, and help her to overcome her selfishness, jealousy and ignorance. Just give me a chance to wake her up. I thank you all. Chapter 7. Spirits and Suicide. A great number of unaccountable suicides are due to the obsessing or possessing influence of earthbound spirits. Some of these spirits are actuated by a desire to torment their victims. Others, who have ended their physical existence as suicides, find themselves still alive, and, having no knowledge of a spirit world, labor under the delusion that their self-destructive attempts have failed and continue their suicidal efforts. When these intelligences come in contact with mortal sensitives, they mistake the physical bodies for their own, and impress the sensitives with morbid thoughts and instigate them to deeds of self-destruction. The fate of a suicide is invariably one of deepest misery, his rash act holding him in the earth sphere until such time as his physical life would have had a natural ending. One suicide case which we contacted was the spirit of a woman, Mrs. X, who had been my Sunday school teacher when I was a boy in Europe, but of whom Mrs. Wickland had never heard. This lady had been intelligent and spiritual, an earnest church member, happily married and the mother of several children. Without any warning, while apparently happy and contented, she had suddenly hung herself, and the horrified husband and children could in no way account for the tragedy. One winter day 10 years later, when Mrs. Wickland and I were alone in our home in Chicago, Mrs. Wickland was unexpectedly controlled by a spirit who gasped for breath and seemed to be strangling. This spirit, like so many others, was unconscious of controlling a body not its own, and upon contacting matter, again experienced its last death struggle. After much questioning I learned, to my great surprise, that this was the spirit of my former friend, who had ended her physical life by hanging herself. She was still bound to the earth sphere and related the indescribable mental hell she had been in during all those years. As soon as I found myself out of my body, I saw at once the cause for my rash act. Evil spirits, who had been attracted to me by the jealous thoughts of other persons, were standing near, grinning with devilish satisfaction at their work. They had influenced me to end my life. I had no occasion to even think of such folly. An irresistible impulse had suddenly come over me. I fastened the rope around my neck, and only realized what I had done when it was too late. I would have given the world to have been able to regain possession of my body. Oh, what horrors of despair and remorse I have gone through. My home shattered, my husband broken-hearted and discouraged, and my little ones needing my care. They do not know that I come to them and try to comfort them, and I have seen nothing but gloom and darkness until now. Comforted and reassured by an explanation of the true spiritual realms, this spirit was eager to go with the higher intelligences and learn how she might be of service to her loved ones on earth. Many years later, when we had with us a patient of strong suicidal tendencies, this spirit returned to warn her against carrying out her intentions. Experience, November 17, 1918. Spirit, MS, X, Psychic, MS. Wickland. It is a long time since I have been here. I should like to say a few words to this young lady who is contemplating suicide. Many years ago I was a happy wife, with 2 dear children and a very kind husband. We lived together happily, since we were both of a cheerful disposition, and because of this there were many jealous thoughts centered upon us. I did not know at that time that I was a psychic, because I belonged to the Baptist church. I did the very best I could around the home, but somebody started to upset us. One day, when my husband went to work, I kissed him goodbye and was very happy, but after he was gone, all in a moment something got hold of me. I did not know what I was doing. I didn't know a thing. I remember feeling very strange, as if somebody had taken complete hold of me, and I did not realize what was taking place. After a while everything changed. I saw my husband in terrible mental agony, and he was crying very bitterly. When things became a little clearer to me, I saw my body hanging there. Oh, if you could only realize what a condition I was in. My husband stood there in the shed, looking at my hanging body. He was crying heartbrokenly, but I could do nothing to help him. There I stood at his side, wishing with all my power that I could have that body again, but I could not. There were my 2 little children weeping for me, and I could not help them. I did not know what was the matter until I saw some evil spirit standing near, laughing at us. They had gotten hold of me and made me kill myself, because they wanted to break up our happy home. My husband could never forget the sight of my body hanging in the shed. My children were small and needed my help, but the responsibility of raising them was thrown on my husband. It should have been my duty to have shared that responsibility. Although I had been influenced to do what I did, for 10 long years I could see nothing before me but what I had done. I could see how much the children needed me, but I could do nothing for them, and oh, how I suffered. My poor, poor children. One day, a very cold day, I felt that I had come to life again. I felt a new warmth. I did not know where I was, but I felt that I had come to life. I found myself talking to Dr. Wickland. He told me what had happened, and explained that I was only temporarily controlling Mrs. Wickland, and that friends would take me to the spirit world. After this I felt somewhat better, and I thank you for having helped me to the beautiful condition I have now. But oh, how I suffered during those 10 long years. All I could see was my body hanging before me, and the children's need of me. My husband and children. How they needed my care, but I was powerless to help them. I want to warn anybody who is thinking of trying to get out of the physical body. Do not do it under any circumstances. You do not know, you cannot realize, what a hell you will find yourself in. You cannot step into your body again after you once leave it, and you cannot do your duty to others. Think of my children always having the thought that their mother committed suicide. Neither my husband nor children can ever really forgive me. Even though I was controlled when I did what I did, I have had to suffer. If you had an understanding of the laws of the spirit side of life, you would not commit suicide, knowing the results. Overcome any thoughts of taking your life. Be happy on this earth plane until the time comes for you to go to the spirit world. The 10 years that I suffered was the time I should have remained on earth before passing to the spirit side of life. After my 10 years had expired I should have left my body, for my life would have been lived out, but during that time I could have given help to my husband and children. I should not have reached the spirit side of life before my allotted time, and my punishment was to constantly see my body hanging before me for 10 years. All that time I could realize that my husband and children were in great need of my help. Now I am as happy as I can be until my family is reunited, and I am doing all I can to help my children. I want you to send my love to my dear husband. He feels that he is all alone. I am with him, but I can do nothing to comfort him in his loneliness. Goodbye. On November 20th, 1904, while Mrs. Wickland and I were visiting with friends in Chicago, a circle had been formed for a psychic demonstration when Mrs. Wickland heard someone say, "I am in the dark." She inquired who had made the remark, but no one in the room had uttered a word. However, the gentleman sitting beside Mrs. Wickland declared that he too had heard the voice. A moment later Mrs. Wickland became entranced and fell to the floor, the spirit clutching at the throat and crying, "Take the rope away. Take the rope away. I am in the dark. Why did I do it? Oh, why did I do it?" When the excited spirit had been somewhat quieted, she told us that her name was Minnie Harmoning, that she was a young girl and had lived on a farm near Palatine. As she was speaking brokenly, between sobs, it was difficult to distinguish her words, and I understood her to say that she came from Palestine, which seemed rather strange. The spirit was in great grief because she had hung herself, and thought the body of the psychic was her own, and that the rope was still about her neck. She said that on October 5th, without any cause or premeditation, she had been overpowered by a desire to take her life, and when alone had gone to the barn and hung herself. "A big man with a black beard made me do it. Spirit. He met me in the barnyard and hypnotized me, and made me hang myself to a rafter, but I don't know why I did it. My brother John found me and cut me down, and my parents were almost beside themselves. But I am not dead. I am at home all the time and I talk to my mother and father. I try to comfort them and make them know that I am not dead, but they do not notice me and do not answer me. My folks all sit around the table crying, and there is my empty chair, but no one answers me. Why don't they answer me?" We could not at first convince her that she was expressing herself through the body of another, but after a lengthy conversation, she was somewhat enlightened and comforted, and left with spirit friends. Previous to this incident neither Mrs. Wickland nor I had heard of the Harmoning suicide mystery, and we did not know that such a girl had ever existed. Several days later, a reporter from one of the Chicago dailies came to interview us regarding our research work, and I related our recent experience with the Harmoning girl. In great surprise he said that he himself had been the reporter on the Harmoning case and that the girl had lived in Palatine, Cook County, Illinois. The dead body of the girl had been found hanging in her father's barn, but no one knew of any cause for suicide, although the girl had always been peculiar. There was a suspicion of murder because the clothes about the chest had been torn, and the neck badly scratched, leading the authorities to believe that a crime had been committed and the body hung up to avert suspicion. On Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, the spirit of Minnie Harmoning came to us again, still grieving because of the suffering of her parents, and the intolerant attitude assumed toward her family by the villagers and church members, who considered the family disgraced. The girl had been a devout member of a German Lutheran church, but because she had died a suicide the pastor had refused to allow the funeral service to be held in the church. Nor would the congregation permit the body to be buried in the consecrated ground of the churchyard. Minnie said that the funeral service had been held at the home of her parents, but the minister had considered the viewing of the body such a sacrilege that he had stepped outside the house while others paid their last tribute. And this had added still more to the grief of her already distracted parents. These statements I found corroborated in the papers afterward. I asked the spirit why her clothes had been torn, and she answered, "I did that myself." The big man, spirit, with the beard told me to hang myself, but as soon as I had kicked the box away from my feet, I felt the rope tightening around my neck and came to my senses. I clawed at the rope and tried to loosen it, but I only tightened it and scratched myself. 14 years later the spirit of Minnie Harmoning spoke to us again. Experience, October 20, 1918. Spirit, Minnie Harmoning. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. I want to thank you for all the help you have given me. When I committed the act which took my life, I was only a young girl of 16. I had so much suffering afterwards and was very, very miserable. I could see my father and mother sitting at the table, crying, and I could not help them. When the time came for my body to be buried, the minister would not take it into the church, and would not bury it, because, he said, I had committed a sin in taking my own life. He also said that I could not be buried in the graveyard because of my act, and he would not even look at the funeral as it passed by. I did not do the deed myself. I was obsessed. It was very hard for my father and mother and sisters. The minister would not even come into the room where my body lay, but spoke from another room. He was too holy to be where the body was. This made it much harder for my parents. Do not think that by taking your own life you can bury yourself in the hereafter. I was obsessed when I took my life and did not know what I was doing, but I am suffering because my father and mother are still mourning for me. Very often I go to see my poor old mother, and she is very old now. I am the girl who lived at Palatine. You remember me, don't you? The neighbors made it still harder for my folks because they told mother what a disgrace it was for the family. I feel very badly about the matter. I want to thank you for the help I received here. It was through you that I received light and understanding. I am happy in a way, but not real happy, because I feel the grief my father and mother have. When I lived I did not understand obsession. After I had hung myself I saw a man beside me, staring at me. Just when the rope was around my neck I came to. I tried my best to get it off my neck, but I had kicked the box from under myself and my whole weight was in the rope and I could do nothing. I scratched my body in an effort to free myself, but it was no use. If one takes his own life he goes through a bitter experience, and suffers greatly, yes, suffers greatly. I thank you very much for the light and understanding I have received, for it has been a great help to me. Another experience, illustrating the power exercised over sensitive mortals by malignant, earthbound spirits, occurred in Chicago. Mrs. Wickland and I were resting on a bench in Lincoln Park, on July 12, 1906, when an elderly gentleman seated himself beside us. Mrs. Wickland at first saw two men on the bench, but upon looking again, noticed only one. A conversation ensued which drifted into occultism, and when the stranger, Mr. F., expressed an interest in psychic phenomena, we invited him to call at our home. On the following evening Mr. F. called upon us, and later Mrs. Wickland became entranced by the spirit of a man who was greatly agitated. He called Mr. F. by name, saying he was his friend, Mr. B. of Cleveland, who had been with him in Lincoln Park the previous week, and had had an appointment to meet him there again on that very day. Mr. F. was greatly startled by this communication, for his friend had committed suicide in his club at Cleveland the preceding Sunday. Mr. B. had lived in Cleveland and had come to Chicago the week before to close a real estate deal, but before final negotiations were completed, had returned for a weekend visit to Cleveland. He was in a cheerful frame of mind when he left his home on Sunday morning, but after conversing with a group of friends at his club, he had gone into an adjoining room, placed carbolic acid in his glass of wine and drinking it, had fallen dead. Mr. B. had been a man of wealth and position, to all appearances singularly fortunate and happy, and there seemed no reason for his suicide. The spirit of Mr. B. was greatly troubled and bewildered, and asked his friend what was the matter with him. I go home to my wife and children, but they do not seem to see me or hear me. I have been with you for several days, but you will not talk to me. What is the matter? Calming the spirit, we finally made him realize that to the world he was dead, and after explaining the suicide to him, we asked why he had taken his life. I did not take my life. I went to the club and was talking to my friends, then I went into another room, but I do not know what happened after that. The next thing that I remember is that I saw my body lying on the floor and a man, spirit, watching me and laughing. After learning more of his condition, the spirit urged his friend to write to his wife and tell her that in reality he was not dead at all. On the evening of the 16th, Mr. F. called again, when the spirit of Mr. B. came a second time, still greatly disturbed, and asked his friend why he had not written to his wife, and urgently begged him to do so. I know now that I was influenced to commit suicide by evil spirits who were opposed to my carrying out that real estate deal. Rather than see my purpose accomplished, they determined to kill me. Please tell my wife the truth and warn all the world to be wiser. While the trial of a young man, who was accused of killing a college girl, Marion Lambert, was in progress in Waukegan, Illinois, the spirit of the murdered girl was brought to us, on June 17, 1916, entrancing Mrs. Wickland. She was weeping uncontrollably and in such distress that she was at first unable to speak, then suddenly cried out, "I did it! I did it! Nobody can help me now. If I only could tell them and make them understand, but they will not listen. I am in the dark and can see only the past and everything foolish I have done. Oh, what a foolish girl I was! What is your name?" "Marion Lambert." "Where do you think you are?" "I do not know. I am not acquainted with anyone here." Crying. "They talk of hell, but that could not be as bad as what I have gone through, just because of my foolishness. I would like very much to get out of all this trouble. I took my own life. I didn't mean to kill myself, I only meant to take enough cyanide of potassium to scare him. And now they blame him for my death. I would so like to do something to make them understand he is not guilty. Oh, but they will not believe me. I talk to the different people at the courthouse, but they take no notice of me, and will not listen to me. Everything is so strange, I don't know what to do. I was such a foolish girl. Oh, my poor father and mother. I'm half crazy with trouble and worry. If I could only go to the courthouse and show them that I am not dead, but that I am alive. Why don't they listen to me? I go to the courthouse but nobody will speak to me, and I have spoken to so many people. I am in such agony, I don't know what to do. If I had had more sense I would never have done what I did, but it's no use saying that now, it is too late. I wish I could be in my body again. I studied a great deal, but I was so foolish it did me no good, and now I am suffering. Everything is so dark and I am in such trouble. The spirit was so hysterical that it was exceedingly difficult to make her understand that she could best help by keeping away from the courthouse, go with kindly intelligences to the spirit world and learn the higher purposes of life. In July, 1919, the interest of the American public was centered in a murder case in Los Angeles, in which Harry New was accused of killing his sweetheart, Frida Lesser. The tragedy had taken place on July 4 in Topanga Canyon, where Harry and Frida had driven late in the day. Near the crest a shot was fired which ended the girl's life, and Harry New was arrested on a charge of murder. The girl had been expecting motherhood, and this fact was used in the trial as a motive for the crime. Harry New was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to San Quentin for 10 years. During the trial we had an interesting experience which would have thrown new light on the case, could it have been accepted as evidence in court. Experience, January 7, 1920. Spirit, Frida Lesser. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. The controlling spirit was crying pathetically, and seemed bewildered. "Doctor, what is the matter with you?" Spirit, "Oh, I feel so bad." Doctor, what seems to be the trouble? SP, lots of trouble. Doctor, possibly we may be able to help you. SP. That's impossible. Oh, I feel so bad. Weeping. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. I am not dead. I am sick and downhearted. Doctor, why should you be downhearted? SP. Because of my own foolishness. Doctor, what have you been doing? SP. Lots of things. Doctor, what in particular? Have you been happy? SP. Oh, no. I have not been happy. Wringing hands in anguish. I wish I had not been so foolish. Doctor, did something happen to you? SP. Yes, everything happened. Dar. What is your name? Is it John? SP. I'm not a man. Oh, all those people. And that big crowd. And they will not listen when I tell them about it. Doctor, what is your name? SP. I feel so bad I can't think. Oh, Harry, Harry. It was not your fault. What are those people doing with him? He hasn't done anything, it was my foolishness. Doctor, what did you do? SP. I fought with him. I got hold of the revolver and was going to fool him. He tried to take the revolver away from me, and we both fought for it. I was only trying to fool him. I go to see him but I don't know what to do. Doctor, why did you take the revolver? SP. I was only trying to scare him. Dar. Did you fire the revolver? SP. He tried to take the revolver away from me and it exploded. I feel so bad, and he will not talk to me, and there are all those people bothering him. He did not do anything. It was all my foolishness. He was a good fellow, but I fooled him. Where am I now? Doctor, you are in Highland Park, Los Angeles. SP. Why did I come here? Doctor, some good friend brought you here. SP. Why, I went to Harry. Doctor, do you refer to Harry New? SP. Yes, of course I do. Doctor, did you care for him? SP. I care for him more than ever because I cannot get to him. He did not do it, he did not shoot me. I told him that I would kill myself and I went and got the revolver. He didn't get it. I got it from his auto and I had it. I didn't mean to do anything. I was just going to frighten him. It was just foolishness, foolishness, foolishness. Doctor, what is your name? SP. Frida, Frida Lesser. Dar. Do you realize that you have lost your body? SP. I don't know anything, except that I go to Mother and Harry, and all over, and no one pays any attention to me. I want to tell them how things happened, but no one will listen to me, not anyone. I am so distressed, and I don't know why I cannot be heard when I talk. I am so unhappy. Doctor, the people you refer to do not know that you are there. You are invisible to them. SP. Oh, that poor fellow is suffering for my foolishness. You don't know what my condition is. No one will listen to what I say, not one. Doctor, they do not know you are there. You are invisible to us, we cannot see you. SP. Why can't you see me? Crying again and wringing her hands. Foolish girl, foolish girl. Doctor, you must try to control yourself. You have been brought here by kind spirits and allowed to control my wife's body and brain for a short time. You can only use this body temporarily. SP. Why can't you tell those people that it was all my foolishness? Doctor, they would not believe me if I did tell them. SP. Tell them what? Doctor, that a spirit came and talked to us. Do you not realize that at the time the revolver went off, you lost your body? SP. I thought I had only hurt myself. Oh, how I suffered. I do not see how I could be dead, because when you die you never suffer any more, and I have suffered. Dar. No one actually dies, only the physical body is lost. Your suffering was mental. SP. But my head hurts so much. Doctor, that is a mental condition also. SP. Why can't Harry talk to me? Doctor, he does not know you are there. He cannot see you. SP. I go where he is and try to tell them that the whole thing was caused by my foolishness. Oh, if I could only change things. I took that revolver and said I was going to kill myself, but I thought I would only scare him. When he saw I had the revolver he fought with me to get it away. I didn't mean anything, I was only fooling. I love him and he loves me. He did not know how the revolver came in his hands. He had it in his auto. I picked it up and hid it in my clothes for a while and then I told him I was going to kill myself. Doctor, had you any idea of marrying him? SP. Yes, some idea. Doctor, did you really care for him enough to marry him? SP. Yes. We had no quarrel. I was just going to scare him, but you know girls do foolish things sometimes. I wanted to test him, to see if he cared for me. Crying. Doctor, remember you are using my wife's brain and body, and must try to calm yourself. Look around and you will find kind spirit friends who will help you. SP. I can never be helped anymore, I'm so unhappy. Doctor, when you leave here you will be taken to the spirit world. You have not yet found it, because you have been so disturbed with your trouble. Spirit friends are around you, waiting to help you. SP. I want to tell those men how things happened, but they will not listen to me. They don't seem to hear me, or see me. I go to Harry, and because he feels me around him sometimes, they think that he is crazy. Doctor, you are a free spirit now, and you must listen to the spirit friends who are here. They will teach you how to obtain understanding and overcome your troubles. SP. Will they kill Harry for my foolishness? Doctor, I hardly think so. SP. Poor fellow, poor fellow. I feel so sorry for him and his mother. They both cry, and my mother cries. Why did I do such a foolish thing? It was a piece of folly. Doctor, now, look around and see if you can see friends who will help you. SP. There's a young lady standing there, spirit, and she says that she was helped here, and she says she brought me here. She says she was in the same trouble I was, and that she was helped, and is so happy now, and that she can help me. She says she was just as foolish as I was, she took poison to scare her fellow, and killed herself. Doctor, does she tell you her name? SP. She says she has been around me, because she does missionary work, helping to take care of girls in the same trouble as myself. Doctor, does she look sorrowful? SP. No, she looks happy. She says she goes around and finds unfortunate girls who are in the same condition she was in when she went to spirit life. Crying. Doctor, don't allow yourself to become excited. You do not realize what a privilege you have in being allowed to control a mortal body and obtain understanding. Many remain in a bewildered condition for years and years. SP. The lady standing there says you helped her when she was in the same trouble I am. Doctor, what was her name? SP. She says her name is Marion Lambert. She says she works hard to help unfortunate girls who are in trouble and do foolish things, and that she tries to help them to happiness. She says that is her mission and that is why she brought me here. Crying. Dar. Try to understand that you are using the body of this psychic only temporarily, and must not misuse it by becoming excited. This girl you see, came to us some years ago in the same distressed condition that you are in. Now she tells you that she is happy and doing missionary work. SP. Can I ever be happy? Doctor, of course you can. This is only a temporary trouble you are in. No one ever dies, it is only the physical body which is lost. The spirit cannot die. SP. But I never understood that. I never heard anything about spirits before. Doctor, if anyone had spoken to you about spirits while you were in earth life, you would probably have laughed at the idea. SP. The lady says she will take care of me. She wants me to rest. I am so tired. She says that I must go with her, and also that I must thank you for the opportunity of coming here. Will I have any more of that awful crying? Doctor, no. You will be taught the real lesson of life. Physical life is only temporary. Everyone has troubles of one kind or another, but through trouble we become wiser. SP, gazing intently at some spirit, her face brightened, then she shook her head. No, no, that cannot be. Crying. Dar. What do you see? SP. I was expecting a baby, and a girl has come holding a baby, which she says belongs to me. Can I have it? Doctor, certainly you can. SP. But I am not worthy. They will look down on me. Doctor, you are not going to remain on Earth. SP. I feel much happier than I did when I came. When did the baby come? Doctor, the baby was freed when you lost your body. SP. I don't see how that could happen. Dar. Many things happen with which you are not familiar. You do not understand the wonderful mystery of life. SP. Did I kill the baby, too, when the revolver went off? Doctor, when your body was killed, the spirit of the little one was also liberated. While you are talking through this body, we cannot see you. The real things of life are invisible. Did you ever see music? SP. I have heard it. I hear beautiful music now. Doctor, you are beginning to realize the real things of life. SP. Another beautiful lady with white hair is here, and she says she will be my mother for the present, and she will take care of me. She says she belongs to the Mercy Band. Dar. The Mercy Band of Spirits is trying to bring before the world the fact that there is no death, and for many years we have been cooperating with them, helping spirits who are in trouble and darkness. SP. This lady is very beautiful. She is not the one who was here first, nor the one with the baby. This one says her name is Mrs. Case. 11. Doctor, when she was on Earth she was greatly interested in this work. SP. The other lady says she will take care of my baby, because that is her work. She says her name is Abby Judson, and she takes care of the waif children. She says she was a spiritualist when on Earth, and that she wrote. Oh, I feel so sorry for poor Harry. Will he ever forgive me? Doctor, he knows the circumstances and he will forgive you. SP. Please, can I go with these people? Will I cry any more? I have been crying so much that my eyes hurt me. Dar. The spirit friends will enlighten you and will teach you life's lessons, and you will be happy. A sudden death, undoubtedly attributable to spirit influence, was that of Olive T. 12, well-known motion picture actress. The newspapers reported that Olive T. had committed suicide one evening, in the early fall of 1920, in Paris, France, and 6 days later her chum, Anna D., also ended her life. Shortly after, the following occurred. Experience, September 22, 1920. Spirit, Olive T. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The spirit seemed to be in painful contortions, and was crying wretchedly. Doctor, who are you, friend? Come, tell us who you are. Tell us what is troubling you, and why you are crying. You have been brought here to be helped. Spirit, oh, look. Look at that. Doctor, what do you see? SP, look there. Oh, look. Isn't that horrible, that face? Alluding to an invisible entity. Dar. Do you know where you are? You are in California. SP, help me. Oh, help me. Doctor, you must be reasonable. SP. Give me something to drink, champagne, give me some champagne. Doctor, you are now a spirit and will have no further use for champagne. You have lost your body and are now in California. SP, writhing, with face distorted, as if in intense pain. Oh, look. Help me. Dar. Try to realize that you have lost your own body and are now controlling the body of my wife, who is a psychic sensitive. Intelligent spirits have brought you here that you might be helped. You can only stay a short time. SP. Give me something to drink. Doctor, who are you? What is your name? We have nothing to drink and would not give it to you if we had. Try to realize your situation. SP. Take me out of this. Doctor, out of what? Try to be reasonable and the intelligent spirits can help you and bring you to a better understanding. SP, with intense excitement. Get some champagne for me. Doctor, you must not act so wildly. Realize that you are now a spirit. My wife is a psychic intermediary, and allows spirits like yourself to control her body that they may be helped. Don't you understand that you are in a strange condition? SP. I don't care. Doctor, you will not gain anything by acting in this way. Excitement will only add to your misery. SP, complaining a great pain. I want champagne, and I want it quick. Doctor, you won't get any more champagne, that life is past. Your earthly life is over. Come to a realization of your actual situation. Intelligent spirits will help you and bring you to a better condition in the spirit life. SP. Give me a cigarette. Doctor, you will not get any more cigarettes. Tell us who you are and what your situation is. Your only salvation now is to realize your condition, then you will have understanding and progress in spirit life. Where did you come from? You cannot satisfy your earthly cravings any longer. Tell us your troubles. Do you know that you are in Los Angeles, California? SP, becoming greatly excited and pointing. Look at that man standing over there. Spirit. He's horrible, horrible. I am so afraid of him. Don't let him come near me. He looks terrible. Don't let him touch me. Doctor, listen to us, we are your friends. We understand your condition. Tell us who you are. SP. I cannot tell just now, I am too afraid. Oh. I'm so afraid of that man. He haunts me, he's with me all the time. What is this place? Doctor, this is a psychic circle where we help spirits that are in darkness and ignorance. If you will calm yourself and try to be quiet, we shall be able to help you. Believe what I tell you, then we can help you. SP. The man over there is making such horrible faces at me that it frightens me. Doctor, try to compose yourself, then our spirit forces can aid you. SP. I don't understand you. Doctor, you are a spirit, and the man you see is also a spirit. You have lost your physical body and now have a spirit body. SP. I don't understand you, and I'm so afraid. Doctor, you do not need to fear, just listen. Our spirit forces will help you if you will be quiet. SP. Suddenly animated at the sight of some invisible. Oh, Anna. Anna D. Where did you come from? She's afraid of that man, too. He is going over to Anna. Don't let him get her. Doctor, tell us who you are, then we can help you more easily. SP. I am Olive T. Doctor, then you passed out just before Anna D. did. Neither of you realizes that you have lost your physical body. She also needs help. SP. She's not dead. Dar. She does not realize, any more than you do, that she has passed out of her physical body. SP. Anna, how did you get here? Doctor, you are both spirits, and can stay here only a short time. Do you not realize that you have passed out of your bodies, that something strange has taken place? To Olive T. You were in Paris, and now you are in California. SP. California. Please tell me who that nice-looking lady is standing over there. Spirit. Doctor, probably she is some spirit who brought you here for help. Ask her who she is. SP. Why, it's Anna H. 13. Doctor, she is serving those who are in trouble. SP. Crying. I can't see any more. What's the matter with me? Where am I? Dar. You are in Los Angeles, California. SP. Yes, but I'm not with my own folks. Where are they all? Doctor, according to reports, you were in Paris, and had been out one evening, after which you went to your apartment and committed suicide. SP. There's the fellow that made me do that, that man standing over there, the one who made such horrible faces. Spirit. Doctor, he will not be able to bother you any more. SP. He says he took me to that place where I was crying. Why should he do that? I got so that I could not sleep because of that fellow, he bothered me all the time. Doctor, you must have been a psychic. SP, don't let him come near me. I have already suffered so much through him. Nobody knows how I have suffered. No one understood my different moods. Doctor, how could they, when they knew nothing about spirits troubling people? You were obsessed, and very few understand obsession. SP. I feel very sick, but please do not let me die. I want to live. Doctor, nobody ever dies, only the physical body is lost. You have lost your physical body, and from now on you will begin to live in the spirit world. SP. Say, Anna D. Why are you here? Doctor, does she know that she has passed away? SP. Agitated, and weeping anew with fright. That fellow standing over there, he is the cause of her death, he says so. Dar. You are using my wife's brain and body, and you must try to quiet yourself. Anna H. brought you here for help. SP. She doesn't care for me. Doctor, listen to what she says, be calm and listen. By being quiet you can be helped. You must have some regard for my wife's nervous system. She allows spirits like you to control her body, so you must not misuse it. Listen to what Anna H. says. SP. Anna H. says that she is now serving those who are in the dark because of their foolishness, selfishness, and the misuse of money. She is striving to do her part. Crying again. If I had only understood. Dar. You would not have listened to anything about spirits when you had your body. SP. I don't know what you mean. Doctor, I mean that you have lost your mortal body and are now controlling my wife's body. We are talking to you but we do not see you. SP. Where am I? Doctor, you are in Highland Park, Los Angeles. SP. I can't understand things. Anna DJ, how did you come here? Are you in Paris, too? Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says she doesn't know anything, she feels so strange. Dar. She is also a spirit and does not understand her condition. SP. Anna H. brought her here, too. She says that by serving others she has progressed. Doctor, she controlled this psychic about 2 years ago. SP. She says that she will take care of us both, and that I can get rest and sleep. I will go with her, and will take Anna D. along with me, because Anna H. brought us two together. She says Anna D. also needs help. Dar. You will find many intelligent spirits who will be willing to help you. SP. That horrible fellow cannot bother me any more, can he? He scared both Anna D. and me. We were together so much. Doctor, the man you speak of is also a spirit. He will not trouble you any more. SP. I got so that I could not sleep, and I felt so badly. Doctor, I presume that the spirit you speak of impressed you to do the things you did. SP. Yes, that is so. Doctor, now you must go with Anna H. She and the others will help you. SP. She says I can go to sleep and rest. I see so many people and I don't know who they are. Spirits. I am tired and want to rest. I have not had any rest for years, it seems, but it is only a short time, I suppose. Now I will go with Anna H. Goodbye. Shortly after the death of Virginia R., cinema star who died in San Francisco, the spirit of the girl was brought by Olive T. to our circle to be awakened, and afterward, Olive T. herself spoke through the psychic. Experience, April 19, 1922. Spirit, Olive T., Psychic, Ms. Wickland. I felt that. I must come in and thank you for the glory that has been bestowed upon me since the time I was here last. During our childhood we should be taught the real lesson of life and made to understand life in its true sense. Let pictures be shown of the real life. If they would put on the screen the pictures of the real life, the real understanding, and teach the people that there is no death, teach them of the beautiful conditions on the other side of life which are waiting for everyone entitled to them. After they understand the higher life, the world would be different. I lived in a life of make-believe, and we tried to amuse humanity. I am sorry for the girls who fall into a life of sport. They think they have a good time, yes, for a while. But there is always some little voice, conscience that bothers you, no matter how you try to kill it. Oh, if I could only teach the young girls, tell them of the folly of such a life. If I could only teach them to look up to the higher life, and show them the truth of that life. We should teach people to live for others, not for self. We should teach the girls the principles of life. One thing that is very detrimental to the world is drink and morphine. As conditions are now, they are driving the girls and boys to misery. People condemn without acting, and what do they gain? They drive the young to the depths, because when the law forbids things, they want them, and in some way or another they get them. They enjoy them more because they are forbidden. There is also something else. You know, whiskey and the other alcoholic drinks have 1,000, yes, 1,000,000 thoughts that go with them. The cranks concentrate their minds on drink, and condemn it, and when sensitives get it, they become wild. They become crazy with all the thoughts that are sent with it. It drives them down and down. Man should live and learn of God's wonderful manifestations. God is the life of all, but man is the devil. I do not mean man alone when I say man, but I mean humanity. God gave us a free will, but we misuse it. People should be taught the true teachings of Christ. They say, did not Christ make wine? And did he not give it to the people? They do not understand that it was the wine of life. Christ spoke about the spiritual. The majority of people think he spoke of the material. Understand God right. Do not let us fear him. He is not a man sitting on a throne, but he is the spirit of all life. Everything around us is a part of this divine life. Evil has its place just as the good has. If we had no evil we could not know the good. It is only from the experiences we pass through that we learn the lessons of life, that we gain wisdom, and I learn of the life everlasting that lies before us. My salvation came in the spirit world when I found the truth, because I had been through misery. After I had gone through the fire of conscience, I was purified. I was anxious to find the truth, and after I found it there was no doubting. I wanted peace and harmony and I was then ready for it. You find gold after it has gone through the fire of purification. After my soul had gone through the fire of conscience, I found God within myself, not on the outside. Find God and be content within yourself. Learn to understand yourself first before you judge others, then you will not judge. Let us be friends to all, do good to all, and do good whenever we can. Let us conquer self. Whenever self rises within you to torment you and tries to make you give way to anger, and give way to drinking and all kinds of trouble, say to yourself that you are not angry, and that you will not give way to things. Then, instead of saying anything to others, get up and turn around, and your anger will be gone, because you will not say what you wanted to, and many times, in that way, you will have harmony. When we are in a state of anger, we say things that afterwards we are sorry for, and sometimes these things can never be forgotten. So let us always think, if we feel anger coming over us, that we will not give way to it. Let us turn around and say, no, I will conquer self, I will look to higher things, not the lower. I will conquer, and you cannot come in and torment. I was in that state of anger and it was my death. What did I do? I killed myself. I did not mean to kill myself, but I did it in a mood of anger. Conquer self before it is too late. Conquer your anger before it goes too far. I was swept by anger, and what happened? I killed myself. Then when I woke up and saw what I had done, I was in anguish. It was through anger and selfishness. Let us conquer, and when anger comes in let us say, get thee behind me Satan. Turn around, and that will shut out any spirit that would take possession of you. If I had turned around I would not have done what I did. If I could only tell people of the life they should live, and have them put pictures on the screen of the true life and teachings of Jesus and the lessons he taught, and how much good we could all do for humanity, it would turn many criminals. And they would become good men and women. This is Olive T. Good night. Mrs. R. was a patient with such strong suicidal inclinations that she was unable to eat or sleep, constantly scratched the hair from her head and had wasted away to a mere shadow. She declared that she had killed 500 persons and her one thought was to end her own life, and since there seemed no hope of recovery, she was placed in a sanitarium where she was confined in a locked room for 3 years. After being placed in our care she made several attempts at self-destruction, but within a few weeks she was freed from a gloomy spirit who had himself committed suicide, and from that time there was no further recurrence of the suicidal impulse. Mrs. R. remained with us for some time, gaining steadily in weight, strength and health. She became entirely normal and returned to live with her relatives, taking up all her former occupations. Experience, February 22, 1919. Spirit, Ralph Stevenson. Patient, R. Psychic, Wickland. Doctor, where did you come from? Spirit, I was straggling along and saw a light, so I came in. Doctor, can you tell us who you are? SP. No, I don't know. Doctor, can't you remember what your name is? SP. I can't seem to remember anything. What is the matter with my head? It hurts me so badly. Doctor, what seems to be the matter with your head? SP. It is difficult for me to think. What am I here for? Who are you? Doctor, they call me Dr. Wickland. SP. What kind of a doctor are you? Doctor Medical. What is your name? SP. My name? It is strange, but I can't remember my name. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. Dead, you say? Why, I'm not dead. I wish I were. Doctor, is life so unpleasant for you? SP. Yes, it is. If I am dead, then it is very hard to be dead. I have tried and tried to die, but it seems every single time I come to life again. Why is it that I cannot die? Dar. There is no actual death. SP. Of course there is. Doctor, how do you know there is such a thing as death? SP. I don't know anything. In great distress. I want to die. I want to die. Life is so dark and gloomy. I wish I could die and forget, just forget. Why can't I die? I think sometimes I am dead, then all at once I am alive again. I want to forget all the trouble and agony that I have. Where shall I go so that I can die? Sometimes I get in places, auras, but I am always pushed out in the dark again, and I go from place to place. I cannot find my home and I cannot die. What is the matter? Oh, let me forget just for a little while. Let me be free from my thoughts and this horrible darkness. Why can't I die? Doctor, you are on the wrong path, friend. SP. Then where shall I find the right path? Doctor, within yourself. SP. There was a time when I believed in a God, and there was a time when I believed in heaven and hell, but not any more. It is dark and gloomy and my conscience accuses me so. Let me forget. I want to forget, oh, how I want to forget. Dar. Do you know that you have lost your physical body? SP. I do not know anything about it. Doctor, why are you here? SP. I see you people, I don't know any of you, but as I look in your faces you appear to be good. Will you take me in and give me a little light and some happiness? I have not seen either for years and years. Doctor, what is causing all your trouble? SP. Why is it there is no God? Why does he let me be in this darkness and gloom? I was once a good boy, but I was, oh, I can't say it. I must not say it. No, no, I must not. Greatly agitated. Doctor, tell us what is on your mind. SP. I have done a great wrong, I can never be forgiven. God would not forgive anyone like me, no, no, no. Doctor, try to understand your condition, we can help you. You say you are a man. SP. I am a man. Doctor, you are using a woman's body. SP. I cannot think how I could have become a woman in my sorrows and not know it. Seeing an invisible and becoming wildly excited. Don't come here, don't. Go away. Look. Look over there. Go away. I can't stand it. Doctor, what have you done? SP. If I should tell you, I would be arrested. I cannot stay any longer, I must go now. I must run away, I must. The patient, Mrs. R., had, a number of times, attempted to run away. They are coming after me, and if I stay they will catch me. Let me go. There they are, my accusers. Doctor, where do you think you are? SP. In New York. Doctor, you are far from New York, you are in Los Angeles, California. What year do you think it is? Do you know it is 1919? SP 1919. That can't be. Dar. What year do you think it is? SP 1902. Doctor, that was 17 years ago. Can't you realize that you have lost your physical body? There is no actual death, only transition. Only the physical body is lost. Did you ever study the problems of life and death? SP. No, I never studied anything. I only believed. My name is Ralph, but I forget my last name. My father is dead. Doctor, no more than you are. SP. Of course I am not dead. I wish I were. Will you please take me away from here and kill me so that I can die? Mrs. R. had often begged to be killed. Oh, here they are coming again. I will not confess. If I do, they will put me in prison, and I am in trouble enough. Dar. You are in darkness owing to your ignorance. Confess, and we will help you. SP. I cannot confess. I have tried before, but I could not. My past stands out right before me. Dar. From what you say, you have evidently been obsessing people, and in your effort to kill yourself, you have probably caused others to commit suicide. Haven't you found yourself in queer circumstances at times? SP. I did not try to understand myself. In alarm. Oh, Alice. Spirit. No. I am afraid. I did not mean to do what I did. No, Alice, don't accuse me. Doctor, if you will tell us what your trouble is, we can help you. SP. We told each other that we would die, but we did not die. Alice, why did you tell me to kill you? Why did you? I killed you first, and then I killed myself, but I could not die. Oh, Alice. Doctor, she probably understands conditions better than you do. SP. She says, Ralph, we were foolish. I will tell you, but I know I shall be arrested when I get through. Alice and I were engaged to be married, but her parents did not want us to marry because they thought I was not what I should be. We loved each other very dearly, so we decided that I should kill her, then kill myself. I did it, but I never could kill myself, and I guess, as Alice is here, I did not kill her either. Ever since I tried to kill her, she comes and accuses me. Alice and I were together, and she said all the time, now, kill me. Quick. Kill me. Go ahead. Do it. I hesitated because I loved her, but she kept on saying, do it quick. Do it. I still hesitated, but Alice said, come, now, do it. Be quick. I could not, so she said since she could not go home again, and we could not marry, why not die together? But she would not do the deed herself. I could not do it either. She kept urging me to kill her, so at last I shut my eyes and shot her, and then I shot myself before I saw her fall. I saw her lying on the floor and I tried to run away after I got up, and I ran, and I have been running and walking ever since, trying to forget, but I cannot. Sometimes Alice comes to me, but I always say, no, I am the cause of your death, so stay away from me. I ran and ran to get away from the police and everybody else. A while ago I felt I was an old woman, and I could not get away from being a woman for a long time. I got away, but after a while I was that old woman again. Doctor, you were obsessing somebody at that time. SP obsessing. What do you mean by that? Doctor, did you ever read in the Bible of unclean spirits? SP. Yes, I did. But when I was that old woman I wanted to die, and I could not. I could not get rid of that old woman hanging around me either. I could not get her away from me. I don't want to be around that old woman anymore. Excitedly. Oh, Alice, don't come. When I was with the old woman there were such sharp sparks like lightning on me. I thought they would kill me, and I wanted to die. The patient had often said that she hoped the electrical treatments would kill her. They seemed to be like a streak of lightning, and it struck me, but I did not die. Dar. Those sparks were caused by static electricity, which was given to one of our patients, whom you have evidently been obsessing. She always talked of dying just as you are doing. You have been controlling her and ruining her life. The electricity drove you away from her. She will be well, and you will now be helped. When you leave here you will go with Alice, who will help you to understand your condition. You do not yet realize that you have lost your physical body and that you are still alive. Alice is a spirit, just as you are. You are an invisible spirit and are controlling my wife's body. Spirit and mind never die. SP. Do you think I shall ever find peace? I should like to have just 1 hour of peace. Doctor, you have all eternity before you. SP. Will I be forgiven for what I have done? Doctor, your own confession and sorrow are sufficient. Be patient and willing to learn and you will be helped. SP. There's my mother. Spirit. Mother. I am not worthy to be called your son. I loved you very dearly, but I can't have you come to me now. Weeping. Oh, mother, will you forgive me? I love you still. Will you take your wayward son and forgive him? Will you give me happiness for a little while? I have suffered, oh, so much. Please take me with you, if you can forgive me. My own mother. Doctor, does your mother answer you? SP. Mother says, my son, a mother's love is stronger than anything else. I have tried so much, and so many times to come close to you, but you were always running away. The first spirit left and the mother then spoke through the psychic. Spirit, Ms. Stevenson. I am now united with my dear son. For a long time I have tried to come in close touch with him, but could not. Each time that I thought I was going to reach him, he would run away from me. He has seen me many times, but was afraid, because he was taught the false doctrine that when we die we are dead, and that is why people are afraid of the dead. We do not die. We simply pass on to the spirit side of life, to a beautiful condition if we realize the truth, but we must learn much regarding the next life while we are on earth. Study your own life and yourself, because, if you do not, you will be like my dear son. He has been running for years, trying to get away from me and his sweetheart, and also from every policeman he has seen while in the Earth sphere. He has been obsessing a lady for some time, and he had to stay in her magnetic aura because he did not know how to get away. He has been in hell, not a hell of fire, but a hell of ignorance. Look into conditions of the next life so that you may be prepared, for death comes when it is not expected. Be prepared, not by belief, but by actual knowledge. Find out what is beyond the veil of death. Then, when the time comes for you to go to the spirit side of life, you will go with open eyes and know where you are going, and you will not be, like my poor son, an earthbound spirit. My poor boy. He is so tired and worried, he is sick mentally. I will nurse him and teach him of the life everlasting so that he can realize the beautiful condition in the spirit world. Do not merely believe, if you only believe you will stay just where you are. We must all practice the golden rule, to live for others and serve others, then we will attain happiness when we pass to the spirit side of life. Thank you for the help you have given my son. A mother's love is strong, and when you see my boy again he will be better, because all doubt will be gone. Doubt is a wall, it is a wall we build for ourselves between life and death, and that doubt can never bring mother and son together. He ran away from me whenever he saw me, and neither Alice nor I could come near him. He thought he was alive and that he had not killed himself. Some time ago he came in contact with a sensitive person, a woman, and has been obsessing her, but he thought he was in prison. I thank you all tonight for the help given my son, and may God bless you for the work you are doing. Goodbye. Chapter 8. Spirits and Narcotics, Inebriety, Amnesia. Relentless as is the grip which the drug habit holds on its mortal victims, the power of narcotics extends even more tyrannically beyond the grave. The desire is implanted in the very soul itself, and the agony of earthbound spirits, whose cravings for gratification are in vain, is beyond description. Such spirits frequently obtain partial satisfaction through controlling mortal sensitives, and forcing them to become addicts of some drug. Often spirits suffering from the narcotic evil have come to our circle, and many urgent warnings have been given by discarnate intelligences who were formerly subject to this slavery. 25 years after the first conversation with Minnie Morgan, 14, which occurred during my dissecting work, this spirit, who had been a morphine fiend, returned and told of Earth's sphere conditions, as well as of the higher spirit world. Experience, July 26, 1922. Spirit, Minnie Morgan. Psychic, Carl Wickland. I feel that I am one of you, although I do not know you, I was helped by you. I certainly had wonderful help in being brought to understand that there is a real life. In the spirit world we know each other as we should be known, not as you know each other in earth life, with all kinds of hidden thoughts. You wander like wild cattle on the battlefield of selfishness and jealousy. Love is so little understood. You do not know what real love is, because God is love, and God dwells in love. The majority of people only believe, and think there is some place in the sky to which they go when they die. Whenever I gave that subject any thought, I made up my mind that I would have a good time while I could, and then, when the time came to die, I would be ready to go, because at the last I could throw my sins on Jesus and be washed as white as snow. I started out in life with that belief. I said, why can't I have a good time like others? The future will take care of itself. With that thought many persons go out to sow their wild oats, thinking that when the proper time comes they will be prayed for, and that then they will step into the glory of heaven. That is what I thought. I tried to live a life of glory, or what I thought was glory. What does that mean? It means to have a good time, to live, and not care what becomes of one's soul. I said, let us have a good time while we can, and I started out in life that way. I had my sorrows and I had my good time, as I called it, but that is not a good time. We cannot for 1 minute step over the laws of nature except we suffer in some way or other. If we go too far in anything we suffer for it both mentally and physically. We keep on going and going, sometimes our good time is better, sometimes worse. I lived a very fast life and called it a glorious time, but grief and adversity came. In the way of the world I lived very fast. I went to church once in a while to be sure my soul would be taken care of. I paid money to the church so I would be all right, and then I drowned myself in the glory of the world. It was all right for a while. Each time I had glory, as I called it, I suffered both physically and mentally. I tried to shake it off and go on a little longer. I fell by the wayside. After a while my physical body wore out and I had misery and sickness. At one time I was considered a very pretty girl. I had my beaux and all that goes with a good time, but I went down and down to the very lowest. I was a physical wreck, but I was still on earth. Never let anyone give you the least bit of morphine. When you start on that road you are lost. Not that a soul is ever lost, but you are lost for a time while you are a slave to the drug. You suffer agony. There is nothing worse than to crave morphine and be unable to get it. It seems like every nerve in your body is creeping. I got wild because I could not get it. I did not care for anything. I would have sold my very soul if I could only have gotten morphine. I lost all decency, I lost everything. All I wanted was morphine. It was terrible. It burned to my very heart. I felt it in every nerve, and I felt as if I were on fire. If only someone would have gotten morphine for me. Just a little. Just a little bit. A little bit. I felt I couldn't stand it any longer. I wanted just a little bit. Only a little. The spirit seemed to live again all the agony she had endured when in earth life. It also seemed evident that, in addition to the visible circle of investigators, she was addressing an audience of earthbound spirits. I died in that terrible condition. My physical body was gone. I had worn it out, just worn it out. Then I was operated on, post-mortem, but I still lived. I wanted to get to my body. They operated on me, and after a while I felt that something was picking me to small pieces. Dissection. I cried and I fought, because I wanted that body so I could satisfy my very soul. I was burning up. They picked at every nerve. They looked at my heart, my shoulder, and down to the leg, pick, all the time. I got so desperate I fought with all my power, and I seared some away from my body. They never touched it again. There were 5 or 6 men, with knives, all wanting to do something with my body, pick. But there came another, he looked and looked at me, and picked, and he drove me wild. I thought if I could only get hold of him I would fix him. He paid no attention to me. I tried to scare him, as I had scared the others, but I could not budge him. He would not move 1 inch from that body of mine. I followed him and thought I would haunt him, but all at once I got well, controlled the psychic, and began to fight him with all the strength and power I had for picking me to pieces. To my great surprise, after this gentleman, Drive W. talked to me, I found I was dead. I did not know I had lost my body, for I had not been dead at all. This gentleman told me that the people working on my body were students and that it was necessary for them to work on a dead body before they were able to pass their examinations. I scared 5 of them and they never touched me again, but I could not scare this one. To Drive W. Now I come to thank you. You were the one who enlightened me and gave me an understanding of the real life beyond. I found I could not throw my sins on Christ. He was our teacher, but we must live our own lives, as he taught us to live, and not throw our sins and troubles on him. That is a false doctrine. He is the life, the light and the way. He said, I am the light of the world, he that followeth me shall not walk in darkness. Many others before him taught the same lesson of life. I found that in the past there had been many teachers like Christ. Confucius was one. He taught the same as did Christ. In the Old Testament we find the same principles as Christ taught, his sayings are the same in the Old as in the New. Let us all do what we can to find God within us. Learn to live according to Christ's teachings. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and thy neighbor as thyself. I would not have the home in the spirit world that I have if I had not been disturbed and received an understanding of the real life. I was very wicked and you know the desire I had for morphine. That desire was with me even after I left my body. The desire for anything belongs to the soul, not to the body. The body is only a cloak or dress for your soul. All the desires of life, all the faculties that belong to the soul, go with you to the grave, and beyond the grave. What would I have been if I had not been given an understanding of how to overcome my desires? I would have been an earthbound spirit and would have gotten into some sensitive person's magnetism, and made that sensitive a morphine fiend so I could have had my desire fulfilled, and the life of the sensitive would have been ruined. I would have lived in the earth sphere for years and years if I had gotten into that condition. I would have ruined one and then another, and so I would have kept on. Find out what belongs to the soul and what belongs to the body. If this were done we would not have so much trouble and crime, nor so much sickness. We would have love, and heaven on earth, because we would have pity for the unfortunate ones who are living just for their own desires. It says in the Bible, "Prove all things, hold fast that which is good." That means, do not have any desire for anything. If you use too much of anything in this earth life, such as morphine, whiskey, or tobacco, then you are a slave and must stop its use. Many people condemn many things, and that thought of condemnation is very hard for a sensitive person. Everything on earth is meant for us to use, but not misuse. Many people condemn liquor, tobacco, morphine, opium, but it is their misuse which should be condemned. They are all necessary things if they are used rightly. Isn't an opiate a good thing if you must undergo an operation? To be operated upon without an opiate would be wrong, the suffering would be too great. Opiates help pain. Many people use these things because they are forbidden. They say, forbidden fruit tastes best. When things are forbidden everybody wants them, and they ruin themselves using them. I lived in the lower world, the underworld, and I know what I am talking about. I took anything to keep my nerves quiet. Anything used moderately, in a sensible way, is all right. When a man who works very hard, either physically or mentally, sits down to rest, he is nervous and fatigued. Give him a good cigar and let him relax. His nervousness goes, and he becomes stronger. It is a thorough relaxation, he smokes and feels better. With this complete relaxation comes quietude, the man sleeps and is rested for his work the next day. If people would have more love for each other and less condemnation, they would be more like brothers and sisters. That is the life in the higher realms. We cannot reach that stage until we have gotten rid of all desires, all hatred, all selfishness, all envy. We cannot progress until we have thrown away all these things and said, "God help me to love my enemies and friends better than myself." Then we will be ready to travel the road. Some people think that after they learn the lesson of truth they will step into the glory of heaven. But heaven is a condition. In conquering my desire for morphine, I had to do so little by little, step by step, until I could say, "No more morphine for me." After I had conquered, my friends and relatives met me and said, "Now you are ready to come with us to the home that has been prepared for you." Before that time I had to live all by myself. I was not in a dark dungeon like some are, but all around me was myself, nothing else. I had to learn and strive to overcome. It says in the big book that Christ went to the lower spheres to give help and teach. We all have to teach and help the fallen ones, and give them strength to overcome their desires. I wish I could take you along with me for a few moments to see the conditions in the lower sphere, what they call the earth sphere. Here is the sphere of whiskey, here the sphere of morphine, here the sphere of the opium fiend, here the sphere of selfishness, and here the sphere of misers. Of all these conditions that of the miser is the worst. He sacrifices everything for money. He will not eat because he thinks he cannot afford it. He starves his mind because he wants money, and what is the result? In the earth sphere he is in the dark, but he sees his money being spent and he is in hell. He suffers terribly. He sees his relatives get his money, it is divided, some going here, some there. If it were all in one place he could count it over and that would be all right, but his relatives all want their share to spend. Now imagine, that money has been his treasure. Each cent that is spent is like cutting a piece from his body, because his whole mind and soul were in that money, and to see it scattered and spent is hell for him. Think what that means to him. He cannot be helped until he feels that he no longer wants his money, then his soul or better nature will open up and he will be helped. He will be under the guidance of a teacher and will be taught that money belongs to the earth life, not to the spirit. He then has to do good. A miser never gets his money in the right way. He may not be a thief, but if he loans money, he charges too high a rate of interest. For every cent he got in the wrong way, he has to do right. He must do some kind act and help poor people in their work. He has to lay down his life and earn everything before he can gain happiness in the spirit world. He has to serve first, and he must help those from whom he took money to get it back. You know, a sin against the Holy Ghost cannot be forgiven. It must be atoned for. That is his life in the spirit world. We have to look at a murderer differently. There are 10 different degrees of murder. There is murder by quick temper, that is not real murder. It is committed under stress of strong quick temper. At heart the man is not a murderer, he simply lost control of his temper. Of course he has to suffer and do good where he did wrong. Temper is a very hard thing to conquer, but it must be conquered, because it kills our better nature and makes us do many wrong and unkind things. Then we have the cunning murderer. He plans and schemes, he wants a man's money. He is nice and sweet, and goes to church. He plans and schemes to get that man's life in some way or another, but he does it slowly. He has evil thoughts. In the spirit world this man has to suffer a great deal, and must atone for his actions from the time he began to plan and scheme to murder. Then there is the psychic sensitive who does not care for anybody. He doesn't belong to one church or another, he takes things easy. What is not done today can be done tomorrow or the next day. He does not use his will. A cunning spirit gets into this man's magnetic aura and controls him. He commits some crime. The man will hang for his deed, but he never did it. He will probably say he does not know that he did anything. Or he may say, I must have been drunk when I did it, for I don't remember anything about it. But it was not liquor that did it. Liquor never does that. When a man is drunk his mind is in a stupor. It is a spirit that does the work. If that spirit has been wronged in life, all he wants is revenge. The law does not really find out whether the man is guilty or not, he is hung. The majority of murders and holdups are committed by spirits. They scheme, and use mortals as tools, until they wake up and realize what wrong they have been doing. Often honesty and modesty have both been killed. When I was a child I was very modest, but when I killed modesty, I was ruined. Then I did not care for anything. Honesty is a virtue we should all cultivate. Judges, lawyers and ministers, in the majority of cases, do not give justice. They look for gain. They kill justice, honesty, and truth. Let us do all we can to keep those 3 to the front. Honesty and truth will convert the world. You cannot convert it by condemnation. People are not taught the truth. Have wisdom and human kindness and you will see better results. Teach wisdom and let more of the Christ Spirit be in every one. Live as he taught, do as he did, then happiness will reign. I am sorry to have taken up so much time, but I did not know I would talk so long. Even now I feel I have more to say, but I must stop. My name, when I lived in Chicago, was Minnie Morgan, but that name does not belong to me and I do not want it anymore. That name has a horror for me. Even when I repeat that name I feel a horror of it. My own name is not to be given tonight. We have to earn our names, and I have no name until I have earned it. After all these 25 years, it was in 1897 that I passed out, I have not advanced sufficiently to have even a name. I am happy and I will earn a name, and then I will be called by it. My name was down in the very lowest place. If any one of you should pass out, you would have a name that is honest and good. Your name will follow you and you will want it. I would not cling to mine, for it has such a horror for me. Can you see the difference? When you have done the best you could in earth life you have traveled the right road, and when you pass to the spirit side of life your relatives and friends will meet you. I had no one to meet me. No friends came, I had gone too low. My friend was morphine. Isn't that a terrible condition? You know, when I wanted morphine I did not always get it in the right way. During my earth life I sometimes stole money to get morphine. Now I have to do good, step by step. I have been doing work in the slums, helping those as unfortunate as I had been. I lived with those who craved morphine. Now I can help them to overcome their desire for it. That is my work. It is not pleasant, but I have to do it. Someone has to do it, so why not I? I suffer with them. I can give them sympathy, for I, too, have suffered. Give these unfortunate ones your sympathy in loving thoughts, for it will help them. You have not lived as they have, and you do not know what their condition means. Each one that I help to the right road is heaven to me. Remember, each one is heaven to me. The more I help, the more happiness I find. Some day I shall say goodbye to this condition and progress to the spirit side of life. Do not condemn those who have fallen, remember, they have no will of their own. Send kind thoughts to them, and say a prayer, God help them to have a will of their own to overcome their desire. Send out thoughts to help them overcome, do not send evil, unkind thoughts. The next time I come you will know what my name is, because by that time I shall have earned it. Thank you for helping me to the right road, because I am happy in helping others, but I shall have a hard climb to find bliss. Good night, and I again thank you for having helped me. The day after receiving a request by telephone, from an adjoining city, that we concentrate for a pharmacist who was a drug addict and evidently obsessed, the spirit of a morphine fiend was removed from him and brought to our circle. An entity in torment, convulsed with the drug craving and wildly begging for, just 1 grain. Experience, March 21, 1923. Spirit, Elizabeth Noble. Psychic, Wickland. Spirit. Don't bother me. I want rest. Doctor. Haven't you rested long enough? Do you want to rest forever? SP. I have been running, I have not been resting. Dar. What have you been running away from? The police? The spirit began to cough severely. Doctor, forget your old condition, that is all past. Tell us who you are and where you came from. SP. I am so sick. Coughing more violently. Dar. Do not bring that condition with you. You lost your body, probably a long time ago. Do you know you are a spirit? What is the matter? SP. I don't know. Another paroxysm of coughing. Doctor, you ought to know. This is not your body. You are not sick now. You are free from your physical body. Think yourself well and you will be well. SP. I am sick, you do not know. Who are you? Doctor, I am a doctor, and if you do as you are told you will become well. This is not your body. You are now an invisible spirit. SP. I am sick. Doctor, you only hold that idea in your mind. This body is not your own. You are not sick. SP. You don't know. Doctor, you are ignorant of your condition and do not realize that you have lost your body. SP. I am sick. Doctor, in your mind only. That is an old habit. SP. I am dying. I want to lie down. Coughing. Doctor, you are only using this body temporarily. Your coughing body is in the grave. You must stop coughing. SP. I have no coughing body. This is my body. I can't help coughing. Doctor, where did you come from? SP. I don't know. Why do you tell me I can't cough? Doctor, there is no need of it. SP. You don't know anything about it. Doctor, the body which you are using now is not sick. SP. I am sick. You give me some medicine, and give it to me quick. Give me some before I get too sick. Doctor, you like to be sick. Don't you want to be well? SP. I am sick and ought to be in bed. Think of a poor, sick woman having to stay here. Coughing. Doctor, think strongly that you are not sick and you will not be. SP. Give me some medicine. I want a little morphine, my heart is bad. Doctor, you have lost your body and are a spirit now. SP. Give me some medicine, then I'll feel better. Give me 15 grains. My cough is so bad. Give me some. Give me some morphine, I said. Just a little. Only a little then, just 1 grain. Give it to me in the arm. I like it in the arm best. Doctor, you must stop this foolish talk. SP. Shrieking wildly. You must give me something quick. I can't stand it any longer. I said, give me some. 1 grain, just 1 grain. I must have it. With face distorted, hands clawing the air fiercely. Doctor, I thought you said you were sick. SP. I am sick. Doctor, from selfishness. Try to understand your condition. SP. You give me some morphine before I die. Doctor, you must be quiet, then we can help you. Where did you come from? SP. Oh, my God. Give me some morphine. I want medicine. Won't you please, give me just 1 grain. Doctor, what is your name? SP, claw-like fingers desperately clutching about. My God, just give me 1 grain, just one. Doctor, do you know that you are in California? SP, no. Dar. You are in Los Angeles, California. Where do you think you are? SP. I don't care. Just give me 1 little grain. I must have it. Doctor, forget that and think of something else. You have lost your physical body. SP. I have such a bad cough, and my heart is bad. I'm dying. Doctor, how can you die when you have already lost your physical body? SP. If I have another body, I'm just the same as I was before. Doctor, forget your old habits and you will feel better. SP. I want morphine. When you want it badly. Striking right and left. I can't stand it any longer. Give me some. Doctor, if you listen to us, you can be helped out of your present condition. Intelligent spirits will also help you. If you do not want to listen, you will have to go. You must overcome old habits. Your physical body is gone. SP. Please give me 15 grains. Doctor, I will give you nothing. You no longer have a physical body which craves morphine. You now have an opportunity to be helped. SP. Give me some, oh, give me some. If you will only give me some morphine, I'll be all right. Struggling. Doctor, if you do not quiet yourself, you will have to go. SP. That is nice. I am sick. I only ask you for morphine. Doctor, you are very selfish. SP. I have been running, trying to get some morphine. Why won't you give me some? Doctor, no more of that. You have lost your mortal body and are now using my wife's body. You can be helped, if you will listen. Understand you are a spirit. SP. I have such a bad cough. I need morphine. Doctor, no doubt you have been in the earth plane in darkness for a long time. You no longer have your own body. SP. I have my own body. Doctor, the body you are struggling with is not yours. Will you try to understand? SP. Yes, but I'm very sick. Doctor, you are not sick, you are very selfish. Why don't you pay attention and try to understand that you are a spirit? SP. That's all right. I need morphine just the same. Doctor, get that idea out of your mind. You only imagine you are sick. Did you not say you had been running? SP. Yes. I have been to every drug store in town to get morphine. I get it once in a while, through some sensitive, but it doesn't last long. Doctor, you get it by obsessing someone, you have no physical body now. SP. I have a body. Doctor, not a physical body. You are using my wife's body. Intelligent spirits have brought you here to be helped. SP. All the help I want is morphine. When I think I can't get it, it makes me sick. Doctor, that is only because you hold that thought in your mind. Tell us where you came from. SP. I don't know. Doctor, you don't seem to care. SP. No, I want morphine. Doctor, do you know what year it is? SP. I don't care about that, all I want is morphine. I have been to every store in town. Doctor, which town? SP. I don't know, I can't remember. I never stayed in any place long, because I wanted to see the world. Doctor, what is the last place you remember? SP. I can't remember. Doctor, what is your name? SP. I haven't heard it for so many years that I don't know what they would call me now. Doctor, try to recall what year it is. SP. I want morphine so bad that I can't think or talk about anything else. Doctor, what was your mother's name? SP. My mother's name. Doctor, was it Mrs. Brown, or Green, or White? SP. No color at all. If you would give me just 1 grain, everything would be fine. If you are a doctor, then give me some. They always do. Doctor, you will not get any this time. SP. Then you are not a doctor. Doctor, you are controlling my wife's body, you are a spirit. SP. I don't care anything about that. Doctor, if you cannot be sincere, you will have to go. Overcome your old habits, we can help you. SP. I am a sick woman. Doctor, were you married? SP. Yes. Doctor, what was your husband's name? SP. Frank Noble. Dr. What did Frank call you? SP. Elizabeth. Doctor, what did your husband do for a living? SP. Anything. Doctor, how old are you? SP. I am 42 years old. Doctor, who is president? SP. I don't know, and I don't care. I never entered politics. My husband was crazy over politics. I was busy keeping my house clean. My husband called me Betty. He used to say, Betty, you are a good girl. Doctor, where is Frank? SP. I haven't seen him for ages. He was a pretty good fellow. Dr. Where is your mother? SP. My mother is dead. Doctor, where did you come from? SP. I came from El Paso, Texas. Doctor, were you born there? SP. Ask my husband. Moaning. I am too sick. Dr. Can't you realize that you have no physical body, but are a spirit? SP. Then I can go to heaven and sing. I used to go to church. Doctor, what church did you go to? SP. The Methodist. Doctor, did your husband go too? SP. Frank was such a good fellow. I have not seen him for a long time. He liked me and I liked him. In a shrill voice. Frank, I want to see you. Frankie, Frankie, will you help me? Are you here, Frankie? Doctor, don't speak that way. SP. Would you give me some morphine? Frankie always gave it to me. Dr. Russell always told me that I should take it for my heart. Affectedly. Frankie. Frankie. Doctor, why do you call Frankie in that way? SP. Oh, I always call him in time for dinner. I always used to call him. He is a lovely little fellow. Doctor, don't be so foolish. Be sincere. SP. Oh, I'm sincere when I call Frankie. I'm thinking of Frankie. I love him. But I love morphine too. Oh, Frankie is standing there. Spirit. When did you come, Frankie? Give me some morphine. Doctor, does he answer you? SP. He says he will not give me anything. Frankie, you used to go to the drug store for me. Be a good fellow now. Just give me 1 shot, Frankie, and I won't ask you again. You know I'm awful sick. You love me, don't you, Frankie? Then just give me a little, and we will both be so happy together. The spirit was taken away and her husband controlled the psychic. Spirit, Frank Noble. Psychic, Mrs. Wickland. Spirit. I am Frank Noble. I have been trying very hard, for some time, to bring my wife here for help. Doctor, it must have required a good deal of patience on your part. SP. Thank you for bringing her to me. Doctor, we are glad to have been of any help. SP. My wife was very sick. Once the doctor gave her morphine to help her pain, and from that time she had spells so severe that we could do nothing but call the doctor to give her morphine. It was an awful habit to get into. Many, many times she played sick, I know, when she wanted morphine. She had played that game so long that it really was very easy for her to play sick to scare us all, and to ask for morphine. What could a fellow do? After she had it, she would be well sometimes for whole weeks, and sometimes for a month. The spells she had were very bad. Doctor, where did you live? SP. We came from El Paso, Texas. Doctor, do you know when you passed out? SP. No, I can't tell you. It has been very strange for me. I had a hard time. Of course, I was not a rich man, I had to earn my living doing what I could. Doctor, that is no disgrace. SP. I had no education, so had to do whatever I could. Sometimes I worked at mining, other times I worked in the woods, and sometimes I was a carpenter. I did anything to keep my home together. At one time Elizabeth was a very good girl. One time, when she had a child, she was very sick and in great pain. The doctor gave her pills and after a while she wanted more and more, and at last she went insane over morphine. She was very hard to get along with until she got it, and after that she was happy, and she would not have another spell for a while. The habit grew on her. She had bad coughing spells and she died in one of them. She took a pill and in some way or other she choked to death. She went through the death scene here tonight. Doctor, she would have coughed a great deal more if I had not checked her. SP. For a long time I tried to find her, but when I came near her, she ran away, and only called for morphine. Once in a while I lost her completely, and I did not know where she was. It is strange. When you think of people, you are right with them. Finally I was always able to find my wife whenever I lost her. Sometimes she got into another person. I found her again, but she was so afraid of me. I died before she did. Doctor, did you have any knowledge of the spirit world before you passed on? SP. My mother was a medium and I learned the truth from her. Elizabeth would never believe it because she was a Methodist. She thought I would go to hell because I believed in spiritualism. Look into the truth and you will be much better off. Do not have creeds, dogmas or doubts. Thank you for helping us, because when my wife gets out of this stupor she is in, she will be better. They put her to sleep under morphine when she was in the hospital. Now she will not bother others any more, and we shall be together. Thank you for helping us. Good night. The Spirit of Olive Tea. 15 who had controlled the psychic upon several occasions, returned one evening and, speaking of the real happiness of service, urged that all those subject to the temptations of society life and the excitement of the movie world be warned against the use of drugs, and asked if she might bring in a spirit who was in trouble and needed to be awakened. A spirit, who seemed to be in a drowsy state, then controlled the psychic, collapsing weakly, but when spoken to began to struggle desperately, as if in the throes of great pain and agony. Experience, October 9, 1923. Spirit, Wallace R. Psychic, Mrs. Wickland. Doctor. Tell us who you are. Do you realize that you have lost your physical body? The spirit did not seem to hear, but moaned incessantly, and writhed as if in torture. Doctor, can you talk? Understand that you are now a spirit. Still no answer, the contortions of the body continued. Doctor, try to talk. Who are you? SP, faintly, Wally. Dr. Wally who? SP Wally R. Doctor, make an effort to talk, use your will. Will to be your rational self. Try to understand your condition, then we can help you. The spirit continued to struggle and groan. Doctor, try to talk, you can. Forget your old condition, forget your old habit. You no longer have your old physical body. You are controlling the body of another. Make an effort to talk, wake up. No answer. Doctor, forget your trouble and start anew. Do you know Olive T? Who had preceded this spirit? The intelligence moaned and held out imploring hands. SP, weakly, my wife. Doctor, your wife is not here. SP. Where is she? Doctor, she is not here. Friends have brought you here. Try to rouse yourself. Often when persons pass out of the physical under the conditions you did, under the influence of narcotics, they remain in a stupor for some time. But it is time for you to waken now. Can you see Olive T here? SP, in a whisper. I am sick. Dar. You must forget that. Your sickness is over. You passed out of your physical body quite a while ago. Do you realize that? You are what people call dead. But you are not actually dead, you have only lost your physical body. You yourself are still living. You are using another body temporarily. Olive T and others brought you here to be helped. You have been in a stupefied condition for a long time. You feel much better now, don't you? The spirit motioned languidly, as if noticing a group of invisibles. Doctor, whom do you see? Endeavor to talk. Understand, you no longer have a physical body, you are here in spirit, controlling this body, which belongs to my wife. You have been brought here for the purpose of being helped. Try to be your own natural self. We always enjoyed your pictures. Wake up, and be yourself. Do not think you are dreaming, you are not. The spirit again stretched out his hands. Dar. Do you see, friends? SP. I am going to die. Doctor, you have already done that, as much as you ever will. You have only lost your physical body. Do you see, friends? SP. Yes, but I am going to die. Doctor, you cannot die again. SP. I see so many who have died. Doctor, they are not actually dead at all. They are spirits like yourself. You have already passed out of your mortal body. You are a spirit but do not understand the fact. This body which you are using is not yours. You have lost your body and have not wakened to your real condition. Friends have brought you here for help. But the spirit could not be roused again and was taken away. One of the guiding intelligences then came in and said, the other spirit was so tired that we could not waken him, but now we will be able to take care of him. He is so weak. He has not overcome his old habit. We brought him here so that we could take him to the spirit world. Olive T and others work to help the ones who are in that particular trouble, earthbound spirits who have the craving for morphine. Often people do not have the habit, but they are influenced by spirits who have the craving, and who get into their magnetic auras. Many persons are easily influenced because they live such nervous, sensitive lives that they are half in spirit. They then become influenced by earthbound spirits who are so much in earth life that they obsess people. We are going to help this young man, and sometime he will come again when he is stronger, and tell his experience, but he cannot talk tonight. He has gradually been awakening for some time, but he is still bewildered and he could not realize the higher life. He has been in many places, and with his wife much of the time. She helped him in fighting his habit, but he was too weak to properly understand. He had no resistive power left. After he passed out, his spirit was in a kind of sleep from morphine. Still he has been wandering, in a twilight state, on earth life, to find his home and family, and trying to realize where he was. He thought he was lost. We have tried to reach him from our side of life, but it has been very hard. We will now take care of him. 1 week later the spirit of Wallace R. returned, somewhat stronger, and telling of his suffering, made an anguished appeal to others to overcome the drug habit. Experience, October 17, 1923. Spirit, Wallace R. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The spirit seemed very weak and was at first unable to talk. Doctor, whom have we here? Rouse yourself and talk. Do not think of any sickness. Just talk as you used to do. Spirit, faintly. That is easy to say. Doctor, make the effort, you will find it easy. SP. I wanted to come in to get a little more understanding. I could not get much the last time. I am in the dark. I am in the darkness, having to overcome my physical habit, which is attached to the soul. Doctor, have you been here before? SP. Yes, I was here not long ago, and I thank you for helping me, but I need more help. Please give me strength to overcome my physical habit of using drugs. I had little understanding of the life hereafter. I lived from day to day, the life of the world. I did not realize what it would mean to be on the other side of life. Dar. Very few interest themselves in higher things. SP. I also want to thank you for having helped me during the time I was sick. At that time I felt such a strong power trying to help me to overcome, and trying to give me strength. I felt drawn somewhere, but I was too weak to realize the power that was sent out to help me. Doctor, we concentrated for you during the time you were sick, as we thought there might be some obsession there. SP. I was too weak to realize. Dar. Of course you did not understand. SP. I had no power and there was no battery at our end to help me. My only hope was to try to conquer. I was in such misery and so helpless that many spirits demonstrated through me, and I had no one who understood how to help me conquer the soul craving. The spirit kept the hands across the chest and constantly twisted the fingers one over the other. People think when they take drugs that the habit will end when they pass out of the physical. I tried to conquer, but when my mortal body had gone, and my dear, noble wife could not be with me to help me battle in the hard struggle, I seemed helpless. She is a dear noble soul. She stood by me and helped me, but I had not the power to conquer. After I had lost all the surroundings of earth, I went into a kind of sleep for a while, but, oh, how I longed for my wife and children. Also how I longed to conquer, but could not. I suffered, writhing painfully, oh, how I suffered. I tried to go somewhere to get help to overcome, but I must thank you, you gave me both strength and power. I wish I could have had more power from your good thoughts. Since last I was here, I have gained much. I am not strong yet, but I am able to see and realize how I can win my battle. From the little I have seen of the spirit world since I was here last, I realize how wonderful things are. Earnestly. I wish I could warn many I knew and tell them not to play with drugs. They think it is fun in the beginning, but how they will have to suffer at the last. Even the soul burns from the craving. They should do everything they can to overcome the habit. They not only suffer here, but they suffer terribly after they pass out, then the soul is on fire. With an agonized expression, hands and fingers working nervously. Many, yes, many, come back and try to get the drug, try to get even a little, and they ruin others against their will. I knew many times that I myself did not want it, but there was such a strong power back of me. Obsession. If the world could only know. My dear, noble wife is trying very hard to warn others so they will not meet the same fate and death I did. It was awful. After the death of Wallace R., his wife, Mrs. R., played a leading role in a moving picture which vividly portrayed the horrors of the narcotic evil. Thanks to you here, I have found relief. I feel better, I will gain now. I have opened my soul's eyes and I find there are great possibilities for me, and in time there will be relief for me. Oh, if I could only warn and help others. So many are taking that deadly drug. They think they can forget sorrow and gain strength from the drug. They do for a while, but it only lasts a little time, then it is worse. They take it a second time, and it is a little worse, a third time, still worse, and so on. When people drink whiskey it makes them drunk, but after a good sleep they get over it, and they do not have the terrible craving that they do from drugs. The world will go mad if the narcotic evil is not stopped soon. Shutting out liquor did great harm, because people must have a stimulant of some kind. They work hard, very hard, in the movies, and it is nerve-wracking work. As I said, they must have something to stimulate their nerves so they can go on. If they took some wine, or beer, or even some whiskey, to quiet their nerves, it would not be such a detriment as morphine is. Most of them use morphine, and, oh, moaning in anguish, if I could only come back and warn them. If only they would believe me. I would tell them to overcome, and let them know what a terrible thing it is to be a slave to a drug. If they only would realize what is beyond, they would never use drugs. Dar. The condition of the spirits who have taken drugs during earth life must be terrible on the other side. SP, shuddering. I don't want to go there. The earth sphere. I saw one glimpse of it. Thank you for concentrating for me. It has been of such help. I was weak, but through your concentration they have been able to help me on this side, and give me strength, and also to put me to sleep so I can gain strength. I was trying to come back somewhere to get help, at some psychic circle, but I could not do very much. I did not understand then. Since I was here the last time and you talked to me, I am stronger, and I have come now to thank you and to say I am on the way to health and happiness. I wish I had known about you when I was first taken sick. I could probably have overcome and conquered. If I could only talk to my dear, noble wife and thank her for helping me and for trying to warn others who are on the same road I was. I will conquer now, and then I want the world to know. I want to warn the grown-ups, to warn children, to warn young men, to warn young women, to never, never start taking that deadly drug. I would rather have pain than take it. For a while it kills pain, then opens the wound worse than ever. You do not know how terrible the suffering is. I could not tell you. If I were burning in hell, it could not be worse than having every nerve in my body burning. It drives one mad. No one can realize it except through experience. Dar. The spirit friends can help you. SP. I have help now and I do thank you. Next time, if I can come again, I may be able to tell of my progression in the other world. I have seen very little, but I will learn. I am in a school, a hospital, where I am learning to overcome. People think that when they die, all troubles will be ended. That is the first time you really live, and all your desires and cravings are with you, because they belong to the soul, not the body. The body is only the dress. Now I am in school to learn the lessons of life from the real standpoint, and I am learning. Thank you all for helping me, and also for giving me the opportunity of learning the lessons of life. I wish many places had circles like this to help spirits in darkness. Sometime, send my love to my dear, noble wife. I will try, when I am stronger, to impress her that I am there with her. Doctor, be brave and forget all about your trouble. Let the mercy band of spirit forces help you, then you will gradually overcome. SP. Yes, I will, and thank you. Goodbye. Spirits of former drunkards, no longer able to satisfy their desire for liquor in the usual way, may attach themselves to susceptible mortals and through suggestive influence force the latter to drink for them. Victims of such obsession have been brought to our observation, the most recent case being that of Mrs. V., a periodic inebriate, who, for some time, had endeavored in vain to overcome the tendency to drink. Having again failed to conquer this irresistible impulse, she came to us one evening, strongly under the influence of liquor, and asked to be given a treatment. After her departure, we held a concentration circle when the spirit of a drunkard, dislodged from Mrs. V., controlled Mrs. Wickland. Experience, April 4, 1923. Spirit, Paul Hopkins. Patient, Ms. V. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Doctor, are you a stranger to us? Where did you come from? Spirit, attempting to fight. It's too warm. Why did you pull me away when I was just going to have a drink and a good time? Doctor, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Do you think that controlling a lady and ruining her life is a good time? SP. When a fellow feels so blue, what can he do? Doctor, you must overcome your old habit. SP. I'm so warm. I'm awfully hot. Doctor, where did you come from? SP. Give me something, quick. I'm so dry. Doctor, you have had all you are going to have. SP. I'm burning up. Doctor, you made a lady drink for you. Do you know that you are dead and are now a spirit? SP. All I know is, I'm hot. It was pouring fire all over me. Static treatment given patient. Doctor, that was good for you. SP. I ran away when all that hot fire came down on me. It's the first time I ever felt anything like that. It was so hot that I thought I was in an oven. They must have new things these days. Doctor, what do you mean? SP. Fire pouring down on my back. I am dry, I'm awful dry. Give me something, just a few drops. Dar. Can't you understand that you have lost your mortal body and are a spirit? Do you understand what I am talking about? SP. No. I don't know you. Doctor, but you understand me, do you not? You are a spirit. SP. You give me something to drink. I'm awful dry. Give me something, I tell you. I only got a very few drops when you took me away. Doctor, why don't you behave yourself? SP. I can't any more. Just give me a little, only a few drops. Dar. If you don't behave yourself, you will find yourself in the dark. SP. Say, will you tell that druggist that he didn't give it to me strong enough? Tell him, will you? Doctor, you are done with druggists. SP. I want something to drink. Dar. Do you think it is honorable to influence a woman and make her drink to satisfy you? SP. I've got to get it some way. Doctor, should you influence that lady to drink whiskey for you? SP. Lady. I drank it myself. No lady got any. I want it all myself. You can't get very much these days, and when you get it, you don't give it away. You want it all yourself. Doctor, don't you realize that you are getting it through a lady? SP. You give me some and give it to me quick. Dar. I want you to understand your condition. SP. I'm always a good fellow. Doctor, good for nothing. SP. No. Doctor, that's it exactly, good for nothing. What have you been doing lately? SP. I haven't been working for some time. Dar. Do you know what year it is? SP. I don't care. Doctor, you have been interfering with the life of a woman. This is not your own body, can you understand that? It is a woman's body. SP. Woman's. Doctor, yes. See your skirts. SP. I don't wear skirts. But, I've been a woman once in a while. Doctor, and through that woman you got the whiskey. You should be ashamed of yourself. You are not satisfied with abusing yourself, but you must also control a woman. SP. Why should I be ashamed? I have done nothing but drink some innocent whiskey. Doctor, you know that you are in a strange condition. SP. I know I feel funny once in a while. Dar. You have been brought here and allowed to temporarily control this body so you may be made to understand that you must leave that lady alone. Her name is Mrs. V, do you know her? SP. That's not my name. I haven't heard my name for a long time. Once in a while I feel kind of queer. I am not so correct about things as I used to be. Doctor, should you not ask the reason? The fact is, you have lost your physical body. SP. What's the matter with me? Dar. You are a spirit, and are invisible to us. We cannot see you. SP. Can't you see me? Doctor, no. SP. You don't see me. I'm a big fellow. Don't you see me? Why? Probably you have had something to drink too. Say, you give me a drink, will you? We will be pretty good fellows together. I shall be happy, if you will give some whiskey. Doctor, you would be in a fine condition then. SP. If you will give me whiskey, I will remember you in my will. You give me something to drink, then we will be pretty good fellows together. Doctor, I will do nothing of the kind. SP, won't you help a poor fellow when he gets so dry? Doctor, we want to help you, but not in that way. SP. Why did you give me that hot fire? Doctor, I was giving an electrical treatment to a lady, not to you. The lady asked me to. We drove you away from her, but that does not seem to interest you, does it? SP. How would you have liked that? Dar. You deserved it. SP, say, can't you give me some whiskey? Doctor, you are only wasting time. What we are trying to do is to make you understand your condition. You are an invisible spirit, controlling the body of this woman. SP. What's the matter with that other woman? Why do I always have to go with her? Doctor, you have been obsessing her. You are selfish and have been controlling and influencing her. It is not the woman's fault, it is your own fault. Did you ever read the Bible? SP. The Bible? Doctor, do you remember how Jesus cast out unclean spirits? You are such a spirit. SP, looking at hands. These rings do not belong to me, and yet, how in the devil could they belong to anyone else? Dar. Do you recognize these hands? SP, no. I must have had a little too much. But I don't seem so very tipsy. I guess I have had a little too much, probably. You can hypnotize people in many ways, maybe that's it. Or probably I've had too little, and you had better give me more whiskey so I can see just a few drops. I am blind. Give me something and be a good fellow. Give me just one glass more, then I shall be all right. Will you do it? Dar. You will have to leave if you are not sensible. SP. You can't drive me out, and there's not many fellows who could either. I'm pretty strong, you can see that. Doctor, we cannot see you at all. SP. I could fight all of you. I have done it before with people. Rolling up sleeves. You'd better look out. Doctor, why can't you listen to what I am telling you? You are invisible to us. SP. Can't you see me? Doctor, no. You have lost your own body. This is not your body. SP. It isn't. Attempting to fight. Give me something to drink. Doctor, aren't you ashamed of yourself? SP. Why should I be ashamed? All I had was a drink. Doctor, you do not understand your condition. SP. Why didn't you tell that woman to wait a minute? The patient had left after her treatment. She ran away. What for? Tell her to wait a minute. Doctor, you will be taken care of, and will not disturb any more persons. SP. She's a pretty good woman. When I want whiskey, she is always ready with the money and gives it to me. Doctor, that will not happen any more. SP. I am not alone, there are many others with me. Doctor, did they all want to drink? SP. Yes. Doctor, you were ruining a woman's life. You drank through that woman. You controlled her and she drank for you. SP. Do you mean that big, fat woman? Say, she's good-hearted. She's always ready to treat me. We have very good times together. Glorious times. Laughing. Dar. You have had your last good time. Do you think you are doing something honorable when you upset a woman's life, and make a drunkard of her? SP. I'm no drunkard. I can walk just as straight and fast as anyone. I have sense. We both have a good drink together. Doctor, there is no sense of shame in you. Try to realize that you are an invisible spirit and have lost your own body. It is 1923 now. Do you know that you are in Los Angeles, California? You lost your body probably many years ago, and have been hovering around in the Earth sphere ever since. SP. I want something to drink right now. Doctor, is that what you call a glorious time? SP. It's a good time for a while. Dar. You were ruining a lady's life. SP. I haven't done that. Doctor, when you wanted whiskey you made that lady drink it for you. SP. I did not, I drank it myself. Doctor, yes, through the lady. Don't act so innocent. You impressed the woman to get whiskey for you. SP. Well, she has the money. I don't make any money anymore. Doctor, is it right to influence that woman, just to satisfy yourself? Did your mother teach you such things? SP. My mother died long ago. Doctor, suppose your mother were alive, would you like to see her a slave to an earthbound spirit? SP. I am not an earthbound spirit. Doctor, would you like to see your mother surrounded by a crowd of earthbound spirits, who were making her drink? Would that make you happy? SP. She wouldn't do it. This woman is good enough for me. She only buys whiskey. Doctor, yes, and you drink it through her. SP. I drink it myself. Doctor, by controlling the lady, Mrs. V. Just as you are now controlling the body of this lady. SP. I am not controlling anyone. I've only had a drink. Doctor, try to be sensible. This body is not yours. SP. Whose is it then? Doctor, it belongs to my wife. She is a psychic sensitive through whom spirits can talk. SP. Will she have a drink with me? Will you? Doctor, no. SP. I'll treat the crowd. Doctor, I thought you had no money. SP. I always get some money from the lady. Doctor, she is not here. SP. You get it, and I'll treat the crowd. Come on with me, everybody. I'll treat you all. Doctor, does the lady pay the bills with money that you earn? SP. She's splendid. There's another man helps her to pay for things. Doctor, that is her husband. SP. Husband. Doctor, yes, husband. You are making a slave of the woman, and making a drunkard of her. Suppose it were your mother who was being tormented. SP. My mother? Doctor, yes, think that over carefully. Suppose somebody should make a drunkard of your mother, how would you feel? Or of your sister? SP. They know better. Doctor, is your conduct honorable? SP. I'm a good fellow, and I always want to be on the best side of the women. Women are always my best friends. They always have money and are willing to spend it. Doctor, now listen to me. You have actually lost your physical body, probably many years ago. Who is the president? SP. I don't know. I can't recall anyone. Dar. Is Lincoln the president? SP. No, that was a long time ago. Dr. Cleveland? SP. No. Dr. McKinley? Arthur? SP. He was president a long time ago. Doctor, do you remember Wilson? SP. Wilson. I don't know that fellow. Dar. Do you know about the big war in Europe, with 23 nations fighting? SP. I don't care, all I want is a drink. I am getting so thirsty. What do I care for war? If they want to kill themselves, what do I care? They are better off. If they don't know any better than to kill each other, let them go ahead. Doctor, what did your mother call you? SP. She called me Paul. Doctor, what was your surname? SP. It is a long time since I heard it. Doctor, what did they call your father? SP. They called him John Hopkins. Doctor, then you must be Paul Hopkins. What state were you born in? SP. I have forgotten. Yes, I was born in Yuma, Arizona. Doctor, were you ever in Los Angeles? SP. Yes, once in a while. They used to have pretty good saloons on Main Street, and I suppose they are there now. Doctor, no, they are all gone. SP. Then I don't know what became of them. Doctor, they have all been done away with. SP. They were on Main Street, between 2nd and 3rd. Doctor, what would your mother think of your condition? SP. My mother is dead. Doctor, her spirit did not die. She would be sorry to find you in this condition. SP. I'm in an all-right condition. I feel tip-top. I get a glass of whiskey when I want it, and it makes me feel good and happy. Doctor, does it make you happy to see a man lying drunk in the gutter? SP. I have never seen it. But liquor is good. Oh, ho. Who is that? Seeing some spirit. Doctor, who is it? SP. I will have to sit up and take notice. She's a nice lady. To spirit. Who are you? Doctor, perhaps it is you own mother. SP. She was an old lady. This lady says she knew my mother. My mother was a good Christian woman. I suppose she is with God in heaven, sitting near the throne. Dr. Jesus taught that God is spirit, and God is love. You cannot find such a God sitting on a throne. SP. Where does he sit? Dar. God is spirit, and is not in any particular place. He is the life of all nature. You are an expression of God himself. Understand that you are an ignorant spirit and must overcome your old habits, and that you will then progress. SP. This lady says if I behave myself I can go to bed and rest. I'm awfully tired. I am a pretty tired fellow. Will they let me rest myself? Dar. Yes, and when you wake you will realize that you are a spirit, and that you must overcome old habits and progress as you should on the spirit side of life. SP. That lady is a nurse. Doctor, we cannot see her as you do. We do not see you. You are controlling my wife's body. SP. I do not understand that. I want to go to that bed. Doctor, you must learn the purpose of life. SP. They say if I lie down in that bed I will not get any more whiskey. Doctor, you will be taught how to progress. SP. Can I have any more whiskey? Doctor, no. SP. Well, I don't care. I'm tired and I feel happy. What can a fellow do? I have no home and no place to go. You must have a good time sometimes, a jollification time. Dar. You did not understand your condition. SP. This lady says I will have a home with my mother. I will go to my mother. Will she like me? Doctor, mother love never dies. After you acquire understanding you must help this lady whom you have been tormenting. You have made that poor lady a drunkard. SP. Have I? I didn't know that. I wanted something to drink, but I did not know I was doing any harm. Dar. When she came here tonight she was drunk, and I gave her a treatment. SP. I had that. Doctor, you made her drunk, she herself does not want to drink. She tries to resist the impulse. She is a sensitive, and you hypnotized her and made her drink. SP. It's pretty hard for a fellow to give it up. Doctor, you will have to do your duty and help her. SP. I feel pretty tired. I want to go to that bed. Doctor, think yourself in that bed and you will be there. SP. I will. By thinking? Dar. Yes, be perfectly quiet and think yourself in that bed. SP. Remember me. I am a good fellow, and I like you anyhow, even if you gave me that fire. I mean well. Doctor, the lady whom you see will be your nurse and will look after you. SP. My mother is here. Oh, mother, my dear, will you forgive me? I was not a good fellow. I will not drink any more whiskey. Mother says she will help me. God bless you for the work you have done for me. After the foregoing experience, a friend reported a marked change for the better in Mrs. V, saying that no further desire for intoxicants was manifested. Mrs. V herself acknowledged this change and expressed her gratitude for the relief obtained. Not at all uncommon are the cases of amnesia. When total lapse of memory occurs, all sense of identity is lost and the victim wanders to strange places, returning to his normal self without any knowledge of his recent actions. We have abundant demonstration that this state is frequently due to the influence of obsessing spirits. One case was that of a young man, C.B., who, shortly after he had established himself in business with his father, rose early one morning and left his home without the knowledge of his parents. No trace of him could be found, and after several weeks of anxiety the parents asked us to concentrate for their missing son. We did so, emphasizing that the young man should have no rest until he would write to his parents. The following morning he wrote to them, saying he was on board a United States man-of-war at San Francisco, that he had enlisted in the Navy and would be gone for several years. The boy's parents were anxious to have him at home with them, and wrote him to that effect, saying they would do all they could to obtain his release. The day before our next concentration circle, C. wrote his parents that they should do nothing regarding his discharge, for he was entirely willing to serve his term of enlistment. The following evening we again concentrated for C.B., and a spirit-controlled Mrs. Wickland, as related in the succeeding article, clearly giving indication of having been the cause of the young man's recent actions. Experience, December 13, 1923. Spirit, John Edwards. Patient, C.B. Psychic, M.S. Wickland. While singing, "Throw Out the Lifeline," an amusing episode occurred. As the intelligence assumed control of Mrs. Wickland, he seemed to be pulling himself along, hand over hand, as if by a rope, and then made the motions of swimming. "Doctor, did you hold on to the lifeline? Have you been drifting about? Where did you come from? You do not need to swim on dry land. What is the matter with you? Spirit, I want to find out what's the matter with me. Dar. How long have you been dead? SP, to audience. He calls me dead. I am not dead, but not so much alive either. Doctor, where did you come from? SP, lots of people brought me here. Doctor, who brought you? SP. A whole lot of people. Dar. I don't see them. SP. I don't see why they want me. I want to be out at sea. Doctor, have you been out before? SP, yes. Doctor, why do you want to go out to sea? Have you been out many times? SP, quite a little. Doctor, don't you want to be on shore? SP. I don't want to be a dry crab. I was all ready to go out, but you pulled me to shore. I don't see why they should pull me to shore. Doctor, were you drowned at sea? SP. If I had been, how could I be here? Doctor, your spirit could be here. SP. You mean the soul? Doctor, yes. SP. Then that should be with God. Doctor, where is God? SP. If you don't know that, then you ought to go to Sunday school. Doctor, I did go, but I did not find out there. SP. Then you did not go to the right one. Dar. Which one should I have gone to? SP. There are all kinds of denominations, they are not all alike, but they all know about God. Doctor, what church did you go to? SP. The church where I go is where I can be all alone. I do not go there very often. I can belong to any denomination. When you are on the water you can't go to church, you go to service. Doctor, which church did you like best? SP. They are all alike. It's just a matter of form. They all belong to one God, and teach a hereafter, a heaven and a hell, and that Christ died for our sins. So you see, I feel like this, you can just as well belong to one as another. They all praise God, so it makes no difference. Dar. You were a liberal man. SP. I don't know that I was that either. I don't know what kind of a man I was. I had my own religion in a way. I had to go to church once in a while to show the captain that I could. Doctor, what ship were you on? SP. I was on all kinds. Doctor, were you an ordinary sailor? SP. I was in the Navy. Doctor, can you tell us what year it is? SP. I don't even know what month it is. Doctor, do you know the year? SP. I do not know. SP. Is it 1922? SP. No. That's not the year. Doctor, what should it be? SP. 1912. Doctor, where were you sailing? SP. One time I went around on the battleship Cincinnati. Doctor, where did you go? SP. One time around the coast. Doctor, did you ever go through the Panama Canal? SP. No. I was near it once, but not through. Doctor, what did you do on ship? SP. I just did anything that came along. Doctor, how old were you? SP. I can't seem to remember. Doctor, and now you want to go to sea again? SP. Yes. I don't want to be on land, because I don't feel I belong there. There is something in life when you are on the ocean, something to it. You have regular meals and no worry, if your work is done all right. Doctor, is there much work to do? SP. Oh, yes, lots of scrubbing, there is always something to do. The captain does not want his men to be idle. If we were left alone we would have a good time. If there is nothing else to do we have to polish all the time. I know something about it. We have to polish the stairways, the machinery, and the fixings around it, all have to be polished. Every day we polish the knobs, the machinery, and the stairs. It is all bright and shining. It's a big ship. Doctor, were you on a battleship? SP. I was on different battleships. Doctor, were you under fire at any time? SP. No, we did not fight. The Cuban War was not much of a war. The Philippines was more. Doctor, were you there? SP. We were outside. We did not get in the bay, not all of us, only a few. Dewey went in. I was there, but not on his ship. I was outside cruising around. Some had to be on guard and watch. If we had all gone in we would have been trapped. There were others around there. Doctor, what is your name? SP. My name? It has been so long since I heard it, I have forgotten it. My name is John. Dr. John what? SP. John Edwards. Doctor, were you ever on the Pacific coast? SP. Yes, we were around there one time. I was more on the eastern coast. Doctor, were you discharged when you left the vessel? SP. Slowly. Left the vessel. Doctor, didn't you leave the vessel? Or did you have an accident of some kind? SP. I don't know. Doctor, were you sick? SP. I don't know. Doctor, is Manila Bay the last you remember? SP. No, that's a long time ago. Doctor, where did you go from there? SP. I was quite young when we were in Manila Bay. Doctor, that must have been in 1898. How long were you at sea? SP. I don't know. The last I remember is 1912. Doctor, what happened to you in 1912? Were you sick? SP. I seem confused. It seems to me that we were, I do not remember very well, we were painting the boat. I do not know what place it was, I can't think. In some way we were not in the Navy Yard, it was a little outside. We were on the scaffold on the side of the vessel. Doctor, did something happen to you? SP. My head got so funny. I think I had some kind of a vertigo spell. I felt funny. It seemed like my head was swimming. Doctor, were you painting the boat? SP. We were cleaning and fixing it up. Doctor, were you in dry dock? SP. I cannot remember what it was. Something happened, so I got in the water. Doctor, you probably dropped off the scaffold. SP. I don't know, but I got well right away. Doctor, it is very likely that you lost your body at that time and became a spirit. SP. A spirit? What do you mean? Doctor, I mean you lost your mortal body. You are invisible to us. SP. But I was going to sea. I felt as if a part of me was a sailor, but I also felt that I was teaching some sailor. Through obsessing C.B. I could smell the salt air around him. Sailors have a kind of atmosphere around them, you can tell them when you see them. I wanted to go back again. You feel funny when you are on land. You feel you do not belong there. The land is so solid, you do not feel right. I feel the ocean is the bosom of a mother, you are rocked to sleep. You feel so fine when the waves rock you to sleep. Doctor, when you fell from the boat, you probably lost your body, and you have been a spirit since then. This is not your body. Look at these hands. SP, noticing hands of psychic. That is not my hand. Laughing. No, I should say not. I had big hands. That hand has not pulled any ropes. That's funny, I have a hand like that. Laughing with amusement. Dar. And you have a dress, and long hair. Are those the feet of a sailor? SP. They are not mine. Oh, I see. One time, a long time ago, you know, we used to go to one town, then another. I was not on the battleship all the time. You know, my father was a sea captain, and, of course, we were on water all the time. He sailed from New York to India, and around there. Doctor, on a sailing vessel? SP. Yes. He had a sailing vessel first, when I was just a little kid. Then he had a vessel. He went between Calcutta, New York and England. Doctor, with a merchant vessel? SP. Yes. He had a lot of stuff. Then he went to Australia one time, he dealt in cotton and wool. When I grew up I felt I wanted to be in the employ of the government, so I joined the Navy, to my father's disgust. He did not like it, but he said I was a sailor born. I think I was born on the water, I do not know the land. My mother taught me to read and write, and that was all the schooling I had. We were always on the water. Mother was a pretty good woman. Doctor, did your mother die? SP. My mother is not living, and my father is dead too. They both died some years ago. But this was not what I was going to talk about. Doctor, you were talking about these hands, and this dress. SP. I do not see how I could get a woman's hands and dress. That was what I was going to talk about when I drifted away. I do not know, but I should judge I was about 18 or 19 when we were in Calcutta. I like to go around and see everything, and I like to talk. I drifted into a meeting one time. In India, Calcutta is a pretty good town and has a nice climate. I drifted into this meeting and I got a whole lot of books. They called this meeting Theosophy. They were nice people, but queer. When they talk, before you know it, you believe in reincarnation. Is this skirt reincarnation? You said I am dead, so now how can you explain it in any other way? That must explain it, because I am back as a woman. Dar. You might call this reincarnation, in a way. When you pass out, you leave your mortal body and become a spirit. SP. You know, they go to Devashan, and that is a long way off. Say, Madame Blavatsky was a great speaker. I heard her in Calcutta. Then there was Leadbeater. I was only a kid, but, you know, when you get something in your head when you are a kid, it stays there. My father said, John, don't you believe that, you will go crazy. I said, it is better than nothing. It tells good things. That salvation scheme is not right. My heart felt so big when I said that. It swelled up when I got those books. It may be that I am back again as a woman. I didn't think I would be a woman. I wanted to be a sailor again. Doctor, you are using a woman's body only temporarily. SP. So I am a woman temporarily. Laughing. Doctor, you are a spirit, and probably have been since 1912. It is 1922 now. You have been out of your body 10 years. SP. How do you know I died then? Doctor, you say that is the last date you remember. SP. Do you go by that? Then I have been in Devonshire. Maybe sailors don't stay in Devonshire so long, maybe their vibrations are better. I know the vibrations are much more vibrating on a steamboat, especially when there are storms. Laughing. Really and truly, have I reincarnated? Dar. It is likely that you passed out of your body at the time you spoke of, and you have been a spirit but were not aware of your condition. SP. So I do not know anything. Dar. Whatever your condition has been, you have been brought here tonight to acquire understanding. We are investigators of psychic phenomena and spirit obsession. Sometimes spirits take control of mortals and cause them to do strange things. You have been attracted here, and are controlling this body, which belongs to my wife. You are using it temporarily. We do not see you, we only hear you talk. SP. Then, in reality, I am in a woman. I am only fooling you then. Dar. My wife is so constituted that spirits can use her body temporarily. Have you ever heard of mediums? SP. Yes, I have been to mediums to have my fortune told. You know they are only controlled by Indians. Dr. Indians are excellent gatekeepers. They are good protectors for mediums. SP. Why did I come here? Doctor, for understanding. You have evidently been doing mischief unconsciously. You are in Los Angeles, California. SP. I know I was in San Francisco once. I have not been there for a long time. It was in 1894. Doctor, you probably made a young man leave his home and parents without any provocation at all, and made him enlist as a sailor in the Navy. SP. He had no business to do that. Dar. He is interested in other work. He seemed to lose himself and enlisted in the Navy. He is San Francisco now. There is evidence in his case that some spirit has been interfering with him, and I surmise that you are the one. SP. For goodness sake, I wouldn't do that. I woke up one morning and I felt I was on land for some reason or other, and I wanted to be on water. Doctor, you were drifting about and came in contact with this young man, who is sensitive to spirit influence. He had been studying too hard and so made himself sensitive. You got into his magnetic aura, acted through him, and caused him to do things he did not want to do. Did you enlist very recently to go out to sea again? SP. It seems I woke up early one morning and wanted to go back to the water. I felt I was lost. Doctor, didn't you realize that you did not have full control of yourself? SP. I felt queer. In a way, I was in a dreamy state. Say, I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Doctor, we understand your position, and know you are a good fellow. We don't blame you. SP. Who is that boy? Doctor, his name is B, he is a young boy of 17. SP. He claimed he was 21, or he could not have joined. Doctor, he is large and looks older than he is. We concentrated for him and I suppose we pulled you to shore. SP. I felt someone pull me, and then I felt I was in the water. I recall, we were in New York, or somewhere around there, and it was awfully stormy and icy. I was doing something and fell in the water. There was ice all around me. We had been there for a while, but I do not know any more. How did I get into that boy? Doctor, you drifted into his aura. SP. Why, here comes my mother. I haven't seen her for a long time. She died in New York. She says, "Oh, John, I have been hunting for you for so long. I didn't know it. If I am dead, why didn't I go to her?" Dr. Many fall into a sleep and remain in that condition for some time. SP. Oh, I was in Devonshire. That is where I was sleeping to reincarnate. Doctor, now you must go with your mother. She will take you to her home. SP. I will go to my mother and father, my old father. Doctor, does he have understanding now? SP. Mother says, yes, but she had a time with him. He wanted to see the Savior. I never quite believed in that story. I wanted to find out about it, but never did. I think Theosophy is the best, because they do not have that blood question to deal with. I don't believe in one person being killed for others. If I did anything wrong, why should I not suffer myself? God is love, and he never wanted anyone killed to save another. Such damned foolish things. The church people are so down on Jews, and yet Jesus was a Jew. Doctor, now you must go with your father and mother. SP. I've been in a nice crowd. This has been a good night. I feel pretty good. It has been a good night to speak with nice people and spend a couple of hours having a good time. You say you cannot see these others here, but there are quite a few. Now mother says, my dear little mother, she says I must go. She has not seen her son for a long time. We have lots to talk about together. I told you my mother was good. I must say goodbye to you all. Trying to rise, but unable to do so. Why, what's the matter with my legs? I cannot stand on them. Doctor, you are only controlling the upper part of the body. SP. Then I'm only half a man. Laughing heartily. Worse and worse. Only half woman, half sailor. Now I must go with my dear little mother. Doctor, you must learn to think. SP. Think. Have I not been thinking before? Laughing. Excuse me, but everything seems a joke. Doctor, that's all right. You will have to travel by thinking. SP. Not by my legs. Will I not need my legs anymore? I haven't any, you know I'm only half a man. Doctor, just think yourself with your mother, and you will be there. SP. Think myself with my mother, and I will be there. I am going now. But you folks are so jolly that I think I'll come again some day. You don't mind if I come, do you? By the way, will you please tell that boy I feel sorry if I did him mischief? Doctor, will you try to help him? You can. SP. I can. How? Dar. By impressing him to return home. Your mother will explain to you. SP. My mother says I should thank you for finding me. But she found her son in a woman. She did not recognize me in a woman, but we have to take things as they come. Now I will go, good night. The day after this the attitude of C.B. changed entirely. He then wrote to his parents urging them to do everything possible to secure his release, as he wanted to come home and continue his work. He added that he could not understand why he had enlisted, and that he seemed to have been in a daze. Since the young man had enlisted as being of age, while in reality only 17, he was, after many difficulties and delays, released from service, and he returned to his home, once more his normal self. Chapter 9. Psychic Invalidism. Spirits who are ignorant of having lost their physical bodies often hold firmly in mind the thought of their former physical condition and continue to suffer pain. This error of the mortal mind persists until an understanding of transition and spiritual laws is reached, when freedom from ideas of physical limitations is attained. 16. When spirits who are under this delusion of suffering and disease come into the auras of mortals, their condition is conveyed to the sensitives, and chronic lassitude, pseudo-illness and psychic invalidism result. These sensitives endure all the pain of the spirit's former physical condition, and ordinary methods of treatment fail to cure, for the only permanent relief is found through the dislodgement of the ignorant entities. While we were in Chicago, a friend of ours, Miss F. W., a companion to Mrs. M.C.A., 17 prominent modiste in the city, asked us to concentrate for Mrs. M.C.A., who was a chronic invalid. The latter had been ordered by her physicians to take a rest cure and could not be induced to get up again. She was suffering intense pains in the head and was subject to many changeable moods. Miss F. W. and Mrs. M.C.A. S. masseuses were present during the following occurrence. Experience, April 2, 1908. Spirit, Grace Bruce. Patient, Ms. M.C.A. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The spirit at first spoke with great difficulty, complained of being very sick and was unable to sit up. She insisted that she was too sick to be up and wished to go to bed. When asked whether she knew anyone in the room, she at once recognized Mrs. M.C.A.'s masseuse and demanded that she take her to bed immediately, wait upon her and draw down the shades, as the light was too strong for a sick person. She gave her name as Grace Bruce, of Boston, said she was a Universalist, and that the year was 1898. She had been sick for a long time and felt as if she were two persons, at times herself and at other times another person. She was often called Mrs. M.C.A., but was tired of answering to that name, as she did not like Mrs. M.C.A. Recently she had had to do entirely too much work, having had to give orders to the sewing girls. Furthermore, Miss F. W. would have to do things in her way or be discharged. The spirit repeated again that she was tired of living a double life, that she could not understand it and was more than ready to die. The way of progression was then explained, and the spirit's grandmother and mother appeared to her, saying that she had always been a spoiled child, but would now have to learn to serve others. Miss F. W. and the masseuse said that Mrs. M.C.A. had been acting in the same manner as this spirit, even using the identical language, and they later reported that on the following morning Mrs. M.C.A. was in a very genial mood, remarking that it was the first time for many months that she had wakened without a headache. After this she improved rapidly, left her bed and resumed her usual activities. For over a period of 6 years, a friend of ours, an elderly gentleman, 84 years old, was afflicted with unaccountable pains in the back of the neck and a peculiar dizziness and vertigo which came upon him with increasing frequency. When seized with these attacks he felt that walls and buildings would fall and crush him. An extreme nausea accompanied these sensations, and if seated, he would fall forward with his head below his knees and for some time would be unable to straighten himself without help. Unable to find any physical cause for his distress, the possibility of spirit interference was suggested, and we concentrated for him at our psychic circle. A spirit then controlled Mrs. Wickland and fell forward with head between the knees. We labored with the entity for some time until he was finally able to tell us that his name was Jack Finch, that he was about 65 years old and had been an inmate of an institution near Madison, Wisconsin. He said that when he was quite small someone, probably his sister, had been carrying him and had dropped him to the floor, and that this fall had broken his back and left him helpless. As he grew older he became a great care. His mother neglected him and he was finally placed in an institution. He remembered he had been in a cyclone at one time and that something had struck him on the back of the neck, adding still further to his misery. He had always been in great pain, and his broken back and injured neck produced dizzy spells which would cause him to double over and remain in a cramped position until aid was given. When this dizziness came upon him he would feel as if he were sliding off a roof, or as if the walls were crushing him. Again, he often felt as if the bed would fall on him and as if everything were spinning around. He said that because of his helpless condition no one had ever cared for him, with the single exception of a nurse by the name of Anastina, who had been very kind to him at the institution and had always fed him. But everything is changed now. Sometimes I feel like a small man, and sometimes like a woman, or like a big man. Sensations experienced when influencing different mortals. When the spirit was brought to a realization that he had lost his mortal body and could no longer have any physical pain, he asked, "If I have lost my body, and if I am dead, then why haven't I seen God? Where is he?" This led to an explanation of the true nature of God, his manifestation in all things, and the existence of the spirit world. Being told to look about to see whether someone was present whom he had known on earth, he said, "Why, there is my mother. She wants me to go with her to her home. She says she will take care of me now. She says I never knew what real life was on account of my crippled body, but that I will commence to really live from now on." While speaking, he saw in the distance another spirit coming toward him, and he exclaimed with great joy, "It is Anastina. Can I go with her, too?" Assured that he could go with his mother and friend, that he would be well cared for, and would begin a life of happiness, he said fervently, "God bless you," and was then taken away. The next day the friend who had suffered from the vertigo attacks found himself free from the ailment and said he had so much surplus energy that he felt he must be 48, instead of 84. Nor was he ever subject to any recurrence of his former trouble. Mr. Z. from the neighboring town of Burbank, who had suffered for 25 years from sleeplessness and an intense nausea without having been able to obtain relief, was brought to us by a physician, who suspected obsession in the case. During the consultation Mrs. Wickland saw the spirit of a man standing behind the patient, and when she described this spirit, the patient recognized an old friend who had passed out a number of years before. After an electrical treatment had been given to the patient, this spirit left him, and taking control of Mrs. Wickland, spoke to his friend, recalling incidents of their former acquaintanceship. Mr. Z. had at one time been engaged to the daughter of this spirit, but for religious reasons the engagement had been broken. The two men had, however, continued friendly relations, and when the father found himself in financial straits, Mr. Z. had aided him in a business way. When the father later died of cancer of the stomach, he was attracted to Mr. Z, because of his regard for him. Becoming enclosed in his aura, he was unable to free himself and had remained with him for 25 years, conveying to his mortal friend the symptoms of the disease from which he had suffered while in earth life. After receiving an explanation of the laws of the higher life he left repentantly, and Mr. Z was no longer troubled with the nausea condition. An unusual type of psychic invalidism, due to spirit influence, was the case of Mrs. G, who had for many years suffered intensely from a peculiar spinal affliction, which baffled all skill of physicians. After Mrs. G had been under our care for some time, a spirit who had died of a broken back and neck was removed and controlled Mrs. Wickland. The guiding intelligences explained that he had drifted into the aura of the patient when she was a child and had become enmeshed in her nervous system, thus transferring to his victim the physical condition under which he had died, and which he still believed himself to be suffering from. With the removal of the spirit the patient was promptly relieved and suffered no more pain in the back. Experience, July 4, 1923. Spirit, James Hodgson. Patient, Ms. G. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The controlling spirit seemed to be paralyzed, with head hanging toward the shoulder. At first unable to speak, he pointed to the neck, and moaned continually as if in great pain. At these indications, both Mr. and Mrs. G, who were in the circle, became intensely interested. Doctor. Overcome your old habits, friend, forget your pain. Manipulating hands and arms. See, your arms are not stiff now. Straighten up, you are not paralyzed. We are going to help you. Understand that you have lost your old body. You are a spirit and must not hover around the earth plane causing trouble. Talk, and tell us who you are. Where did you come from? Spirit O. Making frantic efforts to reach Mrs. G, stretching forth both hands to her imploringly. Mrs. G. No, you cannot come back here. I do not want you. SP. O. Beginning to cry, and making another effort to reach Mrs. G. Doctor, you cannot be selfish any longer. You must listen to intelligent spirits who will help you. You can only find happiness by forgetting your present condition. Intelligent spirits will take you to the spirit world. Moaning and crying will not help you. Mrs. G. The gentleman who is speaking to you is a doctor and he will help you. Doctor, try to talk. SP. I don't want any more fire. Electric treatments given patient. Doctor, you surely will have more, if you stay around here. SP. I don't want any more. Struggling. Oh, that fire. Doctor, listen to me. Something must have happened to you a long time ago. Can you remember what occurred? Mrs. G. Answer the doctor. Doctor, understand your true condition. You died probably a long time ago. SP. Oh. My back, my back. Doctor, what is the matter with your back? SP. It's broken. Doctor, what happened to you? SP. I fell off a horse. Doctor, where did you live? SP. I can't tell just now. I thought I was dead in a way, but I don't feel like dying now. My back and head and neck are all gone to pieces. My head is going off my spine. The patient had continually suffered from a sensation of the head being dislocated from the spine. Doctor, when did the accident happen? SP. I don't know. I struck right here. Left side of neck. Doctor, forget that condition, you do not need to have that sensation now. This body, which you are controlling, is all right. Do you know you are invisible to us? SP. I don't want any more fire. It strikes my neck too hard. Doctor, that was necessary to get you out. Why did you influence that lady and bother her? SP. My neck, and my head. They ache so I can't stand it any longer. Doctor, how long have you been troubled this way? SP. Many years, a long, long time. Mrs. G. Were you grown up, or little, when you fell off the horse? Are you a boy or a girl? SP. I am a boy. I broke my neck a long time ago, but it hurts yet. Mrs. G. Where did this happen? Was it in California? SP. No, far, far away. I don't know where. Doctor, think back and your memory will return. Mr. G. Was it Illinois, or Iowa? SP. I have been asleep and you'll have to wait a minute. My head aches so, and my neck. My neck is broken. My head has gone from my spine. Mr. G. You no longer have a physical head. SP. But the fire gets on top of it. Mrs. G. That is good for you, it will help you. SP. It's fire, fire. Mrs. G. Your neck does not hurt you at all now. SP. Yes, it does. Doctor, no, it does not. SP. I got paralyzed. My spine. I can't move, and, oh, my neck. I can't move. My neck is broken. Doctor, can't you understand that your broken neck went to the grave? Your physical body is gone. This body is all right, but you will use it for only a little while. SP. You don't know how everything hurts. Doctor, because you hold that idea in your mind. How could your body hurt you now when it is in the grave? SP. How do you know it is? Dar. This is not your body. SP. How do you know my body is in the grave? Doctor, because you yourself are here. This body you are talking through is not yours. SP. How do you know? Doctor, you do not want to understand. You are a selfish spirit. You know that is true. SP. I have been to church and I know about Jesus Christ. Mrs. G. To what church did you go? SP. To the Mennonite church. Mrs. G. had grown up among the Mennonites. Mrs. G. Where was that? SP. In Kansas, a long time ago. Mrs. G. had lived in Kansas for some years. Mr. G. In what town? SPN. Mr. G. What is your name? SP. I lost it. My neck is so bad. Mr. G. Did you live in town? SP. No, on a farm about a mile north of the college. Mr. G. What is your name? SP. I had a name, but it is such a long time since I heard it. Mr. G. How did you happen to fall from the horse? SP. We were going up the hill and my horse got scared of some rabbits. Then he went off quick. I did not get hold of the reins quick enough. Mr. G. You were not a good rider. SP. I had no saddle. How could I stick on? Mr. G. Evidently it was not a gentleman's saddle horse. SP. I was only a hired man. Mr. G. How old were you? SP. I was about 16 or 17, I think. Mr. G. What did your mother call you? SP. I don't know. Doctor, did she call you Mabel? SP. They never call a boy that. My shoulder and back are broken. My neck has been broken for years and years. Dar. Will you understand that you have lost your body? What is your name? SP. My name is James. Doctor, was that all they called you? Is this your hand? Indicating hand of the psychic. SP. No, Jimmy never had a ring. Dar. You are using this hand temporarily, it does not belong to you. It belongs to my wife. SP. I have seen that my hands have been small for a long time. My name is James Hodgson. Doctor, you may have lost your body after that accident. SP. My head will drop off. Doctor, then we will have to pick it up. You are an ignorant spirit, and have been bothering that lady. SP. What is a spirit? Doctor, that is what I am talking to. SP. This is James. Doctor, I see my wife when I look at this body. Ask any of these people whose body you are speaking through. SP. Then I belong to someone else. Doctor, to whom? SP, stretching his arms toward Mrs. G. I want to come back to you. I like you. Mrs. G. You will never come back to me anymore. You will have to go to the spirit world. SP. Where is that? Doctor, it is the invisible world around the earth plane. SP, affectedly. I want to see Jesus Christ. Doctor, why do you whine? SP. That is my way to talk. Will you cure my neck? Dar. Yes, by making you understand your true condition. As an ignorant spirit you have been bothering a lady. By using the fire, as you call it, we drove you away. You are temporarily controlling my wife's body. You have lost your physical body, and you must obtain understanding of the invisible side of life, where you are now. Mr. G. Do you know my name? Did you know anyone by the name of G? SP. They lived far away. Mr. G. Did you know anybody by the name of K? Mrs. G.'s maiden name. SP. They were in another town. Mr. G. Were you born in the place where you had the accident? SP. I was born far out in the country. Mrs. G. What year do you think it is? SP. I don't know. Doctor, who is the president? SP. I never read very much about things. I lived on a farm and did the chores. That was long ago. For a while there has been so much fire. Doctor, I gave you that fire, it is electricity. SP. I saw fire. It is not electricity. You hold electricity in your hand, and it jerks. Doctor, I caused that fire. SP. You. Shame on you. Shame on you. You. To do that to an innocent little fellow like me. Shame on you. Dar. You have been bothering that lady for a long time, and she could not live her own free life. I put the fire on you, and you left. Look around and you will see intelligent spirits here who will help you. SP. There's a lot of people here. Suddenly becoming greatly excited and beginning to cry. Mother. Oh. Oh, mother. Doctor, she has come to help you. SP. Oh, mother, why did you die? I was only a little boy, and when you died everything was broken up and I had to earn my own living. Doctor, what does your mother say? SP. She says, oh, Jimmy, where have you been? She has been looking for me but could not find me. Doctor, that is because you have been with that lady, making a great deal of trouble. Now you can go with your mother. SP. It's a long time since I saw my mother. Doctor, it is 1923 now. SP. No. Doctor, it is the 4th of July, 1923, and you are in Los Angeles, California. SP. No, it must be 1893. Doctor, that was 30 years ago. SP. But I was living in 1896. After the accident I was crippled for years. The last I remember it was 1896. Doctor, that was 27 years ago. SP. How can all those years be gone? Have I been sleeping? Doctor, only partially. You have been bothering people. SP. I have. Been kept shut up for years and years. In aura of patient. I thought I was going to die once, but after I had been shut up for a while, I felt different. I had ladies' clothes on and I felt like a woman, but my neck bothered me so, and my head was like it came off my spine. Doctor, you got into that lady's magnetic aura and bothered her. When you lost your body you still had the idea that your neck was broken, but your body went to the grave. SP. But I had a neck that always hurt. Doctor, you held the idea in your mind that you still had a broken neck. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Your mind was on your broken neck, and you did not realize that a change had occurred. This body, which belongs to my wife, has no broken neck. SP. Your wife. Where is she? Doctor, sleeping. Look at your feet, they are not really yours. SP. Am I a woman? Doctor, only temporarily. Now you must go with your mother. SP. Mother, will you take me with you? Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says, yes, but I must ask that lady to forgive me. But I could not help it. I could not get out. I was shut up such a long time, and I'm tired. Now I will go with my mother. Oh, mother, come and take me. I will be a good boy. Doctor, now you will find understanding. SP. I feel I am dying. My head is off again. Doctor, that is only a temporary sensation. When you leave, you may feel as if you were dying, but that is only because you are losing control. You could not die, if you tried, nobody ever really dies. Spirit never dies. SP. Will I have a better body? Doctor, yes. Now forget your broken neck and your pain. SP. I am going with my mother. Please forgive me, lady. Mrs. G. That's all right, James. Forget the past. Dar. Intelligent spirits will help you and will teach you wonderful things. Think yourself with your mother and with the mercy band of spirits. Goodbye. SP. Goodbye. In the summer of 1923 a gentleman, Mr. I. consulted us about his wife, who for 9 months had been confined to her bed suffering from intense pain in the head, diagnosed by others as due to brain tumor, and from a seemingly paralyzed condition of one arm, which was helpless. We made several calls at the home of the invalid, giving electrical treatments which strengthened the patient, but Mrs. Wickland clairvoyantly saw the spirit of a man with a ghastly head wound and a woman with a crippled arm hovering about. At our next concentration circle, the spirit of this man controlled Mrs. Wickland, and we learned that in life he had been a house painter who had fallen from a scaffold, and, as he said, split open his head. He did not know that he had died and declared that he was suffering from agonizing pains in the head, but that lately he had a very comfortable bed to rest in. Convinced of his true condition he was taken away, and from that time Mrs. I had no further pain in the head. She still remained in bed, however, feeling weak and suffering with the paralyzed arm. After another treatment we returned to our home, inviting Mr. I to attend our concentration circle that evening. When he came he said that after our departure his wife felt so much better that she had risen, and for the first time in 9 months, spent the day out of bed. The events of the evening, therefore, were of great interest to the gentleman, as the controlling spirit complained of pains corresponding exactly with those endured by his wife. Experience, July 17, 1923. Spirit, MS. Lizzie Davidson. Patient, MS. I. Psychic, MS. Wickland. The spirit held one arm pressed tightly to the body, moaning incessantly. Doctor, good evening. Have we someone here who is sick? Is this one who has passed out with some sickness, and still holds the trouble in his mind? What is the matter? Spirit, groaning. My arm. Oh, my arm. Doctor, what is the matter with it? SP. It hurts me. Doctor, what happened to it? SP. Where's my bed? I'm sick. Doctor, are you sleepy? SP. I'm sick in bed. I ought to be in bed. Doctor, haven't you been in bed long enough? SP. I'm awfully sick. Doctor, how many years have you been sick? SP. A long, long time. Dar. How long is it since you died? SP died. I'm sick, I said. I am not dead. I said, sick, you do not know about me. I am so sick. Doctor, I realize that you are sick in your mind. Otherwise you are not sick. SP. Oh. Oh. I'm a very sick woman. Don't touch me. My arm. My arm. Doctor, was it hurt? SP. Why did you take me away when I was so comfortable in bed? Oh, that nice, comfortable bed. To Mr. I. He, Drive W, took me away just when I was going to lie down and sleep. Mr. I. I am very glad to see you here. SP. He took me along with him, and I wanted to sleep. I am a very sick woman. Doctor, we are going to cure your arm. SP. Oh, I want to be in that bed. It's so nice and comfortable. It's such a nice bed, and there is such a nice gentleman to wait on me. Doctor, you will never be in that bed again. SP. I am a very sick woman. You had better call a doctor. Mr. G. That gentleman is a doctor. Doctor, how long have you been sick? SP. Recognizing Drive W. Why, you are the one who gave me those sparks. Take me away from him. Mr. G. That was an electrical treatment. SP. He told me I should go with him. He said, anyone who is around this lady, must come with me, so I went with him. Why did you tell me to come with you, and then hold me like this? To Mr. I. Can't you do something to protect me? Mr. I. This is a good place for you. SP. You think so? Why did you let this man bring me here? Mr. G. He did not want you to make an invalid of his wife. SP. Can't you tell this man to leave me alone? To Mr. I. Mr. I. No, I think you are in good hands. SP. No. 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 I don't want to stay here. Stamping feet furiously. Doctor, do you want to hover around this gentleman's wife, and ruin her life? SP. He can take care of us so nicely. I like him and I want to stay there. Angrily stamping feet. Mr. I. They will take good care of you here. Doctor, you are not sick, but you have a bad temper. SP. I am sick with my arm. Doctor, only in your mind. SP. Can't I go back to that bed? To Mr. I. You are such a nice nurse. Dar. You have been bothering his wife, hovering around her. That gentleman is taking care of his wife, and incidentally has been taking care of you. You are a spirit. He doesn't want you there anymore. SP, coaxingly to Mr. I. Don't you want to take care of me again? Mr. I, no. SP. You mean thing, you. Crying. Doctor, you must obtain understanding. Are you a cry baby? SP. No, I am not a cry baby. Stamping feet again. Doctor, then it is just temper. Now behave, and understand that you have lost your mortal body. SP. I have not lost my body. Doctor, you have lost your physical body, that is in the grave. SP. I am not in the grave. Doctor, but your body is. SP. My body is myself. No, I am not in the grave, this is my body. Doctor, look at your hands, they are not yours. SP. Where did I get these rings? I had more stones in mine, didn't I? To Mr. I. Mr. I. My wife had. SP. You gave me a nice ring. Mr. I. No, I did not. I gave it to my wife. SP. Yes, you did. Mr. I. No, I did not. Doctor, you are a selfish, earthbound spirit. SP spirit. I'm no spirit. I am a good woman, a good, religious woman. I love Jesus. Doctor, then why are you not with him? You have evidently been dead a long time. SP. I say I am not dead. Oh. My arm, my arm. Mr. G. You forgot that you had a crippled arm. You have been moving it about. SP. Yes, I forgot, but I know where my pains are. Stamping feet. Dar. When you have a temper you forget your pains. SP. You do not. I have pains just the same. Don't you know that? Doctor, I know you have a temper. SP. I am a good Christian lady. I love Jesus with all my heart and all my soul. He is my Savior. Mr. G. To save you from what? SP. From sin. Doctor, then you cannot be so very good if you have sins. SP. Is that so? Say, are we in church? Look at all the people. Did you take me to church? Doctor, this is a place where we release earthbound spirits. SP. Earthbound spirits. What are you talking about? Will you pray, and sing, Jesus, lover of my soul? Doctor, no, we will not. Where did you come from? SP. I get so mad when I think of that bed. Why did you take me away from that nice bed? I feel so sad. My back and my arm hurt me so much. My arm is paralyzed. I was shot in my arm. Doctor, who shot you? SP. Ask them. Doctor, did they use a hypodermic? SP. Yes, that's what I mean. I would like to have one more shot. Will you give me just a little? Oh, please, just a little bit. Give me just a little shot in the arm. Doctor, were you a drug addict? SP. I was sick such a long time, and I couldn't sleep, so they put something in my arm. They put it in so many times that my arm got sore, then it seemed to be paralyzed. They put in too much. Doctor, well, now we must hurry, it is getting late. SP. What's the hurry? Where are you going, out? Dar. We are going to help you understand your condition. You have lost your mortal body and are a spirit. This is not your body. SP. Is that so? You only think so. Doctor, this is not your body at all, you are only borrowing it temporarily. SP. How do you know? Doctor, this is my wife's body. SP. I never married you. Doctor, I did not say that. SP. You said I was your wife. Yes, you did. I heard it myself. Doctor, I said you were talking through my wife's body. SP. Have you ever heard of anyone talking through another person's body? Doctor, tell us who you are. SP. Hold my hand, not my arm. Doctor, we will treat your arm, then it will be well. Manipulating arm. SP. Oh. That electric man. Dar. Now your arm is not paralyzed at all. Look at your dress. Is it yours? Where did you get it? SP. Did you buy this dress? Doctor, my wife did. What is your name? SP. Lizzie. Dr. Lizzie what? SP. Mrs. Lizzie Davidson, and I don't want to be called Lizzie. When you speak to me, you must call me Mrs. Davidson. Doctor, now listen to me. I am telling you a fact when I say you have lost your own body, but you do not realize it. You have been bothering that gentleman's wife, Mrs. I, for a long time. You have made her an invalid. SP. I have not been his wife. Doctor, no, but you have been bothering his wife. SP, coquettishly, to Mr. I. You are a nice nurse, and I like you. Don't you like me? Mr. I. No. SP. I don't want your wife to go to sleep, because when she sleeps I can't stay, and I want to sleep in that nice bed, and have you wait on me. Doctor, you have been keeping that lady awake all night. SP. Because when she sleeps I have to go. Doctor, that is selfishness. SP. I have no home, so I have to make my home with her. She's an awful nice lady. Doctor, now you will have to find a home of your own in the spirit world. SP. Where is that? Dar. It is the invisible world about the earth plane. Do you believe in heaven? SP. Yes, where God is, and Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. I am going to heaven. Doctor, use a little reason. You lost your physical body long ago. SP. Where did I lose it? Doctor, we cannot tell that. SP. Then how did you find it out? Doctor, you are proving the fact yourself. Do you realize that this is the hand of my wife that I am holding? SP. You are holding my hand, and I am not your wife, stamping. Dar. I am holding my wife's hands, and you are talking through her. SP. You are not going to hold me any longer. Doctor, you are talking to us, but we cannot see you. You are invisible to us. Everyone here sees that this is my wife's body. Mr. I. Did you follow Dr. Wickland here this morning? SP. He put those awful things in me. Electricity. Then he said, everybody come along with me. 2. Drive W. Why did you do that and make me get out? And that Indian girl. Silver Star, one of Mrs. Wickland's guides, who had controlled for a brief time that morning, telling funny stories to attract the spirit's attention. She made me laugh until I got so weak and sick that before I knew it I was away from that lady. I'm so mad. If I could only get hold of that Indian I would wring her neck all right. Doctor, I thought you said you were a Christian. SP. Yes, I am. God forgive me for saying that. Let me pray. I made a mistake. Mr. I. You said the doctor brought you here. SP. He did not bring me in this body. Mr. I. That body has been here all day, you came with the doctor and his wife in their auto this morning. SP. What do you mean by auto? Doctor, don't you know what an automobile is? SP. What is it? Dar. It is a car that runs by itself. There are millions of them in use now. You lost your body evidently a long time ago. SP. Are you sure about it? When did I lose it? Doctor, I do not know. We do not know you. SP. I told you I am Lizzie Davidson. Let us pray. Doctor, I think you are two-faced. SP. I think so, too, sometimes. Sometimes I have dark hair and sometimes light. The patient had dark hair. Doctor, how can you explain that? SP. I don't know, and I don't care. I only love Jesus. Dar. Where did you come from? Do you know where you are? You are in Los Angeles, California. SP. I am not, I never have been, I never was. I had no money to go there. Doctor, where did you live? SP. In New York. Mr. I. Was it down on 27th Street? SP. No, it wasn't. Doctor, it must be a long time since you were on Earth, for you have not seen automobiles that run without horses. SP. Does the devil run them? Doctor, no, internal combustion. SP. Blab. Blab. Internal combustion. Doctor, what year do you think this is? We think it is 1923. SP. Then you're off. It is 1883. Doctor, who is president? SP. Don't you know? Mr. G. Yes, we know, but we want to see if you know. Doctor, I think it is Harding. SP. Wait a little, I have to think. It is Arthur Garfield was shot in 1881, in July. Doctor, is that the last you remember? Can you recall any president later than that? SP. No, just Arthur. He became president after Garfield was shot. Dar. We have had many presidents since then, Cleveland, Harrison, Taft and many others. SP. I had a brother-in-law named Cleveland. Doctor, was he the president? SP. Not much. He didn't know very much anyway. What kind of people are you? Dar. We are all investigators. Do you know what becomes of the dead? SP. They go to heaven, and see Christ and the Holy Ghost and the Father, sitting on the throne, and the people sitting at his feet. I love Jesus. I never loved anybody as much as I do Jesus. Doctor, you say it is 1883, that is 40 years ago. It is 1923 now. Why are you not in heaven, since you have been dead all that time? SP. I have not been dead. Doctor, you are dead only to the world. You lost your physical body 40 years ago. SP. How do you know? Doctor, from your own words. We are now listening to what people call a dead person. You are talking through my wife's body. SP. Seeing a spirit. Who is that over there? Dar. Ask them who they are. SP. There's Cleveland, my brother-in-law. Hell. What do you want? Mr. G. Hello, Cleveland. How are you today? SP. Angrily, to Mr. G. You keep still. You don't know him. Mr. G. What was his business? SP. He was a shoemaker. Mr. G. He was probably a good one. SP. He was not nice to my sister. I don't like you, Cleveland. You always made trouble. Doctor, listen to what he says. SP. To spirit, Cleveland. You devil, you. Dar. That is fine talk for a Christian. SP. God forgive me. God forgive me. Doctor, be serious and forgive Cleveland. SP. I will never forgive him, never. He went away and took my sister with him. To spirit. You devil. You went away with my sister and it broke my heart when you took her. Not now, nor in the world to come, will I ever forgive you, no, not much. Get away there. Doctor, is that Christian charity? Is that the teaching of Christ? SP. People forget themselves sometimes. Doctor, you will have to forgive him, and ask him to forgive you. SP. I will ask forgiveness from Christ. From Cleveland I never will. Dr. Jesus said, forgive, and ye shall be forgiven. SP. Yes, but nobody practices it. I will pray and that will help. Doctor, no, it will not. Praying won't help you any in this case. You have been in darkness 40 years. SP. Sometimes I have been a man, and sometimes a lady. Dar. You have been obsessing people. SP. Here, you Cleveland, you have no business to come here and torment me again. What have you done with my sister, you devil, you? Doctor, I thought you belonged to the Holy of Holies. SP. Cora. Spirit. My sister. Why did you go with that man? I will never forgive him. I suffered so much. I thought you would be with me for the rest of your life. I promised Mother I would take care of you all my life, then you ran away with that thing. You broke my heart. Dar. What does she say? SP. No, she says she loved him. There is no such thing as loving any man. Say, there's David, too. I suppose you think you are going to make up with me. Not much you aren't. I never will forgive you either. Doctor, who is David? SP. My husband. Doctor, what was the matter with him? SP. He was a fool. Doctor, for marrying you? SP. The world is coming to an end. People are so full of sin that God does not know what to do with them. He will have to teach them in some way, so let us pray. I want to go to heaven. Doctor, do you think you have much chance of getting there? SP. I will pray for you. You know, David, you were no good. I have had my troubles. Dar. Didn't you have any faults? SP. No, I prayed to God. Doctor, doesn't your conscience bother you? SP. My conscience. Doctor, yes. Doesn't it make you feel guilty? SP. Cora, you always loved me, and you said you would always be with me for the rest of your life, and then you ran away with that thing. Doctor, what does she say? SP. Cora says, you did not let me go anywhere. It was always church, and you wanted me to pray all the time. I got tired of it, and then Cleveland came, and he promised to give me a home. He was very good to me. But I will not forgive him anyhow. Dar. You were a religious fanatic, and your sister could not stand it. SP. She ought to love Jesus. Doctor, you have not found Jesus yourself. SP. I haven't found Jesus because I am not dead. Doctor, will you not believe what your sister says to you? Where did she live? SP. She lived in New York, then moved to Chicago. Doctor, ask her whether she is a spirit. SP. She says she's dead. To sister. You're dead, and you deserve it, too, because you became a spiritualist at the last, you crazy thing, you. I got mad at you because you ran around to spiritualist meetings all the time. That Cleveland took you because he belonged there and believed in spirits. Doctor, I am sitting here with my wife, and you, an invisible spirit, are talking to us through her. Doctor, does your sister say anything further? SP. She says, Lizzie, come to your senses. You don't need to tell me that. Shut up with you. They have crushed me. Doctor, were you always selfish? SP. No. David, he was a good man at times. He always worked and took care of me. I had a good home, but he did not want me to go to church so much. He wouldn't pay his money to the church, so I got mad and called him a stingy fool. I told him if he did not go to church, and pay money to the Lord, he would go to hell. And there he is. Doctor, he is not in hell. SP. Yes, he is, but I don't see how he skipped out. David, you died a long time ago and I have prayed for you because I thought you were in hell, and you should have stayed there, because you did not pay any money to the Lord. Doctor, ask him if he has been in hell. SP. He says, no, there is no such place. You big fool, you are in hell. Doctor, you yourself are in the hell of ignorance. You are bound by selfishness and ignorance. SP. Now, David, don't you bother me. You go to hell, because you belong there. You did not go to church. Dr. Jesus said, judge not that ye be not judged. SP. I have been born again in the blood of Jesus. I paid all the money I could to the church. Doctor, and kept yourself in ignorance. SP. I have been baptized, immersed, and I am one of the holiest. I was a good church member. I worked hard for my money and have suffered, so I will go to heaven when I die. Doctor, you never will really die. SP. David is dead. Dar. If he himself were dead, he could not talk to you. SP. Cora died in Chicago. Doctor, if they are dead, how can they talk to you? SP. Frightened. Why, they are ghosts. I forgot they are dead. Doctor, ghosts like yourself. You are a ghost. SP. But they are dead. Doctor, do they look as if they were dead? SP. No, they look much prettier than they did before. I suppose they are in heaven. To the spirits. Have you folks seen Christ and God? Have you been in heaven with them? Dar. What do they say? SP. They say, no. Then you are, I thought so, then you have been in hell. Have you? They say, no. Doctor, ask them if the body you are using is yours. SP. To invisibles. Well, what are you looking at? Don't you know me? They say, not as I look now. How is that? Doctor, have I not been telling you that you are invisible to us, and that you are using my wife's body? SP. How? Doctor. Spirits can control mortals as you are now doing. Jesus cast out unclean spirits. SP. Unclean. I'm not unclean. You insult me again. Doctor, you influenced that gentleman's wife, disturbed her life and made an invalid of her. Mr. I, don't you recognize me? SP. Yes, you are a very good nurse, and I think I should like to have you nurse me again. Doctor, he was not nursing you, he was nursing his wife. SP. We had such a nice bed, I just love it. You tell your wife that she must not get up, because if she does I can't stay. Doctor, you will never go there again. Mr. I. My wife is up now. She has been up the whole day. SP. I want her in bed. Mr. I. She has been up since the doctor left this morning. She had to remain in bed for 9 months. That Indian girl made me laugh so hard that I could not stay with that nice lady. It makes me so mad. I was listening to what the Indian said, and I laughed so hard at her that I lost control of the lady. To Mr. 1. What did you come here for? Doctor, he wanted to get rid of you. Mr. I came here to see you tonight. SP. Coyly. Were you lonesome for me? Mr. I. Emphatically. No. SP. I would like to go back with you, can I? Mr. L. No, you cannot. Doctor, you were very selfish, but you will not acknowledge it. SP. Here's my sister Cora and her husband, Cleveland, and my husband, David. No, no. Oh, there's my mother. Did you come from heaven, mother? Are you happy in heaven, mother, with Jesus and God? Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says, Lizzie, behave yourself. Now, Mother, I was always a good girl to you. Mother says, you were always selfish, Lizzie. Doctor, that comes from your own mother. Your conscience tells you the same thing. You had a mean disposition, ask your mother. Mother, did you come from heaven? Mother, I'm not dead yet, so I can't go to heaven. I have to die before I can go there. Dar. The Bible says, ye are the temple of God and the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. Where will you find that God outside of yourself? It says in the Bible that God sits on a throne, with Christ on his right hand. Dar. The Bible says, God is love and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God. Where will you find such a God? In heaven. Dr. Jesus said, God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Did you do that? No, you simply accepted a dogma, and pretended you were saintly, but your conscience condemned you all the time, did it not? I was not happy. Doctor, your conscience tells you that you were a hypocrite. How do you know it does? Dar. Your actions show that. Does your mother say anything more? She says, Lizzie, behave yourself. What does she say that for? She was always after me, because she says I had such a tongue. Dar. You must change your attitude, or the spirit forces will take you away and place you in a dark dungeon. God forgive me. I will pray. Doctor, you are not sincere. To Mr. I. Will you forgive me? Doctor, if you are sincere in asking, he will. David, you were always good to me, but I was not always a good wife to you. I thought you were a devil, and I always talked about you, yes, I did. Crying. Doctor, crying will not help you. David, I loved you anyhow. Do you like me, David? I was your dear little wife. He says, shame on you, and that I was nice when I did not have a temper. Doctor, now you must hurry and go. I want to ask that nice man to please forgive me. To Mr. I. Will you? Mr. I, yes. Cleveland, I was mad at you. You were good to my sister, but why did you go away? Why did you go to Chicago and take her away from me? He says his business was there. To Mr. I. Will you forgive me? I mean it, I really mean it this time, will you? If I never meant it in my life before, I do now. Mother, will you forgive me? Will you? I love you. I was very selfish, I know now. I can see it now, I see everything now. My eyes have been opened. Oh, oh. Crying. Doctor, crying does no good. Listen to what your relatives say. Can I go with them to heaven? Doctor, forget heaven, and be sensible. You will never find God as you have imagined. You must be honest with yourself. I have never, in all my life, been so humiliated as I have been tonight. You forgive me, David, don't you? And you, Cora, and Cleveland, too? Doctor, do you know that you are in California? How did I get there? Dar. You evidently have been dead some 40 years. No one actually dies, but the physical body is lost, and people call that death. Part of the time I have been walking, but for a very long time I have had such a good time in that nice bed. Doctor, yes, disturbing that gentleman's wife. But he has been so good to me, he's so nice. Doctor, aren't you ashamed to make an invalid of a poor mortal? David, will you take me along with you? Doctor, now you must go. I am going. Rising. Doctor, you cannot go that way. How in the world will I go then? That Indian girl won't take me away, will she? Doctor, she will teach you beautiful truths. SP. But she laughed at me. Dar. Now think yourself with your relatives and you will be there. SP. Now I will go. Will I see God? Doctor, forget that. You do not have the right understanding of God. SP. Goodbye. After this Mrs. I recovered her strength and was soon walking and driving about. Chapter 10. Orphans. Various spirit orphans who have known no family ties during earth life, have been brought to us for aid, and these have usually been eager for knowledge and ready to accept the explanation of a higher life. A lonely orphan came to us one evening, a deserted waif, but observant, analytical and eager for understanding. Experience, May 25, 1921. Spirit, Minnie on the step. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Doctor, where did you come from? Spirit, I don't know. Dar. What have you been doing? SP. I don't know either. Doctor, should you not find out? SP. What? Doctor, where you are, and where you came from. SP. I don't know. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. Dead? I don't know. I don't know anything. Dar. Has anybody come to you and told you that you have lost your body? SP. No. I have been going around everywhere and talking. Doctor, to whom? SP. To everybody I could talk to. But some way or another, they don't seem to pay attention to me. I go sometimes in a big crowd and think I will get hold of them all, and sometimes I get right up on the platform and begin to ask them what is the matter with me, but it's just like I was nobody, and I think I am somebody. I think I was good, but nobody wants me. Doctor, what can you remember before that time? SP. Before that time, I was somebody. I am probably nobody now. Doctor, where did you live when you were somebody? SP. Always in the same place. Sometimes I get so tired, then I go and lie down and sleep, and then it seems after I have slept, then I go on again. Sometimes I only go around and do not go any further. Doctor, has nobody ever come to you? SP. I see people who think I am nobody. They do not notice me and do not think of me. Sometimes I feel miserable and another time I do not. Doctor, where is your mother? SP. I don't know. Sometimes I go hungry and sometimes I get so hungry I beg of people. Sometimes I get something and sometimes not. If I can get in the kitchen, I get something to eat, and I eat much, then after that I go, and then it seems I am out again. Dar. Out where? SP. Everywhere. Doctor, when you get something to eat, do you feel like somebody else? SP. I go hungry, and I have to get something. Doctor, where do you get something to eat? SP. It's the funniest thing. Always somebody else pays the bill, and I have nothing to pay, that's the funniest of all. I never pay for anything. Once in a while I do not get what I like, but I have to eat it. Sometimes I feel so bad after eating that I get real sick. I do not like things and I make faces. Sometimes I eat a lot and sometimes a little. Sometimes I am a man and sometimes a girl. Obsessing different persons. I don't know what is the matter with me. Why is everything so funny? I don't know myself. I go and I walk, and I like people to talk to me. I have to talk all the time. I only hear myself talk. Once in a while I get in somewhere where they talk and I can sit down, and sometimes I feel, oh, I don't know. I feel like I was half a person sometimes, somebody else. Doctor, how old are you? SP. How old am I? I don't know. Doctor, don't you know how old you are? SP. On my last birthday I was 19. Doctor, have you any father, mother or sister? SP. No, I have not. Doctor, where did your parents live? SP. I never saw my father or mother. Doctor, where did you live? SP. I don't know if my father and mother are dead, or where they are. I never knew. Doctor, did you live in an institution? SP. I was brought up in a home, with a lot of children. Doctor, did you know many of the children? SP. There were so many. Doctor, where was that place? SP. I don't exactly know. It is kind of funny. How are things? I feel funny. Dar. It must be a strange situation. SP. This is the first time somebody talked to me. I came here when you were singing about that beautiful shore. I thought I wanted to go on that other shore, and I was just looking to see where it was. Dar. We will help you reach that shore. SP. Before I knew it, I could talk when you talked to me. Controlled psychic. This is what I have to say, nobody talked directly to me for a long, long time. If I talked to anyone, someone else always answered. I never seemed to have anything to say. No one paid any attention to what I said. That is the funniest thing of all. That is funny. I got out of the home that I was working in because they were awfully mean to me. Doctor, what did they do? Whip you? SP. Not exactly. I was working in a family somewhere. I was so hungry, and of course I did not do things as well as they wanted me to. There came a lady and she said she would take me away from the home. I wished she had not. In the home it was pretty fair. Of course we had hard times, but it is better than to be scolded all the time. In the home we had lots of things we did not like, but we had a good time too. This woman took me, and the first thing she said was that I should have to read the Bible from morning to night. I got sick and tired of the Bible. Then I had to pray. My knees were so sore I could hardly walk on them. I had to be on my knees all the time, reading and praying. She said I should walk with my knees, not my feet. She tried to save me. She said I had never been a real good girl, and if I did not do as she said, I should go to some very hot place. In the home we prayed, and the mother was awful nice. We prayed and believed in God. When that woman took me, I was 14. That was my sorry day. I had to work and earn something, and she scolded me, as she said I did not do as she wanted me to. It was praying and reading all the time. There was nothing to it. I didn't pray. I had to get down on my knees, but I did not get in my mind what she was saying, because my knees hurt me. She got awful mad when I slipped down, and she pulled my hair. She had a cushion under her knees. She could stay there for hours. She said I was a sinner, because I got tired. Are you a sinner when you can't stay on your knees a long time? I did not know very much, but I thought many times, really and truly, don't tell anyone, whispering confidentially, but I thought God would be awfully tired to hear that all the time. I was so tired that I went to sleep. Then she pulled my hair and slapped me. She prayed to God, but she acted so bad. She said if I was not good the devil would get hold of me. I thought sometimes, really and truly, that she was one. If I got on my knees and went to sleep, she came to me and she prayed, God help me out of this misery. You know, oh, God, how I love you. She prayed for herself first, and then for her sister, her mother and her brother and father, and her friends, and at last she prayed for Minnie. They did not know my other name. I do not know who my really and truly father and mother were. I never knew. I never got my history, but they said they found me on the step. They often called me Minnie on the step. I got so mad at them. They found me on the step, they said. They gave me the name of Minnie. Dar. Try to realize that you have lost your own body, and that you are now a spirit. SP. What is that? I am a girl. Doctor, you have been wandering around as a spirit. SP. What do you mean? Doctor, you have lost your body. SP. Did I die? I really and truly have not been washing dishes for a long time. I have not had anyone pull my hair for a long time either. I ran away because the lady was so mean. I was running away from her. Then I had so little to eat. I ran away and I got so hungry. I had no money. Doctor, what happened after that? SP. I got far off, and I lost my way. I was so hungry that I went to sleep. It came so dark and I was in the woods. I had to run in the woods so that she would not find me. I walked and walked, and I thought I would find someone to give me something to eat. To the first house I did not go. I went away hungry and I walked a whole day and night, and it seems there was nothing but big trees and forest. Then I went to sleep, and I don't know any more that day. Passed out. Next day I felt better and I walked again and I got to the city. I walked ever and ever so far, and saw lots of people, but they paid no attention to me. I got hungry, so I saw a woman go into a restaurant and we had some dinner. She was eating it all. I got a little. She did not talk to me. Then I went out again, and I kept on walking, and after a while I saw someone else go into a restaurant, some other people. We ate but they paid for it. Doctor, do you know what you were doing? SP. No. Doctor, you were obsessing someone. As a spirit, you were hovering around some mortal and were trying to satisfy your hunger through that person. You probably lost your body in the woods. SP. I was so thirsty. The food I did not miss so much, but I thought everything was drying up in my throat. I thought I could drink a barrel of water. Doctor, you carried your last physical sensations in your mind, not realizing that you had lost your body. SP. Did I? What time was that? Don't you know me then? How did I get here? Doctor, we cannot see you. SP. Can you see my folks? Doctor, no. SP. Can you see me? Doctor, no. SP. What is the matter with me? Doctor, you are invisible. SP. Can you hear me talk? Doctor, yes. SP. You can hear me talk, but not see me. Doctor, you are not talking through your own body. SP. I am not. Doctor, look at your hands. Do you recognize them? SP. No. Doctor, do you know that dress? SP. I never had one like that in my born days. Dar. You are using someone else's body. SP. Some party probably gave me a dress. I have a ring too. Doctor, the ring is not yours, nor is the hand. SP. I commence to be sleepy again. Doctor, you have been allowed to come in and control this body. SP. Oh. Look there. Doctor, what do you see? SP. I don't know myself. There's a lady, and she's crying, spirit. Doctor, ask her who she is. SP, after listening in amazement. Oh, my, no. Doctor, what does she say? SP, don't cry so much, lady. I don't like to see crying faces. I want to cry myself when she cries. Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says I am her child. She probably is sorry she left me. Is she my really and truly mother? She says, oh, my dear child. She says she has been hunting me for dear life, but she could not get me, and she did not know what to do. Doctor, you are both spirits and you will find intelligent spirits here who will help you. SP. She was a good girl, she says, but some man got her in trouble. She says she went to church, and some man wanted to marry her. He went away. He left her after he got her in trouble, she says, and she had nobody. She was so sick. She felt so bad, so she put me on the step of that big home, she says, and she has never been happy from that time. Then she got sick and died. Doctor, make her understand that she is a spirit like yourself. You will find intelligent spirits who will help you both. SP. My mother. I want to be with you. I forgive you. Mother. Don't cry. I have never had a mother, and you will be my mother now. She says she has been hunting me for a long time, and somebody said they brought us here to this place so we could meet. She says, they said I should find my child. Now she found me, didn't she? Can I cry for gladness? I would love to. I feel so glad I have a mother. Doctor, you will both have a home in the spirit world. SP. She says my name is Gladys. She says her name is Clara Watsman. Doctor, where was her home? SP. She says St. Louis. Dar. You will find other spirits here who will take you to the spirit world. SP. What is that? Why, here comes an Indian girl. Spirit. She's a nice little girl. Doctor, she will teach both of you many wonderful things. SP. Oh, I do not want you to look so old, mother. She was young a little while ago. Doctor, that will all pass away. That is only her condition of sorrow. SP. The little Indian girl, Silver Star, put her hand over her, and she said, think young, and you will be young. She is. She is. Thinking young, she will be, she says. Now we go with her. Don't forget, my name is Gladys. That's nicer than Minnie on the step. Are we going to heaven, to God? Doctor, you will go to the spirit world, and you will obtain understanding of the higher things of life. SP. That woman always said, God is spirit, God is love. God is everywhere. Silver Star says we must thank the doctor. Doctor what? Dr. Wickland. You are controlling my wife's body. SP. My mother is young and pretty now. Think young and you will be, Silver Star said. Can I come back here sometime? Doctor, certainly, as far as I am concerned. SP. Don't think of me as Minnie on the step, will you? Think of me as Gladys Watsman. Thank you all. I am somebody now. I've got a name. That's worth something to me. Don't you want to be my grandpa? Dar. Maybe. SP. Thank you all for being patient with me. Goodbye. Minnie on the step became an ardent helper of wandering spirit waifs, and has brought a number of them to our circle for understanding, the first one within a few weeks after her own enlightenment. Experience, July 13, 1921. Spirit, Anna Mary. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Doctor, good evening. Do you know anyone here? Spirit, somebody told me if I came in here I would get something to eat. Dar. You are spiritually hungry. SP. Is that something to eat? Doctor, no, it is something for your mind. SP. I don't know if I need anything for my mind. I want something for my stomach. I haven't had anything to eat for a long time. Isn't it funny? As soon as you talk to me, I am not hungry. I was awful hungry, but now I'm not. Doctor, what have you been doing? SP. Nothing. I get so tired of doing nothing that I don't know what to do. It is tiresome to have nothing whatever to do, no aim in life. You do not know what to do with yourself. I want something to do. You get so nervous when you do nothing. I don't know what to do with myself. I want to go here, there and everywhere, and when I get there, I want to be someplace else. I get so tired wanting to know what I should do. The road is always best on the other side. Doctor, what is your name? SP. They call me Mary, but my name is Anna Mary. Some call me Mary and some call me Anna. Dar. Where did your father and mother live? SP. I don't know my mother and father. Doctor, how old are you? SP. I don't know. Doctor, were you ever in California? SP. No, never in all my life. I never went that far away. I never had so much money to go. We had hot summers and cold winters. Doctor, how did you come in here? SP, sure enough, how did I come? Doctor, who brought you here? SP, Minnie on the step. Doctor, is she here now? SP, yes. Doctor, did you both live in the same place? SP, yes. Dar. Were you anything like Minnie on the step? SP. She was such a nice little girl. I ran away from that place. I wanted to see the world. I did not want to stay in one place all the time. I was in a home where there were lots of children, and Minnie on the step was there too. That was our home. I worked awfully hard and had to scrub and carry water, and I got tired of it, so I ran away. They always said I was foolish, but I never thought I was. Doctor, asked Minnie on the step if she brought you here. SP. She says she did, and that she has been hunting for me, and then brought me here. She says she has a home. Staring in surprise. For God's sake in heaven. If I ever saw such a nice place. Look at that home. It's Minnie on the steps. It's beautiful. She says it is hers. Well, for heaven's sake alive. Doctor, ask her how she got it. SP, to Minnie on the step. How did you get it? She say that you, drive W, and you, pointing to audience, helped her to get that home. She says her home is going to be for all the children she knew when she was at the home, and they are all going to that home that she can hunt up. She's so happy. I never knew she cared for me, because she was a little better than I was. For heaven's sake alive, that's a nice home. Doctor, how did you die? SP. I'm not dead. Can't you hear me talking? Why, there's Mary Bloom, and Charlie Hoffman. I don't like Charlie Hoffman. He was stuck up. They teased me. He always got other boys, and they all chased me. They thought I was a horse. They always pulled my hair. They always hurt me, those boys, and Charlie Hoffman got them together. They used to call me Towhead, but when I got mad they were scared. They ran and I ran after them. Then comes the matron. She grabbed hold of me and pulled my hair pretty good. She was awful mad when they took me back. Mary Bloom always scrubbed with me. She says she don't have to scrub anymore. Mary Bloom's in Minnie's home. Esther Bloom, Mary's sister, is here too. Minnie says now I must be a good girl and then she will see after me. I will have a nice home and I shall have something to do. Doctor, do you know who your mother was? SP. I was always told my mother was a fine lady. I know she lived in a beautiful house, but she didn't like me because I was foolish. Doctor, was she ashamed of you? SP. She never cared for me. They said she was very beautiful. Dar. Do you want to go with Minnie on the step? SP. She's a lady now. She doesn't look like she did. She is beautiful. Doctor, what does she say? SP. She says that I must understand that I am in the spirit world. Oh, look at that pretty lady. Dar. What does she say? SP. She says she has a home where she takes care of little waifs in the spirit world and teaches them the higher philosophy of God. She is beautiful, beautiful. Such pretty white hair. It is as white as silver. When she smiles it is like sunshine. Now she says, "Come, my dear child, with me. You had no happiness in earth life, but you will have it in spirit life with me, because I gather together all such little children as you and teach them the real lesson of life." Doctor, asked the lady her name. SP. She says her name is Abby Judson. Lady, you won't call me foolish, will you? Will you be my mother? Can I call you mother, lady? I never had a mother. Will you take me in your arms and love me just once, so that I can feel what mother love is? Will you give me a mother's kiss? Will you? I never knew what that is. She says, Yes, child, I will be your mother. I will watch and guide you. You will have a home with me in the beautiful land beyond. She kisses me. Isn't she lovely? Please love me a little more, lady. Thank God, now I'm happy, for I have found a mother. I shall try to be good to her, then she will be my mother. I have prayed to God many times for a mother, and now I have one. To an invisible. Say, will you forgive me for slapping you once? And I'm sorry that I kicked you, but I got so mad at you. I'm so glad that Minnie on the step brought me here, 'cause now I have a mother. Doctor, now you will go to the spirit world, where happiness is heaven, and all is harmony. Heaven is a condition of the mind. SP. The lady says I must go with her now. Doctor, we know the lady you speak of. She has brought others here for help. She was a teacher in earth life. SP. She says she has a beautiful home. Not like a home in earth life, but a home where we shall be taught to praise God in every way. Doctor, think yourself with the lady and you will become disengaged from this body. SP. Glory hallelujah. Minnie says that when I come with the lady I must not use those words, for they are foolish. But that's the way I always do talk when I'm glad and happy. Mary Bloom and Minnie on the step say I must thank you for teaching me to go with them. You can call me Anna Mary. Will my new mother be ashamed of me? I can't read 'cause I never had time to learn. The big home, where I was, gave me to a lady and she made me work very hard. I got sick and I coughed very hard. But I had to work just the same. I got sick and then I don't remember any more. Thank you for helping me. Goodbye. We had been concentrating for some time for a little girl, R.G., who was very sensitive to psychic conditions, and troubled constantly by spirits. During the weeks preceding the following experience she had been very disobedient, developed a strong dislike for arithmetic, and had been especially perverse when taken into the city shops. The mother, knowing that a spirit was influencing the child, had several times given the little girl a cold shower, with excellent result. Experience, August 2, 1922. Spirit, Lily. Patient, R.G. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The controlling spirit stamped furiously, and spoke angrily in an excited childish voice. Spirit. No, do not touch me. No, no. I don't want your hands on me. I do not like you. You have so much fire. I am afraid of that fire. Static treatment given patient. Doctor, tell us who you are. SP. I don't know. Doctor, where did you come from? You must have come from some place. Do you pay for your board? SP. I don't pay for it, but I always get something to eat. I have no money. Doctor, who are you? SP. I said I didn't know. Doctor, did your mother call you Jim? SP. I'm no boy. Can't you see? I don't want that fire on my back anymore, no, I don't. Stamping feet. Doctor, did you always have bad manners? SP. Why did you take me away from where I was? I have no place to go. You made me get away with fire, fire, fire. Stamping. I want to be with that little girl. Pointing to R.G. She belongs to me. Doctor, what right have you to bother that little girl? She does not belong to you. She is no relation of yours. SP, crying. I want her. Doctor, where did you come from? Can't you understand that you are dead? SP. I want to be with that little girl. I want her. I want her. Crying. You chased me out, you mean thing. Stamping. Doctor, I'm very glad of it. What right have you to be with that little girl? SP. I have no home. Dar. Can't you understand that you are a spirit? You are invisible to us. SP. I like to ride in that automobile. We had such nice times. Doctor, you will not ride in that automobile anymore. You are going to the spirit world. SP, to the mother of R. Gee, I don't like you. You made me go in the water, you ugly, mean thing. I like to ride in the auto, but I don't like to go into that store. I got mad. I want that little girl. I want her. I got lost in that big store you went to. You had no business to go there. Doctor, you have no business to bother people. You are very selfish. SP. I got fire on my back. Doctor, you will get more fire if you do not behave. SP, aren't you ashamed to give a little girl so much fire? Dar. That was what you needed. SP. You gave me so much of it that it is burning my back yet. I got so mad at you. To Mrs. G. You made me go in the water. It made me so mad at you. I don't like the water. She took me here and there in that store. Dar. You will not bother that little girl anymore. What is your name? SP. My name is Lily. I am a white lily. Doctor, you must not be so selfish or you cannot find a home in the spirit world. Mrs. G. Where did you find my little girl? SP. I saw this little girl, so I picked up with her. We had such nice times together. There were lots of things to play with. Doctor, you must understand that you no longer have a physical body. Do you know that you are in California? SP. I do not know anything. Doctor, what did your father do? SP. I did not know much about my father. Doctor, where is your mother? SP. I do not know. I ran away when mother spanked me. I got mad at my mother and ran away. My father and mother put me in a place with lots of other children, but I ran away from there. They put me in a big building. They were mean and so was I. They always teased me. I got so mad at them. I got into a fight and then I ran away. Dar. Where did you go when you ran away? SP. I fell down, and then I can't remember what happened. Died. Sometimes it seems like I am a very small girl, but I was different. I was 11 or 12 years old, and after a while I was a little girl again. It seems like I was 5 years old then. Doctor, what did they call you when you were a little girl again? SP. They called me R, but that wasn't my name. After I fell down it was dark for a long time, then all at once I could walk and play with that little girl. Doctor, some accident must have happened to you when you ran away. You lost your body and became a spirit. We do not see you. SP. I don't see you either. Doctor, you are a little spitfire. SP. You are a real bogey man. I am a little girl and can't take care of myself. You let go my hands. Doctor, I'm not holding your hands. I am holding my wife's hands. SP. I don't like you. Dar. You are using my wife's body, but only for a short time. You are an ignorant spirit and have been hovering around that little girl and have now been taken away from her. SP. She is my little girl. Doctor, let me tell you something. You cannot have a home if you do not behave yourself. Intelligent spirits have brought you here and allowed you to control my wife's body so that we might help you. You will find friendly spirits here who will help you and will show you the wonderful things in the spirit world. There you will find happiness which you cannot find by hovering around the earth plane. But you will have to overcome your temper. SP. Will they be mean to me? Everybody shoved me here and there. So many boys teased me, then I got mad and had to fight. Doctor, now you must go with Silver Star, a little Indian girl, who will be the best friend you ever had. Forget your past. Do not be ugly. You will be shown every kindness and nobody will tease you. SP. I always got so much whipping. Doctor, the intelligent spirits will help you to progress. SP. Why, here comes Happy Daisy. Spirit. Dar. Does she look as if she would scold you? SP No. The boys used to call me Redhead and Freckles, and I used to go for them. Could I go with that pretty lady standing there? Doctor Yes, and you will not have any more fire or sparks. SP. You are sure you are not telling stories? Happy Daisy says for me to go with her and she will take me to a nice home. Will that be heaven? She says I must learn to do good and be good, and after I learn I can come back and help this little girl, and I'm going to help her in school too. Mrs. G. Do you like arithmetic? SP. I don't like school at all. Now I will go. They say I am going to school, but I don't like school. Doctor, you will go to a different school, the school of life. SP. Can't I have blue eyes and light curly hair? Can I have it? I want to be beautiful. Dar. You can become beautiful only as you help others. Think beautiful thoughts and do kind acts and you will be beautiful. You will have beauty of spirit. Now go with these friends, and after you have learned how to be of service you can help little R. Think yourself with the others and you will be there. Determined to begin a new life. SP. I'm going to help this little girl. Goodbye. A week after the interview with Lily, another homeless spirit wanderer came to the circle, a quaint, investigative philosopher who had been drawn into the aura of Mrs. G, the mother of R.G. This spirit was an orphan who had known Mrs. G. in childhood. She had at that time developed a strong affection for her and this love had attracted the spirit to Mrs. G. Although she had not recognized in the grown woman the friend of her childhood. Experience, August 9, 1922. Spirit, Laughing Ella. Patient, Ms. G. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Doctor, why don't you join in the singing? Spirit, I never saw these people before, so why should I join in the singing? Doctor, where did you come from? SP. I don't know. Doctor, we should like to know more about you. Isn't it strange that you should be here? SP. I don't know anything about it. I shall have to find out. Doctor, tell us who you are and what your name is. SP. Somebody said if I came here I would find a home. Doctor, you certainly will. SP. I have not had a home for a long time. Doctor, what have you been doing? SP. Walking around everywhere and sleeping where I could put my head. Doctor, are you a girl, a man, a woman, or a boy? SP. Don't you know I am a girl? Doctor, how old are you? SP. Probably, but I'm not sure, but I think I am 16 or 17. Dar. Where were you staying? SP. I don't know. Doctor, try to think, perhaps you can remember. SP. I have been to so many places, I should like to have a home. Doctor, have you no father and mother? SP. No. Doctor, where did you stay when you were little? SP. I always stayed in a big place where there were many children. We were all together. We used to fight and carry on all the time. I don't think I ever had a mother. I think I was born in that big place. I was there as long as I can remember anything. It was a big place, with lots of boys and girls. Some were good and some bad, all kinds. I did everything I could do. I did what they told me to do, and they kept me doing things all the time. I kept on working like machinery. They said, now, Ella, you go there, and Ella, you go there, and after a little while, it was Ella everywhere. I had to fix so many little boys and girls that I think I was a mother to them all. Doctor, were they fond of you? SP. They all came around me and I had to do things for them. That was my work and I helped them all I could. And it wasn't always easy to bathe and dress a dozen little children. They were very noisy, so I said for them to keep quiet. I got mad sometimes. You know, I tried to do my very best, but when they stepped on my toes I got mad. Doctor, how long ago was that? SP. I don't think it's so long ago. You know, I lost my way. I went out walking one time and I couldn't find my way back. Doctor, what happened after that? SP. Nothing has happened. I have been walking to find that home again. Doctor, did you have an accident? SP. No, but I shall have to keep on walking until I find that home. Doctor, do you want to understand why you have been walking and have no home? SP. Somebody said if I came here I would have a home, and they pushed me in, and before I knew anything, I was sitting here and you were singing. I was crying, and a girl said you had helped her, and if I came here I would get happy. When I walked it was half dark and half light. I have been trying to find a home. When I was with those children I had to work hard, but it's better to have them than to have nothing to do. I would rather have my children. Dar. Were they orphans like yourself? SP. They thought I was not right in my mind, but I was as good as any of them. Doctor, you are talking to us, but we cannot see you. I can see my wife but not you. SP. Your wife. For land's sake alive. Laughing heartily, you know, I always like to laugh, and when all the children began to cry I started to laugh, and I laughed and laughed until I got them still. That was the only way I knew to get them all still when they were crying. Then they got good-natured again. If you laugh hard when somebody cries, they will stop crying and begin to laugh. Sometimes they called me Laughing Ella. Doctor, where did you get this ring? SP. I never had a ring before. Greatly pleased and laughing again. Doctor, this is not your hand, and this is not your body. SP. What are you talking about? Laughing. Doctor, it may seem foolish to you, but it is the truth. Have you ever heard that, he who laughs last, laughs best? Ask these people whose body this is. SP, to audience. Is this my body? ANS. No, it is not. SP. Yes, it is. Doctor, this body belongs to Mrs. Wickland. SP, Mrs. Wickland. Laughing. Dar. You are laughing at your own ignorance. You are temporarily controlling Mrs. Wickland's body. SP. I never heard such funny talk. Doctor, what I am telling you is not so foolish as it sounds. You lost your physical body. Probably you were sick. You have awakened to a new condition of life. SP. How could I awaken if I had no body? Doctor, you have a spirit body. SP. When you say I have lost my body, do you mean I am dead? Doctor, to the world, yes. The world is ignorant of the facts. When a person loses his physical body, people say he is dead. That is wrong. The spirit has only left the body. The spirit is the real person, the body is merely the house. Nobody dies, it only seems so. SP. Yes, they do. I have seen dead people. I knew a little girl that died and she went to heaven. Doctor, you have only seen dead bodies. You can only stay here a short time, then you will have to leave. SP. Where will I go? Doctor, to the spirit world. SP. Say, I am a real lady. I have a necklace round my neck. Doctor, that belongs to my wife. You are an invisible spirit and have been wandering in outer darkness. If you want a home, you can have one. SP. Do you mean heaven? Dar. Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. SP. Jesus died for our sins, and if we are good, when we die we will go to heaven and be with the angels. We prayed all the time in the home. Seeing little R.G. sitting beside her mother. I like that little girl over there. I have seen her before. Mrs. G. Do you know Lily? She is a spirit who was here last week. SP. To R.G. You were very naughty the other day when we had company. What made you so naughty? Mrs. G. That other girl, Lily, made her behave badly. SP. That other girl was awfully mean. I felt like spanking her. When she came near, that little girl, R.G. changed faces. Doctor, she was a spirit and was influencing this little girl. You are also a spirit and are talking through my wife's body. In just that way the spirit of that girl acted through this child. SP. Somebody told me to come in here and I would find a home, and that I had a mission to do. What does that mean? Dar. Probably you can protect this little girl. SP. They say I am going to be a watcher, that I must see that nobody gets hold of her. I don't know what they mean. Doctor, that will all be explained to you. Listen to a little Indian girl whom you will find here. She will take you to a home. SP. Will they like me? In that big home all the children liked me because I made them laugh. They say I must stay around this little girl and protect her from influences. Doctor, that means spirit influences. SP. I am going to look into that business. Doctor, you will need to have understanding first. Do you see others here? SP. I see many girls jumping around and feeling happy. There is a nice lady here and she says her name is Pretty Girl. She's awfully pretty. There's a young girl and she says I can come with her. She says she brought me here. They say I always tried to do everything I could to help, now they are going to take care of me. Sometimes when I got a whipping, I thought, well, maybe I needed it. I cried for a few minutes and then I went into my little corner, and said, now, Ella, you were naughty and you needed that spanking. I thought about it for a while, then I began to laugh, and I never felt the spanking at all. When you feel good inside from laughing, you can't feel things on the outside. You just try it. Doctor, now you must go with these friends. SP. They say when I get understanding I am going to be a little helper. 2RG. Don't forget, when you feel naughty, just laugh and then you won't be naughty. When I get to be nurse girl for that little girl, I won't let anyone in. I will see that they stay out, I will show you. Doctor, where did you live? SP. In Kansas. Mrs. G. had formerly lived in Kansas. I had to dress 10 or 12 of the children, and wash them and put them to bed. Some went to school and some went to play. Mrs. G. What town did you live in? SP. Y, near H, verified later. Mrs. G. Do you remember the name K? Superintendent of orphanage at H. SP. Y, yes. Mrs. G. Do you know M? Assistant matron, in charge of girls. SP. She was in another room. There were some naughty girls in MS room. Sometimes even the matron could not control some of the girls, even when she spanked them, so I had to go to them. You know, spanking isn't good all the time. When the matron spanked the little ones and they cried, I would go to them after she had gone and make them laugh. A good laugh always made them forget the spanking. Mrs. G. Do you remember seeing me when I was a little girl? SP. Staring, then excited. Yes. Why yes, I remember you now. But you were not there all the time. Mrs. G came to the orphanage occasionally as a visitor. You used to come and then go away. You always had such pretty hair, and you used to have such pretty dresses. Do you remember you had a parasol and walked around like a big lady? Mrs. G. Do you remember the time I fell into the water? SP. Oh my, yes, and everybody was so excited, and you got wringing wet, and your grandmother scolded you. I took a liking to you. The time you went into the water I felt so sorry for you. You spoiled your nice dress. That was a long, long time ago. Now I remember lots of things. My eyes seem to open. I took an awful cold and I got sore throat, and then I remember I went to sleep. I always liked you, and now I've found you again, I am going to help, and stop walking to find that home. Mrs. G. I am grown now and married, and this little girl is my child. Spirits have been bothering her for some time. SP. I will help you. I have found you and we will be together again. Silver Star, the little Indian girl, says I must learn to protect your little girl. Doctor, the first thing you must do is to go to the spirit world and learn about your new conditions, then you will understand how to help someone else. SP. I will do all I can. Now I will say good night, but I will come again. Don't forget Laughing Ella. Chapter 11. Materialism and Indifference. The binding influence of skepticism, of mental apathy and unconcern regarding the higher life is so powerful after transition that many are held in a condition of helpless despair, darkness, bewilderment and rebellion, often clinging to mortals as their only means of expression. Some years ago a friend of ours, Mrs. F. W., was living in New York, very happily married and leading an active, normal life. She had an understanding of the higher laws of life, but her husband, although devoted to her, maintained the viewpoint of a materialist and fatalist. Believing in no form of religion, Mr. F.W. was convinced that death ended all, and had often declared that if his wife should pass away he would commit suicide, and frequently urged her to promise that if he passed away first she would take her life, but to this she would not consent. After a brief illness this gentleman suddenly passed away, but his wife could still see him very distinctly, especially at night when he repeatedly awakened her, frightening her so that she could not sleep. Unconscious of his true condition, he still sensed that something strange had occurred, and wishing to remove the barrier which separated him from his wife, he constantly urged her to come to him, calling insistently, "Kill yourself, you must come to me. I want you, and I will finally get you, so kill yourself now." The continual cry of "kill yourself" was with Mrs. F. W. day and night, until she feared for her own safety. Anxious to prevent any rash act on her part she left New York and came to us in Chicago for assistance. During an interview, the spirit of F. W. was allowed to control Mrs. Wickland, and when he found himself sitting beside his wife, he grasped her hand, kissed her wedding ring, and asked if she were angry with him, since she would not answer him when he spoke to her. Then, seizing her in his arms, he kissed her frantically, and crushed her in so powerful an embrace that she could not free herself and called for aid. I explained to the spirit that he was controlling a body not his own and that he had passed out of the physical life. When he at last realized the situation, his regret for having unintentionally annoyed his wife was profound, and he was eager to learn the higher laws in order to understand how he might help her. Mrs. F. W. then returned to New York and experienced no further disturbance. F. W. became a loyal member of the Mercy Band, and in several of many communications since received from him he related the bewilderment of one suddenly finding himself on the spirit side of life without understanding. Experience, November 22, 1920. Spirit, F. W., Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Well, here I am again. I want to come in to tell you that I have not gone. I have to speak through this instrument, but otherwise I am here to help you all do the good work you are doing, and you know I am always here ready to do what I can to help you, and also to help all who are in trouble. I want to thank you for having helped me, otherwise my wife and I would be in trouble, and through my own fault. I would not listen to the great wonders of the life beyond. When I was in my parents' home, my parents were so orthodox, so strong in their belief, that they condemned everyone who did not believe as they did, and they hypnotized themselves with the idea that nothing was right except what they thought. I could not live in that atmosphere and I left home. I was only a boy when I left home, and why did I go? Because the atmosphere was so strongly orthodox that it drove me away. I could not believe as my parents did, and they said if I did not I was a sinner. I was not a sinner and I could not believe as they did, so I ran away from home. I am not sorry that I left, for I learned to know something of the outside world. I had my troubles but I learned from them. I learned the condition outside of the church, and I learned how to battle for myself, but I was bitter, and so hard toward churches that I would not have anything to do with any religion. I had heard so much of it through childhood, and had seen too much of what was going on in the churches. I do not mean that all churches are alike, but you will find that when there is too much orthodoxy the people are hypnotized and feel they are so good that no matter what they do, whether they are right or wrong, they are right. Because they cannot do wrong. They are so holy that even the wrong they do is considered right. I traveled and saw the world, but I had a great longing for home. I came home again after I had seen enough of the world and I thought I would remain with my parents. But the same conditions were still there. I wanted to stay at home to do my duty and work, but I could not. I felt as if I were being crushed by orthodoxy, so I went away again. I traveled still further and I had new experiences. I opened my heart and tried to look for the brighter and happier side of life. Later on I met one who loved me, one who made a home for me. That was the first time I felt I really had a home, and it was the first time in my life that I was happy. We had only a few short years of happiness together on earth, but those few years will always be with me. I did not think there was a life after this. I did not believe in anything. I was tired of orthodoxy and everything else. I thought when I died that would be the end, and there would be no more. That was also wrong. Do not let us go to one side of the road or the other, but let us stay in the middle and investigate everything. Find the truth and stay in that narrow path, the path of reason and understanding of God's wonderful manifestations. I passed to the other side of life with the thought that there was nothing after death. I passed on very suddenly. When death came it was like a sleep. I woke up and saw my dear little wife crying. She was very sad, but I did not realize that the change had taken place. She did not listen to what I said, she did not seem to hear. I called to her and asked what was the trouble, but she did not speak to me. I wondered what was the matter, for we loved each other dearly. I began to grow stronger and I did not want to leave her. I came in direct contact with her and felt that she must come to me and be with me, for we had never been parted. I was attracted to her through her sadness and I felt she must come to me. I did not realize the change, and I knew she wanted to be where I was, so I made up my mind that she was coming to me. Before I knew it, I was in her magnetic aura. I stayed there because I could not get away. I was unhappy, she was unhappy. But I thank God she had an understanding of the life hereafter. She knew the condition I was in and she wanted to free herself from the influence I was throwing on her, so she came to these dear people. Dr. W.S. I was helped and so was she. We would both have been miserable if she had not understood, for I did not know about the life after this and I did not care. I want to give a warning to all of you here, do not doubt the next life. Someday you will all have to go the same way. Let us investigate, let us know the truth before we pass on to the great beyond so we may go with open eyes and know where we are going with a definite knowledge. If my wife had not had understanding I would have made her take her own life, then where would we have been? There are many passing from earth life who are in a similar state. They find themselves in somebody's magnetic aura and cannot get out, and then they obsess that person. I wanted to get out of my misery but I did not know how, and the only way I could think of was that my wife should come to me. When there is an understanding of life then one cannot be in such a situation as I was when I passed to the spirit side of life. I want to thank you all for helping me. Since I have been helping other unfortunate spirits that cannot see and do not know of the higher life, I am happy. So I am working, and now I can be with my dear wife to help and guide her. Learn all you can of the wonderful life beyond. I wish every one of you here would do your part to spread the truth that there is a life after this and that we must find it. If we do not learn this while in the body we must do so when we reach the other side. Many, many times we are sorry that we did not look into the truth before we passed out of earth life. I want to say a few words to the two young girls who are about to leave here. One had been a patient, the other her companion. When you leave, keep in your hearts what you have learned. Remember it, and learn more, because you will have to protect yourselves. Learn all you can. Help others in similar trouble and you will help yourself and gain strength. Now that you have found the truth, do not put your light under a bushel. Helping others will strengthen you. You will receive strength and power to keep well, and you will not then be obsessed anymore. Each and every one should be proud to help spread the truth, because there is a wave of obsession going on everywhere. Let us all do our part, and do our work while we are here, gaining all the knowledge of the life beyond that we can. This is F. W. Goodbye. Experience, January 18, 1922. Spirit, F. W. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. How do you do? Don't you know me? I think you should. This is F. W. The time must come when there will be circles of this kind in every little society, every church. Then people will not be taken to the insane asylum, they will be helped. Many of the poor afflicted ones who are in the asylums are controlled by spirits and should be helped, but most persons think they are not worth bothering about. They prefer to send people to the insane asylum and let them stay there. We must not condemn the spirits who are controlling sensitives, because they were not taught regarding the higher life while in the physical, and have no knowledge of it. Many believe that after death, they will go straight to heaven, and will see God on a throne, and there they will sit and sing, and eat figs, and all that. When I was a boy, my father and mother were very religious. My father professed holiness, and the environment was such that I felt as if I were being pulled to pieces. I could not stand the atmosphere at home. My father and mother were good people, but had such a narrow way of thinking that I felt I was in a cage, so I ran away when I was only a child. I had many struggles and many hardships, but I thank God today that I ran away. I learned many bitter lessons during my life, but I also learned not to be a mere believer, and when I reached the spirit side of life and received an explanation of my changed condition, I was not held back by any orthodox religious doctrine. When I was on earth I made the best I could of circumstances, but when it came to religion I did not believe in anything. I felt that death was all and there was nothing more. I would not, and could not, believe as my parents did. I felt God was the life of all things, not an angry God who threatened hell and damnation as the churches taught. I felt there was nothing after this, and that after death all would be ended. I made up my mind to do my best while on earth. I went to church sometimes, I traveled around, saw the world and gained experience which is worth a great deal to me now. After I was married my wife taught me a little about the other side of life, a more cheerful view than the orthodox one, still I did not believe. However, there was a little light of understanding. I wanted my wife to promise that if I should die first, she would go too, and if she went first I would follow, but she would not make that promise, because she understood more of the next life than I did. The time came when I had to leave, and very suddenly. I seemed to go into a pleasant sleep of rest, and I woke up, where? It says in the Bible, where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. My treasure was my dear little wife, and when I woke up I found myself in her magnetic aura. She would not pay any attention to me and I wondered what could be the trouble and why she would not talk to me when I spoke to her. I felt queer, and I did not know where I was. Death is only a sleep as natural as that which you have every night on earth. When one awakes from the sleep of death everything is so natural that you feel you are still with your relatives. Then if you get into a person's magnetic aura, you live right with him, and you are there. I was in my wife's aura, and could not realize why I should have to go wherever she went, and not be an independent individual as I used to be, and it annoyed me. I felt desperate. I felt that my wife must come with me. I did not know where, but I wanted her. My love for her was so strong that I tormented her against my will, because I had no understanding of the real life on the other side. I loved my wife dearly, yet I disturbed her, for I did not know any better, and she was tormented by the one who loved and idolized her. But she came to these kind people, Drive W.S., and was freed, and I thank you, as I have many times before, for having helped us both. I had to learn by experience. When we know about the other side we are happy to go and meet friends who have already gone over. It is very necessary for everyone to know the truth, because we all have to take that journey. I know now that God is love, God is everywhere. Since He is love and wisdom, He knows the past, present and future. How could He then have created a world only to lose control of it? For if He later found a people full of sin, He certainly must have lost control of His creation. Yet the churches teach that, having lost control of the world, God created a person for the particular purpose of being sacrificed, and that those who believe this will win a golden crown. Let us not misconstrue God. God knows everything, and He reveals Himself to Himself. Everything has life in nature. Where can you go without life without God? He is in everything. Humanity should know that each is a part of this wonderful life. Nothing should be condemned, because everything in nature is perfect. Any disturbances in nature are only for development. As soon as you have trouble and something disturbs you, you begin to long for a higher life. You want to attain it and you work for that end. Life goes on the other side, and it is always progressive. Teach children the truth. Teach the higher things of life. All is God. Now I must go. Good night. In the following case, the apathy and characteristics of the spirit were recognized by Mrs. H. W., the mother of the patient, who had known the spirit well during his earth life. He was the son of a neighbor, and his statements were confirmed by the patient and her mother, who were from Chicago, and both present in the circle. Experience, December 2, 1919. Spirit, Frank Bergquist. Patient, Ms. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. Doctor, who are you, friend? Some sleepy one. Wake up and tell us who you are. Have you found a happy condition, or not? Spirit, no. Doctor, why not? SP. I don't know. Doctor, what was the trouble? Didn't you have any faith, or did you have too much? SP. I don't know what is the matter with me. Doctor, do you know who you are? SP. No. Doctor, can't you recall your name or anything about yourself? Do you know how long you have been dead? SP. I don't know. Doctor, where do you think you are? SP. I don't know. Doctor, have you been sleeping for many years? SP. Not many. I don't feel natural. Doctor, does it interest you to know the reason? SP. I can't find out. I have asked many, but they do not understand and they do not know. They cannot inform me. Doctor, they have been in darkness as well as yourself. What have you been doing recently? SP. Doing nothing. Doctor, don't you get tired of nothing? SP. It is monotonous, but what can you do? Doctor, acquire understanding. SP. How can you find it? Doctor, you cannot find understanding, you have to develop your mind. You are controlling a woman's body, yet possibly you claim to be a man. Are you a man, or a woman? SP. I am a man, but I've been a woman so long, I do not know. Confusing himself with the patient, Mrs. A. Doctor, you have been a woman a long time. Have you caused trouble? SP. Not that I know of. Doctor, don't you find that things do not seem just right? SP. It has been queer, I told you that before. Dar. Did anything disturb you? SP. A whole lot. Doctor, what woke you up and disturbed you, and caused you to come here? SP. I don't know. Doctor, have you been disturbed at all? Have you had any peculiar experience lately? SP. Yes. Doctor, in what way? SP. In many ways. I cannot talk as I want to talk, and I cannot do as I please to do. Doctor, what do you please to do? SP. I like to talk and sing. Doctor, have you not been able to do that? SP. No. Doctor, what is your name, if I may ask? SP. I don't know. Doctor, surely you do. SP. It seems I have forgotten everything I ever knew. Doctor, there probably was not much to forget anyhow. That is very often the case. What did you do in life? SP. Any little thing, now and then. Dar. Did you have religious belief of any kind? SP, yawning, and stretching lazily. Why, yes. Doctor, what did you believe in? SP. I believed in God and Christ and the devil, and the other things. Doctor, have you seen any of them? You have probably been dead a long time. SP. I don't know. I do not feel dead. Mrs. H. W. Were you a Baptist, a Methodist, or what? SP. I was a little of everything. Mrs. H. W. Where did you live? SP. I don't know. I'm tired. Dar. You have been sleeping long enough. What else have you been doing? SP. Nothing. Doctor, don't you get tired of that? SP. You get pretty tired of doing nothing. It is monotonous. And to be a fool woman all the time. I have seen nothing but women, women, women and women. Other spirits obsessing patient. I saw nothing else. Doctor, don't you get tired of women? SP. They do get pretty monotonous. Doctor, do they know you are there? SP. I don't know. I talk, but they do not answer me. Doctor, that is very foolish. SP. It seems so to me. Doctor, do you seem to be in a strange condition yourself? SP. I cannot tell what it is, but it is queer. Doctor, you don't care very much. SP. No, I don't care. Dar. Isn't that an unfortunate condition to be in? SP. I have been walking from one place to another. Doctor, why did you do that? SP. I had nothing else to do. Doctor, couldn't you find any work? SP. Nobody wanted me. Doctor, what could you do? SP. Anything, but nothing in particular. Doctor, where did you live? SP. In Chicago, at times. Doctor, did you go from one city to another? SP. I was in Rockford and Galesburg. I was anywhere, everywhere. It is a tiresome job. Dar. You must have been born tired, you are so indifferent. SP. What was the use? Doctor, did you try to understand the wonderful facts of life? SP. Life? No. Doctor, I suppose you only believe that Christ died for your sins, and that is a lazy man's job. That is not enough. SP. It's good enough for me. It was good enough for my father and mother, and it's good enough for me. Doctor, are your father and mother alive? SP. Why, yes, I think so, but I don't know. Doctor, where did they live? Chicago? SP. Somewhere around Bethany Home, near the Methodist Church. Doctor, did your father and mother belong to that church? SP. Yes. Doctor, what was your father's name? SP. I don't know. Doctor, what was your name? SP. It's a long time since I heard it and I don't know. Mrs. H. W., recognizing from the foregoing the traits of a former neighbor. Was it Frank? SP. I don't care what you call me anything. Doctor, we don't want to do that. SP. I don't care. Call me anything. I am pleased with anything. Doctor, you are mentally lazy. SP. What's the use? Mrs. H. W. Do you know anybody by the name of B? SP. A long time ago. Mrs. H. W. Who was he? SP. He was somebody. Mrs. H. W. Were you related to him by marriage? Whom did he marry? SP. He married somebody I knew. Doctor, what was her name? SP. Names have gone from my memory. Yes, I know, it was my sister. Say, I don't know what is the matter with me. Doctor, you are dead. SP dead. Then I'm gone. Doctor, do you remember how you died? SP. I didn't know I was dead. How can I remember how I died? Doctor, well, you are dead. SP. I am. That's a funny thing, but I don't care. Doctor, you are occupying a lady's body now. SP. I've had enough of ladies. I have been walking and walking between ladies, until I am sick and tired of them. Doctor, I think you were born with that tired feeling. SP. I think so myself, because I am always tired. I do not care very much for work anyhow. It was just as well not to work. I was born to be traveling around, because I was never satisfied to be in one place. I liked to see the world. I did not want to do very much except what came along, just enough so I could get along. Doctor, were you a sort of tramp? SP. I was a little better than a tramp, but next door to it. Mrs. H. W. Do you remember that you had a twin brother? SP. Something like that, but what is the matter with me anyhow? I cannot recall anything, everything is gone. I do not know for sure what is my name. Doctor, sit quietly and think. SP, after a moment. It is Bergquist. I think it is Frank, yes, it is Frank. I heard that some years ago. It's an awful long time since I heard it. It seems so far away that it is miles and miles away, that name is. It seems like I was walking away from it. The more I walked, the more I forgot. After a while I walked so long that I forgot who I was. I walked with women, until I thought I was a woman myself, and really sometimes I thought I was. And probably I am a woman, for all I know, and for all I care. What is the use anyway? Mrs. H. W. Did you live on Paulina Street, Ravenswood? Chicago. SP. Yes, Chicago, that was where I was some of the time. Doctor, do you know where you are now? SP. In Chicago. Doctor, you are in California. SP. California. Well, if I didn't walk after those women clear to California. Well, that was a long walk. I know I haven't been riding. I have walked for miles and miles and miles. At last I got to California. That was some walk. I am pretty tired. Why did you tell me I walked that far? Because that makes me very tired, and now I feel I have to rest. Mrs. H. W. That is natural for you. Do you know me? SP. I thought when I looked at you I had seen that face before. Didn't you go to the Methodist church? I think I have seen you there. Mrs. H. W. Do you remember the bakery on W. Avenue? Across the street from the boys' home. SP. Some time ago that was. Mrs. H. W. Look at me again and see if I am not the one who had that store. SP. Yes, and you had 2 girls. Mrs. H. W. Yes, I did. Would you know one of them if you saw her? Would you know L? SP. I didn't know them very much. I liked that girl, but you could only look at those girls with one eye. Mrs. H. W. Somebody looked at them with 2 eyes. They are both married. SP. I looked at them with 1/4 of an eye. They wouldn't look at a fellow like me. Doctor, has anybody else looked at you? SP. I don't know. Women, I have been with them. It is a funny world anyhow. Doctor, what did they call you when you felt that you were a woman? SP. I don't hear anything. Of course I have had a long walk, if I have walked to California. Sometimes I got chased out when I was behind, then I ran fast as I could, and sometimes I got in front. Doctor, in front of what? SP. The people. Do you suppose I walked that long distance alone? I was walking with a big crowd. Spirits obsessing patient. At times I was before and then I was behind. What's the use? We all talked the same thing. Dar. Where did you get food when you were out walking? SP. I didn't seem to need much. I have learned to fast. Doctor, didn't you go to different houses and ask for food? SP. At times, but that was long ago. Somebody said if you fast 3 or 4 days you would not feel your stomach. It was a bother to feel hungry if you didn't have anything to eat. I fasted pretty good, and it was a good thing I did. Mrs. H. W. Did your parents live on the top floor? SP. In the basement. Doctor, to Mrs. H. W. Is that correct? Mrs. H. W. Yes, it is. I think his parents are dead now. SP. They are. When did they die? Mrs. H. W. Not long ago. Your mother died a year ago, and your father a few months ago. SP. Who told you that? Mrs. H. W. Your sister. SP. Why didn't she tell me? Mrs. H. W. You are dead. SP. Dead. I am dead. I feel full of life. Mrs. H. W. Didn't you used to go to saloons? SP. Oh, don't talk like that in company. Mrs. H. W. We have no company. SP. I went, but don't tell them that. Mrs. H. W. Why don't you want them to know? SP. Because they wouldn't like it. Mother doesn't like me to go there. Mrs. H. W. You had a good father and mother. SP. I wanted to live my life, but they wanted to live mine for me. Mrs. H. W. What did you do when you were home with them? SP. Nothing. Mrs. H. W. Didn't you help in the kitchen? SP. Mother wanted me to, but I didn't do very much of anything. I used to wash the dishes for her, but I didn't want to do it. Mrs. H. W. She made you. SP. You know, she said, if you want to eat, you will have to work. Say, that isn't right. I always liked to slip out if I could. That's natural. Dar. No, it is not. It may be to some, but not to others. SP. Everybody likes to get out and do some idling around. You want a little freedom. Mrs. H. W. You wanted all freedom, you wanted to just loaf around. SP. I worked sometimes, once in a while. I gave my mother money at times, but it was not often I had any. Mrs. H. W. You liked best to walk from door to door and beg your food, and get $5 wherever you could. SP. What was the use anyhow? Dar. We want you to understand that you have passed out of your body. You have been dead a long time. This lady, Mrs. H. W., seems to know who you are. SP. She made good biscuits. I wished sometimes I had one. Mrs. H. W. Did you ever have any of my donuts? SP. Yes, sometimes you gave me some. I was supposed to look for work, but some way or other, I did not work, and I didn't care very much either. Doctor, now then, understand, friend, that you are so-called dead. You have been an ignorant spirit for a long time, in the outer darkness which the Bible speaks of. This is not your body. SP. Yes, it is. Doctor, it is my wife's. SP. How could I be your wife when I am a man? Doctor, you are an invisible spirit. We do not see you. We only hear you talk. Do you recognize these hands? Indicating hands of psychic. SP. I have been so strange for a long time. What in the world is it? It has been so strange at times. There was lightning and thunder, electricity given patient, and it bothered me terribly. I have not been left alone for 1 minute. It was fierce, that thunder and lightning. The lightning is the worst, the thunder is not so bad. The lightning is so bad that it doesn't seem as if I should really see afterwards. I should say it was coming down in torrents. It seemed as if you got knocked in the head, and then got it again and again. It was wonderful how you got it. It was a wonder, for it woke me up. It woke me up good and plenty at times, so that I could not stand it any longer. Mrs. H. W. I am glad of it. S.P. I don't see why you should be glad. Mrs. H. W. I will tell you why I am glad. You have been bothering my daughter for a long time. S.P. How do you know I have? Mrs. H. W. That is the reason you were with women all the time. You are ignorant and have been troubling my daughter. You got thunder and lightning for it, when my daughter had electric treatments, and you got out. I am glad of it. Doctor, I am the one who gave the electricity to you. We chase ignorant spirits away with it. S.P. I think you had better be a little milder with it then. Doctor, I do not like to give it, but it is sometimes necessary. S.P. I do not see why I should need to have so much of it coming down like thunder and lightning. You get it in the head like a sledge-hammer. Doctor, but we succeeded in driving you from the lady. S.P. I didn't bother any lady, I didn't have a chance. I was walking behind them, but it does not seem to me that I had any way of bothering them. Mrs. H. W. You surely bothered my daughter. Doctor, that was why we had to give you electricity. Were there any others with you? S.P. There are many with us. Doctor, are there any more left? S.P. I don't know. There are some that come and go. Dar. They will get electricity every time they come. S.P. I'm not going to have it any more. I don't think I need it. Doctor, if you stay around you will get it. S.P. I don't care for any more. Doctor, have you ever been called Mrs. A? S.P. No. I never was a woman, so I never could be anybody by that name. I was with women. Doctor, did you hear that name at all? S.P. No. Mrs. H. W. That is my daughter's name, and you got that electricity for being around her. S.P. Did you order that for me? Mrs. H. W. Yes, I did. S.P. Then you are a bad woman to do that. Mrs. H. W. I wanted you to leave my daughter alone. S.P. I told you I never bothered your daughter. I walked behind the women. Doctor, you walked a little too close. Were you the only man among so many women? S.P. There is something like what you would call a line, and you have to walk in that line and you cannot go out. I did not want to work. The patient suffered from a heavy listlessness. Mrs. H. W. You were too lazy. S.P. What was the use when you could get your food without? It is just as well to take things instead of working yourself to death. Doctor, that is a poor argument. People who accomplish something are happy. S.P. I do not fancy it. If people want to work like slaves, they are welcome to it, for me. I would not work. Doctor, to Mrs. H. W. Is that like this man's disposition? Mrs. H. W. Yes, every inch of him. His name is Bergquist. S.P. How do you know? Mrs. H. W. Your disposition and actions are clear to me. S.P. Can you know one's name before you know the person? Mrs. H. W. I know you by your actions. I used to know you well. I knew your brother, who went to war in Cuba. He came home, had consumption and died. S.P. I had another brother who died. Doctor, now friend, I want you to understand. Mrs. H. W. Listen to the doctor. SP. Doctor. I am not sick. Mrs. H. W. You need advice from the doctor. SP. Advice. Then I must go to a lawyer. When I was sick, I went to a doctor. When I needed advice, I would go to a lawyer. Doctor, you are mentally sick. SP. I wouldn't say I am sick, I feel pretty good. I feel better than I have for years and years in the past. Doctor, you will not feel yourself so very long, unless you change your attitude. You are controlling my wife's body. SP. I can do as I please for that matter. Doctor, you cannot in this instance. Do you think that I want you to sit here indefinitely, controlling my wife's body? Look at those hands. Are they yours? Wake up, and don't be so sleepy. Do you know that hand? SP. How did I get it? I have been with women so much that I have a woman's hands. Doctor, you must wake up and listen. The fact is, you are an ignorant spirit. You have been taken away from that lady, you have been bothering her for a long time. You lost your body years ago. SP. That doesn't interest me. Doctor, it will have to. You died a long time ago. You are an invisible spirit. You have been hovering around that lady and troubling her. She has been brought to California to be freed from spirits, of which you are one, and I have had to give her the electricity to get rid of you. You have been driven away from her and allowed to control my wife's body. The point is, you will have to leave this body and become sensible. SP. I want to ask you this, if I haven't any sense, what will you do? Mother used to say I had no sense. Dar. You have been lazy, but now you will have to use the sense that God gave you, even if it is only a little. You cannot be lazy any longer. SP. I will not work either. Doctor, you will have to in the spirit life. SP. How do you know? How do you know they will make me work? Doctor, you will be glad to work. You cannot bother people anymore. SP. What do you mean? Doctor, ignorant spirits hover around the earth plane interfering with mortals, and make them act as if insane. SP. What is a poor fellow to do? Doctor, use the sense God gave you. SP. I have none. What am I to do? You say I am controlling a body that does not belong to me. Doctor, yes, and you must leave this body and listen to spirits who will help you. My wife allows you to control her body in order to free the other lady. SP. What kind of a wife is that? Doctor, she is a psychic sensitive who allows ignorant spirits like yourself to control her body. If you will look around, you will find spirits who will help you. SP. Spirits. Doctor, you will find spirits who will help you and teach you how to progress. You can also find happiness. SP. My legs are getting numb. Doctor, that body is not yours. We do not see you. SP. No. Doctor, you are invisible to us. Can you understand that? SP. I suppose I can't get that in my head. Doctor, look around and you will find invisibles like yourself, who will help you. SP. I don't need help. Doctor, you do. You need help to progress to the spirit land. SP. Where is that place? Doctor, it is an invisible plane around the earth, and you will find it if you look for it. You will be taught that life is something worthwhile. SP. I think I could go to sleep. Doctor, if you do, I will give you some electricity. Mrs. H. W. Think of the sorrow you caused your mother. SP. I was a fool. Doctor, you were not one, you allowed yourself to be one. You were lazy. SP. Mother is here, spirit, but I can't see what she wants with me. Doctor, listen to what she says. SP. She says, you have been a very wayward boy. Now try to wake up and be different, because life is different on this side and you will have to earn your happiness. Doctor, then you will find that life is worthwhile. SP Mother seems to be very happy. Doctor, she will help you if you are in earnest. SP. I want to go with her. I must learn. Doctor, you must be obedient. SP Mother says she is happy she got me to come to her now. I am happy in my way to see her. Doctor, try to realize that life means something. SP. I will go with her then. She says I must not bother that lady any more. After the last bombarding I got, I will leave that body alone. I thought my head would come off. I got it all right. Mrs. H. W. You certainly did. Can you see your sister F? Spirit. SP. She's here with a lot of people. I think I will go now. Doctor, how will you go? I will explain to you. SP. No, I am ready to go. Doctor, how? SP. I will get up and go. Trying in vain to rise. I can't move. Dar. You have only partial control of this body now. You will have to think yourself with your mother. SP. Think myself. Doctor, you will have to travel by thought. SP. You come over there, mother, pointing, then I will jump over to you by thought. Sitting still for a moment, then laughing heartily. I can't jump. That would be quite a jump. Doctor, you are in California now, how long does it take you to think yourself in Chicago? You can be there instantly in thought, for you have no physical body to take with you. In the spirit world, thought is the motive power. SP. Now I am going to think quick and jump. But I don't get there. Dar. You must relax and quietly think yourself with your mother, and then you will lose control of this body. Mrs. H. W. Can you see F, your sister? SP. Yes, and father too. They are coming to get me. They say they want me to reform and be a good fellow. Yes, I suppose I must. Doctor, you must go now. Your first lesson in spirit life is to think properly. SP. It seems foolish to me to think. My mother says, thank you, and please forgive me for my ignorance. Goodbye. Many earthbound spirits are conscious of influencing mortals but enjoy their power, seeming to be without scruples. Often these have, during earth life, turned away from orthodoxy and become hardened to higher ethics and ideals. A spirit of this type was dislodged from Mr. G, who had since childhood been subject to violent attacks of temper. During the weeks when this spirit was being brought to the front, preparatory to removal, Mr. G was very irritable, especially when driving his automobile, and developed moods during which he wished to be away from everyone. After the spirit was dislodged, the gentleman's characteristics changed completely and he became natural again. Both Mr. and Mrs. G were present at the time this spirit controlled Mrs. Wickland. Experience, September 21, 1922. Spirit, Fred Haupt. Patient, Mr. Psychic, Ms. Wickland. The spirit made violent attempts to escape and when the hands of the psychic were held, fought furiously. Doctor, who are you? Come, be sensible. This will not do you any good. There is no use in fighting. Who are you? Spirit, it's none of your business who I am. I don't want to be here with you. I didn't want to come here. I will not come any more. You won't trap me again. Doctor, with whom did you come? SP. It's none of your business who I came with. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. I'm not dead. You will find that I won't stand for anything. To Mrs. G. You don't care for me any more. Doctor, I don't care for you. SP. I don't mean you. I am going to fight you all right. You gave me that awful lightning on my head and back. Patient's electrical treatment. Doctor, that was electricity and it evidently put life into you. SP. I told you many times that I would never come here again. Doctor, how long have you been dead? SP. Dead. I'm not dead, and you're not going to make me come here any more. You think you have me this time, but I'll fix you. You don't trap me anymore. I get so mad at you. Doctor, what are you so angry about? SP. The world and everybody. Dar. If you have a grudge on your mind, perhaps we can help you remove it. SP. You can go your way and I'll go mine. I'm through. You can go just wherever you please. You think you've got me where you have control over me, but you'll find you will get left. I'll not tell you anything, so you don't need to ask. Doctor, we are anxious to know who you are. SP. That makes no difference to me. You think you have me in your claws, but you'll get left. Doctor, won't you tell us who you are? SP. I don't want to get acquainted with you, and you don't need to get acquainted with me. I want to be all by myself, and I'm going out. I don't want anyone around me, I want to be alone. I enjoy my own company best. Doctor, what experiences have you had? SP. I will not talk to you anymore. Doctor, how do you happen to be here? SP. You made me come with those funny lights. Electricity. Doctor, it will relieve you if you will tell us what you have on your mind, because we can help you. Where did you get that ring you are wearing? Referring to ring on hand of psychic. SP. That's none of your business. It needn't bother you where I got it. Doctor, were you always so sarcastic? SP. You keep your hands off me. I will go. Doctor, where will you go? SP. That makes no difference to you where I go, and I don't care where you go either. Dar. But you have no place to go. SP, angrily. Do you think I'm a tramp? I always had enough money to pay for my lodging. I can go where I want. Doctor, then you were somewhat of a gentleman? SP. When I am in gentleman's company, then I am a gentleman. You don't need to talk to me, for I don't care for you with your electric sparks. Doctor, are you despondent? SP. No, I'm mad. Doctor, tell us who you are. SP. I have no use for you. As soon as you leave your hands off me, I will attend to myself. Dar. What will you do then? SP. That's none of your business. Doctor, tell us how long you have been dead. SP. I'm not dead, and never have been. Doctor, would you understand if I should tell you it is 1922? Would you believe it? SP. I won't have anything to do with you. I have no business here. I'll never go to that place again. Doctor, we did not ask you to come here. SP. You put me in a prison. Doctor, how did you get into prison? Who put you there? SP. You put me there yesterday. Doctor, is that so? SP. I will haunt you until you don't know where you are at. Doctor, I am used to things like that. SP. I will attend to all my business and you attend to yours. We part right here. I will have nothing more to do with you. I am going my own way and you can go yours. Doctor, suppose we will not let you. Try to understand your situation. You are a spirit and have lost your mortal body. SP. I don't care if I have lost my mortal body 10,000 times. What of that? I am living just as well as if I had my body. What do I care? Doctor, whose body are you talking through? SP. I have many bodies. I go from one place to another. I can be a lady at one time, and a gentleman another. Nobody can catch me. Doctor, this time somebody has caught you, and you will have to stop interfering with the lives of others. SP. I have been attending to my own business for many years. Dar. Didn't you say you had been in prison? SP. That won't last long. Doctor, if you don't change your behavior you will be put into a dark dungeon. SP. You'll get left. I've been in tight places before, and always got out. Dar. Did you ever own a Ford car? SP. No, I didn't, what's that? Doctor, I'll tell you a story. A man who owned a Ford machine died, and his last request was that his Ford should be placed in his grave with him. SP. What for? Dar. He said his Ford had helped him out of many a tight place. SP. Did they put it in? Doctor, oh, I suppose to. SP. Ha, ha. Such fools. They couldn't have a car with them if they are dead. Doctor, don't you know there is no actual death? No one really dies. SP. You say I am not dead. Doctor, your body is dead. SP. Well, I can be just what I want. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. Doctor, no, you cannot, you only obsess men and women. SP. No, I don't. If I want, I can boss the whole family. I have a mighty good time. I go where I please, I am my own boss. If I am hungry, sometimes I eat, sometimes I don't. The best thing to work up an appetite is to get hungry. Then you eat everything and it tastes good. If you are not hungry, nothing tastes good. I tell you, I'm no spirit. Doctor, you are talking through my wife's body. SP. We are just wasting time, so I will go. Doctor, you and I are going to be good friends, I hope. SP. I will have nothing to do with you. Doctor, come, friend, let us talk things over. Life is a wonderful thing. We can think and act, and yet we do not know ourselves. SP. You don't? Well, that's too bad about you. Dar. Did you ever stop to think how wonderful sound is? SP. It's no more wonderful than anything else. Now let me go, I don't want you to hold me any longer. Doctor, no, I can't let you go until you behave yourself. SP. If you didn't hold me I would knock you down as quick as lightning. I can get mad. I have a temper. Doctor, now, Johnny, listen to what I have to say. SP. Johnny. That's not my name. I will not tell you what it is. Dar. Did you kill anyone, and is that why you are so full of hatred? SP. No, I am an honest man. I want to have my own way, and I always do. I get so mad. Doctor, what church did you belong to? SP. That's none of your business. Dar. Were you a minister, or a deacon? SP. No, I wasn't. I'll not tell you anything, so keep still. Closing lips firmly. Doctor, why are you sitting so quietly? SP. Be still. I am thinking. I want to be by myself. Dar. What evil thoughts have you in your mind now? SP. You look out, asking me such questions. When I get mad I could knock this house down in a minute. I could knock everybody down. Doctor, talk is cheap. SP. You might as well say big things as little ones. Doctor, tell us who you are, and how long you have been dead. SP, stamping feet violently and struggling. If I could get loose, I'd show you I'm not dead. I've told you that before, now keep quiet. Doctor, but you are talking through my wife's body. SP. Just let me get free, and I'll show you a few things. Doctor, that is bombastic and does not amount to anything. You are talking through my wife's body. SP. I will not listen to you any longer. I have no use whatever for you. Only for that electricity, you couldn't have chased me out and put me in prison. I'll knock you down when I get loose. We can part right here, you going your way and I mine. That will suit me just right. Dar. But we want to part friends. SP. You say friends? You can never find a friend in me when you give me electricity like you did. Doctor, those were just friendly taps. That was the best thing that ever happened to you. SP, sarcastically. You think so? Doctor, try to understand that you are talking through my wife's body. SP. I don't want to have anything to do with your wife. All women can go their way, and I'll go mine. I want nothing to do with women, and I don't want your wife any more than the rest. I never knew your wife. Keep her yourself. Doctor, you are talking through my wife's body. You cannot realize your condition because you are so ignorant. SP. You are just as ignorant as I am. Doctor, be free and open-minded. Try to realize that you are a spirit. You are a foolish spirit and do not know it. SP. A gentleman, to call a man a fool. Doctor, you are a foolish, selfish spirit. If you were intelligent, you would listen to me. SP. I don't care, just leave my hands alone. Doctor, I am not holding your hands, I am holding my wife's hands. SP. For God's sake, can't you see I am a man? Don't mix your wife with me. Take her. I'm sure I don't want her. Doctor, if you were not stubborn, you would realize there is something the matter with you. Look at your hands. SP, refusing to look. They are mine. If I could get loose, I would show you a thing or two. I have more strength now than I have had for some time. Now I can talk again. Before, someone always interfered with me. Now I am myself and can talk and fight. Doctor, you are talking through my wife's body. SP. I'll knock you in the bead if you don't stop talking about your wife. Doctor, my wife is a psychic. SP. Well, what of that? What do I care? I don't care if your wife is 1,000 psychics. Dar. Intelligent spirits have brought you here to be helped, and unless you are willing to listen to reason, you will be put in a dungeon. SP. You can do just as you please. Doctor, what do you gain by acting this way? We are trying to bring you to an understanding. SP. I was converted once by a rascal of a minister. He took all of my money and then kicked me out. Doctor, probably that was a good thing for you. SP. What? To kick me out? I just asked him a few questions about life, and he said, "You big sinner, get out of here." All he wanted was money. Doctor, but that didn't settle the question of life. SP. The question of life? Life is life, that's all. We are born here, we stay for a while, and then go. Doctor, where was the church you speak of? What denomination? SP. I will not tell my secrets to you. I will not talk anything about myself. I won't tell my name or the minister's. Dar. You do not understand that you are among friends. We can help you. You will find we can help you to understand things of which you are ignorant now. I have told you many times that you have lost your body and are a spirit, and yet you do not understand it. SP. I have not lost my body, because I have lots of bodies. Mr. G. How could you have more than one body? SP. I don't know about that, but I had enjoyment with others. Mrs. G. How did you find these others? SP. I don't know, but that doesn't bother me a bit. Mr. G. How could you be a man one time, and a woman another? SP. I didn't stop to think anything about that. I don't know myself. Mr. G. Who brought you here? SP. They brought me here. Mr. G. Who? SP. I don't know, I was not going to come here at all, but they made me come. I said I would never come here any more. Mr. G. Have you been here before? SP. Sometimes. Mr. G. Who brought you here? SP. I told you I didn't know. Mr. G. Look closely, don't you recognize the one who brought you here? SP. I don't know and I don't care. Mr. G. Have we ever talked to you before? SP. It seems so. Doctor, do you recognize the man talking to you? You may have been friends. Mr. G. Is there anyone here whom you have seen before? SP. I don't know. With all that electricity on my head, it hurts, and I feel like knocking somebody down. Mrs. G. How did you get here? SP. That's nobody's business. I have a temper that no one can conquer. I get mad as quick as lightning, and it comes like thunder. Mrs. G. When you get into another body, do you have a temper at that time? SP. Yes, I have a bad temper. I don't know why I get mad sometimes, but I get mad like fury at everything. I have to go here and there. Mrs. G. Can't you stay at a certain place if you want to? SP. No, I have to go along, and I get so mad. Mr. G. You are not independent then? SP. I don't know. I get so furious when I have to go places and I don't want to go. I get awful mad. Mr. G. Would you like to get over being mad? Pointing to drive W. There is a gentleman who can tell you all about your condition as he is a physician. Dar. If you will be sensible we can help you. SP. Sometimes I fly off about things that don't amount to a pinch of snuff. I don't know why I do that. Doctor, you allow yourself to fly to pieces over nothing. SP. Things don't always go my way, and when they don't, I don't feel right. Sometimes I feel as if I did not have whole control and I am only half and half, and then I get mad. Doctor, you are hovering around people and using their bodies. You are not really dead. The mind is one thing and the body another. You have lost your mortal body, and your spiritual body looks like your mortal body. You are ignorant of your condition and come in touch with mortals who are sensitives. Then you try to control them, but they have wills of their own too. SP. I always get mad at that machine. Mrs. G. Don't you like machinery? SP. No, I feel sometimes as if I could knock it all to pieces, I get so mad at it. Mrs. G. Do you mean the automobile? SP. I don't know. What does that mean? Is it that machine that runs without horses? Doctor, you have never seen an automobile, have you? SP. Is it that machine that goes, WHCZZ? Circling arms around wildly. Dar. Have you never seen one of those machines? Who is president? SP. I don't know. I haven't read a paper for years. Doctor, was McKinley the president? SP. No, Cleveland. Doctor, do you remember the Chicago World's Fair? SP. No, I don't. Dar. Where did you live? SP. I lived in Kansas. Mr. G., whose early years were spent in Kansas. In H, or N? Doctor, you talk things over with that gentleman. Mr. G. Mr. G. Did you know a family there called G? SP. Yes, they lived in that pretty house, a big house. Mr. G. Did you live in N? SP. No, a little outside. I was a helper here and there. I never stayed long in one place. Mr. G. Did you live on farms? SP. Yes, where they had horses. I don't like to ride in that, ch. I get so mad when things don't go just right. Mr. G. You can go so much further with a machine than you can with horses. SP. I like air, and you don't always have the windows open in that machine, shut up in there. Mr. G. Were you ever sick, or did you have an accident? SP. I am not quite sure, but it seems I have something the matter with my head. I do not really know what happened. I lose my temper so often that I know there is something the matter with me. Mr. G. Do you remember any of the G boys? SP. I have heard of them. Mr. G. How old were you? About as old as R. SP. He was that stout fellow. Mr. G, were you as old as he? SP. No, no. He was more lively than the other fellow, and liked to have a good time. The other fellow, Mr. G, studied. He wanted to go off by himself. I think he was going to study for a minister, or a lawyer, or something, because he always had a book with him. This was correct. Mr. G. Did he ever sing? SP. Who? Mr. G. This other fellow. SP. I don't know very much about him. I was just a helper around. Mr. G. Did you work around at their home? SP. No, I lived southwest. The farm was in the hollow, in the distance. You go up the hill and then down in the hollow, that's the place. Mr. G. Down toward W. SP. Yes. Mr. G. Did you have an accident there? SP. I can't remember. I know I had something the matter with my head. There were a lot of fellows out with the threshing machine, the threshing gang. Mr. G. You must have been hurt very badly at that time. SP. Do you mean when they were threshing on that farm? What is the matter with my head? Mr. G. You must have been so badly hurt that you passed on. Doctor, possibly you thought you went to sleep. You lost your physical body. Most people would call you dead, but you are not really dead. Mr. G. Did you know Tom? Another spirit who had previously been dislodged from Mr. G. He is a good friend of mine. SP. Yes, and he is here. He says he came here to help you. But how is he going to help you? Mr. G. Ask Tom. Doctor, ask him why he is going to help this gentleman, and why he needs help. SP. Tom says to me, you get out. Doctor, you listen to him, he will tell you the truth. SP. If he tells me anything that isn't true, I'll knock his block off. Tom says that for God's sake, no. Excitedly. Tom say that he says that I have been sponging on that man, Mr. G, for years. Doctor, it sounds strange, but it is true. Mr. G. Tom did it too. He bothered me a great deal. Now he is a good friend of mine, as you are. You and I are going to be good friends, are we not? SP. Why did I get so mad at things? Doctor, when you hurt your head you may have disturbed your mind. SP. Tom says he is trying to help you get rid of me, that's what he says. He's going to get left. Why does he want to get rid of me? Mr. G. Then you will be free. He is a good friend of ours. We are all going to work together. You will have your own body and you will not have to get out of anyone. SP. I don't understand what you folks mean. Doctor, I will explain. Don't contradict me, no matter how foolish it may seem to you. I will tell you nothing but the absolute truth. SP. If you don't, you look out. Doctor, you lost your mortal body some time ago. It is now 1922. SP. You mean 1892. Doctor, that was when Cleveland was president the second time. You have been so-called dead all these years. There is no actual death. The mind is one thing, the body another. It is the physical body which dies, but not the mind or spirit. You are not talking through your own body now. SP. I'm not. Doctor, no, you are speaking through my wife. She is so constituted that spirits can control her and speak through her, and we are having these investigating circles to come in contact with spirits like yourself. Ignorant spirits often influence mortals and disturb their balance. You conveyed your temper to this gentleman, Mr. G, and made him act as if he had a bad temper. SP. I did. Mr. G. Did you ride in that machine? SP. Yes, but I hate it. Doctor, I'll tell you about those machines. About 1896 they began to invent what they call automobiles. These machines go without horses, for they run by their own power. We have millions of them now. SP. What have they done with their fine horses? Doctor, they do not use them now. Automobiles are very convenient. You can travel 100 miles an hour, but the average is 20 or 25 miles an hour. SP. I wouldn't ride in one that goes that fast. Doctor, you can travel 200 or 300 miles a day. These machines have been invented since you lost your body. We have aeroplanes now that fly in the air, and we can telegraph without any wires. We can even talk across the ocean without any wires. You cannot realize what wonderful things have happened since you passed out. Do you know that you are in California now? SP. I feel so weak. Doctor, don't lose control, friend, until you give us your name. SP. I don't know it, my head is in such a mess. Don't bother me and I will tell it to you in a little while. For a long time I have had so many different names that I don't remember my name at all. Doctor, look around, your mother may be here. SP. I heard my mother call me one time. Sometimes I am Charlie, sometimes Henry, sometimes a man and sometimes a woman, so I don't know what name to give you. It's so long since I heard my own name that I seem to have forgotten it. Mr. G. Ask Tom what your name is. SP. He says my name is Fred. Yes, that's it, Fred. Mr. G. Fred what? Ask Tom. SP. How can a man forget his own name? There must be something the matter with him. Doctor, what did they call your father? What did your father do? Mr. G. Was he a farmer? SP. No, he was not a farmer, but he had some land. We were further down from that college, where that church was. My father was a German. Mr. G. Was he a Mennonite? SP. No, my father came where they were, but went further back. What is the matter with me? Why can't I think what my name is? Mr. G. Tom will tell you, if you ask him. SP. I can get certain places and things, then I can't go any further. I remember Fred, because everybody called me that. Doctor, well, I wouldn't worry about it any more. Your memory will come back to you. You are a spirit and when you leave here intelligent spirits will take care of you. SP. Tom says he is going to take me to a home or rest. I have been so worried, and I get so tired out that I get mad at everything. I will not be angry any more. Whenever I got mad I suffered terribly after it. I always felt so bad because I could not control myself. I always felt so sorry I said such mean things, and I was too proud to acknowledge it, but I knew it, just the same. Tom says, come on, we must go. I want to go now. To Mr. G. Tom says I must ask you if you will forgive me for making so much mischief for you. Mr. G. We are going to help you, and let bygones be bygones. SP. You are not mad at me, are you? Mr. G. Not at all. SP. I feel so weak, what will I do? I am too weak to go with Tom. Doctor, that weakness is a common experience with spirits when they begin to understand. It is only a temporary sensation, you are merely losing control. Think yourself with Tom and the mercy band of spirits. SP. My head feels so funny. Am I going crazy? You had better get a doctor because I think I am going to die. Doctor, you will be all right as soon as you leave this body. SP. I need a doctor, for the blood is all coming up in my throat and I can't breathe. I feel so choked. Maybe I can get to sleep. Doctors always say if you can sleep it is better, when you feel weak. I am not going to die, am I? Dar. You must remember that you are a spirit and are controlling a mortal body. SP. Fred Haupt is my name. Tom says I must ask you to forgive me because I have made so much trouble in getting you in a temper. Mr. G. Certainly I forgive you. Thank Tom for helping both you and me. SP goodbye. Silver Star, the Indian guide of Mrs. Wickland, then came in and said to Mr. G. We got the man. Now we are going to take him to a hospital. We worked hard to get him. He was so in your magnetic aura that it seemed like taking a piece out of your body to detach him from you. He had been with you for a long time, he was with you when you were a child. When things did not go right for him he flew into a temper. It will be a great relief to have him away, and you will feel like a new person. You will not feel so irritable. He has been working on you nearly all your life, but lately he has become stronger and stronger, until he almost had control of you. Now we have him and he won't bother you any more. He is very weak and needs hospital care, he can hardly walk. He will have to be nursed. He has been living on you, and with that strength taken away from him he is very weak, but he will be taken care of.